brightest. The best over pick up the rope. Clutching impossible situations like I'm playing against bots. Major winner. Major MVP. They don't call me Undertaker for nothing. And that's exactly why I'll win.
You know you have to qualify first, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is finally upon us. It's the final day of the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier here at CS2. Boys, the energy in the room is palpable. Can I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah!
There we go. I like that. We got 32 teams behind us competing for 4 slots at the main event where they'll get their share of $2 million and a lot of VRS points. What are your initial thoughts, boys? What are we thinking for today?
I'm incredibly excited, mainly because all the best teams are now here. We've moved past the open registration stage. We've got to the portion of the bracket which is do or die, single elimination.
That's a good point. And Yumi, they've got to play 3 best-of-3s to make it. I don't think that's been done before.
It's a long day.
Yeah.
I mean, people understand, last chance qualifier, you're going to have to go through a bit of a grind.
Yeah.
And so a lot of these teams understand that, okay, first off, let's clear the air. I think people have seen what the matchups are online.
Yeah.
There's one side of the bracket that does feel a little bit more stacked than the other, but that's because it was totally random. That's also one of the things that you're going to get.
I saw Jackson taking them out a little X and stuff like that, drawing on a piece of paper. Old school. I love it. Yeah, we're going to try and bring you all the action today. We're not going to be trying to cover 3 games. We're going to try and jump into all the exciting ones. We're going to try and cover every single game in the round and hopefully keep you updated as to where the tournament's going. First game we're doing today. What is the opening game we've got coming up?
1W versus Liquid.
1W. I've been quite impressed with them. I feel like there's upset potential there.
Yeah, yesterday they were very exciting, I think. There was lots of mistakes, right? But the potential was very evident, I think, from what we could see from them. And I think against Liquid, massive test, right? Liquid have had some success already in the year, albeit online. So, you know, I think that is one of the main things for 1W for me, which can prove they can punch up if they can compete well in this one.
They're one of those teams that definitely should be rising through VRS quite rapidly this season.
Dude, I was so surprised with 1W. Like, Nafany actually looking decent again in 2026. Unbelievable scenes. I'm just looking at the broader picture here. Who are the teams that we might not expect to make it all the way, but could be a surprise package here? Anyone caught your eye that you might think could sneak in one of the 4 spots?
I will always look at a bracket and think, man, K27 could do some damage. I actually quite like a lot of the pieces on that roster, and I just think they've been perennially within this their sort of ranking bracket, and I just hope that they get that next step up, and this is actually a great opportunity to do exactly that. So,
Trav, who are the teams that are expected to make it? Who are the big dogs?
Probably Liquid, big, heroic. You looking at 100 Thieves, even though they're slightly lower ranked, just because of the name value alone, I would think to say. And same conversation and argument could be made for BCG as well.
How exciting is it? We've got some of the absolute goats of Counter-Strike here competing in the last chance qualifier. Open LAN, 3 best-of-3s. They ain't superstars anymore. They got to grind.
They got to hustle.
Yeah.
It's like they realize that there's maybe been a bit of fall from grace, but that's where you earn extra stripes as you know, whether you're an in-game leader or a veteran. As, you know, when we looked at Carrigan, for example, I always feel like he's a great redemption arc type character.
Very good point, yeah.
Gets removed from a roster, rebuilds, gets brought into new teams, and you have to earn that respect again for a lot of people in the circuit.
So let's talk about some of the heavy hitters here. We got likes of Simple, Device, Rain. How have you thought of Simple's performance this year and at this event?
I think in general, Simple is, people look at him and think he's not playing like he used to. Yep. That's because the heights that he used to hit were so incredibly high that it's kind of impossible to hit them again in the modern day, I feel, especially with a team like BCG that he did have around him. Now, of course, with the changes they've made, they brought in the Mongols boys, they've brought in Magisk as well as the in-game lead. That's a lot of experience added to the roster, and a lot of firepower too with the Mongols, Senzu and Mzinho.
Right, let's get into the first game. 1W versus Liquid. Let's get into Liquid first. How are they looking right now? New roster, new in-game leader. What do you think? thinking?
Well, I think the problem for most people looking at this roster for a couple of seasons now was an AWP's dilemma.
Yeah.
And so them moving in with Jorko is actually a perfect fit. He gives a bit of flash. He's a kid that seems to have his head on his shoulders.
Seems like he has good vibes as well,
Yeah,
right? Which is something that's been missing from this squad for a while. They've been wretched for about 3 years.
Yeah, and you couple that with the JT in-game leader angle. I think there's a lot of, he was the one that was deemed the Elige Whisperer to some degree because he really unlocked him out of the past couple of years. And to have that coupled with an AWPer that has a bit of flair, that he can rein in at times, I actually really like the way this Liquid is I guess projected to be this season.
All right, Trav, let's get into it. We're running out of time. Tell me about 1W, who are the heavy hitters here, and who should we look out for?
I think the obvious answer there will be Axile and Artfrost for me. I mean, I mentioned to you yesterday that Nafany as the in-game leader is still putting up really good numbers, but this playing against Liquid is a whole other test. You're going to have to be looking for Axile to deliver. You're going to have to be looking for Artfrost. Fame, of course, is one of their new additions. He's been properly bought out from VP. Belchanok still on loan from Parry. And of course, Artfrost also on loan as well. But the Axile, Fame, Nafany core is fully bought out for 1W. And that, what I've seen from them when they were called TDK Online, that is often the factor. It's often Axile, it's often Artfrost.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. Do or die. It's Liquid versus 1W. 1 defeat, and you are out of the tournament. 3 best-of-3 wins required to make it to the main event. Here we go then. Dust2 to kick things off. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good map in the pool for 1W, and especially because they've got these great extremities lurking presence players in Fame and Axile. I'm expecting some good stuff here on this T side. But it's a very slow pistol.
I was going to say, it's a bit too calm, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got the long pressure, but we have got CTs in T-spawn. What is going on here?
It's not like they're not trying to be aggressive. They just haven't seen a damn thing just yet.
Yeah, the bomb is not positioned toward long. It's still waiting outside B tunnels at this point, and that is why Jorko could definitely have a play here. Nafany's trying to push through, but they can have no idea.
Jorko,
no, not for the first round of the game, Jorko. Belchanok will spin upon him, and that will activate them into B.
Oh, you really do hate to see that. It's going to affect his confidence going forward, but the B bomb site is wide open now. 5-on-4 in favor of 1W, and the retake is already beginning. In we go now.
Yeah, I mean, just immediately through, and Fame's got the window covered, so even with that immediate drop, no way in. I mean, there's an HE on JT, but how do you get past the doors? And there's a double flank from middle as well. They're completely boxed in. No chance for Liquid. 1W, a very well put together pistol. The fake that just kept on giving, especially with that Jorko miss.
You really do hate to see that. That might affect his confidence here. We talked about it. 1 best-of-3 defeat today. You're out of the tournament. It's going to be difficult to recover. It happens, I suppose. Sometimes a shot in the back are the hardest ones to pick up, but he really should have been nailing that one, Trav.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the one thing that is really concerning for Liquid here is this is not really a map that they love too much, right? If you look at 1W and what they managed to do with the TDK core, Dust2 was the main one for them.
Did you see the Elige change mouse after the pistol? Did you see that?
No, I don't.
He's got. Could we go back on the Elige cam, please? He has 2 mouse. I think he's changing mouse after the pistol round.
Did he have a spare on hand, or was it just like?
He changed his wireless receiver. And yeah, look, 2 mouse here. He was using the purple one before, and he just changed it after the pistol round.
He's just reloading it.
Is he thinking like, oh, that didn't feel great?
Yeah.
I'll pick it up. Or has he got a specific mouse to play pistol rounds
He's
in?
just on different days, maybe a different vibe. I mean, there are some people that get reprimanded for changing mice between tournaments. What about mid-tournament?
Anyone's got information on that, tweet us. Let us know. Has he mentioned that he changes mice mid-tournament or mid-game?
I feel like I've seen him set up before with multiple mice on the mouse pad, but I've never seen it mid-game.
Unreal. Well then, Tentacle Porte, a moment to catch our breath here. It's been a little chaotic. Liquid, definitely one of the favorites to make it through, but they're a team also that's synonymous with heartbreak.
Yeah.
They are indeed. And I thought that's one of the main things that we're hoping will change their fortunes of bringing Jorko and JT in. We've seen mistakes made in the past in terms of who they've picked up, especially in that AWP role. But JT, for me, I mean, I think it's without a doubt the best team he's ever had around him, which is one of the main things which I'm hoping for Liquid will make a big difference.
That's what they said when they signed him to Passion UA.
Well,
it's like, wait, now he's actually got stars. It's like, we're saying the same thing again? That project did not succeed.
You can't argue that Liquid still has a bit more name value than Passion UA.
I don't argue that, but it's the second time now that he has
Roger.
stars.
All right, thank you for bearing with us. Second round here. It's going to be 1 win Or 1W, I should say, with the pistol victory. And we have got the 4 spy from Liquid. We've got those 5-7s. We've got the UMP making a rare appearance in the hands of Elige here. And a full-on B contact play in the second round. High-risk maneuver, boys.
Yeah, Elige does say he loves the UMP because of the easy spray control. He does get 1.5, but Axel's doing the work. Jorko couldn't get the trade necessary to keep control of that B-bomb site. And look how far away Liquid are. It will be a second round for 1W.
Axel double kill on the entry. We're so back.
We are back, aren't
actually
we?
So back.
He's cooking.
Yeah. And listen, I actually do think that combo between him and Fame is the most interesting about this 1W project, because let's also celebrate the fact Fame is out of purgatory.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He was able to escape. It does seem like there's been a loosening of the grip within that VP
Yeah,
organization.
it's not lone, finally.
Yeah.
He's free. And, of course, same can be said for Axel. Artfrost is still on loan. But, of course, Belchnok is too from Parry. So we'll see how that goes.
But I mean, you know, major winner Fame. To think that there was going to be a chance that he gets on a roster like this, I think Nafidi in an interview yesterday was even saying, like, it was kind of a dream that everything just kind of slotted together as well as it did. The timing just worked out, so...
Well, it's 1W putting their best foot forward here. 2-0, fending off the 4 spy, but a few weapons were saved. Notably, JT, Malbs, and Naf with the 5-7s. Elige will not have his UMP. He's got the Desert Eagle now. So still a fighting chance here. We've seen a lot of pistol victories here at the tournament. Full ecos going in favor. And we'll see now if 1W can keep it going. It looks like they can. Artfrost, nice shot to open things up. Takes down Malbs. And do they just go with the momentum here? All 5 players towards long. I would speculate, yes, make their way towards the side and trade things out.
Yeah, they should be fine here. There is a full rotation coming in from Liquid to try and fight for it. JT and Naf both have flashes between them, but even before that smoke on the cross blooms properly, that's when Nafani gets his kill and pushes forward, finds Jorko as well, and that will be 3-0 confirmed. Veto is pretty interesting between these two as well. I mentioned that 1W love D2 and Liquid don't as much. Anubis is map 2, Cash is map 3. Now, this is a cool veto, right? We've seen so many vetoes in this tournament, which just have the middle ground of the map pool. Your Mirages, your Infernos, your Nukes, your Ancients. Here, the bans are different. 1W don't play Nuke, Liquid don't play Ancient, and we don't have Mirage or Inferno. So having a possibility of Cash as a third map decider in what is a single elimination playoff, now that is tasty.
You got me excited, Trav. A bit of Cash to close things out. Let's hope we get there. So far, so good for the 1W boys, but the first gun round will be underway momentarily.
I'm also liking just a bit of attention to detail already from 1W. They used 2 smokes for the cross on long, and that's not unusual if you're thinking about CSGO times, but they add it with this extra layer of depth where if they did have an HE to blow up in that smoke, it probably wouldn't actually reveal anybody.
Oh, here we go.
Give me the words about him.
AWP for Jorko, 0-3. Can he recover from the pistol blunder? Double smoke from Axel. We're going to be running a standard default here. Players trying to get control of lower B, and of course short control. And the CTs 2 towards long right now, presumably parking one up as we go for that catwalk access here, courtesy of 1W.
Working their way through long now, but the setup for Liquid is very solid, having both Malbs and JT playing together in that position. Just waiting long doors at the moment. Utility will now be used. And this is one of the things I want to see from 1W throughout the game. Look at that layered flash move out long. Really nice to put lots of pressure on Malbs. They isolate him so JT can't fight either. Very low HP on him too. And the fact he's alive is crazy. Nafani's nade will chase him out of the round. And that is a really nice long take.
Yumi, 1W are looking pretty good.
Yeah,
right
they're
now.
looking...
This is pretty nice.
This is the thing as well. There was a time where the narrative around Nafani-led teams was that they just didn't use their nades properly. Like,
True,
where are their flash assists? There's no flash times. We have double-layered flashes out long, and HE that hunts them down. They're being meticulous.
Making some good calls out of spawn. We've seen some defaults. We've seen some long takes. That one was beautiful, though. CTs didn't stand a chance. Isolated from the angle, naded out of contention, and now a 5 versus 3 where they've got nothing to do but save. And Elige's got a nice little angle here. If they do go on the hunt, he likes to get a couple of kills, but we'll see whether they want to commit to these fights.
Well, he'd love to get a couple of kills. I mean, he's the only person on the team that has any kills at the moment.
Oh, God, yeah, I didn't notice that.
Liquid or killless, bar Elige.
Not like this, boys. Come on, let's wake up. Lock in.
I think one of the things with this 1W roster, what a shot from Fame. I mean, even the boost deleted like it's nothing. And Jorko is so screwed at the back of the side. Oh,
what?
My word, the smoke Oh, wait. That's the bomb explosion.
Yeah, I just saw that.
That's the bomb explosion blowing the molly out.
I didn't know it interacted like that. That's why.
Yeah, that was an update that came through after the original bomb explosion change. So it doesn't just blow smokes open, it also puts mollies out. So I think Jorko is saved by that update there.
Good eye for detail, Trav. I like that. So he does save the AWP. He's yet to frag, like the majority of Liquid right now, but that's pretty massive. He saves the AWP. 4-0, though. This is looking way too easy. Thing is, 1W, we've commentated them a couple of times. They make a lot of mistakes. They make a lot of fumbles. They give up a lot of advantages. But if they can keep this level of play up, they are looking like a much better team right now. Liquid will take the tactical timeout, discuss their finances, which with the maximum loss bonus aren't too bad with the saved weapons here. Just begs the question, do they fully commit or just partially invest around the saved M4 and AWP?
One of the things for me that I think is going to be really fascinating is to see how 1W play against a team that is obviously top 20 in the VRS.
Yeah.
And these players, these individuals, you could argue that because of their experience playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike in different rosters over the years, this could even be more comfortable for them. They're more used to playing this quality of player rather than the amount of online teams have had to play to get to this point.
So we might have a slight technical issue here. You know what? The more I watch this team, before this tournament, I wasn't really interested in 1W. Like, I felt like a lot of the names are washed, and I wasn't really looking forward to them making it too deep in the tournament. But now I've got to watch them, and now you're seeing the synergy and the skill that's being displayed, especially with the likes of Fame and Nafferty, to be fair.
Yep.
This actually could be a top team for this year.
That's why anytime we had discussions about it on the desk, it was largely... I'm focused on Exile.
Yeah.
Like, he's the one that I think is the most unknown to me as to, like, what version of him you get. I feel like in certain games, he pops off. And then in others, I just think, what happened to this guy?
Yeah.
Whereas with someone like Fame, I never expected the world from Fame. I always just wanted him to capitalize on open space or play it safe and, you know, find an opening pick on the extremes. And a lot of these other pieces, I mean, even Belchinok, you know, hard-hitting player, but also maybe too hard-headed for someone like Paravision. And so there's these opportunities for these players to demonstrate a different skill set, because often the problem with old Nafny-led teams is that Nafny kind of had to be the instigator a lot. Now he has a lot of different options as to where to go.
Here we go then. It is the partial investment from Liquid. You can see they've saved around $2,000 per player, and they've got the saved AWP though, but Jorko is going to have to step up, yet to frag. We need to see some sort of initiative from him. Maybe a boost, maybe some sort of aggressive peak, but for now, holding defensively towards short. Flat default from 1W here, just waiting to see if there's any CT aggression presented. It's a B smoke going down, doesn't necessarily mean they have to use it. Nice sort of block from JT. Molotov will flush mouths out. Down he goes, I would say, and he didn't even run off. He kind of just went down with the ship there.
He wanted to fight him, but he just never got a duel. Well, still killless, of course. Only Naf and Elige that have struck that scoreboard. There will be some struggles ahead here for Liquid, and I'm really surprised to see them just keep on playing it slow inside of these bomb sites. I like that they're making a move like this now, at least.
And it wouldn't be a surprise if 1W really put the pressure on Liquid on Dust 2. If you just look at the maps that Liquid have played, of course, it dates back 3 months, sure, so maybe some of them aren't as relevant, but they haven't really got a relevant win at all. Elige will finally find Artfrost on the push through, though, and that will speed up 1W through short. Lovely shot from Belchinok, but here comes Elige. Elige doesn't give a damn. W King his way through. That might bait in Naf for more, but the headshot angle is dealt with easily by Belchinok. Clean work from him. And 1W right now are really in the ascendancy.
Yeah, still to get going. It's early in the morning here in Paris, but we need Liquid to wake up. Malbs getting flushed out. You're right, I think he was just looking for that one dig before he went down, but was given nothing there. Elige, an opportunity, I suppose, but didn't have the weaponry to really do much more than that. We have got a full buy, though. Single orb once again. Jorko 0-4, JT 0-4, Malbs MD. The Doctor 0-4. Frost for the long spawn. Smoke will remove his vision, and we're going into another default here, boys. Love that play with the HE as well.
Yeah, the HE positioning, making sure that it doesn't tag.
Yeah, it's really cool, huh?
Artfrost in any way either. Takes no damage to that, even though it pops right next to him. Very meticulous so far, this T side from 1W. You can really tell they've put the time and effort not just into this map, but also into how Liquid play it. And sure, there's not many reps for Liquid with their new lineup on the map either, not relevant ones anyway, only with their old lineup, of course, playing tournaments like Bounty, of course, the Major, and I Am Atlanta as well. And unfortunately, on D2, they kind of got blown out of the water in a lot of those games.
You can tell Liquid are trying to find solutions at the moment. They're trying to push extremes, get a timing, and even just taking a risk or two, that will benefit them massively. Big pick for Jorko. Yeah. Because, I mean, when they played on bomb sites, 1W are just too sharp at the moment.
So, first advantage Liquid have had the entire game. 5-0. But now, with the man advantage, it's going to be a B finish here, lads. Contact in towards B. Naf in a prime position. Elige there with the crossfire. There will be pressure coming from middle, courtesy of Nafany. Here we go.
There's the molly, though. That will force Naf into the open. No way you get anything from that. And now it's all going to be on Elige on the side. But Jorko gets a really nice one. Now Elige needs to hold up his end of the bargain. Does find 1-for-1. But again, it's Axel with a reliable trade. 2v3. This is very doable. 20 seconds to get the bomb planted. They'll get it down now. T-Smoke on the door to give themselves more room. A swap over to the Axile rifle, as Artfrost wants him to use the utility instead so he can post up with the AWP. And as we know, retaking B, never easy. Utility already being used, and that's all of it pretty much used now for Liquid. They've got that one kit on JT. Working your way through these doors is never easy. It's a good angle from Axel, jumping from Jorko to take the attention away, but Axel's reliable. He finds a bit more damage to allow Artfrost to pop off. And there's Artfrost doing it again. We saw him do this on D2 yesterday. He's back.
How do you break in B without flashes? It is actually impossible. There's so many angles to clear. You know you have crossfire setups, especially when the smoke is down for long enough that they can get into the tunnels and split the bomb site. It's so tough.
Oh man, technical pause as well. A moment to stew in the nightmare they found themselves in on Dust 2. Every maneuver, every call from 1W so far has been ideal. That Molotov to flush out Naf, his round's just over. So unfortunate, they never really got to enable that crossfire. It was still a 4-on-3 in Liquid's favor, but round stolen away once again. Momentum mounting at this point. Oh, changing the mouse again? He's doing it, look. I told you.
No way, man.
Crazy work, dude. That would just tilt me as his teammate. As like, bro, like, use one mouse. Like, no one's doing that.
I thought changing crosshairs was bad.
Yeah.
It's like a tennis player changing his racket that has only a very, very slight tension difference or whatever. It's like, is that really going to make a huge difference for you?
Or an F1 driver changing his tires.
Well, come on, man. At least you go faster after
you
a
just
tire
talked
change.
about different tensions.
Well, if you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last chance qualifier here at the Esports World Cup. First round here, 32 teams. We've got 1 day to get through all of them. Only 4 will remain at the end to get a chance to compete for $2 million at the main event starting next week. Liquid, one of the absolute favorites to make it, but if you lose one best of 3, which is not looking good for them so far, you are out. It would be absolutely heartbreaking to see a team not like Liquid and the kind of woeful last couple of years they've had. We felt like this iteration of the roster was the one that's going to make it, but so far it's looking quite bleak.
Yeah, they've all undergone, both of these teams have undergone roster changes. You know, there's excuses to be levied in that respect, and that, you know, maybe they haven't hit the ground running or they haven't necessarily got exactly what they wanted, but this is also the Vitality that beat Vitality, or this is rather the Liquid that beat Vitality, and we're just thinking, oh, well, maybe this is actually, they've cracked the source code, but struggling against Nafany, of course.
And it does deserve to be mentioned that Liquid, while they may have had that success online, right, and everyone's saying, oh, okay, they're back, we've got an opportunity to talk about here. Vitality and G2 got dispatched of. Both 2-0, of course, as well. There's loads of caveats to that. It's first event of the season, and then, of course, Liquid go and play a local tournament over at Stake Pulse, and they lost to BetClick in the final, 2-1.
Okay,
a big Fnatic there, but that's not exactly very impressive, is it?
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with that. Okay. BetClick, who are they?
They're actually at this tournament, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, Apogee.
Yeah, Apogee. Apogee, that is Friend, Prism, Exist, Klotsu, and Demho. Pretty much journeyman Polish players.
Yeah, we love Klotsu.
We love Klotsu. I met him at a tournament I worked in Malta last year, and he's a lovely dude. Well, we've got a bit of a tech pause going on. I just want to run you through the other games we've got, of course, because we didn't have a bracket graphic, unfortunately.
Yeah.
K27 versus Saw yet to begin. Sinner's Eyeballers locked at 2-2 early doors. Heroic versus Astral. Heroic absolutely should be winning that one, and they should be matching it up against Fnatic or Fluxo in the game after. That's one quarter of the bracket. Next quarter is VP versus Sashi. We've got Prestige versus BetClick. Echo versus Gen 1, one of our local French teams. We've got Kioz and Chucky on that team with some a good form there. Eternal Fire versus Big as well. Eternal Fire have taken a 2-1 lead early versus Big. That's quarter number 2.
That's a slapper game.
It is a great game. NRG Phantom, GG How Dendele. Dendele, of course, a new name for the Sharks roster. They're very dangerous, and I would say could be a dark horse to qualify. Inner Circle versus Iberian Soul. 3-1 start for Iberian Soul over there. 9 versus Hotu. Hotu up 4-0. Hotu also very dangerous and exciting to watch. We love a bit of Norbert. That's the middle portion of the bracket. And finally, where we're at right now, the section of death everyone's been talking about.
Here we go.
Focus versus Ascend yet to begin. 1W, 5-0 up on Liquid. BCG versus OG. OG have taken the pistol and the conversion over there, and then Infinite versus 100 Thieves. We could get Simple versus Device in the Big 26.
How massive would that be? Holy.
It would be very cool, but they could also just get knocked out.
They could both lose.
they could both lose. And even when they collide at the later portion of the bracket, we lose one guaranteed.
That is a shame.
Yeah. It's a shame, I agree.
But that's what happens.
Only
when
one.
when
should be ranked higher.
Yeah,
exactly. Only one of Liquid, BCG, OG, 100 Thieves can make it through.
Well, let's have a look at the replay. This is Jorko's efforts there with the AWP. His first couple of frags, it felt like enough, but that was the Molotov of death. Naf taken out of the equation. It was down to Elise. He needed more than one. Wild maneuver from Jorko was trying to avert the crosshairs so his teammates could retake the bomb site. Not going to happen, though. And we find ourselves at 6-0. MP9's a partial buy. See whether they can find any sort of fortune here. It's going to be a lower B play from JT. MP9 in hand. Up close and personal are the CTs right now.
Yeah, Elige. What do you see? Good work from the MP9 for him. In comes the flash. That's going to be perfect. But Nafany, what is that spin? Elige will be cursing himself. Maybe time for another mouse change.
Yeah, he's definitely reloading that thing.
Get a new keyboard as well. Headset, just change it all over. Surely that's round over. We'll take a miracle at this stage to recover the 5-on-3 deficit. We've got 2 pistols, a NAF fly, MP9 to work with as well. And you can see this is quite disciplined from 1W. They're not overextending, not wide swinging. Still going for all the protocols here, sticking together. Trade potential is high. The only fly in the ointment I can see is maybe Jorko could find a bit of a gap here behind Xbox.
And Henry, we spoke about this yesterday when we covered them against Basement Boys, right? We saw the protocols were there. There was just so much messiness. And it seems like they've already ironed out so much of that within 24 hours.
They were very fixable mistakes. It was just like over-peaking, not trading properly, spacing was bad at times. If they could just fix the small issues, the game plan overall was very good.
Indeed it was.
Game plan's still looking good, and players are looking sharp. It probably helps as well that Liquid don't seem to be firing on all cylinders.
No, they look a bit flat, huh?
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly trying things, but that's a great shot. Maybe that gets you back into the round slightly. Malbs has a couple other chances at it, but no one will give him a following duel bomb plant and no way to get back in. Axile, long range with the AK. And yeah, 1 kills, all Malbs gets. That's all Liquid get in this round. 7 straight for 1W. This is what's a little deflating, perhaps, about the Liquid story, is that we understand they can be a bit topsy-turvy. People have been saying it's the team that doesn't make sense. They make a lot of logical roster moves, and it just doesn't click. Then they get a surprise result, and everyone's like, this is what it's supposed to be, and then we get struck back down to reality. But to see the absence of just, the star-level capacity so far, it's harrowing, I think, for what's to come for the rest of this series.
Okay, a decent start, though, in terms of a bit of chip damage with the grenade. No one's gone down through the doors or anything. It's looking all right. Another gun round here available. Not over until it's over. They can still pull this half back and get 7-5. Do need to activate right now, though. Another fantastic 18 towards lower B. Lands in the face of Belchnok. Speaking of lower B, he'll be using a smoke in towards a B split, potentially. But back from B tunnels they come in towards T-spawn. That long retake looking possible again.
Well, remember how good their util was to take long.
Really cool.
And it's, I think, a similar setup, honestly.
Yeah,
Nafany will prime his smoke and then use these 2 flashes to pop through the long doors. Artfrost is there as well to set up the riflers, and Morbs could be in a bit of trouble. It's a different position this time, and he avoids those flashes. Only a 1-for-1, though.
That's okay considering the amount of damage they've done with the HE so far. It's certainly not comfortable at this stage. You can see Jorko's got a lot of pressure. Doesn't feel comfortable at all. He's having to manage 2 angles at this point. Smoked off, 45 seconds. Getting some backup from short now.
I mean, so much information off of that 1 contact play there from Albs, so they should be in good positions here on the side of Liquid. But there's still a lack of commitment here from 1W.
Oh,
They're crawling close, and Jorko's pulling nades. They're crossing into the bomb site, and he seems none the wiser. He's still challenging over towards the platform, so Nafany is right in his face before he knows it. Liquid had simply no idea, no projection as to where they go. The jump from
He got him.
He got him, but there is more than enough time. It's just on short that JT has to get this kill also on the jump, but it's too much to ask for. His bullets are not as magnetic as Elige.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's Naf in a 1v2.
Oh, it's so doable though for Naf. He's got a kit. He can give himself a little bit of time. He's got information on one, and logically, Artfrost has to be over toward long. How many clutches did he have a go at yesterday in that position? But Nafany is so sharp, so aware. Quad kill from him, and what did I say about him yesterday? He's 10-1 right now.
Dude, he did that yesterday as well. He's looking one of the sharpest fraggers in terms of in-game leaders in the game right now. At least at this tournament. It's unreal. Every map.
This is LAN. This is not online slop.
Didn't we have like a 3-point-something rating for Gizmy? Let us not forget.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I guess I didn't comment on that game. We commented a lot of Nafany
Hey man,
maps
that was against
yesterday.
level 10 Faceit players. This is against Liquid.
I look at the number, big number, good.
Okay,
That's
fair
fair.
enough.
Dude, Nafany is looking electrifying out there. 10-1, high pressure situation as well. Nailing the shots. You thought Elige did enough there with the jumping antics. Not quite though.
It's the calls and the kills right now for Nafany.
Yeah, unreal.
But if we're being honest, why has nobody thought about that? You know, the lack of projection, they have a long smoke down, they don't have clear information. Jorko shouldn't be playing the way that he is without a player in the site with him to back him up.
Yeah.
It's looking a bit cooked, you're right. I feel like this is one of those maps that is going to have to move on from. I don't know if we can recover at this stage. You're going down 9-0 at this point.
I feel like it's so fractured.
Yeah, I feel like we got to bounce back. It's like, doesn't matter what the scoreline is, it's their map pick. They turned up, it's Dust 2, Momentum, base map. Anubis, a very different kettle of fish.
It is indeed. And one of the crazy things about this map so far is that, sure, Liquid are underperforming, but every single 1W player is holding up their end of the bargain. Just look at the numbers on their side now. Remember, Artfrost got 1 kill on the cross, got one here in this round as well, as Morbs has a chance here. Hang on.
Nice
It's
shot.
Belchanok. That is a nice one, but they should be able to move from this position. Hang on.
Let's go.
It's Morbs with the Deagle. Okay, Nafany will trade, and Axol's there to help out. So that recovers the 3v2.
These guys just can't catch a break. A double kill from Malvison, that's surely enough to get around here, but nope. The lead snatched away once again, a 3 versus 2, and Jorko, unfortunately, with the MP9 going for a long-range play. Gets the M4 at least. They know exactly where he is. It's good information here for 1W. They've had a lot of success towards long. It's going to be Nafany helping himself to that space. Freebie? Dude, he is locked in. Absolutely locked in.
Orper, in-game leader, entry, doing a bit of everything. I know. What can't this man do?
This is a new Nafany. It really is. Trust me on that. I've seen enough of a evolved...
I've seen enough 1W winning the major.
I've seen enough evolved moves from Nafany over the last couple of months playing online that I know that if you can just transfer that with, of course, 2 new players. They were playing with Sugar and Xanta before when they're under the TDK banner. And sure, they don't have every player on 1W signed permanently. So Artfrost and Belchanok are on loan from their respective organizations. But look, it's looked like to me, it's improved them drastically. And as I said yesterday, if you look at 2 different tiers, Heroic for me made great changes. They should go up half a tier. I think 1W absolutely should go back up a tier from what I've seen from them here, and of course with the name value on the team.
Well, here we go. Another opportunity for Team Liquid. 9-0 doesn't feel or look good at all. See if they can scrape together at least a couple of rounds here in the first half. Thankfully, just the first map. And Jorko gets him a man advantage. Slowly but surely coming to life here. 3 and 8. Got to reposition.
This has to be it. If they want any chance at all at map 1, firstly, this round is a necessity. Secondly, it has to be a 9-3 half.
It has to be. You're right. Still plenty of time to work on this one, though. Lurk smoke in towards the B bomb site. Elige the back platform. We'll have backup from Naf as well. Can they hold on to this lead? 5 on 4. 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell as well they tried too many aggressive moves earlier on, so now they're playing very contained. But especially once they got that man advantage, they just know they want to play inside of bomb sites. Don't think we've seen a single multi-kill held in a bomb site yet for Liquid.
So, Belchanok confirming that short is clear. Looks likely to be a B finish, but we do have Nafany watching the extremities. In-game leaders will normally do this. Try and find out what's going on. Get some information so there's no input lag. He can make his call when to commit in towards B as soon as he gets enough intel.
Oh, he's worried about the Jorko push from long, and then Ansley,
That's
it
a
took
cue now.
long time to get rid of him, but you've got to move into B. With 20 seconds to go, Fame will manage to go down, and Elige will hold on. Here we go, Liquid. We're finding something finally. Belchnok would be a 1v5 from him, and he's not going to be able to pull that one off. Liquid, how about that? They've got a round.
Yeah, a multi-kill on a bomb site.
How
Who
about
would have
that?
thought? That leads to round wins. And one of the times where there's simply not enough time to be as meticulous there from 1W, they were that man down. They were hoping that there would be some overextension from Liquid, but by just knuckling down on the bomb sites, they had to come to them. So no problems. It's fine. There's a light at the end of this tunnel.
But big moments from Jorko as well. Like, he's the one really showing the most initiative right now. He knows he has to on the AWP to look at these opening picks and what is obviously an AWPer's map of D2, and he's trying to make it happen.
Yeah, it's been him or Elige predominantly, aside from that one round from Malbs. You know, Elige has also been trying to instigate action, but you know he likes to take matters into his own hands at times.
Nice swerve and Jorko in a lead. Some challenging shots there for the sniper especially. Looks like we're going to have a tech issue, or we've got a tactical pause. Tech issue, okay. Smiles all round though. Doesn't look too tilted on the Liquid side. Still early days here. Not their map pick.
He's stuck with the purple mouse.
Staying on the mouse.
Yeah, he's staying on
It
the
matches the
purple.
mouse pad.
It does.
So
that's clearly the primary.
yeah.
What's going on in the 100 Thieves game, Trav? Give me an update.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the beautiful
That's
bracket.
the one I really do care
I
about.
know. That's the beautiful bracket we've got right here. Let's have a look. BCG OG 3-3, 100 Thieves, Infinite 5-1 to 100 Thieves at the moment. So we are somewhat on track for that BCG 100 Thieves matchup. Plenty of other games going on, of course, as well. We've got a full bracket of round of 32. The biggest lead we've got right now is VP 9-0 up on Sashi. And Sashi have got some known names on that lineup. So I think we were talking about underdogs earlier that could maybe spoil the party, of like the likes of a Heroic, the likes of a Liquid, a Big, these sort of organizations. You're looking at your K27s. You're looking at maybe the VP Academy project with Mir, of course, as the in-game leader these days. 30 years old, going for a new arc in his career, trying to bring up some youngsters from that VP Academy project. Dendelay as well. I think their side of the bracket is pretty tasty, and they could be a favorite for me.
I can't lie. I don't know if we'll get to cover them, but rooting for Big.
Okay.
They disappointed pretty massively for Cologne, trying to get the home crowd involved and all sorts. Especially there's so much hype, there's so much energy. Blame F is back. This new guy Grix is
Hey
sick.
man, they came back from 0-12. What more can they do?
Well, hopefully make it to the main stage, actually. Make top 8 and everything would have been redeemed. But listen, I do hope that they are able to bounce forward just because I think the team is good.
Yeah.
I mean, the climb they've had to do and the pieces they've picked up, it all makes sense. And it's, I give a lot of credit to Blame F in that regard. But the only reason he's at the top of my mind as well is because they're just sat behind Liquid is why. So see Blame F's biceps.
The broad shoulders.
Yeah.
Is that what your eyes are gravitating towards, Michael?
Always.
Well, hopefully we'll be back underway momentarily. I did see some fist bumps, but it doesn't look like they are locked in just yet. This is the first round of the 32-team bracket. Reiterate one final time. You lose a best of 3, you are done. You need 3 wins today to be part of the 4 out of 32. They'll make it to the main event starting next week. One of the biggest Counter-Strike tournaments of the year, Esports World Cup, $2 million prize pool. And for some of these teams, right, if an underdog, one of the plucky teams here, make it to the main event, it's a life-changing tournament. In terms of VRS points and prize money, it's such a huge deal, right?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at an example of some of the teams that have just been grinding Tier 2 for a really long time, good side of the bracket for the likes of Inner Circle. You look at maybe a Hotu as well, who have made progress. You want to see Norbert do well. I don't think anyone doesn't want to see Norbert do well. And yeah, just so many teams, which it's not just a setup for them for the main event if they are able to qualify. It's that push toward the Singapore Major as well, considering this incredible open qualifier we've got here is 1 on LAN and 2 also has its own prize pool.
I think what's also interesting coming into this season is just we have so many players that seem to have taken the leap. The first season this year, I think most people were underwhelmed with the lack of roster moves. Now it's just like we're throwing a lot of things at the wall and hoping it sticks at the moment. I mean, for someone like JT, I mean, how long ago was it last that he was separated from TC? I understand TC went to PUA before him, but then he was brought on over. So I think of that as just a a small hiatus, but I am curious to see how much of the vision shifts with the dynamic now shifting over to Flashy, because Flashy clearly wants to structure the rounds a bit more than maybe I think that old TC system did.
Trav, would you like the LAN hall vibes to come back in the future? What have you made of the event so far?
I mean, this is like for me. If we had big qualifiers for big S-tier tournaments, we've seen that quite a lot with other organizers. But invariably, all the CQs are on online. If we can get a bit more of that on LAN, then I tell you what, it would add so much to the scene. It would make it more valuable for so many of these teams as well, considering the difference in VRS points from online to LAN games.
Yeah, that's a really good point actually, and the fact that this is an open qualifier, right? Anyone could sign up. We had the potential to have 128 teams.
Yeah.
So I think by next year, this is getting expanded, and we're going to try and aim for that. I think this is a really good proof of concept, and yeah, it's been super exciting. I thought it was going to be a nightmare, to be honest with you. I thought that in 2026, trying to do 64 teams in 3 days, I thought we didn't stand a chance, but we've absolutely smashed it.
They do things big.
Yeah, dude, this is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, the Expo is amazing as well. I had a chance to walk around it earlier on one of my little breaks, and there's so much going on. Yesterday, we had other esports running, which were incredibly loud. I will say, lots of drums. True, it is quite lots of fans.
Chilling here today. I didn't even think about that. There's no vuvuzelas.
We had like grand finals happening alongside us.
It was a wild day.
They're whipping out the drummers.
Well, it was Liquid that were tweeting about that, saying how distracting it was. They maybe need the energy back in the room. Right? They are getting absolutely wrecked out there.
They just got used to it, and now it's gone.
Okay, we're back.
And it's gone.
Let's get into it, boys. We are going to see round number 11 here. Trav did mention they need 9-3 to stand a chance, and I tend to agree. Money won't be an issue for 1W at all. Even if they lose this round, they have a nice full buy going forward. Nothing given away.
I was waiting for Art Frost to click there. I thought he was going to get a timing shot off, considering he saw a bit of a tracer.
Yeah, I think mainly he doesn't shoot just in case it's a bait so that the HE blows open the smoke. At the time. It's one of those.
Yeah.
He's thinking a layer ahead, or just not opening himself up to that chance.
Axel always has been the sort of long anchor, the long defaulter on the T side for this 1W roster, even when it was TDK and he had different players around him. It's his comfort position, and he's doing a good job with that so far today. Some damage there on Mulbs. That will put Jorko into position, and now they know he gave it a go. Similar setup to how Liquid won their first round in this map. They got Jorko in a position to get that pick through long doors. Then when Nafny went searching before, he got taken out. And here we go. Mulbs on the corner. He's got multiple players coming his way. How many can Mulbs really get with low HP? Maybe if you hit headshots, it doesn't matter. This is what Mulbs needs. Free AK swap as well. Fresh magazine to deal with. And Mulbs, with a bit of help from Jorko, will hold on with ease.
Just simply too smooth. This time, no molly, no problem.
Yeah, true. Given an opportunity, he would deliver the goods. The doctor is in the house.
We've seen how good those flashes can be as well for 1W, but it clearly doesn't cover as much as they hoped it would. You know, it doesn't catch this player at the back of the doors, the off angle that Malbs had above pit.
Okay, that's the first messy round, I'd say, for 1W, though. When they were just trying to take long there, they had 30 seconds on the clock, so the default was way too slow. Needed more space across the map. They were hoping that long retake would be fruitful once again. This time, though, Malbs mowing them down with style as well. Really crisp. Triple kill. Backed up by the Orpa Jorko as well. Bought enough time for his teammates to back him up. Final round, 9-3, could be a thing.
That's the problem with well-rehearsed strategies, is you feel like you might have to do them. You know, this is the same long take we've seen from 1W now for, what, the 4th time? And Malbs is adapting. He's trying to find spots where he's not as vulnerable as he was in rounds gone by.
Final round, the first half. This is a map picked by 1W. Should be fine, the smoke missed. No, it's not. It's actually a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, that is really awful. And Nafny gets spotted, but Jorko doesn't react. A little too wide.
They do know about that, and the nade will break that to try and catch him, but Nafny might not know he's been seen. So the question is, if he decides to make a play sort of alone in that position, whether he gets caught out or not. Ali's trying to fight Belchanok, the spam through the door. Death by paper cuts down to 59. Pre-molly into the corner on B as well. Again, showing presence across the map, 1W.
And they like spreading out on the attack, really, just to try and be a little confusing, but I don't think Liquid have really overbought into any idea just yet. Jorko, good line, but he unzooms just as they're about to go, just as he gets contact. It's quick scopes up close. Belchanok and Axel trade out, though, and so this B-bomb site is fully compromised. Nafny catches the flash, but he'll also catch a kill. And it is a mad advantage held here for 1W, but health isn't the greatest for this post plant.
It doesn't seem like it's possible, does it? JT yet to get off the mark. Could he really have a 0-kill half here? Come on, JT, give us something. Give your team something. A little bit of a push through. A boost could work, but it has to be a jump shot to get the kill. Look at Axel, a little angle close to the window will do extra damage. There's just no way in. Porte's trying to make something happen, but Axel will get the kill, and there you go. JT will go down. A killless off for JT, and 1W have double digits.
Oh, wasn't the prettiest final round there from Liquid. Not the prettiest map either, but not the end of the world. I suppose 10-2 is recoverable, but still, they just looked a bit out of their depth. The good news is some of the star players starting to wake up. Malb's looking sharp. Need a lot more of that. Jorko as well, hitting some shots, but we need JT. We need Naf. Alige, pretty standard performance from him, but yeah, they're going to have standard chance here, of course. They need the pistol and build their own momentum here. Even if they can't win the map at this point, chaps, just getting 6 rounds on the board, just to kind of shake off the frustration, get warmed up into the next map, I think has to happen here.
I think what's really cool for 1W is they would have been just absolutely delighted how well their plans worked the entire half, right? I mean, I think everything they put into practice, but for that one round where they went long too late, it seemed like everything worked for them. All the players delivered when necessary as well. And now going into this pistol, it's an absolute must for Liquid. You've got utility on JT, smoke, flash, flash. Naf has got, I think is that a decoy? I think it might be a decoy.
Yeah, it is a decoy. An old classic.
I know, because I got baited by that earlier.
Did you?
All right, look at Belchanok. He's making moves. Might catch JT in the back, but it's going to be Axel and CT and Nafny on the site to face first. And just tapping through the smoke from Artfrost is enough to find Naf with ease. There's so many players here for 1W. Liquid just can't break their way in right now. Look at the damage they're taking. In comes Alige. There's Jorko as well. One more player on the ramp to remove in Fane. Is he ready? In comes Belchanok on that flank. They're not looking at him. 2 for Belchanok. And look at that. Just stuck on the side. It's so free for Belchanok. It's all down to Mobs, and it could have been the clutch, but it's a quad kill from Belchanok, and the pistol is 1W's.
All right, get us out of Dust 2, I guess. Get us out.
Oh, no plants either. That was so sick from Belchanok as well. That mid-range with Julius, those are difficult shots, and he absolutely destroyed them.
But you could see it starting to happen just because Liquid just gets so stuck in the mud behind the smoke. They don't make much progress. I actually thought they fought their way out of it when they got these 2 kills, and then the inevitable flank happened. So, you know, they were given a small glimpse of hope, only for that to be stripped away by Belchanok.
Yeah, that baby squirrel's a bit of a gunslinger, it seems. Will be a tactical timeout from the victors of the previous round 1W. Don't normally see that, but maybe just wanted to lock in, make sure they don't do anything too silly here. They are buying the AWP in the second round, which normally means you've automatically lost the round. Anyone who buys an AWP round 2, you are going to lose. I've never really seen it work out.
Yeah, Belchanok getting 4 kills means there's enough money to drop it over.
I think that's why they're taking the pause. Like, lads, we are doing the forbidden play. Yeah, AWP second round is just not what you do.
Also, we may not need it. Like, I understand if you're trailing massively first gun round, let's with the AWP as fast as possible, but yeah, there's no real stress to do that. They haven't really needed much out of the Artfrost AWP. Also, I don't know if did JT get a kill in the pistol round? Did I miss a JT pistol?
He might have done it.
I'm not sure.
Poor old JT.
There can only be so many in-game leader frags given in a server. It's just never typically that it's all on one of the in-game leaders.
Yeah, Nafany's taken all of them, it feels like.
That's just what the CS gods demand, is that there's only a certain allotment to support and in-game leaders.
One thing you will be able to rely on is JT has always been a chill character. Yeah, it won't get to him. He'll be focusing on his job in the team.
Oh, I think people underappreciate actually just how good JT has been throughout his career as being like a clutch big game player. There are so many times we've looked at rosters of his where star players have gone missing or the support is messing up util, and he's just like winning clutches, hitting multi-kills. I will say a lot of that narrative I'm building is centered around Overpass. That was always his bread and butter.
I mean, funnily enough, that's also where TDK, before they became 1W, did a lot of their best work. I mean, Axel was one of the best players, well, was the best rifler in the world in 2022 in the HLTV rankings, of course, when he was behind, Simple, Zyro, and Shiro. And Overpass was his haunting ground alongside Vertigo, of course. 2 maps not in the pool anymore. And of course, that's one of the main things that I saw with TDK. He was an expert at B-short control Axel. He was brilliant at it. It put so many great games in on Overpass in the online. circuit, and of course that's now removed, and they're not really a cash team. R1W, so we might have to see how that goes if we get to a third map decider.
That's the only thing about this current map pool is I think it's much more difficult to create angles for tier 2 teams to find an edge, because a lot of times when new tactical maps, you know, a train or an overpass or I guess maybe say we remove nuke or added vertigo or something. You know, when those maps come into the pool, the tier 2 teams are always the first ones to innovate, find a meta that works,
and then
it just gets yoinked by tier 1. But they need the tier 2 team to show proof of concept that it does work against tier 1.
Exactly. Here we go. 11-2 for 1W, and they've got that up still on Artfrost. The buy for Liquid is utility, but only Tech 9s and 1 Galil.
The cursed AWP in the second round. Let's see whether they can pull it off and find map points here. And of course, it is the force from Liquid. Tech 9s, 1 Galil, didn't get the bomb planted somehow. And we're going for a B pop by the looks of things here. In terms of utility, plenty of it. Can smoke the doors, can do a lurk smoke as well. B bomb side is actually kind of open right now as well. Ali setting up the flashes, Jorko with the smokes, and in we go.
Fame on the line. Oh, big damage from Belchanok, and they haven't really got site control itself, and breaking your way back in now is not going to be easy, so Liquid will be very happy with this. The fact they're going to get a plant at the very least, and a 5v5 after plant. Maybe not something you'll see too often on a round like this, and honestly, in situations like this...
You save.
1W you have to save. We've got a bit of a unicorn round here. It's a 5v5 save coming in. That's the B-bomb side of D2 for you.
This only goes back to what you were saying, Henry. Like, you've got the second round up.
Yeah.
You could have had flashes and an SMG or something, and they just look at what their position, just think we don't have the util, and we don't want to give them a free AWP.
Yeah, I guess it's not the end of the world. You're going to have much more util in the next round. Liquid, though, a sigh of relief. JT still yet the frag. That's a shame. But, yeah, unicorn round means that no one died. It's very rare in CS. But Liquid, nice call in towards the B sites. Locked them out. Smoked off. And, yeah, you've got more than enough rounds to justify saving here instead of throwing away that aforementioned AWP. Needed that.
You'll still feel a little silly, but
yeah,
there's worse positions to be in. And to be honest, if you're Liquid, you're just thinking, well, kind of hoped we would get our hands on a couple of rifles, boost our economy as well, because winning those types of rounds, that's usually why it's such a compounding interest type of round, is that you just reset your opponent so hard, and you get all these free weapons.
Faster move for Liquid out long. Didn't really see... Oh, Nafany, that's a bit unfortunate for him. Just swings the angle, and Naf versus Nafany duel. We might have an Annie, and there's no life left for Nafany.
And we haven't really had much of that head-to-head because just the kill counters, really. So
Liquid in the driving seat here, 5 and 4. A chance to garner some momentum. Get warmed up at the second map. It's very unlikely they bring this back in their favor. Not impossible by any stretch of the imagination, but very, very unlikely. Right now, they're looking pretty good. 1 minute on the clock. Waiting for smokes to expire towards short. Presumably going for some control there.
I really want to see if JT actually explores this as open real estate over towards long, because there hasn't been any re-aggression from 1W. We can see that they're actually bunkering.
The round's over already.
Yeah, they're bunkering on one side of the map.
Yeah.
And if JT didn't clear things out this way, they might have been sent to maybe try out a mid to B or something of that sort, but yeah, they just commit and there's nobody home.
It's kind of crazy. Because of all the saves, 1W just have these very low death counts right now. I mean, Artfrost is going 6 and 6. It has to be said. I think all 6 of his kills have been relatively impactful. They've either been cross kills or clutch kills on B, if you remember, and that one on A as well. But he just hasn't had to do much. Every time he's had to be called into action, he's delivered.
Well, so far so good. JT might not have fragged, but he's called 2 blinders in terms of walking into vacant bomb sites.
Maybe that's become a mini game here for 1W. Like, listen, we're out of position. We don't want to give JT a kill.
Well, so far so good in that department. 0-10 for him. They are starting to get the double digits in a few, though. Elige up to 10 and 13. Malps 10 and 10. Jorko, quite a quiet game. He was like 0-6 to kick things off, but he is slowly but surely getting into it. 7 kills for him. It will be another round of the board for Liquid. 11-4 overall. Their opponent's map pick. Anubis up next. Cash if required. Starting to look better, though.
It's those few important openers for Jorko that really gives people a lot of hope, because I think the same thing when they brought in ultimate to the team, is that he was a very swing-heavy AWPer, and then as they played tougher and tougher teams, maybe the swings were more of a detriment than a positive. And he just ended up not playing a style of game that
is getting the worst of both worlds, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the problem.
They reined him in, and he couldn't find his form.
JT's on the board, boys.
There we go.
And it's an entry at that.
Let's go. Beltranol goes down. It's getting a little bit awkward now for the CTs. That second round AWP still in play. Yet to really get going, but Axel is. Nice spray down with the famous towards lower B. Can he find another? Gets the dink on JT. Trying to get the hell out of there. How is he alive?
Bro's just badgered at his way out of shot. That's crazy. Burrowing his way back to the bomb site. 1 kill and a dink. 14 now for Axel, and Fame's in a great position with the MP9. If Jorko goes first in here without any utility, it's going to be very awkward. Flash doesn't really connect. He does find Fame, but Artfrost is in position. It's a lovely second kill. I do ask the same question. There's no smoke up for the doors, and it allows Artfrost to pop off. Again, important frags from him.
Okay, well, a minute to work with here. JT 5 points of health. Naf, very quiet game by his standards. Needs to step up here, deliver the goods. 3 on 2 as 1W look for map point here. Artfrost, 2 great shots, but almost gifted them. He's got vision of the bomb, but Naf has gone down. Bear in mind, 1 HP for JT here, and the 1v1 won't work out for him. Decent effort there, but it will be map point for 1W.
I thought he was going to have a 4K as his first killing round.
That would have been sick.
It did seem like he was turning the ship around, but this is a bad position for Liquid. I mean, they've been in a bad position the whole map, in fact.
Well, the money's going to be there at least.
Yeah.
They had 2 of those rounds where pretty much everyone survived, so the cash will be there. He thought this kill on the boosted player would be enough, but this didn't have the util to cover the double doors. Absolute freebies for Artfrost. He said he hasn't had to do much, but when he has been called upon, he is delivering the goods each and every time.
Mitchell missed the opening shot this time. We've seen a no-scope, quick scope through the door that has hit shots before. Shout out Monazy.
They get short access very quick in this round.
And what's kind of funny about that is if you remember just how 1W played their T side, it was very meticulous, relatively slow more often than not. And Liquid have tried these sort of faster takes of map control way quicker than 1W I think really ever did.
Yeah, they kind of had to though. I mean, you look at the resources they come into this round with. They use the spawn smoke to get into this position, but they don't exactly have the ability to throw in fakes because they don't have as many nades as they'd like.
Yeah.
The fast control is a good way to mitigate that problem. They were just hoping to trade out, but they have yet to really meet much contact from anyone on the 1W defense. And it's looking like it should be a B-sided split, and there's only Fame that locks down this bomb site.
Oh, he's moving through on a crazy timing on the other side of the smoke, but Jorko clears it well. And once again, it's a situation where there's only one player on that side of the map for 1W, so Liquid will stay alive on Dust 2 for one more round.
It's fascinating to think that, you know, Nafany, when he was calling on T-side, he was calling really well, but it was like so confrontation-based. JT has found so many open bomb sites by comparison.
Yeah.
It's still good calling, but it's just a different way of winning.
Yeah, suggests he's making the right call each and every time. If only they sat on the T side, it could have been a very different-looking game. But now, though, saving once more, absolutely fine for 1W. Keep the guns in hand, give it another go. They have got themselves an AK-47 for Nafany as well. 14 and 6 for him. Axel, same story. It's only Fame that goes down. Didn't do any damage there to be bomb side. Tried to make that maneuver through the smoke. Needed 2 kills for them to even justify going for the retake. Didn't happen. All 5 players survive for Liquid. And now 7 in a row required to take us to overtime.
Part of the reason as well 1W is just never on the right side of the map is simply that they're leaving it to isolated players. They understand they've got really good anchor pieces, and so taking that gamble, taking that risk can feel very worthwhile. There should come a point in this game, though, where they do just play, you know, a 3-2 split instead of a 1-4, just so that they don't keep getting outmaneuvered by JT's calling.
Here we go. Can Liquid stay alive for one more round? Buy is good for both. No real pitfalls other than the lack of a Jorko AWP, maybe. Look at Jorko, though. He's a good rifler as well. I've seen him do some incredible work with both. And again, very quick attempt from Liquid. Here we go. Belchonok will take him down. Artfrost finds Naf with ease. And immediately a 5v3. Elige needs to make a move, needs to make some sort of play. Need to break that mid-site smoke, but there's no one on 1W that will show themselves, and they know how to play the situation. They won't be over-swinging without any utility. Elite has got himself up close, and they know where these players are, but Belchanok will just have Axel with him to pick off his contact. We saw this yesterday with Fame and Nafany, and that is the trade potential that's working for Belchanok. Lovely jiggle, lovely headshot. This one is done. JT, all alone, had a rough game, and unfortunately, it will end that way for Liquid.
I mean, we said they had to get a few rounds in the second half, just get warmed up, and I think they achieved that at the very least. Some good calls, some good plays, and Matt Alberts towards the end looking decent as well. It's unfortunate it goes down like that, but there is their opponent's map pick, Yubi. I think they can recover this.
Yeah, just the fact they were able to shake off some of the lack of kills, the jitters, is a positive, I guess, for the way we'll come out of this map for Liquid, because they got brutalized. And I think the important thing for 1W is that all the fraggers seem to be popping off. We had Nafany on an extreme amount of kills as well, which could only bode well for that side of the table. But we are expecting a closer affair. This Liquid has high expectations. 1W are, I mean, this is the baseline of their expectations. Falling to a Liquid wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for them. I can't say the other. It could be said the other way, I guess, for Liquid.
You think we can go to 3 maps, Stroud?
I think we can, and I would love to see Cash in particular. I just want to give extra praise just how well versed that T side was for the 1WD2.
Absolutely.
I mean, every single player, I know Liquid started poorly, you have to look at both sides of the coin there, but every single player held up their end of the bargain, did their job. I said Art Frost only was 6-6 at one point. Every single one of his 6 kills was an impactful kill in that T side. Remember the B clutch that he had, and that A plat kill as well, which won a round 2. So
also, no real blunders from 1W today. Yesterday, there was lots of mistakes, lots of thrown away rounds. It was a very tight game.
And Nafany was sick again.
He was looking so good. Why is Nafany back in the big 2026? What's happening?
Listen, I do think he has been maligned in his previous outings in his career. I mean, he does bear some responsibility. As the caller, you're often the lightning rod. But, there are a lot of times in his different teams where they didn't use the best utility. They didn't necessarily play the best meta. They're so default heavy that they never really did execute properly either. It was very odd to watch them play, but they had really world-class players. Shiro, Nafany, not Nafany, rather Axile at the time. But I think just by having a few other pieces that are willing to get in the thick of it, because that team used to play so slow, he actually enjoys having these pieces that want to get in the action. They want to find multi-kills. Belchanok, Fame, Axile, you put that pack together, it's lethal. And Nafany can often be the bait. He just happened to get all the kills first.
I'm here for it. He's looking electrifying. Trav, I have a bit of a troll question for you.
Go on.
Do you think it's a different game if in that pistol round, Jorko hits the backstab headshot?
No.
You don't think it's a different game?
I don't think that changes anything.
Really?
I really think 1W just had everything meticulously set out.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure just how it started, it would have been look, the only mistake they made, really, in that first half was this round here.
They made long
with
30
Molds
seconds.
getting that triple kill with Jorko helping out. So, yeah, every single thing they put into place worked. Even the lurks of Nafany, his individual level helping out massively, of course. And, yeah, I mean, look, I am a little bit concerned about Anubis, don't get me wrong. I mean, they've only played it twice since they've added Fame and Belchanok to this 1W team. It was 2 online teams. These are probably teams that a lot of you guys won't know. Inox Division and X-Ruby in an online tournament. Honestly, I covered one of those. It was a bit rough around the edges. So Liquid, definitely, they do play Anubis more and better. I'm seeing Cash in the horizon.
I think the positive as well for Liquid is just simply there was only really one round where I thought they were making a massive mistake, and that's why they just didn't consider that they could have crossed long. Every other chance, it was simply they got outdueled, the flashes were perfect. 1W played better than Liquid. There's no argument about that, but I don't think there were massive mistakes that Liquid have to dwell on coming away from this game. They just need to hit better shots.
If this was a previous iteration of Team Liquid, I'd be worried about the future of this best of 3. I feel like there were JT at the helm, super calm guy. I feel like he's not going to be tilted. We're not seeing Elise like freaking out. Everyone looks pretty calm.
We seemed sadder about the situation than they were.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's absolutely fine. I think Dust 2, that's just the nature of the beast sometimes. Like it's a momentum-based map based on spawns. Whoever's hitting their shots is what it comes down to. First game of the day, Anubis, a very different map and much more tactical, Trav.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I've seen previous iterations of this 1W team when they were called TDK look good on the map. But the thing is there's just not reps with Fame, with Belchanok. How are they going to integrate them in? They've only played a couple of online games. We don't know what roles they're necessarily going to play yet. And I've seen Fame in previous teams, VP in particular. I didn't like how he played under VP on Anubis. So should be a question mark to figure out.
Well, we will figure it out after this break. Map number 2 between 1W and Liquid will be coming back in about 10 minutes. We'll see you there.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Final day at the last chance qualifier here at the Esports World Cup. 32 teams, only 4 can make it through to the main event. Right now, we're in the thick of it. 1W taking on Liquid. We move on to Anubis. This is the pick of Team Liquid, Travis. Could you tell me why they picked it? Is it a good map for them?
It's the one they've used to great effect already in this season, right? They played it at Bounty, they beat Vitality and beat G2 on the map. But it's not like it's completely infallible. The most recent LAN they played, they got to the grand final, but they lost to Betclic Apogee in that grand final, 13-10 on Anubis. So look, you've had great results against the best in the world online, maybe not so great on LAN. So there's always a chance that 1W, even though it's not their favorite, could spring a surprise and make it a 2-0.
Now, we talk about Anubis being a very tactical map, Yumi, but I will say this iteration of it, with the change of the window position, it does open up the prospect of CT aggression, which 1W will be presenting.
There's a lot more options, basically, as a CT, just to be disruptive, and especially because it became very meta for the Stare Smoke, that's only been reinforced heavily more because of the windows.
Absolutely.
So it is very hectic, and I think when we look at top-level teams, they don't like those types of engagements very frequently. Vitality, I mean, infamously out of that last season, basically didn't even play the map. Not many teams tested them on it, and when they did, they did get banged out. Vitality played quite well, but it was their most vulnerable map. So, coming into this season where Liquid had that edge over them at the start on online play, maybe wasn't the biggest surprise result, aside from the fact that it was Liquid.
Yeah, sure.
If they were going to lose a map, it was going to be a map like Anubis. But I do think that there are still tactics that some teams just don't explore. The fact that we have a very big push-pull dynamic, I don't think a lot of teams give enough responsibility to their B-lurker to actually be disruptive or sell a fake properly, just because Con is just typically the position.
The whole game plan for 1W seems to be Nafany on the extremities, selling a fake while 4 players are on the other side of the map. So if that comes to fruition, I think that could be a very important path to follow. But it is going to be exciting. I will say Team Liquid as a team didn't really show up. You can't really point to any of the individuals that had a good showing on the map whatsoever on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's a very hard sell here.
Like who did step up? Like Elise had some moments. Jorka got a couple of picks, but overall, no one's looking tremendously well in terms of form.
Yeah, I'd say Jorko's the only one that I'm really keeping my eye out on for this, because pressure is high now. The expectations are starting to rise for Liquid coming into this season. They can afford no excuses. They cannot afford to lose.
Okay, well, I love that. Bear in mind, if Liquid lose this map, they are out of Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. One of the absolute favorites to make it to the main event. Oh, look at this. Okay, that's like an anti-strat already. What is going on there?
Still got a kill.
Didn't put Elise off, though. Still manages to peek into one canal and find Belchnok, and in goes Naf for one. Sees the second player jump away as well. These duelies are going to be so dangerous with Elise helping out. Here we go for Elise. This is what we want to see. Straight off the rip. Big 3K. And Nafany, look, the plant here would be really nice.
He should be able to get it as well. I mean, not exposed to main, so extra money at the very least.
And forced by next round, I'm guessing.
Or just win the round.
Don't win it, though.
Or just win the round. Oh.
Let them have a good start, please. All right, that was sick from Elise. Really interesting grenades. I've not seen that before. On a pistol, I should have seen those grenades before, but on a pistol round, double HE towards Dark, that's wild.
It's usually when it's a very aggressive con rifler or an AWPer that maybe has a spawn, so see it.
Well,
To see them go for that in pistol is crazy.
It seems like 1W have done their prep on the map, I will say that much.
Maybe they're hoping it would discourage Elige from continuing to peak because he was on that half HP, right?
Yeah.
Instant headshot. But nope, he was undeterred. In fact, he was emboldened, perhaps.
Dude, he absolutely smashed it. That is the best sequence from Elige in the best of 3 so far. Hopefully lights a fire between the rest of his teammates, and we'll see whether they can keep it going. As we mentioned, the bomb going down courtesy of Nafany has enabled a force buy here in the second round. We're sending 4 players over towards this B bomb site. Naf, though, doesn't want to give anything away. Peeks out, gets some information. They're outside the B bomb site. Does that dissuade them? Time will tell.
Need to break the smoke. Axel's somewhat in the open, and that'll be an easy catch. Helped out by JT as well. JT off the board, on the board early in map 2, unlike map 1, thankfully for him. And that will cause issues for 1W where they want to reroute. They've still got the famed Galil, sure, and the util is okay. It's not like they lost a load on Axile, but their real last chance, Saloon and Call, is a push through middle and just try and get contact onto Elige. But this angle for Elige is perfect. Again, it's a double kill from him. But then wallbang damage as well from Naf possibility. Morbs is there to help. Team kill in the mix for Art Frost. Technically, that's Morbs is doing. And Art Frost is all alone, and Yorko just jumps at him. 2-0 start for Liquid.
That could have been really bad, actually.
Yeah.
Jorko took like a lot of damage, and they lined up for Art Frost there. So there was a real possibility, but liking what we're seeing out of Elige very early on.
This is more like it.
Were there any doubters? Probably many, actually.
There were a few, for sure. We were saying they could bounce back, no problem. This is exactly what they needed. Elige finding a great start, 5-1, and they're looking very active on the CT side as well. As soon as they had the information, the T's were right back there and spawn at the steps. They go and actively search towards the dark room, get the opening kill, and the map was just fully in control there from Liquid. Gonna have to be the eco now. 1W do not have Kevlar. They did have a smoke. It's been expended towards dark. They'll try and go for a B split here. Should be easy pickings for the likes of JT and Elige. Nap will have to pick up the pieces though.
And he does. There'll be no problem here. I guess one of the main talking points as well for this Liquid iteration is that we remember how damn good Elige was with JT on complexity. RIP. We miss them. And that is what we've seen some of in these opening games with this lineup. And look, I think Anubis is a great map for him to show in the roles he plays. More of that form.
We've seen so many great years from Elige, but more recently, people are citing this as JT is the Elige Whisperer.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's whispering at the start of this map.
Well, historically, at least the last few years, like Elige just looks like he's constantly tilting, and like now with JT here, like the vibes are actually pretty good. He doesn't look like he's freaking out.
It always starts that way, though.
That's fair. Let's see how the game develops as we have got this fantastic, bear in mind, very T-sided map. 3-0 on the CT side is worth its weight in gold. Let's have a look. We've got the Art Frost AWP. Aggressive once again. We said they were active. Going to be pushing A main this time, Trav.
Yeah, Morbs and JT. It's a good setup, but the flash comes through perfectly. It's going to be difficult to flick back, but the anti being played helps out Morbs flick away and flick back to the head of Belchanok. Again, just different setups that they're giving 1W a look at. It's catching them off. That's a really good kill from Axel. He will often be that Canal E-box pusher on the T side. And Elige has a fun duel for him all game. And then they try and push through into Canal from the A main position. That makes it a lot more comfortable for Art Frost. Nice pick for him. Mini Jorko. Jorko will find Nafany. A chance for a second as well, but he overflicks ever so slightly. And Axel gets his one. Jumps into Naf, however, back into a 2v2.
They don't know where JT was. He's not one of the players that had contact earlier on. It's Naf that made that rotate away from the A-bomb site. And so with Con now being recovered by JT, they rely on him to keep tabs on this B-bomb site because there's so much time on the clock. 1W could have backed themselves away, but that smoke will be a statement of intention.
Fame trying to push to help out Art Frost. Art Frost needs to be wary of that E-box position, and that's a great catch from Fame. They need to make sure they get that bomb across safely now with 30 seconds on the clock. Naf is not facing it. But maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the plan to go unchecked in this position. But now, with the bomb planted, Art Frost will have his gun drawn and be able to fall back to a safer angle. Naf doesn't have a kit. He only has a flash. And this should be 1W getting on the board here. And something crazy happens. How does he even isolate either one of these two fights? I think he realizes he can't, and he'll keep his M4.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there for Naf because he just gets spotted from deep CT throwing the flash. And I think it gave that extra heads up to Fame that something was coming. You know, Art Frost or somebody that was dead called that. I mean, Fame was also just deadlocked onto Connector.
Well, Naf will hear them exiting the bomb site itself. Can he find an exit or two? Fame is right beneath him, but seems aware of this potential little probe, and indeed he will be. Nice shot from Fame. All 5 members of Liquid go down.
There was knife out there, I think.
No, Fame was getting rid of the incendiary when he swung.
Okay.
He's like, I want the Molotov next round. Get this piece of garbage out of my hand.
So, let's have a look. It was that A main push. It was looking so good. Opening kill, but then Axel, Frost activated. Back and forth we went, leaving Naf in that 2 versus 1, but unable to convert it. Didn't really get a look in. Well handled from 1W. They'll get their first round on the board, 3-1, but the money's okay for Liquid. Not ideal, JT down to a Desert Eagle, but he's very handy with it, historically. Naf on the MP9. Jorko on the AWP, but he is glass cannon, just to note that.
He's again looking for these moves in middle, changing up his position, changing up his angles. Axel trained on that window. Bomb not carried through for 1W early round, just leaving it in the default position. And gun barrel scene. Oh, Liege, that's so awkward for him. And unfortunately, the over jiggle just exposes him to Axel. I mentioned that Axel and Liege in different positions around middle and canal will have plenty of fights over this first half. Keep an eye out for that.
I am never going to play that angle. just looking at how exposed he was. Yeah, it's a really tough fight for Elise, because when he's been given clear duels, he's been able to get more than one.
Starting to simmer down. Liege dropped 5-on-4, less than a minute on the clock here. Bomb towards the A side of the map, but they're just waiting for CT reactions right now. See if anyone hunts for information.
You go.
Yeah, Axel seems like he's trying to convince him.
To me, to you.
It's like, you sure you don't want to go up? Okay, I'll just do something else, I suppose.
35 seconds. They have wasted quite a lot of time off the clock with those sort of decisions, and you never know. JT's going to try and clear it out. 30 seconds left. Belchanok in that corner looking up. Axel cleared beautifully by JT.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It takes a long time for Belchanok to kill him, actually. But thankfully, Frost will find Naf. And even though, as you say, 20 seconds on the clock, it's still a 4v2. You'd expect them to be fine. But guess who's on the bomb side?
I mean, both
is here, and Jorko's holding from CT as well. This is really awkward. 12 now on the clock to make their way through.
No.
And Morb's going to hold on with ease. No chance. And 1W overthink it.
That's what you get. That is simply what you get.
They overcooked, huh?
You have a man advantage. I mean, it's 2-man advantage. You're still frozen in place from canals. There's no confidence to just progress into B.
Okay, these are the sort of rounds in the first outing for 1W we saw, like rotting the clock too much, scrambling into bomb sites. We didn't really see much of that in Dust 2. There's one round that came to mind called its long doors, where they try to get out in 30 seconds, but this was too chaotic. Like, it could have been fine, but you're leaving so much down to chance. You've got 10 seconds and you're going through B main. This shouldn't be happening at any level.
What's crazy is that by pausing in canals like that, they actually got exactly what they wanted. They were waiting for those liquid pushes for information, but they just didn't do anything with it in time.
So 4-1, this is massive from Liquid. As I mentioned before, very T-sided map. And now you're looking down the barrel of a 5-1 lead here. Looking to take us to cash our Liquid. It's very convincing so far. Very important round as well, boys. If Liquid win this, which is looking likely in terms of the buys, there'll be another eco for 1W, and this could be a landslide performance from Liquid. Bouncing back nicely after the nightmare that was Dust 2. Belchanok, their long-range spray with the AK-47 will find Naf.
Yeah, that's a really important one as well, just to give them a handle in the round early. Elige is checked by Nafany properly, but now it's only all on Jorko. Jiggle is attempted, but Axel will go down. He's looking to fight for more, and that's a bit of an overstep from Jorko. He didn't need to fight that one, but I guess what it does do is bait in Mr. Molbs. He's at it again. Big double kill. Artfrost all alone, getting naded to smithereens right now. And Molbs will get another big multi. 3 for him, 8 on the board. And Liquid on CT Anubis are already up 5-1.
Now we're getting heroes this time. Now Liquid have their heroes. Elige looked good to start. Mouths with these multi-kills. This is the star power that this Liquid is supposed to have. The first map was more the anomaly than the rule.
Well, it's certainly exciting. Mouths firing on all cylinders here. Every swing just seems so well calculated. Converts upon the opportunity. Another double spray for him. And a partial bite for 1W. We said if they pick up that previous round, the floodgates really could open for Liquid. Great first half already. See if they can keep going. It's going to be Artfrost in the AK-47. Not known to be a rifler. See whether he can deliver the goods, though. Belchanok will have to make do with Glock, no armor, so he's going to have to be this the human flashbang thrown in there. Jorko to open things up. That smoke gets popped, and he will take down in-game leader Nafany.
Yeah, they're not missing details. Blew the smoke at the same time they did a flash. And Elige wants even more than that, gets his hands on an AK, and Jorko's still behind him to back him up. So there he is, no problems here for Liquid. That AK will get dropped, but that's the only casualty in the round. Will be salvaged by Malbs. There is a lot of weaponry here for Liquid. They get the pick of the litter.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Some updates on the bracket section of death.
Here we go.
Of course, on this side of the last chance qualifier. Focus versus Ascend. Winner of that plays winner of this. Ascend, the Bulgarian boys, have taken map 1 13-4. Red Star and Han, often the two powerhouses on that team, and they're looking very good today. BCG, map 1 over OG 13-8. 100 Thieves, map 1 over Infinite 13-5. It's going as expected on that side at the moment.
Well, maybe this is unexpected, given how this game's been going. 2 entries here for 1W. A bit of aggression into the canals, and it did not work. I think the only thing I'm worried about for Liquid for the remainder of this half is simply if 1W play with more tempo, but if Malbs just keeps getting multi-kills, it might not matter.
He wanted to get out, but he could have just fought for longer there. He was looking so sharp. I feel like he could have just stood and continued to fight.
Didn't want to overstay his welcome.
Oh, but maybe JT can continue to fight back in that same position. Jorko.
We're back.
Easy reface into a B main, and now Fame. He might have a full belt of util and the bomb and the minute on the clock, but he's got to find both JT and Jorko.
Definitely enough time to work with here. Botman is back. CT's using the buddy system here, trying to get a bit of information by pushing a B main. Do they continue the probe and go towards middle or fall back through dark? Fame found his avenue of approach. Mid-double doors, presumably heading towards A, but Temple also very viable. They're coming behind him now. They can smell his scent, hunting him down. And he does go in towards A.
Yeah, tracking and tracing. If Fame can get this bomb down comfortably and doesn't overthink it and try and fake it, if there's a main presence or something, then maybe there's a chance. But again, just look how quickly Jorko and JT are going to be here. Fame is checking everything. That's the issue. With 15 seconds left, it's probably Molly main, right-click smoke on the site to plant, but no, now he knows he's being pressured. There's no chance he can do anything about this. He now knows what's going on, and they're just going to leap at him, and it's like, as you said, Henry, Liquid could smell him.
Damn. It was looking so promising there, 1W. Fending off the initial aggression there. Felt like the round was going to fall apart, but then Malbs MD stepping up to the plate. A beautiful double kill. As you mentioned, could have got a third as well. Opted to fall back. JT salvaged the lost frag. And then the 2 versus 1 working out very nicely, as mentioned, using that buddy system. Hunting him down. Denying the plan once more. And we've gone 7-1. A CT side of Anubis like this, I don't think you can recover if you're 1W. This is too much.
I just think as well, I mean, you crumbling these situations where you're getting these big advantages, whether it's a 4-on-2, this time it was a 5-on-3 here for 1W, and all it takes is Malbs being a little active for the whole round to fall apart. So for all the great calling and how collective 1W were on Dust 2, this Anubis is just far more fractured.
Has to be another partial buy with no plant, I'm afraid. Lost bonuses there, but it can only really pull together some Deagle, Sec 9s, and a Scout for Alfrost. Very different looking map here compared to Dust 2. Jorko bravely challenging in towards that canal position. Does get taken down eventually here, but Nav should be able to mow them down, which he absolutely does. Looking for his 3rd kill of the round. Axal, though, with the AWP. Needs to be careful, don't give too much away. Naf will just use the pill up to defend himself. Should be absolutely fine here. Should be in the operative word. And it is all under control. Sure, a little bit closer than they would like, but 8 on the board here on the CT side of Anubis. Cash just feels completely locked in at this point.
That was a bit of a shame there for Axal. He was forced into taking that fight as well because the HE was going to kill him. He survived on 2 HP just by taking 1 step to the right.
Yeah, Jorko's being incredibly bold, isn't he, with how aggressive he's going in for secondary picks. I mean, there he was tagged down to, what, 28 HP by the Molly, and against a buy which he doesn't need to, feel the need to pop off on, he tries to reface not once but twice. Fair play. That's the maybe moves that he feels like he needs to make to get his team back into the series.
Hey, I mean, he was doing those types of moves on Dust 2 as well, but he was just getting punished for it.
Oh, look at this, look at this. Very quick mid-push from JT, but Nafany holds on this time. Well, a change up there from Liquid. Being 8-1 in front, you can often say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you can also say, we've got rounds to play with now. Let's be unpredictable. This time doesn't work as well.
They've been fighting for early map control pretty much this whole half. It's just mainly been Canals focused. This time, yeah, a small change just to get down middle. I do love when teams remain active even from ahead. They have to force the opponent to make the adaptation. You earn respect. It is not given.
Still, this round up in the air. Belchinok guarantees that kill. High-value target finds Malbs MD. That surely is enough to get their second on the board here. Lord knows they need it. Jorko and Naf to defend. Naf being very active, top of middle. Tracking once again. It will be Jorko, though, tested by the looks of things. We talked about this idea of Nafany working the extremities while his teammates get ready to pound some bomb sites. Naf wants to go for the big play. He knows one won't do at this point.
Yeah, it's all down to Jorko, and if he rotates off, that could be a problem. But again, R1W overthinking this.
They might overcook.
Overcook times 2. They're going back to the B bomb site, and Naf's position is going to be so solid here. 15 seconds, they're going all the way through.
Not even everyone's going.
I know, and look, Jorko, he's not in the scene yet, but Naf is going to get a free kill. He can delay it. Bomb on the floor, 7 seconds left. Can they get anywhere near it? Molly on top of it as well. Oh, Nafany just about gets it down behind the site. 3v2. Panic averted, but Jorko now has a say. Coming in from CT. He's got Nafany on his close left. Axel and Artfrost trying to figure out where they want to play, where they want to hold in toward E-Box, but there goes Jorko. Nade to break the smoke for Naf to try and force the issue. It works to perfection. Jorko gets one more. It's all down to Axel. He's one bullet from death. Surely he can't pull this one off. Nade is available, but that will not kill Jorko in one go. It doesn't even get anywhere near him. It's a full 10-second defuse for Jorko. Naf is going to hold on, and 1W have caught themselves all over again.
I feel like it's only fair. I did it to Liquid the first map, but get him gone. Get us out of this map, man. What are 1W doing?
What a diabolical round.
I can't believe it.
Stop overcooking, boys. You had a 4-on-2. Did you not learn your lesson? Like, sure, you want to make the most efficient and calculated play, but you've got 30 seconds again. You're trying to vacate one side of the map to the other and scramble to get a bomb down when you have no intel towards B-main, which is a very common position in those sort of scenarios. That's so disappointing for 1W. Nafany needs to stop trying to overthink these ones and go for the big brain plays. Just stick together and trade out kills. That's all you had to do there.
Yeah, it is painful. It is definitely painful. They still could have won as well, though, even the 3v2, but couldn't hold on to that either.
Nightmare. Yeah, get us out of here. I agree.
Crazy.
At least we get to see Cash, you know?
Oh, yeah.
That is going to be real fun.
I'm yet to commentate that map.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. This is going to be a barn burner, I reckon. Especially with these two teams, with the amount of individual ability we've got on the server this afternoon. Can't wait for that. Great flash in middle from Fame. Nafany once again taking point when maybe his team desperately needs him. We've had 2 stomps pretty much. And look at Artfrost. The move he's made here is perfect. Jorko has no idea he's through. 3v2, bomb plant could come through, and this time, with Nafany's position, you'd think they can hold on well, but he's spamming the smoke a bit much there, it has to be said.
I like this.
Naf pushing through, Fame holds on. Thankfully, they'll posture together there, Fame and Artfrost, and now it's all down to JT. Can the captain get a crazy 10th for Fame? Caught looking the wrong way, not again. Not again, 1W. Thankfully, Artfrost is on the line, but again, it's squeaky.
They just nothing is simple. You know, even the risk that Artfrost takes, solo walking through A main with the bomb to flank camera, that is a bit of a risk that he takes. But it coming down to the final kills here, Artfrost starts and finishes the job.
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying about how 1W have played the map since they moved to the Air organization, of course. Played it with TDK quite a bit, beat some okay teams in Tier 2 online, even managed to beat 100 Thieves in overtime, but recently, when they've had Fame and Belchinok, things just don't seem as ironed out on this map. Losing to 2 teams online in Nodwin. Inox Division and X-Ruby, don't expect many people to know who's on those teams. Only I do because I'm a Tier 2 fiend.
Tier 2 go, bro.
Yeah, so it's going to be very curious to see if they can find any way to bounce back. One thing I will say that could go in their favor, which I noticed when I was looking through the numbers during the map, Liquid, out of the 16 pistols they've played on Anubis, only have won 3 of them, would you believe? So if 1W can get the pistol in the second half, get a third here, you never know, comeback could be on.
Well, an opening pick has been found, courtesy of Arfrost there. 5 on 4. 1 minute on the clock. And JT addresses the issue towards Canals. They know they've got another player pinned. That's Belchenok, almost certainly going to get dropped by a Liege.
Yeah, just totally pinned. Nobody could help him at all on the 1W side. So yeah, back to a 3-on-3 after a clean opener from Artfrost. But there is a massive gap on the map that 1W are trying to exploit. It's going to make things very awkward for Elige.
Yeah, 3v3. Elige, as you say, has to worry about multiple positions. Morbs is now slowly rotating around to help, perhaps. But the position here of them working their way through Temple is very hard to clear for Elige. He's slowly jiggling it, as you can see, to look for information. Again, the time isn't perfect for 1W. Similar situation where that clock is running a bit too tight for comfort. They're going to clear Elige properly, but that could mean Elige can pop off. There's one. Oh, Fame goes in with the bomb, by the way, for the trade. With 10 seconds left, and now he's trying to plant open. You can just tell. The protocols are not in place here for 1W. Things are looking so messy, so nervy, all over the place, really. Artfrost will miss that flick as well. He's pinned on the pillar. Fame will hold for the smoke push though, and they'll line them both up, even though Morb's got the kill on Artfrost. And look, it's not clean, but 3 at least is something.
They will definitely take that. They'll just have to.
Yeah, there was some really tragic rounds in there. They got absolutely dumpstered, similar to the treatment Liquid received on Dust 2. But as you mentioned, 3, it's not ideal, it's not great, but no reason why they can't bounce back, I suppose. It's really great game from Elige and Naf, especially. Naf finding his form was super exciting. He looked like he was playing with conviction there.
He had those big Malbs multi-kills as well.
True, yeah.
We're getting the star power. It's really nice to see. But, you know, by comparison, saying for Dust 2, it's not like Liquid made massive errors. I feel like 1W, this map has been riddled with them.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Let's get into it then. Aggressive, fast pace towards middle, but getting shut down by the baby squirrel here. Double kill for Belchenok. Jorko and JT
no
fighting
bullets!
back.
Picked up the USP, they had no bullets in it. Come on, surely you would have realised that. 2v2, Elige is still dancing. Surely he gets away with it, and he does. Nafani can't find him. Fame, he needs his tap right now before Elige is on the scene, and he will get it. But Elige had the bomb, and he's off to A.
Looking good for Elige here. Plenty of time to reposition. P250, Kevlar, relatively healthy as well with 71 points of health. And Fame does not have a kit, so we'll have to make a lot of noise here to get close to the bomb.
He's got a smoke. If he just puts that on the bomb, it will make things really awkward for Elige. But it will be a 10-second defuse. Could just be enough to bait him out. No, just turning the wrong way. Didn't know where Elige had gone off to. So it is a pistol that falls the way of Liquid. They just keep on striking in with successes.
A rare one. Another one to take.
He's back on the black mouse now. Does he change it after the pistol round? Let's keep on this camera for a second. Let's see when it does come out. I think he's got 3 mice there, guys. Did you see that? I saw a third mouse.
Placebo final boss we've got over here.
That's wild. I think he actually has 3 mice.
He has map-specific mice, perhaps.
That is a new one for me. I've never heard of anyone doing that.
Sorry, admins. I just need to switch to my Anubis mouse.
Yeah.
Give me a moment.
Triple HE set up here for 1W. 5 players in towards A. Where do these nades go? It's towards A main by looks of things.
They'll wait for a prompt, it seems. I will say as well, would you be that critical of Elige if he's putting up big numbers? And,
oh, no.
You know,
it's just strange. I've never seen him done before.
No, me either.
He can do whatever he likes.
Maybe they've got different, like, skates and stuff for different temperatures. Who knows? We're going technical
That's
right
advanced level peripheral care.
Well, look, if there's anyone who'd do it, I feel like it would be Elige.
Yeah, I suppose. At least I like that there is some risk being taken, but only on the extremities lurker for Liquid, just to get some information after clearing things out towards B. He's not actually taking the plunge just yet, because his team are just taking their time in middle. But there is no lack of commitment. Not like 1W. Liquid find another open bomb site.
Yeah, no problem here.
Right, Travis, while we're waiting for this one, give me some cash intel. Tell me like what the numbers are for cash, what the teams they've played, they had any upsets, any promising victories.
They've been dabbling, right? At the moment, Cash does feel like it's a map that lots of teams dabble in at the moment and don't really pick straight up. There's no main favorite that goes to it every single time it's available.
Yeah.
Liquid have played it at this event. They beat Menesport at 13-9. They played it at that local LAN for Stake Pulse, beat 9 and Betclic over there, 13-4, 13-11. But It's not been perfect. I guess that you can say they have better results coming through than 1W. They lost to BCG at this event, managed to beat an online team 13-9, but reps are low, obviously, for both. I would say Liquid's games have been more impressive overall.
Well, they'll be the ones taking momentum into the third map as well if they keep this up. It doesn't look like we're going to see a comeback here, unfortunately. The full eco and the nades don't really do anything, but they will be buying up. Last chance saloon here, the last chance qualifier, at least in this best of 3. We'll see whether they can recover this huge deficit, which is incredibly unlikely.
One of the fun things about Cash that I always have been looking at since got reintroduced into the pool is that often in a lot of the online games, a lot of these young players playing, Map was last in the pool in 2019. None of them would have played an official on it in their entire careers. Unlike in this game, we've got players who've been around for yonks, right? There's only a very small number of players in this matchup that probably have never played a Cash official before. And of course, it is a different map, but it is pretty much the same layout.
I mean, even the ones that have played it didn't play it loads. So
yes.
I wouldn't say it's, tons of experience, but at least it's not a brand new experience, I think, for everybody.
Well, I mean, there's one person I think will remember it very well, Elige being in the server when Simple made his famous clip, got his graffiti. Incredible times back then.
The unfortunate truth, though, is that there are so many tournaments that have, best of ones, opening rounds that just we don't actually get as much cash as we'd like.
All right, 1W, you've got your buyout here. Unfortunately, lacking the Art Frost AWP, but they need to find a way to win it. Setup here is okay. Nafny gets away with a 1-for-1. Axel does hold on for both. There we go. That's more we want to see from him. He had a great map 1. And he's going to need to do a lot more of that on Anubis to get them back into the game. Naf is creeping in here, and timing for Belchnok isn't too good. JT's making tons of noise, though, and even though it will bait them into Naf, the issue is that is the bomb dropped in the canal. And in a 3v1 for 1W, you'd expect this to be totally fine. Naf would love a big play to shout about, though. We've seen some fumbles from 1W. There's information that he's picked it up and has gone back to the site to get it planted, but he doesn't know that they're so close to him. Not a clue. Tagged up to 54, somehow still alive, and Art Frost will put him down. So there is that first CT gun round that had to be won. It will be won.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a part of his mind that thought, they'll rush me down on the tap. I mean, he knew he had to commit so far out of the bomb site that they could take ground back, but yeah, very tough clutch to win, and just a nice setup for 1W. The fact they had that first layer to meet them inside of main, and then there was 2 more behind him when they tried to break past the smoke. So, that could be the start of something here.
It could be. It would take a lot more than that came from. But for now, you're up against a force buy, and Mac 10's leaping in, trying to find a timing, trying to thread that needle. Hasn't worked out. Nice idea. Got plenty of rounds to work with here if you're Liquid, but unfortunately unable to find any sort of space or a bomb plant. JT sneaking around middle. Axel seems to be aware of that prospect, but he has slipped the nets, boys. There is a chance of maybe causing a bit of a ruckus, but Nafany is patrolling the gap.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they have the bomb, so they've bunkered down on that B-bomb site, and yeah, JT is accounted for, so no harm, no foul. Great timing on that Fame Flash. They were just about to accelerate into the B-bomb site, and they just all get caught by it inside of main.
Well, not really much to discuss here. Naf, 0 chance of winning it. No bomb, no health. 5 versus 1. See if he can hold on. That was a force buy as well, so money's going to be somewhat compromised going forward. Jorko saving his cash for the AWP going forward. But a chance for 1W to slowly but surely get back into this one. Build the confidence back up, because bear in mind, Cash, that's another Fraggers map, similar vein to Dust 2.
Yep.
Hey, if we get there.
If we get there, that's a good point, Yumi. I may be counting my chickens before they hatch. I think that's the expression, isn't it? Let's see, though. Naf. And Nafany. Locking horns. 11-5.
Progress on the CT side. Can they keep it running? Can they force Liquid into some more mistakes? You see here the original rush toward B. Elige, unfortunately, and Jorko lining up, meaning that team kill is caught. Of course, that gives Elige a little bit less money. And on this full eco, I can give you a fill-in on the other games. I mentioned the bracket of death, right? At this last chance qualifier. We've got plenty of other games that are going on in this round of 32 and other portions of the bracket, of course. Saw bringing the boys back from Portugal, some of their OG players. They are 39 map 1 over K27, and K27 have been very solid lately, so that could be a great opportunity for Saw. And that is a great example of a team that basically had no VRS points before this tournament. Like, this is going to be a massive injection from them if they're able to even get this one BO3-1 as Axel clears up the eco. We've got Sinners getting map 1, 19-17 over Eyeballers. Heroic are a map and a few rounds up on Astral. Fnatic are a map and 3-2 up on Fluxo. VP well on their way to the following round. 9-4 up in map 2 over Sashi after winning map 1. BetClick, similar situation, in fact the exact same scoreline. Gen 1 and Echo. Echo, the ex-Tricked Core, the Danish team. Gen 1 a map up in that one. That's going to be really big for Gen 1.
We'll finish that when we get through these rounds.
Indeed.
I think there's so many scorelines and there's so many teams we want to talk about, but I still want to see whether or not Liquid choke this map.
Well, look, they were 12-3 up the other day, and I got pegged back to 12-10, I think.
wasn't even considering that as an option. You've put a fear in my head.
Are they even Liquid if they don't choke from time to time?
True.
I mean, you raise an interesting point. We'll see who gets the opening kill here. JT trying to get them over the line, at least to get map points. 5-on-3 to kick things off. A Fame will claw one back. Takes down Naf. Damage done to a few of the teams as well, but Jorko pretty much guarantees the round there. A bomb site wide open. It's just down to the likes of Fame and Frost to hold them off.
There's nowhere to be seen. They're making their way through the canals now, but by the time they get there, the bomb will be down and they'll already consider it. So maybe they will just close things out.
You'd love to see that.
Maybe I'm the one jumping the gun. I'm thinking about the worst case scenario.
That certainly would be it. After that first half performance on the CT side to fumble this game, I don't even want to think about it.
What a great map we've seen here from Elige and Jorko. Jorko in particular. He was the one really trying to take point on that CT side on D2, trying to get opening picks, trying to make moves. And here, 18 and 10. So many important mid-round frags. Going very aggressive for them as well, looking very confident. Artfrost trying desperately to save his AWP. 360 will not get it done, I'm afraid. And Liquid will hit that magic number of 12.
May as well hit a highlight reel if you're going to try and save, I guess.
6 to go. Or 6 opportunities. Give you Liquid to get it over the line. Alleviates a lot of pressure, finding map point so early on. And you're right, Jorko looking completely locked in. There's the 360. Didn't quite connect. Is this the last round of play? Liquid looking to take us to cash right here, right now.
Still a very strong buy.
It is.
Oh, man.
Oh, beautiful from Jorko. This is what I want to see from him. This is exactly why he was picked up. Very, very young player, of course, but mature beyond his years.
They just don't expect him to take the fastest spawn to actually hound down that duel. Like, Fame is out in the open, hoping that flash catches anyone, but it's just so ill-timed. The boldness of youth.
I was about to say, you very, very seldom see 3v5s recovered on CT Anubis. 2v5s, it never happens. Only maybe if you're 1W earlier.
Liquid were doing it all first half. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if I believe it.
Not the other way around, mate, I'm afraid.
Yeah, not this game.
No. Axel 1v5, this map is pretty much said and done. And it's exactly what we thought as well. Cash is on the horizon, and I tell you what, I will be incredibly excited for that. It's going to be fascinating with so much on the line for so many players that have been known in the scene for so many years. And of course, new additions as well.
Well, should be all she wrote. You are right. Axel with about a 0% chance of pulling this one off. Jorko confirms it, and you're dead on, boys. What a performance from him. He was dead in the water on Dust 2. He was 0-7, couldn't get going at all on an AWP's map like Dust 2 to bounce back on Anubis and absolutely dominate. That is very impressive from the rookie.
Yeah, I mean, we love to see that he's feeling confident. That was always the thing with Liquid and maybe having to find the right fit for their AWPer is that they want someone that can take their own actions. They want someone that can be active on the map as opposed to having to sort of poke and probe him to do the right thing in those moments. Jorko seems like he's got an intuitive understanding of what he feels he has to do. He maybe missed some shots on Dust 2, but here on this Anubis, he was everywhere, just kept on fighting.
Yeah, what about Nafly, Trav? He was looking very sharp as well.
Yeah, that's really promising, right?
Yeah.
And he's been a subject of conversation reputation for Liquid for such a long time in terms of that really poor run of form he had about a year ago, which was the worst slump of his career. He's slowly building back up, and I think the motivation he'll have gotten from these new additions, the calm nature of JT in the in-game leader role, I think that's not just helping Elige, but it's helping him too.
Yeah, I have to say as well, the doctor, I said, is in session. Malb's MD turned up. He actually got them going, it felt like. Recovered a lot of deficits. AK-47 on the CT side, he was dominating.
You just see how lethal he can be. The time to kill between him and Elige can just be so nightmarish to play against.
Yeah.
You're going for a double push, he's just killed both of you instant headshots. It's insane to think that's the form that he can, an output that we can get from him, but it happens so sporadically. It feels like he needs like an ignition point, and then once that catalyst starts burning, he's just on fire for the remainder of the game.
Trav, we were talking about the calling on Dust 2 and how it was perfect. There were no fumbled rounds from Nafany, but Anubis is a very different story. We saw a lot of scrambling, a lot of poor decisions. Do you think that's going to affect things going forward?
Honestly, Cash is also a map, our third map, which I have not seen them play all too well either. And this is what we saw, signs from yesterday. Dust 2 was so well versed for them. Here it was similar things to what we saw yesterday, where it was uncertainties, late decisions, they're kind of rushing things when they don't need to. They could keep it so much more simple. They didn't. It came back to bite them. And a couple of those rounds where they just allowed Liquid back in on the B-bomb site were kind of unforgivable, and they'll be the main ones they'll remember.
To be fair to them, it was like an amazing sequence from Liquid. Like, they popped open the B main smoke when Nafly after denying the bomb. Beautiful. It was like a sick round, but still, you should never be in that position. Like, you had a 4-on-2 with 30 seconds remaining. I don't know in which world you're calling to go to the other bomb site. Like, you're just opening the door of tragedy there, and it did strike. And I think, I'm not going to say it cost them the map, but it certainly didn't help things out. Recovering 3 rounds on the T side just doesn't feel possible.
I think as well, Liquid just stuck to their game plan.
Yeah.
You could see they were going for a similar approach on CT side Dust 2, where they wanted to be disruptive and annoying, because the hits, when they're caught in isolation for 1W, actually seem like they're very well put together, but they just never got into favorable positions because of how assertive Liquid were being on that CT half. They were constantly battling connector, constantly getting kills, and even when they were losing out on those advantages, like you were talking about, these mistakes just kept rearing their head for 1W. It's a crying shame in that respect, because Liquid won this game more so than I say they lost the last one, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
And moving into that cash, I don't know which one is going to look better, because I do think this 1W team, if I think about the tenure of the players, the types of anchors you have on that roster, it should be a good map, but it's just got such limited data as opposed to a team like Liquid, where I feel like there's a greater pool of ideas between JT, Elige, and what Flashy can offer.
Before we go to break, boys, I want a prediction. I know it's a bit cliche. Who have you got for the third map?
I just like this 1W project. I'm going to take them.
I have to side with Liquid because I think it's Jorkin time.
I like that a lot.
Are we all Jorkers?
I guess we're Jorkers.
I don't want to see another heartbreaking performance from Liquid. They deserve a break here. I want to see a win from them. I think they can do it. I'm loving that from Jorko, loving that from Elige. Liquid looking good, and Cash is around the corner. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome back to the final day of the last chance qualifier here at Esports World Cup. We're covering Liquid versus 1W, but we have got 32 teams battling it out today, trying to earn one of the 4 slots available for the main tournament starting next week. Trav, let's get into it. Other games going on. Anything leaping off the page for you? Any notable results so far?
We already have a team through to the round of 16. That's Apogee, the Polish boys,
nice.
Of course. They're the team that beat Liquid in that most recent LAN final over at Stake Pulse. So that is an incredible result for them to get through against Prestige easily. They'll play the winner of VP versus Sashi. We've got a couple of other teams getting close. Heroic are almost into that round of 16. Eyeballs and Sinners doing battle in map 2 right now. Saw K27 doing battle in map 2 after Saw took map 1. We've got Big 6-2 over Eternal Fire on map 2 after already being a map up. They're in very good control. And probably the one other, I would say, significant upset right now is GG Howl, the team with lots of players from all around the world. Are a map up against Dendelay, the Sharks team, and that's a big ranking differential.
That is huge, actually. That's a very massive result for them.
Yeah, I mean, GJ Howe have kind of always just been one of those teams that's floated around the Middle Eastern Asia qualifiers type region, and it's just a myriad of different players from all walks of life, really.
Who's in that roster?
Led by Synopsy.
Wow, okay, that is actually a wild team. Huh?
Yeah, we've got Satsunito, Mini, Synopsy, Bibu, and Osamus.
Yeah, so Bibu, Mini, and Osamas are the ones that are like the core of that team.
Yeah, I know Osamas is that. They used to have Boris as well, didn't they?
Yeah,
briefly.
Yeah, there was a time.
Yeah, okay.
But there's been many people who have just walked through the doors and then also just left just as quickly almost. So.
True. Well, it looks like we're almost underway here. It's going to be 1W versus Liquid on the main stream as we go into the third map of Cash. We haven't seen much Cash at this tournament, at least on the broadcast here. I'm looking forward to it. We got a split decision on the predictions here. Trav was siding with, was it 1W you went for? You went with Liquid? I feel like Liquid has looked too sharp there. I think they're a better team overall in terms of pound-for-pound firepower. If they're on, I think Liquid have them beat, especially with Maubs and Naf looking as good as they did. If Elite can continue his pretty strong form, I feel like they should be absolutely fine. Bit of a crumble from 1W on Anubis.
Yeah, I think the thing I'll bear in context for 1W is that over time through this season, I expect them to get good at Cash. I just think that when it comes to individual experience in tough spots, Liquid will just have them beat on this map in particular.
Yeah, I do understand that. I'm just here for the storyline, right? I'm here for the storyline of Liquid again struggling when it matters. And look, I like the team. I genuinely like this Liquid project. The changes they've made with JT and Jorko, I'm on board with that. But I just think in a one map
on their downfall.
In a one map shootout on Cash, on a map that both teams have not really played that much. So it's like either of them adopted it into main picks in either way. Sure, Liquid have played it against better opponents and they have a slightly better record, but it's in a one map shootout. It can go either way, and who knows who will pop off.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. Third and final map here. Winner of this progresses to the round of 16. Loser will go home. For me, I think Liquid are taking it, but let's see what happens here. They've got 2 sets of Julies. It's going to be in the hands of Malbs and Jorko. And looks like we're heading towards either A or a mid boost here, as 1W will be sending 3 players up.
Yeah, 2 sets of smokes and very fast overboost, in fact. And it's completely open. There's no one on Liquid that gets that information, but they're going for a forward push through B main. It's 3 that are committing to this duel. It's Axile that goes back to check in, just gets clotheslined immediately. In fact, Nafity can't even react, and that's the bomb drop back T main.
Oh, that's beautiful. That couldn't have been better. Liquid take that space, as you say. It makes a big difference. Elige will deal with Fame easily. He knows where Belchenok is as well. Eventually will get taken down, but is it too little, too late? With that bomb in that position, JT's in a great position himself. Does get found, though, and JT fought that one, you could argue, a little bit more solo, but Jorko's got Art Frost dead to rights. Easy pre-fire in the corner. Belchenok 1v3. He's going to get all 5 all by himself. And even with a minute on the clock, Look at how Liquid are circling that C4. You've even got a player way back in CT spawn. Naf is in that position, just waiting and biding his time.
Yeah,
Dude.
How often do you have 3 CTs like T-side just guarding T-main?
Those shots from JT, though, spectacular.
Second in particular.
Yeah, really crisp. Single-handedly destroys them, finds that bomb. 30-second in. Not impossible necessarily, Belchanok, but these shots need to start connecting. He's got a real chance now. 25 seconds is the problem. Isolating the duels and bringing it down to a 1v1. This could be a massive blunder for Liquid.
Surely not. Surely not. Naf is walking back round the corner to a different position. 17 seconds, going to have to press the issue. And yes, he knows he can only body spam him, and it's easy that way. But still, again, a little bit too squeaky for Liquid, but they won't care. They can forget all about it now. They've won the pistol.
It was a bit weird with Naf being so deep in T-spawn. He actually never got his chance to help his teammates on any of these duels. That's what really forced him, I think, out of his spot and dislodged him. But also, yeah, just the clock was really what was rotting away at this round for 1W.
Easy kill in the end for Naf. No bomb planted. Suggests we'll be seeing the full eco here. It's going to be Belchanok with the extra kills. Gets himself a Desert Eagle, but no Kevlar. They have one flash, so presumably boosting some players up. Flash over and remove some heads.
Bye-bye.
Taken out early. They were going for the boost in the sandbags to get access towards event, which avoids the spam.
Oh, no!
But they can't avoid the Desert Eagle. Oh, my. The full eco victory is on the menu here.
Not like this. What an incredible two-piece from Belchanok. That is why you buy that Deagle. His reward for those kills in the pistol. All of a sudden, Liquid scrambling.
Oh my
got a
God.
third.
Come on, man.
What is this round from Belchanok? Not the guy maybe you'd expect to step up in this sort of situation. Now Morbs has to press the issue. Needs his pre-fire. He accidents Artfrost. That is pure luck. What is this round? Bombs in the open. He's still fighting for what they need. Belchanok. It's a quad kill on the Deagle. All headshots. And all of a sudden, JT will be wondering, how have you let this happen?
He could go for the ace just on the D for some craziness out from the main push too. JT needs to be a savior. I don't know if he got spotted as he crossed. Belchanok is teed up for it if he stayed towards Forklift, and now they have information. They'll let him take first contact.
Oh, okay. Axel's wandering into the open, maybe a little bit of a question mark. Need to stay alive when you've got 2 players without armor, but of course M4 and FAMAS recovered. Belchanok, he wants all 5, hits a dink. It's not all 5, but JT is 1 bullet from death. Nafany needs that 1 bullet, and he's going to hit it. The Belchanok heroics do not go unrewarded.
If he'd only stuck with the deke, that's just the ace, I'm pretty sure. So he shouldn't have doubted himself, not for a moment.
Dude, unbelievable. Let's take a look at that again. Like I said, boosting up to try and avoid the spam is why you're normally doing that. But Belchanok, more than ready, absolutely sublime with the Desert Eagle. Okay, that's ridiculous.
It's insane,
yeah. Wasn't even aiming at that second player. Holy. But yeah, it felt like JT really had a chance there, but well handled by Nafany. It is the full eco victory. That is rough. That's the spam we're talking about.
Everything's going right for him. What the hell? We know how paper thin these walls are in Garage.
Dude, that's the most frustrating way to die on Cash. When it does happen, you just get so tilted.
When you know your lineups, the tilt can happen quickly.
It's extra bad on this new version of Cash, just how thin that window is.
Well, it is a force buy to note from Liquid. Of course it is. Like, they will be... That's the sort of tilting round, though. Like, you had a perfect pistol, recovered it, and then you go down to the Deagle 1 by 1. I didn't really necessarily think they made a ton of mistakes or anything. They were just getting absolutely blown away by the Deagle,
Yeah, back-to-back 1v1s to start off this Cash. But Liquid are worse for wear because of it. We win a pistol, lose to the I mean, not even really a force buy. It's 1 Deagle and Glocks.
Yeah, that's one of the best Deagle rounds this year.
Look, there's been many, many games that we haven't had on our broadcast, and many we haven't had a chance to have a look at. I'm willing to bet that'll be up there in one of the plays of the tournament.
Yeah, I think so. If they somehow go on to win this map as well, built off that pistol victory, massive moment for Belchanok. Looking good here, round number 3 as well. AKs across the board, 5 on 4. Low HP on a few players for Liquid as well. Nafany, it's a flash, is not ideal. No harm, no foul, you mean?
Yeah, there is a player at the back of Checkers. And, well, with JT getting a couple of kills, it's now just relying on Malbs. Try and get a bit more. Nate lands at his feet. It's smoke as well, and so Artfrost will simply clothesline him. No surprises here for 1W. They move in with the second round. I will say, I mean, most of the kills have been predominantly through Belchanok, so it's nice for the rest of the squad to feel like they're involved.
Oh, Liquid. Does it really go down like this?
They're not frowning, but I don't see smiles either.
Not much to smile about in the upcoming round. You're going to be full eco. Your force spike met with the spam kill, and then a pretty easy conversion, even with them flashing themselves in towards checkers. You can see, like, the standards and protocols here aren't great. Like the failing to boost, flashing each other. You can see it's not a map that maybe necessarily super comfortable on, but we'll see if they can hold on here. Like we said, full eco shouldn't be a problem. Nice little sequence here. Yeah. Grenade to the second.
If they can stand and bang like Belchenok has been doing, then maybe it won't matter if their protocols aren't perfect.
He's playing like a robot right now.
Yeah, just clearing every single angle. 11-2 starts. Not going to be something you see all too often.
Oh, they might be going into the stacked bomb site. And this angle is annoying to clear moving into the A site.
Yeah, you're right. Classic angle. Should be absolutely fine. Liquid ideally going to pick up a couple of kills here. I don't think they'll be finding a eco victory themselves with the USPs, no Kevlar, but an interesting setup. They're in the right place at the very least. Should be mowed down here, though, by the MAC-10. It's going to be Jorko fighting back. Two kills available. Naf will get it. And that's about as good as it was ever going to get. So they'll take that. 2 kills. As we get into the main gun rounds here, need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off. Liquid will see if they can start building back into this game now.
Funny, it's just building so fast for 1W, though, because they only went with a Deagle round. They win that round, and then it's just, reinforced their economy. The Liquid will need consecutive rounds if they want to feel any round of safety. Let their foot off the gas a little.
Yeah, absolutely insane way to start this map decider with so much on the line, of course, as well. Reminder, this is single elimination. If Liquid lose, they are out of the Esports World Cup. Axel holds on in his B main anchor role in the default. Look at Nafny charging through. Artfrost will find it. Elige is not prepared for. So Nafny will go down, and actually this trade is very aggressive from Belchenok, but when you're feeling as confident as he is, he's willing to take more 1v1s, and very, very simple for 1W. They're going to take B.
Really nice mid-take. Like you said, it's simple. They just get the smoke down towards Z. Molotov at the highway there. 2 players swinging out, trying to isolate the jewels. No one home. Fast speed split. This is textbook cash, and it works out very, very nicely indeed.
It's because it's so fast-paced. That's maybe why they don't realize that there should be a third player on that B-bomb site, because the nade came from heaven, but they were double pushing past the smoke. So it's one of those things where it's a slight oversight, but they...
Oh, I'm starting to hear some vuvuzelas, boys. The party's starting. Let's go.
Maybe that means Liquid are going to be more locked in.
Yeah, they need it. The fandom.
The drums started banging during the second match.
I think that's the PUBG stage. Yeah, Jackie's working that. He was telling me they've got vuvuzelas and drums. So yeah, I think they're at their final day as well.
Yeah, we got
good luck to them.
Loads of esports going on around this expo, and of course it's kind of crazy with the Counter-Strike LCQ right behind us. We just incrementally hear yells from nearly every single team with the hype going on and how important it is to everyone.
We're also sharing the stage with some Rocket League LCQs.
I believe so. Yeah.
I don't think those guys are shouting quite as much as we are.
Probably not.
Goal!
So, Liquid finding themselves in a spot of bother here, boys. If you're just joining us, we've been updating you on the format all day long. 32 teams, 4 of which will be going to the main event next week. If you lose one single best of 3, you are out. Single elimination. You need to win 3 best of 3s to make it all the way through. Tall order. Test of mental fortitude. Tenacity. See whether this same approach again. Z smoked. Highway Molotov, the no one home at close range is such a nice little way to take middle. You can see Liquid trying to take that space back, but they've got a compromise set up here. It's not a force buy to know. They've got that UMP, a couple of M4s, and well, there's UMP doing God's work out there. It's Elite to open things up, Jorko to join him, and finally in a winning position here.
Yeah, too much for Axel to deal with as well when he gets double swung like that. So finally something to work with for Liquid. There's Jorko again, not just on the rifle, on the on the rifle as well. Artfrost 1v4, and this is the first mini error from 1W here. Sure, it's a buy that was dangerous, but it's one they would have thought they could win and should win.
I feel like it's just early setup feels so right, the same way that the previous round went for 1W, where simple mid take, they're able to get themselves out, but this time they try and alter their route and they fall into a double like high-low setup on highway. So Yeah, I mean, really nicely constructed from Liquid, not deterring from the way they like to set up in these rounds and leveraging the fact that Alicia's on that UMP to play close.
Getting the update that Heroic and 100 Thieves are now through to the round of 16. If I'm not mistaken, Travis.
Yes, sir.
Good to see them through.
Yeah, both teams we want there.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly.
That's what we want.
On our bottom sort of really group of death at the bottom of the bracket, BCG 10-8 over OG as well. And Belchanok,
He just keeps going.
He just keeps going, and he just doesn't stop either. It's not like he's going and hitting a brick wall. He's knocking that brick wall down like he's a bulldozer.
People could have been critical of him perhaps on Paravision for some of the decision-making, but when he was on, he was always such a threat.
Yeah.
Still the case now.
Oh, what
nice
a shot that is.
Yeah, that's really
I
clean.
don't think you can go for this round.
Jorgo
We need to do something brilliant here. Like, the bomb's going to be planted. I don't know how you get back into it. Molotov's being deployed. It's going to buy you a lot of time. They have to vault over the truck itself. Might not be worth it, and I think they're thinking the same way. Off they go. Great shot from Arthros there. That was an absolute barn burner.
I think it's going to be 1W's plan throughout the entire map as well, especially on the T side, right? They saw that how they played Dust 2, it was meticulous, and they know how to play D2 a lot better. But Cash is a very, very different map. And if they just keep it simple in these sort of scenarios, Cash is a simple map, of course, but just little bits of layers every now and then. So far, the rounds they've won with Belchanok cracking them open, sure, it comes down to him. But again, that was a very good call, keeping it obvious, but hitting the shots necessary, with Artfrost getting that pick over the toxic barrel onto Morb. There was never really any way back in after that.
People will say, you know, Cash is quite simple, and I don't disagree, but it's the same sort of thing as Dust 2 or Mirage, where the executions and the way that you can play tactically can still be very, very important. It's just in the vacuum, in the late rounds, things could just be far more scrappy, and there's so many options to rotate. So, yeah, no, there are so many of these maps currently in the pool that you have these options, especially when you've got players that you know can just bang heads.
Yeah, and what I love about watching Cash in the times I have covered it so far in its reintroduction back into the pool is just how retakeable even both bomb sites can be. Sure, A, very much so, but B, when you have a player flanking through B main, through useless, like, those are the sort of moves that make rounds incredibly entertaining, and getting control of that can be very difficult when in the heat at the moment in an environment like this. Especially when CTs play around those smokes on A, maybe loads of sound cues aren't heard when it's very loud surroundings, so yeah, it's going to be a big difference maker, especially as we get later on into the day when more other esports around us get a bit louder.
Yeah, true.
Here we go then, into round number 8. So far, so good for 1W. Money's still pretty good for Liquid, saving 3 weapons from the previous round. Going to be exploring their options towards Squeaky Tor, but Fame is so ahead of them. He's going to get a double kill all day long. Another round down the gurgler by the looks of things here. Liquid trying to play on the front foot, realizing they're losing that battle in the middle every time. Try and take some space elsewhere, but well read. You can see 1W just anticipating that specific play and shutting it down with one player.
Yeah, that's such a sucker punch, unfortunately, for Liquid.
That one hurts.
Yeah, first time they've tried it, and it goes terribly.
It's not like this is a map that Liquid don't play. It's not like it's a massive gamble to have this as a third in such an important game for them. But it being the newest map in the pool, in a game that is so important for them, even if they have touched it, you know, against Port at this event, when things like this are going wrong for you, you might just think to yourself, oh my goodness, what's happening here? Why are we playing Cash in such a ridiculously important game in a third map decider? But they got to keep themselves focused. Right now, everything's just going 1W's way. Beautifully done by Nafni to get the entry, but JT will get cleared by Fame with ease. And look, I really liked that old TDK project, even when they had Sugar and Xanta. Xanta, of course, coming out from Namiga. Sugar from a team called Incilio in Tier 3. Fame and Belchanok. This is a whole other level of quality. This is why I'm so excited about this project.
I'm really liking their T side on Cash as well. It feels like every detail is covered. You see, even with a massive man advantage there, they got utility being thrown in from Sunroom. Headshot is Molotov, and it means that they're making sure they have the advantage in every single duel. JT had to do a wide swing there. There was a chance. If he just gets to play Headshot, he could maybe get 3 kills. Molotov down. No one swings until the Molotov's deployed, guaranteeing the round. So, after some turbulent times on Anubis, it's looking much better from Napoli here. on the T side of Cash. 6-2. Tactical timeout, I would say, required here. Bear in mind, they lose this map. Liquid are going home.
The details you're talking about are exactly what made Anubis so hard to watch.
Yes.
Because those just simply weren't there. We'll chalk that up to a bad map, bad reads, don't know what, but this is just a different looking 1W. It's very akin to what we saw out of Dust. And listen, maybe if Belchadok isn't absolutely frying heads in the first 3 rounds of this game maybe isn't as one-sided as this, but he is, and so the distance is substantial.
Double orb setup, trying to remedy the problem here. Could work out. They've tried absolutely everything here. Aggressive plays towards Squeaky Door. Stacking in towards middle. Thankfully, JT has full control of middle this time. He's got himself near the vents. Good position. But it has been a bone of contention for them. We'll see whether they can actually bounce back here. Trying to stay active on the CT side. Jorko going to be flashing them in towards main. No one home, but intel garnered.
Yes, moves they're going to have to continue to make. They can't be put off by the fact that Fame got that double after that squeaky push. Went so awry. Going to get 2 players up on the boost now. Utility will be set up once again to clear white box and try and force Jorko into a mistake.
This is like almost a feigned A play, because putting 2 on boost while you have 2 players sitting sunroom with the bomb. They're going to try and link up, I imagine, through vents via mid.
Oh, this is beautiful. Molotovs towards sandbags, highway, everything covered. JT needs multiple frags, but Belchnog just keeps on racking up kill after kill. 15-4 right now. Another huge advantage, and it looks like a B-split's coming through. CTs have actually vacated the side. Bear in mind, it's Nafly with the AWP trying to hold them off.
Oh, push through from Naf, and he is caught by a lead, but the thing is, Naf is smoked off. There'll be a fresh smoke in that position as well. Nade will break it, but it doesn't even give him any vision, unfortunately. Once again, 1W are in. They're trying to catch that bomb on the cross, but they've not been able to. It will be planted very safely now.
Retake with the double orbs, boys. This is going to be an absolute nightmare, but you kind of got to go for it.
They got 4 flashes, so one of them has to hit something.
Yeah,
let's go.
They're going to have to send one of these orbs in. Maybe do a good old-fashioned simple drop down. You never know. Artfrost clearing the flank beautifully. Marbles wasn't ready for that.
You got to save.
There's no way
in.
They have to fall back. Get out of there, Elige. It's going to be 7 for 1W.
I like that call from 1W. It's a feigned A split that they have this highway smoke down for late, and then Liquid just keep 3 on A as a result. Like, Naf just gets totally isolated, and he has to play safer because he's on that AWP. He knows he has to have fallback paths.
Man. Trying to change the stance up with the double orbs, but it comes back to bite them, unfortunately. A beautiful T side here from 1W. Can they keep it up? Keep the pressure applied. Thankfully, saving a lot of weapons here. There hasn't been many ecos for Liquid. Just getting pulled around the map, unable to hold them off a middle. Can't fend off those B splits. It seems like everything's going wrong here. Is there another tactical timeout? It looks like that might be the case. Flashy looking to get stuck in with the boys. But this would be a real disappointment for Liquid. I would say one of the absolute favorites to be in the conversation for the top 4 the qualifier.
Yeah,
absolutely.
People, I think, would give 1W a bit more time. For Liquid, expectations are always set very high, very quickly.
Well, if you want to play in one of the most prestigious organizations in esports, it comes with pressure.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you.
And that is a privilege to most.
First-hand experience.
And the crazy thing as well is that if 1W win this game, which is sure a long way off yet, but they would play Focus or Ascend as they're going into map 3 as well. And that is incredibly winnable for 1W as well. They could get through to that qualifying match against the likes of a BCG or 100 Thieves. Crazy side of the bracket. Anyway, this is the round Liquid have to win. Again, of course, it's the Jorko and Naf double AWP saved over. They're going to force the issue onto A. First kill from AWP, smoked off as well. Hasn't really got much space to use, but Elige will find one of his own. Finally, Belchadok will take Jorko out, but now JT is on the scene.
Gotta win this
and
one.
Belchadok and Artfrost getting done in a 2v4 does not seem likely. Lovely clear from Elige. Belchadok might have found his 16th kill, but Liquid find 3 rounds.
Just a tempo change, really, from 1W. We haven't seen them really go for fast sight hits, but decided, let's see if we can run it straight into A, and it goes completely wrong. Good defensive smokes, though, by Liquid as well.
Let's have a look. The replay here. Elige pushing the mid-smoke. Trying to take some prime real estate there, force them into their commitment towards the A site. Falls back and manages to get a few more kills and recover that AK-47. A couple of them now on the CT side. Still rocking that double AWP setup as well. It's going to be Artfrost trying his luck, trying to beat the smoke. Jorko actually tagged down to 21 points of health. How did that happen?
Be one of those wall bangs that can be possible through the paper-thin walls of Garage.
I think so.
There are so many nerdy lineups. I've got a friend of mine who does those lineups on his Instagram, and yeah, the comments on that one is a very funny one. So much damage can be done, and damage is being done here as well. The aggression doesn't really work for Elysian Mobs. They only get one from that. Nafny survives on 12 HP with that push all the way through on main, and it's incredibly difficult for them to answer back with Jorko low from here. This double AWP setup has to do something crazy.
Jorko won't feel like he could do the most exactly well on his health. He's someone that likes going for re-challenges. He's got a burden of responsibility as that A player. There's so many angles he could be split from, so JT actually has to provide some support. We'll have to keep on peeking, but that's against the Belchanok that has been lethal from that boost angle.
Yeah, clearing out everything diligently, R1W at the moment.
Give yourself enough time, 1W. Let's not do that again when we're scrambling to bomb sites with 10 seconds to go. That's all I ask here. Naf to defend once again. He couldn't hold the wall from the door before, but now at the back of the site, a chance of a multi-kill. It's going to be a tall order, but maybe he can pull it off.
The more he hides, the more difficult this will be for 1W. They have to wrap the site and fast. Smoke down out towards CT, but they're not making their move just yet. Nafny pauses, and it's Axile that gets that trade, but JT is on the scene in from heaven. He just has to cut that bomb off, but they had their backs turned to heaven. That could have been a disastrous way to lose, but it's not quite close enough there.
Getting some more updates here, boys. BCG 2-0 over OG. Senzu dropping 25 kills and a 39 victory. So that does mean we have BCG 100 Thieves in the next round.
Just like we wanted.
And don't you worry, that will be on the broadcast.
Yeah, 100% we'll be covering that one.
Simple versus Device in the Big 26. What a treat we have for you.
Ah, Liquid. Liquid. One round to go in this first half, looking down the barrel of a 9-3 scoreline.
It was much easier to smile and put the map behind you at the first map of the series, where you knew you still had more to come.
That's how the damage is done. Thank you.
There we go. Shout out our replay ops.
To be honest, on the odd occasion, the obs is still catching it. I'm just not seeing it. I'm just... there's a Vuvuzela, and the instincts kick in.
Final round. Liquid, it feels like this is a necessity to convert this one. Get it in their favor. Another strong buy. So many saved weapons time and time again. This time with mid-control under their remit. JT up close, joined by Elige. I'll let them have free roam of the map. Opening up the doors. Pushing them back. Jorko with the angle now. And I think we're going back towards middle. They've had a lot of success here, but JT hasn't been this up close before.
Belchanok, is he going to make a move in middle again? Really clear JT properly. Looks like he's giving it a look, but doesn't fully clear it. Again, Nafny gets away with the trade, but the dink is damaged, and he will go down. Artfrost holds for Elige, though. Again, that's exactly what Artfrost, I feel like, has improved so much at. His patience holding an angle. Look at Naf. That is a very cheeky, tight angle on that corner of headshot. That will remove Axel and Fame, and Artfrost are putting the pressure on. Good trade at Lees, and again, that gets some control of a bomb site.
There's nobody on scene. No one that can actually stop them from the limitless possibilities of an afterplan. Only thing is that they can't have breached CT. And they're split here on the side of Liquid. Very few ways in which they can make use of all this extra utility, especially if they're not going to get access into checkers. It is heavily reliant on Malbs getting out.
Malbs has to make noise, as you say, in that move, and Jorko goes down in that move. Malbs not able to complete the kill, and it's a 9-round T-half for 1W. They are looking so damn strong.
How does it... It's just peaks and troughs right now for this 1W side, and Liquid, and it's happening simultaneously on both ends.
The game's not over, but it's going to be a very difficult recovery mission now for Liquid. Again, they won the pistol. You think, right, they've got a good start here, and then they lost that 4K from Belchanok, the full eco Deagle victory. It seemed like the wheels fell off at that point. Real last chance saloon now for Liquid. And the last chance qualifier has to be a perfect performance on their T side. And we're going quickly in towards middle, boys.
Here we go. Must win for Liquid. Vents will be broken. They're going to drop straight through with it, with the bomb as well. And Axel behind the smoke on default. That will allow him to buy time for Belchanok to tap some more heads. Backs under a lot of pressure. Look what they're doing. They're funneling it toward headshot. And it's perfect for Axel and Nafany. Clock switch 2 as well. He's got more bullets to work with. It's not looking good at all for Liquid. They get munched up. And it's double digits for 1 win.
No, man. Just no. Why are we doing that?
Why? The one smoke that's on the site, they just go through
one at a
reason.
time through headshot smoke.
I guess the idea is that smoke's supposed to funnel you into the crossfire and the bomb site. So you're thinking if we go through the smoke, they won't expect it, but it looks a bit silly when it goes down like that, unfortunately.
That's just so rough. Because if there was an extra rotate from CT as well, you know, if they're also breaching into headshot the same path. That's a bitter pill to swallow for Liquid. They had no resistance, and then it all at once.
No real chance here. Well, to be fair, say that. Belchenok managed to get 4 kills in this particular round in the first half.
Your turn, Morbs. We know he's known for his dig, but it would be something absolutely ridiculous. Axel and Belchenok, I really like this sort of anti-eco setup as well. 1 player up, 1 player down. Just have a crossfire, vertical crossfire. That should make it very difficult to break their way in. Bomb is now in tow as well with JT. They're all going to go for this push through B main.
I'm giving it 0% chance that they win this round.
Yeah.
With this high-low setup they've got.
It's actually a really nice little setup, isn't it? Perfect for an anti-eco. You've done enough already. They'll have to make the next move and run into your crosshairs 1 by 1. Oh, Liquid. Feels like we might be done. We're going to have to now really present the perfect half. Pistol, an absolute nightmare for them. Second round, nothing really done. Touching distance of the round of 16 now for 1W. Looking like they are just in cruise control at this stage, looking to close this one out.
What I find so good about this 1W team and the way they play on CT as well is that they like playing near bomb sites. I feel like with Liquid, they always want to play off of bomb sites and go for aggressive or pushes and really take the fight to you, but I don't think 1W ever feel like they have to make those types of moves necessarily. Right. They can fly a little blinder and be more confident in you know, playing these 2-man setups or hinging off of one another. Just a different approach, but it does feel more consistent, especially in this type of environment.
Yeah, it really does make you wonder what different path the game would have taken if Belchenok didn't hit his crazy quad kill with that deagle.
Oh yeah.
It's just completely set 1W off and running.
That broke the multiverse in this round. Or, I mean, to get 4 kills like that was absurd.
Oh, I know.
Should have been the ace.
Yeah, pulled out the FAMAS on Fork and hit the headshot, hit the dink to allow Nafany to close the round. If it was the deagle, it would have been all 5. Would have been 1 for the history books. It maybe still is, honestly. Molly into all the vent will force Nafany back away into checkers. And 1W not giving them anything for free, even which is technically the bonus round here. It's only 1 MP9. Axel again playing back checkers, very good position to be, and Nafany can just play off his contact now.
They know this is coming, boys.
Belchenok with the incendiary from that headshot position. It works out well for Axel for a 1-for-1. They know the MP9's here. It's a good clear, though.
Nice.
And they've taken the bomb site a bit more easily this time. They've cleared every position. Incendiary won't do much. Headshot angle in pit played by Naf. Means that Fame can't kill him easily. And this is 1 back for Liquid. Step 1 on the ladder complete.
Yeah, knowing is half the battle for 1W there because they had players in position to address that. They just simply couldn't get more than 1 kill. So, you know, back checkers player felt like he had to activate given the util coming his way. And then the B-side players just simply didn't do enough. So Crossfire breaks down. It's actually why I don't like that Crossfire angle within the B-bomb site. I actually see a lot of teams that seem quite... that are quite adept at cash, trying to play intentionally on the boost, on that secondary box in the site, just because the massive ventilation pipe actually saves you from a lot of the flashes, as well as getting spotted by initial contact.
Well, there it is on the board now in the second half. Needed that desperately. Got to lock in now. Need a lot more that came from such a massive task ahead of them. Felt like there was a double kill available there for Axel. Alige keeps the dream alive, though. Fighting valiantly were Team Liquid there. Head above water for now. Rough buy for 1W as well. No helmets and lacking some kits.
Yeah, I'll try and be ahead of the game. And looks like Liquid will move into A main for now. 1W 2 rounds away from joining Heroic, Fnatic, Apogee, Big, BCG, and 100 Thieves in the round of 16. Look at Fame on the front foot, but this time cleared by Morbs. And here we go. Morbs is here. Is it too little, too late? Artfrost need a big play. There's one, there's two, but not able to get the third. Two is maximum really there for Artfrost. He's done all he can. But the round is over again unless we see a crazy tap over the top of a smoke from Belchenok or a nade. There's extra damage that allows the spam to complete the kill. 2v3 doesn't seem likely.
Does Nafany tell Belchenok to save, though? He's 20-7, so if there was one guy you don't give instruction to in these types of moments, it's probably him, but maybe he's not feeling it himself. No one over-peaking on the side of Liquid, so the round will fizzle. Yeah, 5th round is good. I mean, this is one of those moments, though, where it was clear that Fame, he threw the flash back over to his teammate, back red. They wanted to set up for this flash play into A, and it's not been, so far, the MO of Liquid to just full contact, fast timing, and first timing to make their way into a bomb site. So, just get caught a little off guard by that. Fame was basically not reacting, might have even just been looking down the line to make sure everyone was ready.
Still looking okay for Liquid. Managing to build up some momentum themselves now. Malbs MD completely locked in. Artfrost, nice little sequence of the AWP, but not quite enough there. They'll save a couple of weapons. 3 pistols here on the 1W side. Liquid, these are the rounds you have to convert.
Exactly. When you're this far behind, any slip up will just be fatal. Sure, you always feel like you have a chance when your opponents are on 11, no matter how far behind you are. You can afford one mistake.
Exile is loud and proud about this push through door. But he's getting a lot of info quick.
They're going B quick, though, as well. And that is the main thing that should get Liquid over the line here. Axel does hold up his end of the bargain and get JT out of the round, but Nafany with his P250 needs to do something crazy. A random dive through the smoke is being watched by Naf. So with the bomb being planted, Liquid will hold on. 6 is but 40 seconds or so away.
I'm a little surprised they got him through the door so fast, and they still kept 3 on A. They actually brought more players to hard clear main, I assume, to maybe run some kind of distraction for Exile, but it was a very all-in idea. So Liquid like capitalizing on empty bomb sites,
Yeah,
basically.
that's true. We saw a lot of that. But we got to save 3 weapons here for 1W. They've still got a huge buffer of rounds here, but the gap is closing. 11-6 now. Quite a convincing one from Liquid once again. We said they had converted. That was pretty much perfect from them. Down but not out. Starting to believe.
See Tabson chilling in the background there, watching it all go down. Big did win their game. They beat Eternal Fire, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
So Tabson is watching his nemesis on the other side of the table, keeping an eye on what's going on around him, seeing what finish we have to this series. Not really a very long BO3, as you can see in the top left of your screen. 13-5, 13-6, and again, Liquid only getting up to 6 here. Going to try and make it the closest map possible, and Naf once again taking a pretty fast, aggressive move through main, already taking fights as well and putting Artfrost on notice.
I'm loving the tempo out of Liquid on this T side, to be honest. I was really worried they'd start to be very scared on the attack.
No, they're looking assertive, aren't they? Jorko making his presence known. Incendiary should flush him out, though. We've already Liege boosted up, though. They might overlook this. And I think they might. Belchenok up high as well. Nafany tucked away in towards middle. Next kill could be everything. Liege doesn't check that spot.
He just can't dismount. He can't try and run away and not take damage, because Belchenok should get an angle on him. Switches to util just as that happens.
That's the factor when neither knew where each other were. Big nade on JT and Jorko as well. It's a really nice one from that truck position. Belchenok hits a dink, but again, Morbs hits ahead. And AK will trump M4. And look, I mean, the health isn't good. It's all going to be on Nafany, you'd think. Another nade comes through on default. And with Jorko removed from main and the molly on default too. There's nothing that Liquid can do. So much utility, so much damage via that. And Morbs, 3 HP, stuck in a smoke, about to be taken down. That is 1W to 12.
It's full util that loses them this round, essentially. It's Liege pulling his util and all the nades getting dunked on their heads as they break into the A-bomb site. That could not have gone worse. It didn't feel like they had fair duels the whole time they're breaking into A.
I mean, you just don't see people play that position, do you? It's really well played from Belgium not even get up there, and you're right. The incendiary, denying the plant. Just a beautiful round. Good close as well. 6 opportunities to remove Liquid. The last chance qualify here. I dare say they're going to do it with 3 AKs on the CT side. Arfrost on the AWP as well. Grenades being exchanged, and Jorko actually opening things up. He'll find Axel towards the B side of the map. Nice work.
That's the Flourish come to know and love with that guy. Just going for an aggressive fight, and it is returned upon is the only problem.
Aim is so sharp. That's just the difference that he's made on this team. Nafany really needs this one, and Naf just walks straight into it.
Is that it?
Had to take space, had to take a risk, but that wasn't the one.
Oh, Nafany, the disrespect to push further through on that. He only had a one-man advantage, and he takes his counterpart out as if it's nothing. What a shot.
He was inspired by Naf, in fact.
Maybe. And now it's only Jorko, it's only Morbs in a 2v4. Nafany will fall all the way back to CT. It would be incredibly apt if he is the main man to close out this BO3 against Liquid. Going to respect that smoke this time, allow the plant to come through. We need a huge moment here from Jorko and Morbs.
They can do it. Here's a chance. 4-on-2. Morbs, quiet map by his standards, 8-14. Jorko 7-11. Someone needs to go absolutely nuclear here on Cash.
I mean, it's a 2-2 split. They're partnering and playing together here on the retake attempt. Malbs deals with one, but there's a trade attempt. Wait, no. It's Malbs and Jorko that do get exactly what they're after.
Wow.
I'll take one side, you take the other, and I'll get mine.
That's beautiful. The perfect hold.
Okay.
Each one of them getting their kills they needed. It's a good catch from Artfrost, to be fair. That does remove the Jorko ult, but it might... let's see, will Morbs go down to the bomb as well?
He's got it.
Yeah, I think he can get back to it.
Okay, a lifeline here for Team Liquid. Quite frankly, they need a life raft, but that's a great 4-on-2. Demoralizing for the CTs there. They should have closed out the game there, especially with Nafany's antics in towards B main.
Yeah.
You think that's a done deal. How do you lose the round?
And also, how do you not trade this? I mean, it's not like Malbs knew that Fame was around that corner.
Crazy work.
Just 180s him.
Okay, the dream is still alive. You assumed it was done there. A 4-on-2. Backs to the wall. Full buy on either side of the coin here. 5 players making their way towards the A side of the map as well. Looks like a set piece called out of spawn.
Yeah, and with Nafany pushing so close to middle, he hears a lot of that trampling up toward A main. Artfrost in MBK. Definitely a position you could be flushed out on with ease, and Fame needs to deliver. Or they're just creeping out A on a random timing. Look how far Morbs was out before Artfrost got the kill, but it might not matter.
Here we go.
Jorko gets one back. And again, it's Jorko and Naf. Again, they've only got 2 players alive to try and save this one. Belchnok over and above, should see ahead. There he goes. And Naf
It's got to be it, right?
is all alone. Bomb is on the A-bomb site. There's nothing that he should be able to do about this. What a result for 1W, and Liquid. They're going to have no chance at the Esports World Cup if they can just get one more kill here, 1W. Good molly onto Nafany. That will force him out of the position, but guess what?
Gives him nothing.
He's got a smoke. That nade will do extra damage, but he just needs to not peek and hold that angle, knowing that he's got Axel and Belchnok there to support. And there we go. Liquid are out. 1W have made it through, and they've got a very favorable side of their bracket as well. This new roster they've put together is spicy.
I mean, Anubis looked weak. It looked like they were going to crumble in this series, but my God, did they come back to life on Cash. That was so impressive, and especially from Belchnok. He got them into this map with that 4K in the second round, but my God, did he help close it as well.
Yeah, it's like he punched all the wind out of Liquid immediately at the start of this decider map, because they were looking good. They got themselves into favorable advantages, and it's only because of Belchnok that I felt like the knockout punch was actually given. I can't believe that this team is so new with the acquisitions they've made. Sure, they bring in caliber and class, but they also have some really nicely rehearsed set pieces to take map control and make things really uncomfortable. Yes, that Anubis was awful. I don't think there's any beating around the bush on that, but they get themselves into favorable advantages. It's just making sure they hold on to those favorable advantages that I think is the big problem for them.
And they're getting better every time we see them on this this stream, especially. The fact they're able to provide that sort of T-side on Cash as well, that was beautiful. Like the kind of mid-control they were finding, the executions, the B-splits coming in, every detail covered. It looked like Liquid didn't even have a chance to fire back in most of those rounds.
That's why I liked the Dust 2 set pieces as well. All these just seem like they're very well coordinated. I don't know that their Anubis is, but it might be something that they hope is not just simply not picked against them, because things were very fragmented, very fractured. We saw multiple times in the Dust 2 and on Cash, they were trying to play shoulder to shoulder, not too dissimilar to Liquid, but they were far more confident that they didn't always have to push. And I think Liquid felt like they were backed against the wall in that route very often.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, we see the replay of it here. This is the Belchernot quad kill on the Deagle. It'll be one of the plays of the qualifier, without a shadow of a doubt. That is what set them up so incredibly well.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just that round. He managed to build upon that throughout the start of the first half. And the individuals I mentioned that we know can do so much good work on this roster did. And it's just incredible to see how good this team could be. That the progress is very evident there with these new players they've had in, of course. Fame is properly signed from VP. He's not on loan anymore. And, you know, this core now is going to be dangerous. And, of course, I mentioned about that next game possibility. It's Focus or Ascend next in the bracket. And, sure, you're going to have to beat one of BCG or 100 Thieves to qualify for the main event. But you know what? You never know.
Boys, whenever we talk about Team Liquid, it feels like every lineup, every iteration, it's just a catchphrase. They need more time. I feel like, yes, that's probably true here, but this is such a massive deal for the organization. Esports World Cup and the Club Championship, really, really big deal for Liquid. The fact they're not even attending the main event now, that is so detrimental to the organization.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they really would have wanted to just get invited, but they found themselves in a rut for quite some time, and this is unfortunately the route they have to take as an organization that have a lot of other teams that are competing for the Club Championship. So, yeah, it's a massive blow to the organization, but yes, they do warrant a bit more time, unfortunately.
Every single time.
It's a bit of a shame because, look,
they're bringing in a 17-year-old to try and get them out of the rut.
a broken record, but it is just true. Like, I mean, Jorko showed flashes in this game, but Jay, if you're bringing in a new AWPer and a new in-game leader, it's the fact that it's an in-game leader change. That is the main thing as well. And I mean, look, I'm very happy with the changes they have made. I am hopeful for the future, but look, they lost in that final, that local land to Apogee. They've now lost this as well. They're not qualifying for the Esports World Cup. That's a huge dent in their VRS too. That's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, I am a bit worried for Team Liquid, but I guess we should be celebrating 1W more. I didn't expect anything from this team. I thought they were a bunch of washed old school CSGO players, not going to lie to you. But for now, we are going to take a break, and we've got the big game coming up next. 100 Thieves versus BC Game. That's going to be an absolute banger. It's got about 10 minutes until that one is on your screen, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
The chips are down and the stakes are high as you join us for the round of 16 here at the EWC Last Chance Qualifier. And what a fixture we have coming up next, gents. Two GOATs from a different game, admittedly, but two GOATs locking horns, Simple and Device will be going at it in the round of 16. Are you hyped?
In big 2026 as well. We're throwing it back one time to kind of the days of old, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Let's just run it in an open qualifier.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Really spice it up. It's all the making to be an incredible game. And of course, it's because of the stakes on top of that. The fact that only one of these teams can make it through.
And it's just the acquisitions that these organizations, whether they entered into the circuit or re-entered the circuit, it did seem like they had to really fish and build projects from the ground up. I mean, BCG have been through many different iterations. 100 Thieves, it's a little bit more. They seem to hit the ground running a bit more.
I think they broke my record on transfer fees.
Oh my god.
Difficult to do.
Yeah, but I mean, with BCG, they've gone Mongolian for some reason.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't necessarily narrate it in this way, but you could argue, some could argue, that there are defending champions of the EWC on BCG.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. I kind of like that.
I don't think I would make that argument because
I'm going to start running with it.
No, because Techno hard carried it when they ran it last. So, and that's not exactly the person you typically expect.
What I will say about the Mongolians joining, though, Senzu seems to be playing out of his mind. He's like joining Magisk on those B-bomb sites on Mirage, especially like duo they've got going on. Man, is it looking strong as hell. Like Senzu is showing some rare form right now. In terms of firepower, I think BCG might have them beat in the 100 Thieves size, but that team is on an upward trajectory. 100 Thieves seem to be getting better and better, and the addition of Gizmi as well, great signing, I would say.
Still statistically the best player at this tournament, granted. It helped with the earlier farming, the 2.59 he put up on the game that we covered, but you look at this and it feels like a real battler mindset to me. It's one which is a very kind of like firepower heavy, star players, lots of them, relying on them to kind of pull you through games. We got the flip side for 100 Thieves where it feels like it's a bit more about that synergy and about that cohesion as a team, and they play off each other really well. Very, very detailed calling coming through from Gizmi. The mid-rounding is fantastic. Something that we did critique as well for BC game when we covered that game of BCG, that they really did struggle in the mid to late round, and we saw players like Electronic go a little bit missing. That doesn't seem to be the case for 100 Thieves.
We've got pretty protocol heavy maps though for the veto. I'm maybe surprised to see that BCG are leaning this direction. I know it's something that they've been working on as of late, but I still think if you're going to try and go to sort of blow for blow with 100 Thieves, I'd actually like to see them try and bring them into those scrappier engagements, actually, so that you can leverage the skill of someone like Simple or Senzu or Mizinho.
Let's get into the conversation everyone's here for, though. Let's talk about Simple to begin with. What have you made of Simple since the return, Neo? Is he back? Is he looking like his old self? Let me know your honest thoughts.
Well, okay, let's be honest. Is he back? Yeah. Back to being the greatest player of all time? No, he's not close. But is he back to playing to a level that is enough? Yeah, and that is actually where we're at, because we are seeing really good moments out of Senzu, right? And he's not required, I think, anymore, especially when this project first came together. It kind of felt like, right, if Simple doesn't do everything, we're in trouble. Now that's not the case. He's got enough around him where it feels like we just need to get Simple playing well, which we are getting, I think, at times. Now, it's more about consistency now for him. We do see him go missing a little bit. We do see him not always put up the performances that we'd really require. It's close, but not enough kind of vibes. And he does at times need to make up maybe for the slightly lacking numbers that Electronic has been providing to him.
It does feel as though it's somewhat motivation related, because the better teams he plays, the better it feels he plays as well.
I see what you're saying.
It's whether or not that's direct motivation or just having a better read on what's happening in those types of circumstances. I think it's offset by the fact that because Senzu plays well, typically against lower level teams, it's kind of, okay, Senzu, Mizinho, Electronic, the rest of the core will get you there to the important games, and then Simple should be able to take you that next step.
Surely this is great motivation though for Simple, because both him and Device have had the same narrative built around them quite a lot since basically Counter-Strike 2, that they're both kind of a little bit washed, right? And maybe the time is done and, you know, hang up the mouse a little bit. And he would love to win that head-to-head. He's already had the head-to-head with Zywoo. Didn't go the way he intended it, you know, overall, I guess. But then now here in this game, which means so much against Device, what a time for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, do or die time. Who will be going through to the round of 8? 100 Thieves or BCG? We kick things off on Inferno. Who have you got, boys? Who's the favorites?
I'm taking 100 Thieves. I'm backing Gizmy.
I'm also taking 100 Thieves, I think.
Let's get it. Get the pistol round here. BCG sat on the T side. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. Molotov available. Suggest a B side finish. That's exactly what we're getting, but a swing coming in from 100 Thieves has cost them everything. Simple and Senzu pretty much win the pistol round in the first interaction.
They threw the kitchen sink at them and it didn't get anything from it. That
seemed like an anti-strat to me.
That's mad.
Sights open. And there's for the taking. And honestly, a question to be had of, do we even give this one a look in? Do we just save our half armor here and try and even slightly force buy in towards the next with one lesser investment? But I think they already know this is a foregone conclusion in this round. It will be BCG starting very, very well.
All right, I'm folding like a wet noodle. BCG are now winning this game.
The first bit of conflict. Nah, I'm going the other way.
I saw they wanted to do a thing. It didn't work out in spectacular fashion. So that's...
You've immediately folded.
I'm jumping ship while it's early.
You lasted 30 seconds.
Speaking of jumping, there's Mages finding Rain at the bottom of Banana. Would have been nice to save some Kevlar, perhaps. There's going to be Porte. P2000 in hand. Is that P2000 or it's unsilenced USP? Okay.
I think it's unsilenced, yeah.
Haven't seen that in about 5 years, but respect.
Uh-oh. And Device isn't going to survive either. Major walking away with a couple of kills for him. BCG starting well, all 5 staying alive. They drop all 5 on the flip side. And now, actually, there is a debate about whether you force buy. If it was 3 staying alive, 2 sets of half armor, the force buy is sort of a really, really viable option. Now, less so about the kills behind it. It's going to be a little bit feeble.
I think it's just a util thing, really, as CT. Some teams are comfortable playing a little bit lighter and being aggressive with MP9s or something down Banana or going for a second middle push, for example. But they actually, yeah, they do go for a force buy. By doing this route, by the time you have first gun round, you have everything you want.
Well. Pistols across the board. Desert Eagle, 5.7s. A little bit of utility, not a ton of it. Like I said, it felt like 100 Thieves have been cooking that round up, especially for BCG. That seemed like a direct counter. Unfortunately, got their heads rocked with the Glocks. The round was pretty much done. See if they can offer any sort of resistance here. They've actually stacked towards the art side and B, so it looks like another done deal. You're going to be saving already, I'm afraid.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble, doesn't pay off. And now, of course, the hunt can come forward. On the flip side for 100 Thieves, kind of a perfect place just to once again save and just reuse this force buy in towards the next. We made a bit of a gamble call, didn't quite pay off, didn't even get the opportunities for it to pay off. So just reset and reuse in towards the next.
Yeah, they used 1 smoke. That's basically it, right?
Like 1 HE as well.
Yeah. Hardly the worst thing in the world. Only bad if BCG actually actively tracked them down via Mizinho, most likely, but...
I don't think it's even worth it.
No one's even taking that risk, so...
Yeah, you know they're not going to bring a lot to the table in towards this round. It's not even really worth the hunt. Let them have their pistols.
In some respects, though, BCG will be a little blind. It's not like we had spamming 5.7s or Deegs rattling off alongside those 2 grenades that were thrown from the CT side, so they'll maybe anticipate that there was some investment, but what that looks like is completely unknown.
No dice so far for the 100 Thieves. Shut down quite convincingly back-to-back rounds there. The force buy doesn't get much done for them. BCG looking strong.
I will say for 100 Thieves as well, I'm actually liking the version of Rain I'm getting out of the roster since the transition in in-game leader duties, because there was maybe an argument you could have made that should he have stayed while that transition was happening?
Sure.
I think he's shown his quality again.
Well, they do manage to save the majority of their firepower, so they get a second bite of the cherry here. 5.7s, the Deagle's out once more. Going through the motions of trying to get that mid-control. Smoke down towards Arch. All 5 players here for BCG. Nice details on the utility as well, making sure they can just focus on the key angles. Desert Eagle trying to spam through the smoke here. Device doesn't connect.
It's a very similar time per round as to what they use in the prior. Electronic just needs a flash to get out of balcony here, and then they can start to pincer forward. They don't have to commit, is the only thing. Bit of presence being shown by Simple over towards Banana. He'll come join the rest of the pack. Another smoke out towards Long will come forward, and now this is all but a commit. starting to creep their way up, flashing towards long as they ramp up the pace a little bit. Mazzinho with that Mach 10 leading the way. Electronic U-turn in hand. Not a time to be caught. And that'll drop over an AK towards Rain. And now we get to see what he can bring. Nade on towards short 2. And they're cancelling this A here. Bomb's going B.
Goodness, Mazzinho, how did you even see him? I could barely see him even with the outlines. But that's a critical kill because it just completely strands Gizmy alone on B.
Come on, my goat.
Yeah, I was going to say, Gizmy is the new GOAT. So there is actually a chance. I'm believing. Couple of 1-digs here and there. You never know. Here comes the first opportunity. Not the 1D, but still gets the kill. Should be taken down by Simple here, and indeed he is. 3 versus 3, round not necessarily over, but probably is now. Nice shot from Simple once again. Finds Rain. A couple of Deagles and Kevlar. Money will be pretty good going to the next round, but this is 3-0 all day long for BCG. Their map pick. You are just joining us. This is the round of 16. We started with 32 teams today. You need to win 3 best of 3s in a row to qualify for the top 4. Make it to the main event next week. Already had some heartbreak here. Liquid, as you might expect, a tragic performance in the opening round. Just about what you expect at this point, isn't it? You hate to see it.
It was a very back and forth last game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
One map good, one map bad. Or rather, 2 maps bad for Liquid, really.
So, nice start. Smiles all round.
Yeah.
Just to note as well with the coaches, you got Taz and Glaive. Like, we got an all-star lineup here.
Yeah.
How sick is that?
You know, in a way, it feels like a final unto itself as well, but this is not even for qualification, so...
Yeah, being on this side of the bracket, it's tough.
Brutal, yeah.
It is absolutely brutal.
And there's kind of a bit of a similar feeling of a game on the other side of the bracket, kind of currently on the other side, Heroic Fnatic. I think that's also a similar one. Both have had very decent tournaments so far, both looking very clean. But one of them we have to say goodbye to, as their best of 3 is also underway. Early util towards top banana. Zero will just fall back off the angle. Smart move, but they give up all of this space over towards BCG, and they're actually going quicker as well. Flash, round, May just looking for that first, but it's Point. Off the back of Gizmy's flash, he'll net the opener, and they look for a little more behind it, and the HGs are going to help. They'll soften up Simple. There's a lot of info gained of how many there is here. They've seen so many already.
The util usage so far from 100 Thieves have been pretty on point. I mean, the timing on the flash, the HE as well, to catch them as they're trying to chase down a trade, it was right on point. So, considering the early ideas that 100 Thieves brought into this map, they still have more to come, especially more in the mid-round. A flash straight into Banana. It catches 2, but Senzu was playing anti. He lined them up. It's 3 on B in an instant. What looked like a great start for 100 Thieves has completely gone absolutely terribly.
Were they just completely lined up, or did he just do some ridiculous god flick there? I don't know. There was full spray control and saves the day. Senzu, we talked about his form.
Yeah.
You would think he might struggle in an international squad. Obviously never done it before, but he looks like he's absolutely fine and cooking in this BCG roster.
And the thing is, that flash that's thrown is brilliant for the top banana players.
Yeah.
It's awful for the Cubby player. They don't even consider that to be an option. And because Senzu's playing in towards Cubby, he's completely unaffected. Everyone's not even looking his way. It's the perfect ruse. Device, you'll get his exit as we get a first little look into that head-to-head between those two. This round, of course, no legs behind it. BCG going to pull away to a 4-round buffer now, and the first true gun round going well is a really positive sign. So, 100 Thieves, worrying signs early here, Mike.
I mean, some good ideas, but they're just getting destroyed.
Got to see that from Senzu's POV.
Yeah.
I don't know how he gets 3 there. So, it was looking so good. Boy, good flashes, Boy's active play on the CT side, and they did line up for him. It's so unfortunate. Like, it's great for Senzu, but still, you gutted if you're 100 Thieves. Felt like that round was fully under your control. And now we take a tactical time out the first. 400 Thieves here, 4-0 down on their opponent's pick. Early days, of course. Still have a pretty decent buy going forward. The AWP's out for device still. And 4 M4A4s.
It's what I think is most admirable as well about Gizmy and the way that he likes to call is that whether or not they have necessarily the best resources or the best position, they always hunt for more. You know, he's somebody that loves getting extra information, finding flank timings, and just really putting pressure around the map. And, you know, that's maybe an instance where they could have and should have probably used an incendiary or an HE in that cubby. It's what most teams would do if they're going to go for a mid-round push to actually check top B. But they didn't, and they pay the price.
Yeah. Well, buy back in. 400 Thieves desperately looking for that first round to open up proceedings here. He is their opponent. Map pick, sure, but not the start they would have liked. A slower round to start. Oh, sorry, I say before, Mage just dives through the smoke and gifts Rain a freebie. And Syrah going to be tested momentarily, playing top car, and they're ready to flash through this. And there he is, looking for one. He'll get it. Probably one to the second behind that, not good enough. But there's two more players here, ready to meet them, and the nade deals a hefty amount of damage. Now, this time, the B hit surely has to go the way of 100 Thieves.
You would think so. There's no HP. There's bare bones utility. A 4 versus 3 presents itself. There is a minute to work with here, but Rain, nice up front position. Thinking better of it, though. Going to tuck himself away further. Doesn't want to risk going down and opening up the floodgates towards A.
He kind of realized he'd cut them off, but also that they have so much time that they can go anywhere with the routing.
So this is actually very wise from Rain, I think. Needs to be careful.
They're actually just saving.
I think they're full saving this. They're going to spawn.
They have.
They want nothing.
It's going to be a long 40 seconds, huh?
Well, good
let's
time
get some update.
I was about to say, good time to update. B-Trams has been feeding us a few already. So we had a reverse sweep, Sashi reverse sweep Virtus Pro. So talk about tragic losses, Liquid tragic loss, and then VP tragic loss. Two new squads who have fallen a little flat, not what you want to see. But we also have another upset and another bit of tragedy for North America. NRG have been upset by Phantom. So that is
on a map on the series?
That is on the series, I think.
Let's double check that before we start throwing around. Yep, you're right. Phantom have knocked them out.
Are they dead? Oh, no.
Dude, I don't even know who's in Phantom, I'll be honest with you. Oh, okay. mibr.los team.
Yes, yeah. It's actually quite an interesting mixed team.
Dude, it is, yeah. It's what, Danes and Poles? That's pretty cool.
And mibr.los and Siege have only been part of that roster for not very long. They've only been there a small amount of time.
Oh, that's disappointing for an RG, though, huh?
It really is. I thought they were a sleeper team that could be interesting, you know?
They were sleeping.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure. And actually, currently, is another one that really could be quite interesting and potentially an upset. GG How are leading by quite a margin against Dendelay in map number 3. They're 8-2 up. If Dendelay drop after the start they had to this tournament, that would be wild.
Yeah, we saw they went, what, OT 16-13 on first map, I think, right? So
and there's a bit of a recovery in towards that map itself as well.
Yeah. There are some upsets. I mean, it is a long day, but we're only some of these games are only in the first round. It's the start of the day. If it's that shaky early, then I don't know how they'll do late.
But another one finish here is out in a circle of beating Iberian. Salt 13-11, right down to the wire. And map number 3 as well. So that's a wild one. And Ascend are currently 10-7 up against Focus in that decider too. That would be an upset if Ascend take down Focus.
Yeah, Focus had they felt like they started the game quite well, I think, on the first map, and then they, got rolled, it seemed like, so they're in trouble.
Other way around, I think. Ascend dominated the first map against Focus, but that was their pick.
Okay. Well,
that was their pocket pick of Inferno, where they're kind of like...
Just looking at the box scores briefly, so...
Right then. Hopefully we are ready to get going here. First map between BC Game, 100 Thieves. Got the flying start from BCG, but 100 Thieves finding their footing. They've at least got a round on the board now. Technical pause. We'll see what kind of pacing the BCG will bring to this T side as we enter round number 6. Got device on the AWP yet to get going, really. 1 and 2. Heading over towards B, going to set up some utility for his teammates for looks things here as they try and get that banana control.
They'll get it as well, to be honest. They can take this top car presence if they want to be really aggressive with this, and they will. The flash is ineffective towards Senzu, but the second is pretty sublime. And it's simple spamming the smoke that finds Syrah, and that's where Senzu activates. Device will lose his head, 50 cal through the cranium, and just like that, opening double, go the way of BCG, and they're looking to bite back and immediately get that 4-round buffer once again.
What a shot to take down the AWPer as well. Rough start with Device. And another huge advantage here, BCG. 5 on 3, applying pressure in towards that B bomb site. Gizmi, the plucky in-game leader, known for his fragging ability, might be left on his lonesome here. 2 players remain now. Someone have to go absolutely massive. Poi, the young gun, stepping up. Funnels him in towards B and see what Gizmi's got in store for us here.
There's just simply no way that he holds onto this side. He has nothing to stall them, and he's going to be fully
smoke, hope for the best.
He just has to hope for the best. And it will be on timing. No one checks it, but his aim is not on the money, so Mizinho takes him down.
Yikes. We weren't looking for that. I was like really building that one up. He swings through this. 2 kills will be coming through, but
it could have been cool.
Could have been cool. Boy, though, he'll probably be taken down as well here. Senza still alive? Yeah, Simple's going to get you as well. Simple looking sharp, boys.
It's a big
7-1 at the gates.
I will say, again, it's another idea from 100 Thieves where it's actually like there's only one player properly committed into Banana. They had him totally isolated, double flashbang. It seemed like it was actually set up for success, but it's Syrah swinging by himself, full spraying away in a smoke spam duel with Simple without actually clearing bottom B.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Massive oversight, really. And this is kind of the talkment really about 100 Thieves so far. It's like the ideas are actually okay. Yeah. It's the execution behind said ideas that are losing them rounds at the moment. We've seen it happen a few times already.
I can understand if Syrah did exactly that, but he had another player swinging and hard clearing logs for him.
Yeah. Oh, look at this again. This is aggressive, and it's the same result this time. Mizinho is the one to find Syrah. The response to the nades are great. He just sends out Mizinho all left, pretty reeling, 1 foot in the grave, but still alive. So numbers favor BCG in round number 7.
Certainly does. What's the next move? Smoke down towards the arch side. Starting to get towards the apartments here. Mzinho and Electronic exchange positions. Smoke's down towards arch once more.
They would have heard
Apps
that.
pop, boys, I reckon.
Yeah, but they would have heard the jump through on that smoke. They're close on short, so I know there's some presence.
Apps play. This is going to be got 4 players in here.
Gizmi was looking like he was rotating away there for half a second, but
it's not going to be the perfect call, is it? Okay, Gizmi's here.
He's right. He's ready for this, actually. You're going to go for this pop in a second. They've got no exact bulk or pit presence, so Gizmi does have to go huge from the site, and the flash will force him off as he plays up towards Pillar. First fight doesn't go his way, and none of them do. Gizmi, Rain, Poi all drop like dominoes, and Device left all alone, anchoring the B side. He's obviously going to give no look into this, and now you can see it the other way. They're going hunting.
I'm so glad I jumped ship round 1.
I'm standing tall.
Mechanics failing 100 Thieves' these last really important sequences. Gizmi, I feel like he had a lot of time there to take a calculated shot, get at least 1 kill, went for the full mag dump, barely connected a bullet. Very well done, though. You mentioned it, Neo. They had low HP, had to come up with a avant-garde play, went for the contact towards the apartments, and then, unfortunately, Gizmi not managing to connect any bullets on the low HP players. Means they get a pretty easy run in towards that A site. Electronic, nice kill towards the end as well. Device goes down, and the money is ruined. We'll take a partial buy here. 5-7's actually pretty promising partial buy. You've got all those smokes, those HEs as well. Interesting to see where they deploy the HEs at the start. It's going to be T-steps. No damage there.
It thread the needle through everybody.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And it's nothing going right for 100 Thieves here.
Oh, no. He's the one who opens things up.
Okay, those ones hit.
Those ones connect.
Full sense of security. First one was just all set up. It's conditioning. Okay,
it is an opening kill towards top mid and 2 nades immediately in towards Ram, so you kind of feel that there was a brief window where A was slightly open, but now it's been stacked.
Yeah, that could be the thing that's the poison chalice for the round for BCG. They're hoping that they can catch a weakened bomb site, but they might have to run past smokes into 5-7s.
Yeah, it should be fine. Should be in the operative word here. It's good flashbang, but Mzinho, head on the swivel, manages to dodge it, and they're getting cooked up by the Molotovs on the side. But the 5-7 comes to life here. Looks like we might be onto something. Syrah and Rain working in tandem, and finally a bit of fortune favoring 100 Thieves here as they find their second round.
I think you were right to highlight the fact that they kind of missed a window there.
They were too slow. You know, if they weren't hesitant, if Simple gets that kill, Senzu gets double naded, and you immediately ramp up and say, we got to hit A now. That's where our gap is. They take that site with ease. There's one player anchoring it, and you're fine. But it's the fact that they creep their way forward, they slowly, meticulously get their smoke down. In a 4-buy round, I'm all for that. When you know it's a half buy like that, you've got to go quicker, and that's what kills them.
Here we go then. Money's still absolutely fine for BCG, of course. 5 AKs are going to be looking for that banana control with 3 players. Major's tip of the spear as he tries to get in towards logs. We have got the AK of Syrah looking to get stuck in as well. Playing behind the smoke, seeing if anyone sneaks through. Going to actually retreat towards the bomb site itself now. You're playing with Gizmi. They've still got the majority of their utility here as well. Going to be dropping retake grenades. Smoke goes down, flash over. Do they fancy a little swing here?
Ooh,
Rice did, but he probably wishes he hadn't. 7 HP in surviving, but
Risky.
it's going to limit where he can play as well, because it's not like all the util's been exhausted by BCG.
Do you feel like as well for Device, maybe frustration starting to kick in a little bit? He's obviously not done anything so far. His one kill was an X kill on towards Simple when he was just holding when they lost the B site.
Yeah.
And he really wants to have some impact, and he's struggling to do that. Maybe Poi can have some here, though. Flashed in, and Mazzinho, who just about lands in time, will give them long control, and it might all slot into place. Rain's got to show some veteran numbers here, but Gizmi makes a push through the smoke, and it might get a second, and it does. And alongside Stira, they've locked down this A site. It's Simple all alone. Needs to first recover the bomb, and then pull off a 1 versus 3. And he gets the C4. Numbers will be punched in towards short. How do you play this now, 100 Thieves? Do not give him the 1v1s. Don't allow him to isolate. There's the first. Can't get the second. Stira just reacts in time, but it was bated breaths by us here on the desk.
That was a CT smoke they threw on top of the bomb. So not only did they give him the bomb for free, they also had to run through that as a group and hope for the best. That could have fallen apart very quickly.
And both their incendiaries missed. And almost masked his noise in repositioning. There's so many things that felt like
I was wondering, why can't they hear him? You're right, that's exactly why.
I just felt like one of those spots where it's like, okay, his positioning is perfect for this. He just needed that quick spray transfer.
That would have been the backbreaker. They lose that 3v1, which was looking possible. I don't know why they dropped that smoke. Very odd, but still, they get the round. No harm, no foul is the motto of the day.
When you're against some of the world's best, make decisions that are self-preservative.
I will say, if that smoke goes deeper and you have the bomb on the other side of it,
would be
that's
fine.
perfect.
But you actually allowed him to get the bomb and set up the clutch.
Oh, hang
Device is back.
Look at these openers, though. Yeah, Sarah, Device combine well. Simple and Senzu who fall. 2 of the big hitters.
A little back and forth at the start of this game. Oh, that's not good. I mean, Device, he'll have support behind him, but the rifler has to get the kill. But no, Mazzinho, he's got a second into this site, and it's just the Glock to hunt him down. Rocking out with the Glock out, and there is nothing that you can do if you're a CT. Just too late to the party. Bomb, though, is really far away. That's still second middle.
I've commentated so many highlights of Device in that particular position hitting the quick scopes, and that one was just a bit sad.
It's a different time.
Not a single bullet connected already near.
I mean, there's an iconic one where he literally hits the first shot and then no scopes the left-hand side as well, which is exactly what he needed to do there.
I was getting ready to say, he's rolling back the years, but maybe they can still recover the round. Nice work from Gizmi. Popping up in the smoke, and they've actually given themselves a winnable situation. Everyone's low HP right now.
Everyone's vulnerable. This is easily can swing both ways, but there's 2 sets of incendiaries. All the T side. The first will come down towards short. Now keep Gizmi at bay. There's 1 kit and the util on the back pocket of Syrah, but he's the one to fall. So it's now all on the in-game leader. Does not have a kit, does not have any utility, so has to win this with raw aim duels here and now. The swinging towards Cole's airbox is successful, but Mazzinho rips his head. A quad kill from the youngster will let BCG yet another round in what is already looking like a stellar map.
They played that 2v2 actually so well. Low health, they're playing headshot angles, but they're pushing and pulling between each of them. One takes contact, the other swings, another takes contact, and they trade.
And that was a 5-on-3 essentially, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Oh no, that one hurts. Mongolia's looking super sharp as well. Mzinho, his time to shine here as well. The aim just looks brutal from them. Gives me decent effort in the 2 versus 1. Managed to cut it down to size, but unless you win the round at this stage of the half, it's all for naught really. AWP's out for Device again. Managed to get the opening pick in the previous round, but it didn't lead them to victory. Senzu be given the red carpet treatment over towards Banana. Full control.
Oh, there we go. That's vintage. Device for that first. Fine Senzu, but again, we've already seen, even just the previous round, but plenty of times already where 100 Thieves have found the opener and not been able to turn it into a successful round.
They've at least maintained some control over towards A, and they're close enough by that they should actually be swinging mid, likely on a timing. But it might be the hit from BCG that happens before they can get that information.
Do they go through this? Yeah, they're going to break it open. They're going to start making their move in just a second. Coffins and second oranges. Now 100 Thieves are set up and Gizmi for the first. Holding out mouse 1 a little bit desperately. Nade will come over towards first orange to do a lot of damage, and he deals more in towards water off the back of his M4, but they still take the site, and that can't be denied for now.
It's Banana they have to worry about.
Look how low they are as well. Break open, Sierra spamming the smoke, finds one. The trade is perfect, and Device will deliver, opens and closes the round. And it is a fourth and a bit of a sigh of relief, to be honest, for 100 Thieves. You get a 7-5 out of this, despite how ugly it's looked, it's actually okay.
Absolutely true. It's pretty standard scoreline, could go either way on Inferno, especially MR12 comes down to the pistol in the second half. That's if they can find the 5, though. It definitely has been frustrating. They've had so many advantages, and it's been ripped away time and time again, mainly by Senzu and Mzinho. But yeah, that's a promising round. Device showing some form there. A couple more kills to add to his tally. Slowly but surely getting into the series now. 4 and 6. We enter the final round of the first half. 100 Thieves looking for 5, sorry.
Oh, they'd love to get 12.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, that would be quite ambitious at this stage.
Can we just jump to the good part?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the buy, though, right? You know, for BCG, 2 Tech 9s have to come through, double Galil as well. So a prime opportunity for that 5th to come forward. And they might just go quick here. Flash through, and it will catch Rain. He cannot stop them making their way up. But he gets a kill before dropping. A Poi, one of his own, can't quite deliver it in towards a second. So if Raw 3 versus 3, and then upgraded of an AK
Come on, Device. We need you right now. See if he can hold off the apartments push that's going to be coming through. Desert Eagle in hand. Feel the discomfort he's feeling right now.
Oh my. Yeah, he just walks blindly in towards apartments, and Mzinho was ready for it. The new school takes down the old school, and the site's open now. And this is a difficult retake. Siren gives me, they've already had success on one. And they failed one too, and they need to come alive here. Simple playing close in towards Boiler, ready with the Tech 9. It's a little messy, and Gizmy jumps at the worst possible time. A panic leaves Syrah all alone, and the Daynor fall to the hands of Senzu. 8-4 for BCG. What a showing at the moment on their map pick.
Gizmy switched to his knife as well. Like, it was full panic. Every button was pressed simultaneously. That's a dominant half from BCG. There were a couple of moments that looked a little hairy, but they've got the star power. We know that.
Mzinho was absolutely frying top of middle as well there. Every single round, it felt like he was getting 3 kills. This one, no different. Device, disappointing. You could, like I said, you could feel the pressure. Too many angles to manage. Try to get towards the apps, but they're ready and waiting for that particular play as we get into a very, very important pistol round here for the Thieves. Got themselves 1 smoke, molly, and a couple of flashes, all on the utility belt of Gizmy here. And we're heading over towards the B side. Very quick.
Ooh. There's pace behind this, but they'll slow it down as they take top banana control. And BCG are sort of happy to play a little standoffish here. Fighting a bit of pressure. Senzu will take a goosh.
It's lucky to get away, to be honest. He could have been spammed through the edge of that wood. Through the whole coffin.
Just feeling out the map right now. CT's put on high alert. Senzu low HP.
Good util, though.
Yeah, still have a smoke, molly, and a flash on the T side here. Looks very likely to be a B finish. You can see Rain and Device holding the extremities, seeing if there's any sort of CT reaction, trying to provoke a push, an intel play.
They're pivoting. I think they were expecting something to happen through the apartments or maybe a push down middle once there was contact over at B. So they're hoping to capitalize on what it should be some extra open space on A.
They split through long here as well. They're going to make life so uncomfortable for this A-site hold. Mzinho and Simple about to be tested, and in they come. First contact, Simple will take a dink himself, and he's dead to Raid. Up close, Mzinho with the he needs something. He gets only 1, which is not good enough. And now the remaining 3 decisions to be made, and they have called it. Tail between their legs, they are out of there. Back towards B to safety, and it will be around for 100 Thieves. They desperately needed this pistol just to give them a lifeline in this map, and there it is.
Mzinho was firing those dualies like a rhythm game. Like, it was actually really slow. You see comparative to, Belchenok earlier in the day.
Yeah, right.
See someone like Ziwu in critical moments. They fire way quicker than that. Just Mzinho's treating it like a regular pistol. I
still thought he was going to get like 3 kills there. I'm surprised they shut him down so quickly. First row fumble there from Mzinho. Even though he gets 1, felt like he had a lot more to offer. As Neo mentioned, though, going to be saving the Kevlar and a couple of flashes here. He had no way of winning the round. He might as well do that. And the hunt is on. Successful. It's 1 Kevlar gone.
Oh, Device survives on 2 HP as well. So 4 up for the pistol. And a critical round for 100 Thieves. Are hoping to make their comeback on this T side. It was a good read. It was a very good read, and I think clearly from what we've seen for the CT and T-side pistol, they have a very clear idea of what they wanted and how they think BCG were going to react. This time, it actually lands, however.
So, Lils, AK-47, the force spy of the CTs here. 2 FAMAS. Pistols otherwise. Went for quite a stack towards B. I assume just dropping off utility to help out Magus there and present the idea of multiple players being stacked towards B. He's just going to try and drop that defensive util now. First smoke goes down. You'd assume he's got another smoke. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it is quite strange seeing matches on B. I think you
right.
highlighted it before, but...
Yeah. Historically, one of the most notable pits players on all of Inferno.
But we also saw Device in an iconic spot, and it didn't feel the same, so maybe it's for the best.
Times are changing, lads. Times are changing. Magic.
Have a good smoke. Has he got another? He does.
Yeah. You can drop another one around that 30-second mark as well. It's going to be like life, really uncomfortable. It'll go a little earlier. The CT smoke comes through, and they're going to pop forward through this, but he's not ready for this fight. Yeah, how does he want to play this? He's going to give them all this control.
And it's quite nice as well. Just sending in Gizmi with the MAC-10. He can call this one off very quickly. If he dies, not a big deal. If it is a huge stack, he can get the boys out of there. But popping open the smoke, covering CT spawn, he calls his clear. Really well handled. And didn't buy what they were selling over there with the 3 smokes from Magisk.
Yeah, Magisk was also a little trigger happy on his smokes. He needed to bleed more time, I think, if he wanted to try and sell an idea. But also he threw both smokes from the same spot. So yeah, it's a good read. And the risk is obviously going to be taken by the in-game leader, who, while might be one of the highest statistical players at the event for some reason or another.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
That is
was that 2.59 series have anything 52 and 9 have anything to do with it?
That is not the expectation, however.
Okay.
Did a good previous series as well, though. I tuned in to a couple of the co-streams for it and was looking sharp there. So it's good to see that Gizmi's been keeping up his individual form. But yeah, full save that comes through. There's no point giving that one a look in. They gamble at the A site, doesn't pay off, and you just get to reuse that force buy in towards the next.
Yeah, exact same thing 100 Thieves did on their CT side, except they actually kept all 5.
True.
There will be some resources here for BCG to work around. In fact, better weaponry than really the 100 Thieves forces entailed on their defense. So with the 100 Thieves hoping that they can get a handle back on this game, I do wonder whether or not they'll try and send these rifles in to be disruptive and do a lot of damage. Oh, instant gush there from Gizmi.
It great has nade onto him as well, right? So I thought that he'd get, nearly a max damage nade, and he'd immediately be like, okay, I'm going to slow down a second. But he actually ramps up the pace.
He did not care.
He might want a little bit more, and Senzu also going to eat some nade damage too.
So going to save again.
Him and Magisk left low, yeah. Decision to be made, isn't it? Leaving just still one man towards this B site. And Zu and this FAMAS try and hold down the fort at 47 points of HP. He's got another smoke to replenish the one already down, but similar to what you were touching on in that previous round, Mike, we need him to bleed a little bit more time before he throws it.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't like the save if they go for the save, because then they're floating around with FAMASs when this buying route is supposed to give you every weapon you want, the premium rifles and the util. But they did lose one of the FAMASs, so I guess it's all fine and dandy.
It's the same round again, though, isn't it? Right? You leave one anchoring and you go for the save. But the same thing on the flip side, where 100 Thieves, right? They're sending Gizmi. Go and get the information. You make the call off what you see. He gets the opener, sees no one else is here. There you go. Same round, back to back.
Lads, I've got some updates for you.
Yeah, go on, hit me.
Eyeballers have knocked out Sinners.
Big.
Sinners are gone. Mike, I know you're a big fan of them. It's a real shame.
Well,
JW and Crims, the unction.
I didn't think they should have been in the major, to be honest. I don't know if I am the biggest fan of them.
I like that. Okay. Then GG Howe took down Dendely.
Big. That's a big upset, actually, as well.
And then what else have we got?
Ascend won, I think. Am I right in saying they beat Focus?
And it says here, one of Phantom, GG Howe, Inner Circle, or Hotu are going to make the main event. That's pretty massive. So we are going to have that Cinderella story here at the qualifier.
Wow.
Those are not teams we talked about whatsoever at the start of the tournament to potentially make it through.
You can't get me to not talk about Hotu, to be honest.
Okay.
Not while Norbert's on there.
I walked past them earlier and just a smile on my face. Saw Norbert leading the pack. They're walking a line. It was like they could have walked as a group, but no, it was one by one, single file. And I was like, this is it. These are the boys.
I looked at HLTV as well. It looked like Fnatic, yeah, they did. Fnatic just took the first map off Heroic.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a
Heroic fall. That's another tragedy, kind of similar to the Liquid and the NRG and
absolutely.
whatnot.
Did we say Ascend beat Focus as well?
Yeah. That's also a really big result. Credit to Ascend.
Okay then, boys. Round 16. 100 Thieves woken up here. Their opponent's map pick, BCG dropping off. Device mounts up there. It's labored. He never really felt like he actually had much to work with there. It's going to be an easy kill for Magisk as they look for their first round here on the CT side. Finally equipped with the M4s and a 5-on-4 advantage. Senzu tucking himself away. This is the partnership I was talking about, right? I saw Mirage early in the tournament, but they just look so strong together. Senzu and Magisk, that's going to be such a great duo to anchor these bomb sites.
In a weird way, it gives me reminiscence of like Tabsons and Taras when they had that combo.
Good analogy, yeah.
That Mirage that we call a BCG when those two are playing in tandem, they're unstoppable. Senzu was so confident because he always knew he was covered as well. And then when Majors had his moments, he also looked very confident because he knew that Senzu could bail him out. That is a perfect black hole. That is as good as it gets from Gizmy. And it allows Sira an absolute freebie to open up this top banana position. But at the same time, there's trying to be a split that comes through and they read into the push from Electronics. So Rain will rip ahead and now poor Magisk is all alone. They're coming from both sides and he's going to get both. Magisk might have just breathed life in towards this round. Molly down, but the bomb's also going to be planted. Gizmy holding with the AWP. Find Simple, and Magisk goes for more. It's all on Gizmy. The IGL with the AWP needs to go nuclear here. 7-8 as well, so a massive round, but he does not expect Mazzinho. That is a ridiculous round from Majors.
I was going to say, that position he chose in CT spawn, just in the middle of the open, hoping he can get one there. The double spray down, then denying the crossover, killing the planter after he gets the C4 down. And sure, good attempt there from Gizmy, but not known to be an AWPer. Paints himself into a corner as well. Can't win out in the 2 versus 1.
Anchoring isn't a role. It's a lifestyle. You can't teach that type of performance.
You don't expect him to be there. That's wild. The spray control as well, simply divine. And it will be the first on the board for BCG here in the second half. 9-7. First map of the best of 3. Let's pick a BCG. We want to nuke next, and Anubis if required. I hope it is required. This is the kind of series you want to go the distance.
It looks like we've actually finally got a bit of a game on our hands here as well.
Yeah.
Most rounds have felt kind of done by the early engagement, but they're starting to come alive. This is what we want to see. A real test between two sides who both have very solid arguments to be at that main event.
And it feels like it was just robbery rounds that instigated what could now transition into a BCG run, because 100 Thieves obviously had that 5-7 round that really got the engine roaring on CT. And now with that hold for Magisk, Senzu and Magisk both feel empowered to take duels.
Do you see that as well? Senzu on the escape pot flash that sends Magisk in. He then pot flashes to allow Senzu to have a peek. We spoke about this dynamic duo and they're working well off each other. And the nade will seal the deal on the trade. This is beautiful Counter-Strike from these two.
Yeah, they're going to be such a deadly duo as this team progresses. So much raw skill from Senzu. Majors bringing out all the stops to details with the utility and backup play, and also can frag very well himself by the looks of things.
Just who would have thought that a Dane and a Mongolian kid would have such great chemistry?
It's like when you hear those stories, like those news articles, and it's like a lion and a duck have become best mates in a zoo somewhere.
Yeah, what a pairing.
Safe call here for Device and Rain. Makes sense. There's no way they can give this one a look in.
The cash situation, yeah, this is the only call they can make. Thankfully, Device with a full utility belt. They won't be getting any further cash. We'll see what they decide to do. I would speculate this is probably a tactical timeout going forward, but it will be double digits here after another rock-solid hold there from the likes of Senzu and Majors. You'll love to see that.
They're just going to have to start hitting A, I think.
I think you might be right.
Both players are on fire on that side of the map. It felt vulnerable, it felt weak before, but the catalyst they need in Magisk has done enough.
Well played. So they will fully invest into it. No timeout called. Glaive happy for them to see what they can make of this round with the saved AWP. It'll be Poi down to the Tech 9. Haven't really seen much from Poi, the young gun.
Yes, true. Been missing.
Still plenty of CS to be played here, though. Testing B once again, and they were hoping they conditioned them not to really come towards B. So Senzu's not there for now, but they just, like I said, paying attention to the details. Got the utility available. Sets at the blockade.
Yeah, it's non-committal as well. C4's left of the towards ramp. They were just trying to maybe even draw attention there. But you can see it's not worked. quite immediately, actually. Senzu is rotating back over towards A. There's going to be 4 players here ready for the fight, and 3 of which are up close. This is going to be a bloodbath in towards mid. This flash will pop round. They've got no Balk presence, but they might not need it. Mazzinho, simple as he looks for a second with the AWP, and they line up as well. The no-scope from Device, but it's not enough. They were so ready to fight in towards mid, and they destroy them.
There was the tiniest hesitation. They're like, they're not really going B again, huh? And then Magis just called them off like, wait a second, they actually aren't. Get back in the setup, guys. We read them from the start of the round.
Yeah, really well done. Enjoying this performance here. This is looking, dare I say, world-class from BCG.
It is.
Excellent CT showing. These last few rounds have dominated. Perfect setups. Throwing the offense around the map. And running into that 3-man stack in middle where they're just pivoting off each other. Really great comms, which you wouldn't necessarily expect in this sort of international squad. They are looking locked in and on the same page.
I will say as well, you know, Senzu, when he was on Passion UA very momentarily, it didn't even look like he was talking with his team sometimes in those games. And so there was a real worry coming into BCG that maybe that same sort of attitude or communication barrier would be a problem. That doesn't seem to be the case at all. So kind of glad they're landing on their feet, but also having that assistance from Mazzinho as well in terms of integrating in culture that will only help bolster both their performances.
Yeah, totally.
And then it's also just like the veterancy of Magis, right? He can be a glue guy, right? And I think at the moment it really feels like he is. He's kind of bringing these 2 sets of nationalities together in a way that obviously at the moment is working really well.
Mazzinho is 18-5, but it's just this B-bomb side that's taken all our attention. How can we not look at Senzu and Magis?
And the nade as well. Not quite the full damage, but enough to really leave Device in a bad way. 48 points on that Tech 9. And he goes into the spam as well. Senzu gets a little more. Missed shot maybe, but the double tap from Simple. Oh my, what a showing we're getting here. Map point on their map pick. BCG are up to 12.
You just have to think from Simple's point of view. He's like quite a relaxing Inferno, on at least on CT, you know? They just keep on going B and they just don't go to Simple's side.
A completely different stance this time as well. Mage's down by the logs. Ready to mow them down. He's got Senzu providing the covering utility as well. Firing off a lot of shrapnel down the banana through the smoke, multiple kills found, and Simple to close things down with the Tech 9 as well at range. Feels like we might be done here. There's no one really stepping up on the 100 Thieves side that can convince you they can carry them in towards overtime. 5 in a row required here. Short your opponent's pick, but yeah, running out of steam here in the first.
And for the most part, 100 Thieves haven't really felt competitive. There's never really felt like a time where it's like, okay, maybe we've definitely got something to work with here. We've had pockets of moments and flashes of brilliance, but there's not been any consistency where I believe that there was an upset on the cards on this map. BCG have always felt like they've been in control. We saw a stellar half and maybe a slightly slow start to this one, but since they've got the finances sorted out, they've been alive and kicking.
It was just that Magis 4K on B. That's what changed everything, because that was the point. They could have grabbed this game by the horns.
Well, let's see. Is this curtains here on Inferno? Early Utah once again towards B. You know, they have not learned that lesson, that is for damn sure. They're going to keep trying to test it. And it's the same damn result. Electronic and Magis will open things up. Senzu gets his taste, as he always does. And as they walk in towards B, it continues to be a Fort Knox, a blockade. And there is nothing here. They are dead to rights as Gizmi is left low.
How many times did they need to learn this lesson?
Somehow they haven't learned it yet. Flash, ineffective. Senzu there as well as Rain will drop. And Porte Gizmi with it all to do in a 1 versus 4. Deagle, it's all he's got to work with. There is a dropped AK somewhere, but...
All right, boys. You can stop commentating now. Let's call it there, shall we? Excellent showing from the CT forces of BCG. Massive shout out to Senzu and Magis. What a dastardly duo they are proving to be. Every showing we've had them on the mainstream, they are locking down their bomb site time and time again. And it seemed like 100 Thieves were just gluttons for punishment there. They just wanted to keep going in towards Banana, trying to take them down, and it was the same damn result each and every time.
Yeah, on the T side, Simple and Mazzinho did have their influence, but on that CT, that's all we can really talk about, because every time you hit B, you just have the same result. It's hard not to fixate concentrate on these guys that shouldn't have as much chemistry as they do, but just seems to flow so naturally. One wants to be aggressive, one wants to play it safe, but they both frag hard.
Oh, it's so impressive as well. And it felt like when they won the pistol in the second half, 100 Thieves, well, right, they'll get back into this device coming online, but unfortunately, he was a bit of a non-factor in the entire map.
Yeah, he was. And same for Porte as well, right? It's two pretty integral parts of what makes 100 Thieves tick, and especially where their firepower comes from, that never really had any sort of impact. And I think another thing that's probably worth critiquing, as much as I'll always big it up when things are going well, the calling was bad, right? You know, we kind of touched on it at the end there, but forgive me, how many times do we go B and how many times do you not learn your lesson? Barely tested A. The one time they did, they go for a really raw hit through a smoke. 3 were ready to meet them. So it felt like they ran out of ideas without really even throwing that many ideas.
I think part of that was that they actually did have good ideas at the start of the game, and they just didn't execute on them properly, whether it's a player not looking the right direction, or a missed utility, or just a Senzu triple kill, for example.
Mzinho just mowing you down 1-on-4. Like,
exactly.
He was, like, we haven't really mentioned him in the post-game so far, but he was cooking. Every single round felt like 3 were available to him. So yeah, everyone's turning up. Simple didn't really have to do too much here, but he didn't play bad by any stretch of the imagination. He had his moments. He had good crossfires. He's not overextending like you might expect, like maybe a greedy style player would be. He's playing with the team, and they're looking rock solid as a squad right now.
Yeah, I don't actually get that vibe from Simple that he wants to play super bold and brash.
Yeah, which was the problem towards the end of his career in CSGO. Like, you can tell he's just over-peaking, trying to have those big moments, and it was costing his team rounds.
Yeah, I mean, even in the stand-in situations he had before, he was like playing role position, AWPing, and trying to play fallback spots. But when you have aggressive pieces like they do on this team, he doesn't have to be that guy currently.
Yeah, and even as well, when we sort of, all of us kind of figured out that they were going B a lot, he wasn't even the guy rotating over. They were playing a lot of double short setups with Electronic, and it was Electronic going over and mopping up the kills, when Simple easily could have been a bit more of a bully in a sense, said, I want these, I want to go over and try and support. He was happy to anchor, get his one every now and again. I thought T side he had a good impact though, Simple. He was giving them a lot of space towards B, but yeah, for the CT side, he never got tested.
That's all he wants to do. He just wants to win.
It's a lovely life, exactly. Chilling out towards A. That was kind of the round that really turned things, like that 4K from Magisk, ridiculous stuff. I mean, what a round that really, I think, killed the momentum and the morale of 100 Thieves.
I think as well, people outside for BCG are going to look at Simple's time on this roster. I think he's actually kind of wasted some of his time, perhaps, with the rosters that were constructed, the cores that were brought forward to try and accelerate their growth of the VRS system. This is the first one that feels like they are trying to build from the ground up around very solid foundations.
Well, that was their pick, to be fair. Do you feel like we can bounce back on Nuke for 100 Thieves?
I do. I feel like there's a lot more to be had here. And I think, if anything, that's just a kick up the arse, right?
And it's one of those maps where individuals can't run away with the round. You can't actually find multiple frags on the CT side on Nuke. You're normally in 1v1s, working together and waiting for the teammates to come to you. So I feel like pacing will suit 100 Thieves more, but in terms of the individual skill, God, they are getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, I jumped from round 1. I saw the light at the end
Blood
of the
in the water.
Yeah,
just
like, yep, I'm not doing this. I actually don't know that they will recover on Nuke, but who's to say?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the battle of the GOATs will continue after this break. It's 100 Thieves taking on BC Game. We're back in about 10 minutes.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the Counter-Strike carnage that is the EWC Last Chance Qualifier. We started with 32 teams today and we're whittling it down game by game. We're into round 2 now. 16 teams remain and we're covering a big fixture. The battle of the GOATs, they're calling it. Simple versus Device or BC Game versus 100 Thieves. First map left a lot to be desired for the 100 Thieves, which is a very important tournament for them as well, bear in mind. For both these teams, in terms of VRS points and prospect of making it to the major, I feel like this is a must-win for both of them, but it looks like BCG might have their number here.
We've currently got the biggest showing from 100 Thieves so far today behind us, because we haven't seen it in the survey. Cool. I'll tell you that for sure. That's the biggest, biggest showing we've seen from them. It was an underwhelming display on map number 1 from 100 Thieves. They just always felt like they were uncomfortable or reading things wrong, and then when
maybe being a bit stubborn towards the end as well. Like exactly. Just keep trying to fight them towards B. It's like, guys, let them be. Like, that's absolutely fine. They can have banana. We'll try our luck elsewhere.
But if they get it for free, then they'll know exactly we're going A. Like there was one round where they did just give B and focus on A, and they just got owned as well. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. In some ways, you want to try and battle back the beast and to get it in the cage.
Well, it's their map pick next. I feel like they can bounce back. I'm looking forward to what they put down here. Hopefully a bit more than what we saw in the first map. For me, Device needs to wake up. But the thing is, Nuke, not one of those maps that Orpa can really get going.
Yeah, and when you actually look at it, if you're kind of coming in towards this game, the comparison we had was like, you got BC Game who generally rely on their individuals a lot, and that's how this team sort of built upon it initially. Yes, there's great fundamentals there, but they've got a lot of star power, and that's what we expect out of them. And then the flip side, 100 Thieves, it's about the synergy and cohesion. But it was actually the other way. Like, we saw how well BCG played together, and obviously we've really highlighted this major sense of the duo on the B sides, anchoring how well they played together, but all over the map. They're so well synergized, which is normally what we expect the 100 Thieves, and it was anything but. They were missing stars, and they were relying on them too heavily to bail them out of bad situations.
Yeah, while I'm with you, I do want to focus on Device to some degree. It's actually just the core of Riflers that just felt like they were getting disrupted all the time by that duo. So I don't think I'm seeing enough from Sierra or Poi or Gizmo.
Let's get into Poi for a second. People might not be aware of him. He's a young gun, right? Where did he come from there?
Eyeball has really made his name for himself. He put up one of the best performances we've kind of ever seen in Tier 2 on Anubis. It was like 39 kills. Was it in regulation off the top? Or was it 1 OT? It was a ridiculous showing, though, in a Tier 2 game. And he set the record for a while, which I think has now changed hands to Donk, which is not surprising, to be honest. But for a long time, he held the record most kills on the map. I mean, but he's just an insane talent. Eyeballers are such a good... So at one point, was such a good feeder team for sort of the upper echelons of Tier 2. They are now one of the upper echelon Tier 2 teams. So they've done well themselves, but he's a giga talent. He's been kind of considered one of the best youngsters to come through Sweden for a while now, and we've seen it at times, but not today.
It just also happened that there have been other Swedish teams and similar projects where we've also been like, this guy's the next one up, and then he's just not.
I guess that Male 09 kid was the one where everyone's talking about.
I mean, he could still be pretty good.
Oh yeah, okay, all right, cool.
Or it could have been like Nilo, for example, another player that like just dropped off the face of the earth for a little bit, and then we realize he is still good. So, you know, there's been a lot of hype. The Swedes love to hype up their players.
They do.
Maybe a little bit too much, but yeah, we've gotten good stuff out of Porte on the grind upwards. So, I mean, because these teams are both in similar positions, you know, 100 Thieves would like to be much further along. They wanted to be able to get into a Cologne, for example, but once you miss that window, it becomes this massive fall off afterwards, right? So
similar sentiments towards Syrah. Is he that sort of talent as well?
I've got the receipts. You can go and check it on Twitter. I have been singing Syrah's praises for so long.
I thought he was about to flame him, to be honest.
No. You go first and you can do your counter argument after. Let's see what's here.
I've been a diehard Syrah fan for a long time. I casted him a while ago, probably 2023, when he was playing on a team called Proserpia, who was owned by Nicholas Bentner, the football player, right? They played in a Blast Premier Qual, and I casted basically every game he did, and I was like, this guy is insanely, mechanically so talented. And I've been saying every time he's played it, he stood in for a couple of times. I think it was Heroic he stood in for, like Thunder Pick World Championship, did really well there, stood in for a couple of teams, finally gets a shot here. I've been all for it. I've been singing his praises for a long time, but at the same time, he can go a little bit missing. I think he can have moments of inconsistencies, and also he doesn't always play the greatest roles, so it's hard for him to really shine. He isn't meant to be a star. I just think as a supporting element, for me, he's fantastic.
I'm going to let you finish. Hold on. We've got the bracket I think we can take a look at. Let's see what the graphic is looking like today. It's all coming together, looking pretty good. Round of 16. So, let's have a look. So, Heroic versus Fnatic. Like we said, Fnatic already picked up a map there as well. So, that's kind of interesting. And in terms of, we've already had a couple of these roles. So, 100 Thieves, they're down a map. What else is going on there?
Nobody's made
Eyeballers. How are Eyeballers getting on?
Well, they're a team.
The fact that they got through the first round, like, I think that's impressive.
I mean, they've surprised a lot of people at every event they've played so far. Just this year, actually. I mean, most of the Blast bounties, people have been really ready to write them off and just go, how is JW back in the server? And to be honest, he actually hard carries quite a lot of their games. It used to be this frequency of like 1 every 10 games JW would pop off, but weirdly coming into this year, I feel like it's 1 every 5, and he's doing a lot to alleviate some of the stress from the youngsters on that roster.
Yeah, but that K27 team, I think a lot of people sleep on that team. There's so much talent there. Like, they missed out on the major by a few percent, basically, and it was teams like Sinners who took their spot. But honestly, having seen what we saw from Sinners, I think that obviously it's easy to say with the benefit of hindsight, but I think K27 would have been a bit more of a fearsome beast there, and that's a really big test for Eyeballers, because those youngsters are cracked.
We've got 1W down on the same side of the bracket as well. So if BCG go on to win this, that could be a great deciding game there. 1W versus BCG, that would be a barn burner.
Electronic versus Axel. We can kind of flip the other way as well, talking about kind of, you know, is CSGO GOAT riflers in a way. That's a kind of a really interesting conversation to flip that way.
Do or die time here. 400 Thieves, 1 map down. We move on to their pick of Nuke here. Looking to make it through to the round of 8, but BCG are looking razor sharp, especially those two on your screen right now, Mzinho and Senzu. With a bit of backup from Magisk as well, the talent is just remarkable. We haven't really had to mention Simple Electronic. It's just been the story of those 3 so far. That man, though, would step up in the calling department. Can't be getting buried in the mud with the calls towards Banana, anything like that. Needs to step up if they're going to survive here at the last chance qualifier.
People did not have high expectations for Magisk taking over in-game leader duties. People would have expected looser style Counter-Strike. You have an Electronic that can play by himself. You have Simple that can call his own number. You bring in a duo from Mongolia that are ready to take heads, even if it's a slower approach from Mzinho or a fast-paced one from Senzu. There weren't many expectations that there would be layers and great coordination that happened on the fly, but that Inferno is exactly what we got. They played off of each other well. They didn't look like there was any communication barrier. They were on the same wavelength throughout, so the expectations are very different between these two in-game leaders. Gizmi has been hyped up a lot, whether it's been by his teammates, whether it's been by the UK circuit, or just the circuit as a whole because of what he was able to do prior to joining this 100 Thieves. They need to be able to bounce back. Second map in this series is Nuke. BCG have done a fantastic job already on their map pick. 100 Thieves need Nuke.
Here we go then. It's going to be a ramp rush from 100 Thieves. So far, so good. Taking the territory away. No damage exchange or kills found, but I speak too soon. Device removed by his former teammate once again. 5 on 4, and they're going to try and get towards Hell, but Mage is sending them exactly there. 2 kills for him. Gizmi on the backstab. It's not pretty, but he gets the job done eventually.
Speaking of, another backstab will come forward. Electronic makes his move through Secret. He has support as Simple. As they claim that outside control. They're trying to invite in the fights now. remaining two, Rain and Poi. What do you actually do here in a 2 versus 4? You've got outside control, which at the start of the round is great, but in the mid to late round is awful. You are stuck in no man's land, and they are just being picked off. There's nowhere to go. There's no fight that's clean to take, and Simple will net a second. What a start for BCG on their opponent's map pick. They lay down the law.
The ramp rush didn't get anything for it. You had 2 options there, down towards the lower bomb site or straight to hell. Major is ready and waiting for him, continuing that strong form. Some beautiful shots here. Drive-by on the second. Electronic backstab from Secret and Simple. Nice couple of one-taps here. And no bomb planted, boys. But we'd still get the force out. We're going to have Tech 9s and a P250 for Poi. Wants to play here. Normally need a pocket strat. Lurk smoke towards the vents. Heading towards ramp once more. And Xenia waiting for him. 100
Thieves never really did anything up-tempo on that Inferno, so I'm not surprised, I suppose, on this second round that they're taking their time with it, but the Flash didn't do anything. It's just Simple that only gets his 1, so a trade, and Gizmi got his kill as well on the Lurk. So it's really stretched the map out now for BCG, because they didn't get full confirmation on numbers. There's 1 unknown player that exists here for 100 Thieves. So they just pump the brakes. They know they've got time to play with, and that paranoia is only going to make the CT side feel worse.
Yeah, they got 1 playing on every level at the moment. 1 down towards B, 1 up in towards Heaven. He just roaming outside. But a bit of support looks like it's going to be required for Mazzinho as they are contacting forward. He gets off a dink. He spots a second crossing, deals damage. It's a little labored, but he'll get the kill nevertheless. And it's about whether he can deny this plant or buy some time for the rotation to come forward. Leg spotted, he's left low but alive and somehow still breathing. As May just go make his move, numbers punched in, and that's where he gets his kill. As Rain will lose his life, Syrah and Gizmi have got to bail them out of this, and Syrah gets caught dropping a smoke. It's all on the IGL, who is flanking himself, but it's not planted for him. They can just stick this, and they will just stick this.
Yeah, no chance. I mean, kill for Gizmi is nice, but he knows he's completely out of position, so BCG dodge a bullet in some ways. I mean, the man advantage there for 100 Thieves, them slowing things down in that manner. Mazzinho did actually quite a lot to get his kill. He still put some pressure on the site and get away with his life as well.
Really impressive recovery there from BCG. They go 2-0. The bomb was planted, and there is a conversation to be had. You could force buy again and bring out the Galils here and a bit of utility. If you want to keep that pressure on. Yeah, I think it might be definitely worth the conversation. There's 1 Galil there, so it's not an all-in investment. They are going for the partial buy with Gizmi, bringing that firepower, considering he saved some Kevlar in the previous round. Smoke's available. Couple of them. Simple mounting up. Well, at least trying to mount up to his credit card. Can get boosted. 5 M4s for them.
Electronic offered and Simple rejected it. It's like, if I'm not meant to be up there. I'm just not meant to be up there, I guess.
The big man upstairs said no. Gizmi's got down here. He's slipped the net.
He did get spotted, but nobody's overreacting.
No one's down it. He got a spot outside. I don't know if you got spotted crossing though. So I think it might be a relay of misinformation or anything.
Well, Simple's at least considering a possibility, so somewhere down the telephone line it did get to him. But they have lost Mazzinho in a 1-for-1. There is a weapon that can be retrieved. Simple in a great position to defend.
Now they can split B. They come over numbers as well, but Simple has got to go huge, and he taps down to find Syrah on that second. That is lovely. And Gizmi, who maybe gave them the call to come join him, he's going to feel the same fate. Simple, what a haul down towards B. Lovely stuff from him. And another great start. He started Inferno fantastically, and he starts this one great too.
Dude, super locked in there. Really clean with it as well. Like he said, fantastic position. Then just manages it perfectly. Ducking and weaving around that silo. 2 great shots. A little bit labored on the third, but the job was already done. Check that out. See you later, Syrah. The Young Guns unable to get going once again. It's Poi, 0-3, Syrah 1-3. Device continuing a pretty dreadful series from Inferno. Got the AK-47 this time. Early days here on Nuke. What's the first gun round got in store for us here? Simple the AWP. Spots one towards outside. Smokes deployed. And towards ramp. It looks like we're going again. This is similar scenes to what we saw in Inferno Banana. They keep trying the ramp room. They are getting control, but this time Rain will be dropped early. Simple doesn't need to stick in these flames. Be careful, doesn't take too much damage. They've got the man advantage, allowing them to have ramp room. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, they waited for the Molotov to fully do its job before swinging again, because, yeah, you can understand Simple will take a risk like that. Smoke did connect with device inside a door, so there's extra information at the very least for BCG, but again, operating without ramp room can feel a little uncomfortable. BCG haven't actually been in a bad position yet as a result, but
I'm going to
be
steal a line from Henry as well. Top ramp isn't a sight, so you can have it.
That's true. What they say. Running down that clock at the 50-second mark. Mzinho, the same position. Simple provided the victory for the previous round. It looks like he's going to do just as much damage here. Can't quite find the heads just yet. Needs some backup now, and there it is. Senzu arrives. The Molotov will flush him out eventually. Can he get one more? Apparently not. Simple with the backstab. The round is back on somewhat here. They can actually make their way in towards the A bomb site. They've done exactly that. Zira and Gizmi now. Gizmi, half HP. They've got one smoke and a flash. Electronic in towards a hut. Can he deny the plant? Does he want to commit to this until his teammates arrive?
He's going to make a move now as well. He actually goes a little prematurely. He gets baited in, but it might not matter. Magisk will find Gizmi all on Zira. 1 versus 2. Senzu and Magisk, the best of friends. Have got to pull it forward, but he's run out of ammo. His Glock pulled out. It's not enough. Senzu sees it off. If he had a little bit extra ammo in the mag, it could have been interesting, but running short at the worst possible time. It's another round for BCG.
Yeah, legit ran out of bullets. Had to go for the Glock 2v1. You hate to see that. Best chance they've had in some time.
To be honest, it got closer than it actually should have. Electronic should have gotten that kill to heaven. Magus flew up the vent to try and bait for him so he could get that kill, and he kind of fumbled it. So they're lucky they get away with that in some respects, but that's the closest round really we've seen from 100 Thieves so far, and it comes down to, yes, having to pull out your Glock.
Never do that.
Also not a good sign as well. That is the closest we're getting. You know what I mean? Where it's around that even then the chances feel quite thin to get one on the board.
Hey, at least I will say this. It's early days. It's T-side nuke. This can happen. Still plenty of opportunities to get stuck into this one. We enter round number 5. AKs across the board still. Maximum loss bonus in full effect now. One was planted as well, but device removed. 0 and 5. Player down the vents, and now we're getting somewhere. Man advantage for the first time here for 100 Thieves. Can't hold on to it for long. Simple, nice little flick there towards Syrup. They've got some lower control, but the final boss of Nuke is ready and waiting towards the ramp. Nice grenade, he gets a kill off that. Not quite.
They actually pull away from it at the best possible time, may I say. And
bit of luck. We'll
the
take
spam by Raid is successful. Simple. Pulls out his knife, worst possible time. Gizmi on that late lurk will deliver, and so will Poi. So 100 Thieves finally break that deadlock and finally get around on the board. And now we need to build upon this. Use this as a catalyst to further success.
They just threw some caution to the wind. I mean, fast drop down the vent, quick drop to main as well. So they wanted to take some fights, because by playing things slow and just getting access to ramp for free or 1-for-1 simply was not working. So a little bit of a change. Maybe this sort of broadens the field of play for them on this T side.
Okay. Money in an interesting spot. Very important round here for the Thieves. Electronic down to the 5-7. If they can win this round on the T side, their campaign here will be off to a great recovery.
One up-tempo round is all it takes for BCG to go aggressive themselves on CT. It's Simple just hitting shots outside. Almost connects through the smoke, and he's reading the fact that Gizmi will take that chance, but you can't get past Simple.
That's stellar. That really is. He's played that so well. The isolation of fights is exquisite. And Rain and Poi are left with all to do.
12 and 3. That sequence already feel like he's rolling back the years.
How's he missed that?
Yeah,
that dead on.
Well, the job should be done. You would hope, at least. Difficult to throw this one away, especially now. Senzu will chime in, find Rain. Poi, don't think you can do much of this, my friend. Give it a go. Can't really save. Hoping to flush them out, but they can just fall back.
It's really nice, you know, just to see Simple do what Simple does.
Yeah. Maybe he is back.
Yeah, Nuke is one of his iconic maps where so many AWPers struggle to get performance. He is just a brutalizer. 30 seconds.
Boy's actually doing something here.
He does have the lower bomb site and the package, so he can make something happen.
Where's he played this close part, though? He's gone back site. He's not even gone open, so he might just try and play in the open itself. And Drawing a fight, he spots Majors, he gets him as well, 1 versus 2. There's life in this, but
Nice
he
try.
just goes over the shoulder of Electronic. He nets that shot. Yeah, like you said though, it's not a bad effort at all.
The fact he gets the bomb down gives him a bit more to work with going forward. Definitely had an opportunity there to actually win the round as well. Unable to find the penultimate kill. It will be 5 on the board for BCG, looking to knock out 100 Thieves here on Nuke. Simple looking fantastic. What a sequence.
I hadn't actually even come to realize that BCG for that 3-on-1 just didn't have kits. So there was a world. You were right to flag that, Henry.
So, a little bit closer than it should have been really, but still they get the round on the board. This we've got a tactical timeout. Taz just wants to tighten things up, I'd imagine.
Yeah, they should be building economy. I mean, a 5-1 scoreline like this, and there's no extra money in the coffers. They know that they sit on a tipping point. If 100 Thieves actually do break through, then they could get a slew of rounds to save their half.
Chance to catch our breath here. A lot of Counter-Strike coming down the pipeline today. We're to the round of 16 now. 4 slots available. The Esports World Cup main event kicking off next week. Ton of VRS points. A prize pool of $2 million and the creme de la creme of Counter-Strike. Here we go then. Very important round. 100 Thieves looking to break the back of BCG. Finances on a knife's edge here. The grenade open things up. Chip damage towards Gizmi and Device. Courtesy of Electronic.
He wasn't too far off. A headshot there as well. Device will take another tag. Now Electronic wanting to play around this smoke. How aggressive does he get though? Simple did it in the round prior where he was taking fights through it, so might not want that risk. Device only a pixel away from Simple's holding for the cross. He's still yet to get on the board, but is this going to be the round where we finally find something from him? And they now make their way down Secret. Does Electronic spam? The answer's no.
So, 1 minute on the clock. 3 players down towards Secret, including the bomb, most notably. Mzinho, though, a real thorn in their side on Inferno. Dumpstered them. 20 kills to his name. They're going to find a few more in round number 7 here on Nuke. Device boosted up. Calls to no one's home. Simple shot in that ramp room. 2 players ready to split the lower bomb type from that position.
All the brawling that has happened in rounds gone by, this round has been so silent on all fronts.
Until now, they're starting to ramp up the pace. There's Mzinho. First contact is good. Doesn't expect the second, but Simple will deliver, so it might not matter. Trades are equal. Into that 3 versus 3. Time ticking. 18 seconds. They've got to go in Simple. Oh, Simple! That's what we want to see. And there might be a little bit more from him. Molly down. He escapes the flames. And Syrah is left scratching his head. How do you do anything here? You can't. The clock is the worst enemy. And it might be the M4 of Mages. It is. What a round. Again from Simple. Smiles all around. They are loving it. And how can we not love it? Seeing him back to his best.
So we've got Simple on 16 and 7. Device 0 and 7. So the battle of the GOATs might be over in more ways than one here.
Yeah, that might answer the age-old debate.
You just don't imagine Simple's Device ain't going to do that. Not in 2026. I don't think he's got that in him.
You've just simply got to do better than that versus Simple.
Damn, dude. Unreal scenes. Device. Tech9. They've gone for the partial buy. There's barely any util, most of it being deployed already to try and cross over towards Secret once again. Simple. Does he fire off a shot? They've set up the blockade down towards lower regardless. Electronic there to pick up the pieces. Play it down towards events as well. Big sound cue. But they are more than ready. It's going to take a lot here for the Tech9s to bring this round in their favor.
Ramp up the pace. Point. We'll find the first. Rain will find the second.
Oh,
hang on a second. He's under pressure and Simple. He will drop. Is he going to give them an opening? Because outranged Syrah finds that trade on towards Magis. So it's all on Senzu. We have seen already multiple rounds of him where he's looked electric, but we need something special here.
That's a tough sell. I mean, especially with Gizmi just head on a swivel back and forth in at ramp. AWP up close. Oh, barrel spotted. Yeah, that's all the information they need. Senzu now just will call this quits. Money is not great here for BCG, and now that his position's known, just loses the element of surprise.
He bought the AK.
It's another tempo round that breaks through for 100 Thieves. I mean, the lower drop into the vents, the in the one round they had prior to this, and this time it's the secret cross and then a very audible vent drop that also catches BCG just slightly off guard.
I just feel worrying that that's all they've got in the locker at the moment, though, is just these slightly pacey, risky rounds where we just fly into fights. That's all we've actually got to offer up. When we actually try and toy with the tempo a bit, BCG aren't affected by it.
Well, needed that, to be honest with you. Device getting his first kill. Tech9s and Deagles prevailing, managing to thread the needle down towards lower. And that's going to affect the finances dramatically. It's going to be a tactical timeout, the first for BCG. You can see they saved the AK-47, but what do? You kind of want to take an eco here. Your loss bonus of 1900, you get 2400 in the next round. So,
yeah, it's
a real pick your poison moment. Like, there's not really a good call here.
I do think low buy this. Just let the AK do what it can, and maybe a bit of a pass the parcel with it. Full buy-in towards the next, you can bring an AWP too.
I just think you don't buy anything, actually.
Yeah, that's where I'm leaning towards. It's not the most fun outcome when you've got to send to AK as well.
Just death ball around as a pack and just see,
and just
see what
cycle
you can
that
find.
AK
yeah,
around.
cycle the AK around, yeah.
Very important decision to be made here by BCG. Is the replay of the Tech9 carnage down towards the lower bomb site. Zero up, long-range spray towards Major, sealed the deal. And they will just take a light investment here.
It's the right call, because if you fall by this and lose it, it actually puts 100 Thieves within reach and distance.
Yeah,
so it's not worth that risk.
Slowly but surely coming back to life here. Tech9 round, absolutely massive. They're in the driving seat now, looking to convert though. Can't afford to give this one up. 4 pistols, one of which is USP, and a saved Senzu AK-47. Cannot afford to give this one over.
Curious to know whether 100 Thieves have a clear read on what this economy is going to look like here for BCG as well. They could be locked in indecision by playing too safe if they expect that this is going to be a half buy or where pistols are involved. Losing outside control, that's typically how CTs will react. Megix is already inside of the hut. He's not accompanied by all of his teammates. He does so in isolation.
It's a scary position though, 5-7 up this close.
It's one-shot distance.
It is, it worries me. Simple not too far away as well if they try and barrel out of hut, and they might make their move now as well, but Porte clears the first, and he does it well. Simple wants to try and re-aggress, but it will not work favorably. Syrah then delivers, and that A-site pop is beautiful. That's what we've been looking for 100 Thieves. They slow the tempo down early, but the opening kills are great, and with that, the AK is just going to be saved here.
Yeah, no notes really. Couple of kills for Syrah. Porte chiming in as well. The young guns getting it done there. Sure, you're up against 5-7 and a little bit of Kevlar, but those rounds can fall apart very quickly coming out of those tight choke points. So well handled.
I realized that I may have been speaking from trauma after watching the 1W game where they were in winning positions and they just take too damn long. 100 Thieves don't let that happen to them.
I repressed that memory as well. So
I was just living through it again.
Zinio will say the AK-47, electronic P250. Presumably he's looking for some form of an exit here. I don't think he's going to find one. But that's more like it. 100 Thieves now building up their own economy. 3 rounds on the board. Yeah, still in a compromised position if you're on the BCG side of things. Money not amazing. There's definitely a buy there, though, with the saved AK especially.
They can get up towards 4. That's their bare minimum. 5, I think, is pretty decent T-side half. By all standards anyway. This was kind of the feeling that we had in map number 1, where it was the slightly ugly performance by 100 Thieves, but it was enough in terms of rounds that you didn't feel too bad by it. They just fell apart in the second half. Foundations are just on the precipice of being built by 100 Thieves. They just got to get 1 or 2 more to feel confident.
Or you do something like this and you try and be disruptive. Simple playing close towards red outside, using that glaive smoke to his advantage, and has support from outside of main. They're trying to feign like they don't have this forward pressure, but that smoke is going to fade soon enough. Simple has to come around the edge of it. Device got his kill from up top, and Gizmy will trade. So outside is in the control of 100 Thieves, but Senzu is still trying to take the fight right back, and the smoke blooms. Gizmy gets 2 outside.
Getting very chaotic out there now. A 4-on-2. Mzinio, Magisk left to pick up the pieces here. Combative towards outside. BCG full. There is a window. A chance. They're all still towards outside. Biding their time. Waiting for that CT reaction to come through, which it might. It may just has to go get intel.
The Dane and Mongol duo.
Oh, spotted.
different one.
True.
But he might gel with both of them.
Okay,
this is interesting.
This is going to get uncomfortable with the clock, boys.
Oh, God.
Perfect crosshair.
Now with Major's peaks, is he still secret? I think he actually retreated somewhat. So they've got windows to get to upper, yeah. Got a rifle. Round still on. Mzinho, presumably out of position here.
Oh.
Great opportunity, but
this is still doable.
Timing eluded him. And you're right, with the low HP, a player planting, Majors might be onto something here.
There's just this massive gap. No one's covering the vent.
He's got out. They have no idea. They're giving him the free walk up here. He can get all the way. And Gizmi and Boy are both so low. They're so vulnerable. Where is this orb? They're looking for him. Is Device going to find it with a Tech 9? Oh my god, that was way too close for comfort.
Both the riflers, low HP on the site, full HP, or rather full HP Device inside of the hut. And if Magus was able to get close enough to the site, it just becomes a really hard round for Device to win. So really glad he pulled the Tech and actually covered the push.
Guys, give you a little update here. Fnatic are up 10-6 in the second map against Heroic.
Oh, wow.
Looking to knock them out 2-0.
They were 8-2 up only like a mere moment ago. So there's a bit of a recovery there by Heroic.
That would be a huge upset. No one believes in Fnatic in 2026. Not to be rude, but it's just facts.
I'm right in saying there's a world that Fnatic play eyeballers?
Potentially, yeah.
Because then Crims gets to play against his previous
That would be
org.
sick.
Yeah?
That would be cool.
For qualification too, that would be actually a really cool story.
That just would be crazy. Full stack of Swedes against Fnatic.
Yeah.
who don't have a Swede.
Yeah. In 2026 of all things as well.
The world just keeps moving.
And so this gives me, as he's moved downstairs here, actually quite a pace. He's leading the pack. Going forward, Zenio. USP, it's a big ask for him. No armor and a USP to try and fight off against his AK Device. Won't get caught by the Deagle, but I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. There is a rotation being held. It's a little labored, but Rain will get it. It's all on Senzu, who also goes 6 feet under. So, 100 Thieves up to 5. They've actually recovered this half. This is, even if it ends 7-5, that's a feasible T-side.
As soon as they picked up that Tech 9 outside rush down towards lower, it feels like it's been a very different game. Halted the momentum, ruined the finances, and slowed them right down. So, final round coming up next. 6-5 would be a great recovery from 100 Thieves. They're able to tie things up at 6-6. Nice efforts from Rain there towards the end of the round. Money back on track here. Simple with the AWP. They do not, they do have one kid, I beg your pardon, but not an amazing amount of utility. And we've got some pace being picked up here towards upper.
And they're just barreling straight through the door smoke, and Senzu at least gets the first. The flashes didn't connect. It's Electronic and Magisk that try and answer in kind. With Electronic getting another kill through the smoke, it's all on this flank for Mzinho out from Hut. There's just a lack of pressure. Device is just tucked away inside the site. It's Poi on the lower side planting and punching in those digits. But it's Simple that's running into the Molotov. He weakens himself to what could be a Poi clutch.
He's wide one, and he'll find it as well. He knows there's a second towards ramp because of that flash. The door opened, and the reaction was there, but he just can't find the bullet required. So he used to come through, and it will be a 7th and a slim lead for BCG at the half. But 100 Thieves, they've ramped up towards that tail end. We've got life in this game.
Oh, we certainly do. This is what you wanted to see. You don't want to get blown out the water in the second map and not have anything to say and go down 2-0. That's a great recovery considering where they were. 5 rounds, 100 Thieves, certainly workable. Same scoreline we had in the first half of Inferno as well. Device started to turn it up as well. Actually had some impact towards the end there. A couple of crucial kills.
I do just admire the tempo that the 100 Thieves found. As soon as they got that Tech 9 round you were talking about, Henry, they immediately wanted to just keep on applying the pressure, and BCG met them outside a couple of times to catch hands, and it's not like the successes of earlier in that half translated all the way through for BCG, but a 7-5, they'll have to sit pretty on. T-side is where it's at now, and they're just going quick into A.
Wow, a lot of util. They're flying forward. Syrah opens things up, but Senzu sharp on the trades. And he's left a little low. They're still going to get the C4 planted. It's got to be collectors. It was dropped. by Vent, and now Simple's got to fight for his life. Gizmy's here for one. Simple's dollies are delivering, and maybe at range, but not quite. Poi will find it, but he's left so low. 1 versus 2, and look who it is. That duo again. Magisk and Senzu to try and save face, and Poi, who struggled in this series, this might be his moment to come alive. He's looking for the gap, but it's Senzu who finds his second, and BCG kickstart the T side, but that was chaotic.
The boy who lived come to die.
Something like that. Upper rush there from BCG. Simple. Getting it done with the Julie. Senzu with a nice entry. It's great work there. Didn't look like they were going to lose a round for a second. Boy, if he had more HP, maybe he could do something with it. But for now, they're going to have to force by here in round number 2. You will know the story by now. MP9's 5-7 to scout for Device, currently 5 and 10. And focusing on the firepower here, BCG will present 4 Galils, 1 MAC-10 in the hands of in-game leader Magisk. Outside smokes deployed, trying to remove that vision for Device. That's more like it. That's what we're looking for.
Alrighty, Senzu, we'll see you next round, but Simple, there's something to say about it. Scout still trying to deliver outside on the cross. He gets close to the pop shot through the smoke. Simple, barrel spotted, but he'll completely relinquish that control.
I just need 14 more of those from Device. Because Simple has flown away. There's no one that stacks up to him. Rain up close. 5-7.
No.
It's a crossfire between him and Syrah. The damage is great. They're getting completely stopped in their tracks. This force buy is looking mighty meaty.
All right, Simple. Need you to save the day here. Damage towards Device in the heavens. BCG need to be saying a prayer right now. This was the gimme. This was the round you'd expect them to convert against the pistols, and Simple walks into the crosshair of Syrah. Electronic, almost 0% chance of winning it. No HP, no control of the map. Does recover the bomb. Surely nothing to be said. Feels like a plant is at the very top end of this situation. That's if he can even get that down.
Yeah, good luck. Boy's ready for it down towards B, and Syrah's ready for the vent push as well. So it's a lose-lose situation. He's got 20 seconds, but kind of want to die. You don't really want to be saving a Galil here.
His one exit route, it was Secret Steps. And
yeah.
Actually, he is going to try and save, I think. He's just not even going to try for a B-side finish.
Apparently not. Saving the Galil. And that's disappointing there. BCG. They traded kills at the start of the round. Did he go down?
I don't know. I don't know.
I would assume he did. It doesn't look like anyone's scrambling. I think they got him.
He was hard pre-firing the corner, and then we cut.
Well, well, well. That's not part of the script. It was looking so good. Device. We were talking about his impact. That's a massive kill. Simple managed to trade things out, but the 5-7 crossfire down toward the Secret Steps. A real thorn in their side.
Yeah, he did die after time as well.
Oh, that's rough. Okay, so he saves nothing. He'll be operating with a Tech 9 and an HE, no Kevlar.
Boy.
This is their ticket back into the game now, 100 Thieves.
It is, and boy, he's going to get 2. And the third is there as well with his final bullet. He will find it. So immediately this round's a write-off. Especially now that Electronic has fallen. Last one is Simple. We've seen some masterful moments from him, but this one is a big ask. Crosshair placement was actually nice, but it doesn't matter. Rain, too sharp on the shot. Yeah, flawless.
Rain also had perfect crosshair placement for that, so you had to instantly hit the pre-fire. Yeah, they're right back in this game for sure. The money is now broken here for BCG. We are expecting CT sides to look well rehearsed on both ends of the spectrum. And listen, now we need Device. You know, we were talking about it before. Put some focus on the riflers again, but Device does need to have that performance on CT if they want a hope.
Totally agree. See whether he can fend off the Glocks here. Simple, of course, treating himself to a cheeky deagle.
Can't blame him with the form he's been in. 20 and 12. He's earned it.
Zero to open things up. Should just be a formality here. Looking to find an 8-8 game. Can't imagine a world where Simple can find more than one. Even that seems ambitious.
Device did have a little look towards Silo, spots him, and just doesn't want to take that fight. They'll take that one all day. Posted on the angle. Eagle does nothing, but it's collected nonetheless. The Vice HE is lovely as well. Zamzinho will fall. And there we go. Shooting gallery. He'll pull out one of his own. The MP9 going hunting now. A bit of money to be made here. But young Gizmy. It's Device who delivers in the end. A quad kill. Mike, you called for Device, and you get him. It may be an eco, but we take him all the same.
I was going to say, that's not really how I want it to happen. You know, I'd rather he doesn't farm the ecos and instead pulls up on the gun rounds, because they will need him. They'll need that fragging firepower. To be disruptive, we saw how much impact Simple got on his CT effort.
Yeah.
Just want at least a part of that for Device. It's supposed to be the clash of the Titans, but there's only one real Titan that we've seen so far.
Hey, still plenty of time left. CT side now. 8-8. Certainly back in this one now. Been a labored journey. First map, a disaster of 100 Thieves, 13-7 deficit, but their map pick now, slow starts. They're finding their form. Outside smokes delivered by BCG. Device now starting to hit some shots. Gives me there as well to back him up. They maintain the man advantage and deny the cross towards Secret.
He's so good in that supporting element, Gizmy as well. Breaks open the smoke for Device and then fights behind it to keep him alive.
Yeah, timing couldn't have been better for that type of a play. He's getting
Here's
so
all this
much information. I know how it's free for him. The Device backed up, so he is kind of alone still towards main.
This is a great angle, though. He gets this control, but Gizmy 1-for-1. Honestly, worth it.
Do they clear for Rain as they take the top side? Because reconvening out from Hut and linking from main, someone's got to do it.
Nice work, Rain.
But again, why would you, right? You've just had a guy playing close in towards main. Why would you expect another guy in towards Altfen?
He was checking it, but he just got completely rolled. That's the composure you want from players like Rain. Magisk was showing off on Inferno. Rain's got to do a bit of that himself.
Excellent hold. 100 Thieves take the lead. Money should be busted at this stage. Right in the coattails, a loss bonus, but it's not quite enough. They'll go for the partial investment here. Tech9's a couple of deagles and been able to open the door at the start, deploying some outside util, hoping that Senzu can provide some magic here from on top of the silo. Now, we did see 100 Thieves in the first half win this sort of round. Same sort of idea. Tech9's outside, try and get down towards lower, overwhelm the defense. It gives me taking a risk here, boys.
Where are we going? Well, we're going for multiple. And he only gets one, but he's done so much damage. Senzu and Mzinho left low, and the nade is good, but the AWP shot isn't. It just misses by a whisker, and he threads the needle between two. But he might get a second crack at it. Mzinho will rip his head off. Deagle at range.
Okay. Unclear who will be taking this round still. The damage Gizmy inflicted might be unconfirmed, but two of them are very low. They recover an M4A4 and back towards lobby. Rain will bury himself in towards the CT vent once again, patrolling towards Squeaky Door. Doesn't want them to sneak in and pounce upon the site. 45 seconds here. Problem is no util, boys. You got one Molotov. How do you really use it? Is Molotov main? Hope for the best here.
Think about in that first half, the turning point for 100 Thieves was a low by Tech9 round 1. Would that be the same for BCG, who feel like they've lost a lot of control here?
We're going towards ramp, which is the right call, technically. No one home, and lower bomb site wide open for now.
Yeah, I mean, they feigned the fact that they were going to continue down secret by just backing up through the smokes in time. But here's the rotate down from 100 Thieves. They're taking this risk.
Molotov
coming to the lower bomb side. Molotov into the double doors, but there's another player out for single, and with that low health, just the bomb carrier dropped immediately. Seconds. They need to punch in those digits and quick. Rain is in no position to force that player off the plant, and so they will get it down, but Magisk around the back of the bomb site. Even though Poi gets 2, he needs to find this final. It's Magisk that tries to take his time, but he didn't have the health to trade. And so Poi with 3 will get a 10th for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Wow. Nice work from Poi there. Nice calculated spray down. No doubt in my mind he was going to convert that 1v1. Magisk just didn't have the HP or positioning or utility to really do much about it. That was the partial buy, though, bear in mind. Came down to a 1v1. Bomb planted. Not exactly the result they were looking for, but it certainly sets them up for the future now. Lots of money into this next gun round. Feels like this is tactical timeout territory. 100 Thieves making a compelling case they can take us to a third map. Gives me. I look for a second he's going to get all 3.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to go fully through the smoke. There were so many that were down.
Boys, I've got an update for you.
Okay.
Fnatic have beaten Heroic 13-11, taking it 2-0. They've knocked out Heroic. I just saw them stand up and celebrate. They've done the handshakes.
Crazy.
That is huge. It's
So we've lost Liquid and Heroic now.
Yeah.
Damn.
And NRG and a few others
NRG,
who were maybe expected to go a little deeper. That is wild. There might be something wild here, Rain. Be careful. Device has got aggressive. And the proactivity has delivered him a fine as he looks for a little more point. Just poke his head around that corner, behind that smoke. But as it plumes, he'll fall back on that control. It's Syrah. Up close. Isn't able to shut down Single, and there's a team kill in there as well from Electronic, which will not help. Back into a 2 versus 2. They've gone quicker on this round, and Electronic will eat an HE, but he gets down with that bomb.
All right. Simple and Electronic. The old duo up against it in the 2v2. Device, though, seems to be very aware of Simple's position. Brings it down to 1v1, but surely there's a defuse coming in quickly. What's the other CT up to? Is he defusing? He's not.
He'll have to stick it, try to at least, because with the flames that he has as coverage, it will be enough. Simple actually could have ran through it. It was an incendiary, but just maybe didn't think he'd fully commit to that defuse.
Well, there we go. Device starting to get a couple of frags each and every round now. Team kill from Electronic.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. He wasn't exactly having the best of games before that happened. And he didn't exactly stand his ground on B either.
Yeah, unfortunately for Electronic, like if they ever do make a roster change, it's going to be him.
Oh,
yeah,
has to. Yeah.
He has not rolled back the years in any showing really.
I actually thought that was going to happen coming into this season.
Yes,
so,
same.
Yeah. Did not see the Mazinho move happening at all.
Yeah.
Caught everybody off guard.
Well, loving this from Device, finding some confidence now, some initiative. Assertive pushes, nailing the shots, added some vintage Device sort of play there. Dictating the pace of the round on the CT side. Nailing the timings, catching your opposition off guard.
Considering he was 0-7 as well, the recovery to 13-11 is actually pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
And that impact that he's showing is really stunning BCG. 11-8. Just a couple of rounds away now, reaching distance to pushing this towards that decider of Anubis. And it's what this game feels like it deserves.
Gonna go for a late smoke wall and try and cross with that quick. That way they can't blow open the smokes and catch you off guard. Spam battle there for Gizmi and Mazinho, and it's a kill for BCG. An entry and access to those secret steps.
Device. Right idea about a player up here.
But this is the most map control BCG have had basically all T side.
Ooh.
Don't want to fumble this.
Smoke down, but it's Raid. He'll be the first to fall. He just got range. Nice shot from him. Device got to try and reposition. He's not being held for a little moment, so he does have a window and he does cross. That's good, but he can't react in time, so May just gets another. 2 quick kills from the captain. They might just need him. This top site now completely open, so maybe BCG are back.
Yeah, they haven't won a round since the pistol. Just like that, winning the pistol convincingly. Really kind of flat, weak round towards lower. Lost to those 5-7s. Haven't posted one since. 4 in a row against them now. But finally, you are right. This is looking much better. It's Magis doing the majority of the heavy lifting there with a couple of kills. And down to Porte and Syrah. Vuvuzelas are back.
Yeah, I can see that. Bouncing at PUBG. Oh my.
Porte and Syrah. You'd imagine the money's absolutely fine. Device hovering around 5 digits.
There's really no reason for BCG to go too aggressively on the hunt here, so yeah, once they realize they're in the vents and they're on that lower bomb site, guys, think about your own money for a second.
Hollow victory now.
There's still more rounds to play.
Nice shots.
We're not quite at the finish line just yet.
Little update as well on that Fnatic game from B-Trams. Jacasmo drops a regulation 34-13 to eliminate Heroic.
What?
Wow. Fair play.
So they're the first team through to the round of 8 then?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
That's why they replaced him with Cypher.
That's it.
The Cypher with him, rather.
Yeah.
So you see that on a more regular basis, and we're there.
Hotu 1 map up as well against Inner Circle 13-10, and 1 win or 1 map up against Ascend 13-6.
Where are my standout Norbert stats from B-Trams? That's what I want to know.
Show have a look. Show have a look how we did map 1 for you. There we go. I'll give it to you.
If it was bad, don't tell me.
14 and 20, bottom of the scoreboard, 0.72 rating.
I said not to tell me.
Yep. And here I am anyway.
I want to live in my delusion.
Well, guys, technical pause here for now. Hope you're enjoying the show at home. It's only going to get better and more intense as the bracket develops. We started with 32 teams, as you heard. Fnatic, the first team through to the round of 8. We'll see if BCG can hold on here. It's an upper push. Electronic Senzu working in tandem. Device fighting back, but it feels that the round's already over. BCG biting back here after the technical pause. And the money, as you said, very good. But the hunt will be on. This time they need to try and find
It's
it.
something we always mention.
Tech pause classic.
Tech pause classic.
Is
You
it really?
just rush. It's like, it happens obviously at all levels, but I feel like we see it so often in the tier 2. It's like, right, we have a tech pause, we're rushing somewhere.
Also, to give people context, if they can't hear it through our microphones, there are just vuvuzelas going off like crazy.
Yeah.
There are drums going on, not too far away. There are horns blaring. Up tempo, fast plays. You're not going to hear what you
not
need.
Not a bad shout. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly, it is loud in here, and it'll be louder for them as well because they're next to essentially where the opening is to the crowd.
They got him as well. The hunt successful. Money's still absolutely fine, but it's with the last of the gold. If 100 Thieves give up the following round.
But yeah, tonally, the last couple rounds here for BCG have just been completely different. Slow building outside, they just wanted to burst over because they knew 100 Thieves, every time they saw that smoke wall, they were just blowing it open with HEs. So they mitigate that utility usage by just playing a bit more up-tempo. And this time, yeah, out of a tech pause, just accelerating into the top side. It puts 100 Thieves in a terrible spot now.
Okay, I was
money
trying
is
to
on the cusp of being completely shattered.
You know, we're talking about the sound. I was trying to play, a bit of devil's advocate and just sort of see who gets it worse off in terms of noise. They're on the same rows or the same distance away, but Punchy is a little closer to us, which I would say is maybe a little bit further away from the noise. Maybe it's worse for BCG, but they're using it to their advantage. 1 round game, 11 to 10.
I just got the update. The reason it's going nuts over there, that Brazilian team is doing really well in PUBG. So they love Vuvuzela over there. Right?
Nice.
So that would be why. It's like a carnival going on.
We'd love to see it. We might get a quicker play again, and we will. They're flying out. Molly down, but it's Senzu burns to a crisp. The flames of Cyril will see him off, and then after cancel, Simple may answer back with 1, but he's left in a Molly himself as he has to retreat from that position. So the quick pop towards top site, nullified. What the hell is that shot? Poi gets absolutely clotheslined through a smoke.
Damn.
And now we have something. He just took a shot. Oh, Electron just got knifed.
Still good.
It's all right.
It's all fine. Everyone breathe. Take a second. And what's the final play? The problem is, 3 of them incredibly weak here. They're smoking off the window room. Nice work from Electronic. It's down to Gizmy. Thing is, all he needs is an opportunity to spot a couple. We can mow them all down with the low HP.
You might have to do something bold here.
Might have to push that smoke. Oh, the grenade. Does it actually connect?
Oh, beautiful. Because of the window, it lands in towards Gas. That is genius from Gizmy, and it's put it back into a 3 versus 3. But you'd argue favorably for 100 Thieves. They've got the better HP, and Device has got a kit, and they've got a bit of util to work with. 3 smokes and a flash.
They're saving.
I can't believe they're not giving this a go.
Yeah, especially after the nade hit, I really just thought...
It must be unconfirmed damage, though. They don't know.
Well, the Electronic one, because it was a team knife.
And they were knifing each other, yeah.
They have no idea. And then Simple got tagged through a smoke and burnt a little bit of Molotov, but...
And if you go for it, their loss bonus is not fully online right now as well. If they did go for it and everyone went down, they lose the AWP and the AK they've got. I think this is the better call, certainly the more conservative one. But 11-11 right now on the CT side. 100 Thieves can't afford to give this map out. We've already lost some big names here. Team Liquid, Heroic, NRG. One of these 2 teams has to go home as well. We'd love to see a 3rd map here. Now Device is online as well and having his impact. You want to see it go 3rd, and then it can really lock horns.
Listen, even if you get close, if Mazzino's shooting you straight through smokes, I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
It's like first bullet out the gun as well. It's not like he was revealed by anything. Didn't give sound cues away. Sometimes you just feel it in the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, we're destined to go every round of regulation, but yeah, we were expecting more fight out of 100 Thieves. Coming into the season, everyone was very excited about the prospect of Gizmy getting a team with so much experience around him, with some of the young stars as well.
Especially after what happened with Monty, just loses his whole team.
Absolutely. It's like, wait a second, he's kind of... the 100 Thieves have kind of made off like thieves by grabbing this guy that was such a high-value in-game leader. But this is the toughest task so far. Do or die, have to play 3 best-of-3s in a row just to qualify, and here in their second round, BCG are proving to be a little too tough.
Here we go then. Investing everything they can. MP9 and Famous, Asira and Poi, the young guns will have to make do with a little weaponry. The Majors to open things up. That's Gizmy going down early.
Shots.
What a shot that is. That's Device up towards heaven with the AWP.
Burst bullet as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely eviscerated.
I love the call as well. You call a timeout, your third and final, and it's immediate pace behind it. Out towards A to try and put the pressure on, but Ray will answer back with one of his own. And now he realizes, guys, there's no one here.
Looking like a knockout blow.
You say that. Rain.
It's a lot of information.
He's up for it. He ain't saving just yet.
He just can't clear anything towards outside because of this smoke that is so fresh towards main. It's giving BCG a lot of time to actually link up what is a separated couple.
Oh, no.
That smoke heaven
would have been really nice.
He absolutely needed that.
It's a great idea, but it's a poor execution. Senzu waiting. He's got Simple in support as well. First fight is important. Rain needs to go for a miracle round, but he can only get one, and that's surely not enough. They can now plant for heaven and even potentially even leave 2 up there as well.
And both players are towards Secret right now.
That's got to be the round.
Yeah, I think you're right. And could be the series as well.
It's a tough thing to save here as well on MP9 or FAMAS. It doesn't really fill you with confidence looking in towards the next and potentially the final round of play in this series and this tournament for 100 Thieves.
It would be a heartbreak. Didn't feel like they gave us the best performance on Inferno. Whether that was stubbornness or a lack of presence from their star pieces, their inability to deal with Magisk and Senzu, Mazinho.
By the way, since Mike's allowed to do it, I'm picking BCG to win this series. By the way.
You waited until the very end. I waited until at least the first round.
Since Mike's doing it, I'm picking BCG.
You folded like a wet noodle too.
So one more will do it, lads. 100 Thieves, admirable comeback, that's for sure. Second half was looking fantastic. Managed to post 4 in a row before BCG could get back online, but now momentum firmly on their side of the server. One more round required to eliminate the Thieves from the last chance qualifier here. Both of these organizations hungry for VRS points as well. Such an important tournament for them. Making the main event here at Esports World Cup is massive for both orgs. They kind of desperately need it if they want to be considered for the major this year.
That's kind of what we talked about. The talking point for 100 Thieves was their goal was always Singapore, and this tournament was really vital
the
for
launch
that.
pad for it, right?
It's actually going to make this season really difficult for them now. They're going to play a lot of these sort of tier 2 lands that are around, and there's not loads, in fact, as well. So it's going to be quite the grind for 100 Thieves.
And the primary thing that holds a lot of teams back from making that next step is actually just the quality of teams you play at some of these lands. You need to improve your network in order to level up.
Is this where it comes crashing down for 100 Thieves?
Oh,
Simple and Co picking up the pace here. Upper rush coming through. Gizmy fighting back. He'll get the first, but it's Electronic with the Mac-10. Absolute pandemonium in the upper bomb site. I think it might be done, boys. Gizmy, the last line of defense. He'll get one through the smoke. Is there anything he can do about this? Could he possibly take us to overtime? Magisk and Simple, the old guard, to send him home. And it looks like we might have a chance here. Magisk and Gizmy, 1 versus 1. Bomb down! And we're going to overtime!
Are you kidding me? Gizmy, what a round from him. Statistically the best player at this tournament so far, and he shows why. That is an insane 1 versus 2. And we're not done, boys. Lock in. We got an overtime to be had here, and what a way to boost your morale.
A battle between the brains. The in-game leaders, both new in their responsibilities to their rosters, had that to deliver, and to think it's Gizmy that comes through.
Everything on the line there. So much to play for in that 1 versus 1. He delivers the goods. And it will be 100 Thieves keeping their head above water here. It looked like a done deal, chaps. That upper rush, you had so much going in their favor, so much momentum, but Gizmi gets one through the smoke, pushes through, and somehow pulls it off and resets it all.
A 1v2 with it all on the line versus Simple and Magus.
Yeah.
The two mega vets on the squad.
Wow.
Wow.
The new school beat the old school in this one, but still plenty game to be had here on towards Nuke. Will that spur them on as well off the back of staying alive?
Yeah, you got to make use of it somehow.
Yeah,
you can't
don't
let rounds
squander
like
it.
that go to waste.
Yeah, that's the miracle they were looking for. It is going to raise morale. Going to get them believing here. And Gizmi, first to frag here, finds Magus once again. 5 and 4 in their favor. Towards ramp we go. Nice position from Porte. You feel like he's guaranteed at least one here, if not more.
They're contacting it as well. So yeah, there's the first. Can't quite get the second. His crosshair trained a little bit to the left.
That's okay though. When you've already got the man advantage, one and done's not too bad. You can handle that.
They've got a
And
double
quick
rotate
rotations.
already. Yeah, this is a very good position to be in if you're 100 Thieves. Just have to make sure that you don't get disrupted by utility, smoked off at every choke point. Syrah will already be blocked off, but Gizmi has made his way close to the doors. Simple might be in for a nasty surprise, or the other way around. In fact, he gets blocked by the door, but Gizmi got them off the plant.
Yeah, and that's what matters for now. You keep that numbers advantage. You deny that C4 going down, and Syrah will find Simple pushing that smoke. It's all on electronic, and he will fall. Hitting the side by Rain, and they are making the most of that Gizmi clutch. They steal the first round to start off overtime, and now this is getting really interesting. I also think as well for BCG, they're going a little bit too quick now, and at times pace can suffocate you, and I think it's what's happening for them. There's a desperation to close this out, and it's making this a little sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, the tempo was great in winning rounds back to back to back, but there is it does feel as though they're almost sending it through to the fights a little quicker on the 100 Thieves side as well. Like they're anticipating those brawls more than before. And you're not going to get consistency all the way through. I mean, we talked about that in the 1W game earlier on as well. Is that you can have good set pieces, you can have good tempo, but the more you do the same thing over and over, the better they're going to be trained on what to do or how to respond.
Well, Gizmi opening things up in overtime, and it will be 100 Thieves with the first round of the board here. 1-0. First 16 here. 100 Thieves going to keep it going. But love at least one more. AWQ on device. Bear in mind he started 0 and 7. 1 kill away from averaging out his KD. Nice spot from him as well. Dodges a flash. I think he gets one here. Really well played. Takes down former teammate Magisk.
When Magus going wide when he's supposed to be one of these players that's lurking towards the secret steps, he had a full wall of smokes where if he'd played closer to those smokes, he might have been able to get through scot-free.
What are we saying? Pace is suffocating them, right? They're making sloppy decisions. An easy opener.
Just to note, Simple, he might look, the numbers might look good at 23 and 17, but I think after the first half he had 18.
Yes, yeah.
Right? So, sure, not saying this is his fault. They had a pretty decent second half, but he definitely fell off.
Yeah.
And same for, in general, Senzu and Mazinho, right? Off the back of that previous map where they both looked so solid. Been quiet here. It's 45 seconds. Re-smoking towards single door. That shuts down the idea for BCG, at least for the time being. But the way they're set up, this is looking like a late round pop towards this top site.
Just how do you dislodge this player on the top of the hut? You have Simple with a Molotov, but doesn't look like he's interested in getting involved. It's Mazinho that will be the one that deploys the util, but it's on the other side of the hut. Syrah can still keep eyes on door, but he's towing the line between the flames and some safety. It's his teammates that are getting flashed out, and so Electronic finally deals with that player from the hut, but they converge. They create the crossfire. Simple able to trade, wrapping the bomb site to Mazinho, but Device the instant flick, and with Simple trying to draw him out, Device sends that fight at him quick. 2 back-to-back rounds to break OT. 100 Thieves are in the lead and firmly.
Yeah, the numbers, they just didn't expect there to be that many, especially around single door. Yeah, 2 playing up close. Syrah, who's top hoe, drops down. An open site player and the main player all ready for that fight and that push through single door. They get decimated. Really well done. But that Device shot backside, that keeps them afloat. Without that shot, they get a plant out of that round, and it could have been a completely different ending.
He should not have gotten away with that.
Yeah. Rock smoke, what can Gizmi do with that as well? It might be a nice little gap for him to work with, but BCG, they're starting to really squander a lot of opportunities. Rain going to be tested early. He will pass it with flying colors as he finds Majors. He was blinded up, and there's 3 players on towards this site, ready for this hit. Senzu, we need miracles, and we're not going to get it. Simple shutdown as well. Flawless CT side, 3 for 3. As 100 Thieves, they have really made use of that Gives Me clutch now. Wow, what a game changer.
Absolutely true. We said it would raise morale and maybe light a fire beneath the Thieves, and they are converting on his ridiculous clutch. They kept them in the tournament, kept them in the conversation for the main event at EWC 2026. Rain and Gives Me, great output here toward the upper bomb side. A bit back and forth, but Simple couldn't close things out, and now 1 round is all they need here on this T side.
Tail end of that T side half as well. 100 Thieves are starting to figure things out, so they can tap back into that.
I think
they're in trouble.
They'll just go ramp less.
Yeah,
they had ramp so many times and it did not work for them. So do anything but that, and they'd likely close.
Well, outside seems to be the initial idea. Break on the smoke. Device spots nothing. Smokes of their own to give them safe patches down towards Secret.
Yeah, and there's actually no response. BCG, I mean, they throw the incendiary, but actually quite late, so a player could have snuck his way down. Likely would have heard the Singe, given the position of Mazinho. It's a total reset here from 100 Thieves. A lot of presence towards outside, but no actual bodies committing to that. Am I wrong? Are they going to group and go back to ramp? Because the door push is coming for BCG.
Doesn't work, and they might just scale up the pace a little bit. Rain finds that push. Might get a chance at another as well. As Simple as flashed off the angle. Again, he's going to be tested for this second time, and there's another flank which Rain is ready for. Swing and a miss from him, but Syrah sharp on the trade as they're reverting back towards A. But there is bodies here to meet them, and Major's trying to make up for that round from earlier, and he might just do it, but he runs low on ammo. It's all on Simple. We need something to roll back a little bit and show why he's still got it, but they drop down.
Yeah, that should be it. They know where he is. They can just plant towards lower, no problem here. I can't see a world where he wins this one. Gisby can even have time to get out of there.
Should be impossible. It should be. But he is isolated at the very least. There's a window as Gizmi spotted backside, but Simple's now got to figure out where is this second player. Deagle doesn't connect, and Gizmi does. He closes out regulation and overtime as well. What a recovery by 100 Thieves. And we're now going to a map 3.
We're going to Anubis, and I can't believe it, quite frankly. The fact that Gizmi was able to deliver the goods set, it felt like such a done deal. You're up against the veterans as well. You thought he's got no chance here. 3 versus 1, smoke down towards main. He keeps him in it, and then a flawless run in overtime. That's going to feel so good, and such a gut punch to a team we know that are sometimes known as tilters. You know, they could actually collapse from this now, and this could actually cost them the series.
Even if I understood coming into this series, we were going to be a little biased.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be a bit of Gizmi glaze. He is the reason. He's the beating heart of this team, clearly. I mean, highest rated player at the event. You've pointed that out a number of times, but it's staggering to see that those types of rounds are all you need sometimes to just activate everybody else. Because, yes, the tilt might come in at the same time as this. You get this extra morale boost. Like, how on earth is Gizmi pulling
like
up?
a second chance of life.
Yeah.
You know, you felt like it was all over. Everyone's accepted their fate. It's like, right, guys, we'll get the next tournament, don't worry. And he wins that clutch, and all of a sudden, everyone's believing again.
Yeah, anything is possible at that point.
Anything. We can do anything we want. Dude, moving on to Anubis next. I'm just lost for words at this point. I didn't think they stood a chance there. Bear in mind, Device was 0-7. Started finding some real form towards the end of it, and very influential frags. I thought he was down in the mud, Neo, but he managed to bring it all the way back.
And not only 0-7, map number 1, he was pretty missing as well, right? So he's now alive. We need probably still a little bit more out of him because Simple, especially that first half, was incredible. And we need him to counter, but Poi's looking sharper. He's looking a little bit more, at least alive in the way that we want him. We need to see him getting into the thick of these fights and being able to convert 1-for-1s, and he's doing that. And that's all we need from him because he's getting the support that it gives me out of Syrah. So 100 Thieves are finally starting to click, finally starting to come alive when it matters most. And into Anubis, this really becomes quite interesting because they're firing on all cylinders.
It was actually very well-rounded aside from Device for the most of this game.
Yes.
And then once Device showed up, it's like, okay, the whole team is here now. Whereas for BCG, the Mongolians kind of went missing.
And Zinyu especially, huh?
Yeah, they were struggling to find the same impact they got out from on Inferno, whether it's the quick reactions or the entry attempts from Sensu. They just weren't getting the same success rate. It was actually Magus that actually fronted a lot of the killing power when it came to that T side.
And it's a point that you brought up, Henry, as well. As much as Simple's numbers look great, they were kind of all the first half. He actually really quieted down.
I think he was like 19 or 20 kills in that first half, and you're like, wow, your job's pretty much done at that point. We wish you better close this one out. But yeah, he just completely fell off on the T side. I don't think that's the reason that they lost. I feel like this closing out that key round, that key clutch, even though he was involved in it, but if he can bounce back, it'll be absolutely fine. But it was an electrifying, simple performance in the first half. We can't deny that. And the fact that they kind of swapped roles and then Device picked it up, he didn't do anything as insane, but just really reliable kills and hitting the shots he really had to on his CT side.
But that's kind of the difference between those two in their careers, isn't it, right? Simple's the highlight reel.
Exactly, yeah.
Device is the angle holder, but he's the one who guarantees the kill. And we did get to see exactly that. And you're now looking towards a map like Anubis, which does have a lot of prevalence for AWPers, but primarily those who like to get active, those who like to really swing in towards the fights and use it as a bit of a shotgun. So you'd argue maybe a benefit Simple, who is looking sharp, but if 100 Thieves are all online, this really becomes an interesting map number 3.
It's one of those where it's very difficult to make independent plays, though, as an AWP.
Yes,
I know Simple loves a bit of autonomy, but you need a rifler with you to kind of enable a lot of those peaks, whether it's they're taking first contact or they're just sending their body through the canals or pushing through B main. That's usually where the AWPers thrive the most, is being that secondary window into an advantage.
Shout out to the young guns as well, Depoy and Sira. I thought they had some really great moments in terms of the teamwork towards the end of that one. They didn't give up. That's a really stressful game as well. They didn't seem too shocked by it or too stunned. They actually kept their head above water and managed to keep up with the rest of the team.
And we need to see that as well now in towards this decider. There's so much experience on the other side for BCG that you kind of want to see them at least be able to compete in that sense, right? Because we talked about it a bit, they do lack consistency. They have these really pop-off maps and moments, but you'd actually prefer it across the series, and you don't want to rely that much on somebody like a Gizmy, who obviously is firing all cylinders and he's looking great, but he shouldn't be your numbers guy.
Well, you guys have been flip-flopping around the predictions all day long. What do you think about this third and final map?
I'm sticking with BCG. I'm not flipping back.
That's it? Locking it in?
I'm not flipping back.
No, I never flipped. I'm actually always 100 Thieves.
You're always 100. Okay, nice.
I never flipped.
There's some sort of cosmic justice that happened midway through this game.
Tongue-in-cheek joke, actually. You know, I'm supporting Gizmy all the way.
Should we get a little update? I might have to use my phone. Let's see what's going on the other streams.
I did see GG Hal took map number 1, which is pretty good. And what was my other one as well? There was another one, another 13-11. Was it maybe Big? I want to say
Big versus Gen 1.
Yes, Big.
They're up a map and there's one the pistol in the second.
It was 13-11 on that one as well. Same for the GG Hal game as well.
Anything else going on? Eyeballers, we wanted to see them go through. K27 took the first map there. We just won the storyline of Grims and JW.
Yeah, Fnatic Eyeball,
kind of what we want, isn't
Fnatic Eyeballers as a head-to-head would also just be so sick.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
So.
Well, apart from that, Hotu versus Inner Circle. Hotu found the first map. You said you like Hotu, right?
I do like Hotu.
Okay, well, there you go. But now that we'll go catch our breath. We'll be back with Anubis between 100 Thieves and BCG.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You joined us for the last day here at the Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier, and what a banger of a game we have been given so far. 100 Thieves taking on BCG. It looked like the latter had the game in the palm of their hand. A 1v3 clutch against the plucky British in-game leader. We thought there was no chance they were to give it up, but all of a sudden the round is turned on his head. Gizmi is the hero, and he takes us to a third map. Let's hope we get more of that action, boys, because that was electrifying.
It was the GOATs of CSGO versus Gizmi.
Yeah.
A new age is upon us.
The GOAT of UKs. But honestly, what a storyline this would be if BCG end up going on to lose this series.
It would be
one round away. You're kind of in dominant form.
One kill.
First. Yeah, exactly. And it all slips. That would be a huge, huge storyline. And also just to not have these guys at the main event.
Otherwise, I mean, Mazinho and Senzo are going to have to start learning Mongolian.
There's Glaive, one of the most iconic Counter-Strike in-game leaders of all time, pulling the strings now of 100 Thieves. His first coaching role since leaving ENCE. Didn't really get much done in CS2, I would say, as a player, but I feel this is a perfect role for him.
Yeah, but he also gets to continue to build on chemistry that he has, obviously, with Magisk as now the new in-game leader on this team, and so it's a lot of passed down knowledge, I'm sure. There were points as well in Astralis towards the end where Glaive was transitioning his responsibilities and trying to distribute that with his team as he had less time, family to look after, and now his new family are 100 Thieves that... Or rather, sorry, got that the wrong way around. We're against each other. My brain is fried.
It's been a long day, but the ninth round is concluded. It is a T-sided map, as we talked about earlier, and we'll see if BCG can find their form, hold their nerve after a very frustrating finish to Nuke. It's getting loud in here once again. Rain has looked solid as ever. Mr. Reliable, you can call him over the years. There's Taz as well. Second big coaching role after G2.
Yeah, they pick the moment as our series goes live to once again get the drums and vuvuzelas back out. Thanks, lads.
It's okay. That will ground me as well. Will bring us all back to reality. Fighting for our lives every single game today.
Yeah, the fact you have to do 3 best of 3s as well. Potentially 9 maps.
Long day.
Like, yeah, holding it together.
The drafts were random, and they got drawn against each other on the same side of the bracket. 100 Thieves versus BCG. Final map, it's Anubis, and Rain is blind as a bat. Magisk, a flying entry into this A site.
What a way to start as well, and he looks for a little more, but Gizmi's there in that head-to-head of the IGLs, and Zenio. Well, that quick trade, but they're actually not going to commit towards this A site. They're going to fall away. Reset him because Electronic has got so much space towards B. He's pushed all the way through. Syrah, can you deny? He does get 1. Simple gets 2, so he one-ups him and leaves it all on the vet device. 1 versus 3. There's the first. Electronic will lose his head, but the numbers get punched in. Simple's half HP and just a little bit lower. And Zenio, not exactly healthy himself in this 1 versus 2 as Device will push his way forward. They're sort of playing off each other, but he can isolate. Barrel spotted, and he will fall in the end. There was a moment there that he could have isolated that.
Absolutely. 1 versus 3. Managed to cut it down to size. Low HP on the remaining 2 players there, but unable to find their headshot. Too many angles to check. Device, though, looking solid after a very, very slow start in the series. Got going on Nuke. In a fantastic manner. Speaking of fantastic, that flashbang towards A main. Rain got absolutely domed by it. And then a pretty clean PT50 sequence from Simple as well. Gives him a pistol victory. It's going to be the Eco coming in from 100 Thieves. Deagle for Rain. USPs otherwise. Bit of a gimme round here.
You'd hope. Eagle all alone, and Zenio, he spotted a lot here. There is pressure coming his way, and he'll take a dink. He needs to run. Oh, it's not pretty. He'll get his kill, but it's not pretty. AK recovered.
Oh, that's absolutely massive, to be honest. Taking an AK forward. 2-0, completely locked in.
Best thing Gizmy can get is the deagle that's in connector somewhere, so long as Sarah stays afloat, yeah, this is they'll make out like thieves. No problem. One of the highest value weapons they had on the map only had 2 AKs and these 3 Galils.
This was a full eco, bear in mind as well, so that we'll be able to buy going forward. Much stronger now with the saved rifle. In more ways than one. 2-0 though, BCG. Not a huge deal, they lose one player there, but a high-value weapon, as you mentioned. Shaking off the tilt from Nuke. As we said in the pregame, 1 kill away. That 1 kill was in a 1v3 in their favor. Could have got the job done there and then. Wasn't meant to be. Gizmy had other ideas.
In terms of experience and, depth of play, Anubis is a map where, whether you're a veteran or not, it's not like any of these guys made their mark on Anubis as, figuring out the best way to play.
Whoa, you say he didn't make their mark. Koi made his mark. Most kills ever in a map for a long, long time.
But it's the rookies, it's the younger, it's the new gen. A newer map, of course.
So, opening frag, this device to go down, courtesy of Electronic. He gets it done with the Galil. It's a frag towards the temple position. And now they can reset. What's the next maneuver here? Electronic is very low himself. In terms of util, it's still pretty healthy on the T side. 3 smokes, few flashbangs. Senzu up towards E-Box and Gizmy patrolling this window position. Mzenia will find out in a harsh way. But that's their cue to make their way in towards B.
They're re-aggressing in towards middle as well, so even if they don't get contact, they could have a very fast flank towards B.
That is awful timing from Simple to pull away. He gives a cautionary glance, but he's setting up util. He's getting it behind. He's got at least 1 for free, and there might be more here as well. He does spot another. But Poi's alone towards this site. He has to go huge. That's bomb spotted, and it's Senzu dropped as well. Poi's going huge. And he's buying time for the rotation to come forward. They're dropping 1 by 1 BCG, and now they might even be saving.
Yeah, Electronic on 7 health. They just don't fancy their chances, especially because they know that there's somebody that's pressuring the back lines. That's Gizmy, who's remaining elusive. Didn't commit to T-spawn, didn't commit to that flank, just got his kill, got out, and made them hyper-paranoid. And so now he understands that, yes, this is a full save decision from BCG, but Magus gives his life up. And so Rain's actually going to go hunting for this final frag. Electronic round the corner, even on that low health, guillotines Rain.
Such a shame for Electronic. 3 kills for him. He got the opener as well, but very active response there from 100 Thieves. Exploring their options towards middle. As you mentioned, though, Simple, very unfortunate timing. As soon as he averts his gaze from middle, that's when they swing around, and the round is stolen away by the Thieves. This is how he got that. Okay, it's a bit lucky, give you that, but we'll take it. Clean kill with the Galil through the smoke. Having to save the weapons. Electronic will take the AK into the following round here. Money should be okay. Galil for Magus. Mzenio down to the MAC-10. Slowing down in this series now. Had an absolute barn burner of a showing on Inferno. Nowhere to be seen on Nuke. Can he find his form once again here in the 3rd and final map? Everything on the line here. It's so important to these 2 organizations to make it to the main event. In terms of the VRS points especially. To have aspirations of the major. It feels like EWC was a must for both of them.
That smoke down towards A as well slows them. It looked like they were ready to commit in towards control. But as it dissipates, second crack artist as well. They'll send him Zenio and that MAC-10 round. Does he get a flash here? Or is he going to go dry? Well, with that smoke, he now knows he can do the latter. So control taken, but they can't really do anything with it at the moment. And there's 2 players towards A ready to meet them.
They're bursting it.
Yeah, in comes the util. Double mollies down as well as smoke towards heaven, and up close Rain is ready to fight. He cannot get the first. Gizmy does get 2 before falling, which you could argue is enough because Civ is here in quick time. But again, he probably needed a double out of that. Bomb will be planted, and an open retake is never pretty.
100 Thieves are split. I mean, there's no way that Device and Poi can link up. Fresh smoke towards camera as well with Device on that AWP. That is not a favorable engagement. It will have to be on Poi on the flank. They gotta really get going here. They're still taking their time with it because of that absence of a kit.
Yeah, doesn't seem like they're picking up the pace anytime soon. Poi just felt like you'd give it a look in, didn't really have anything to work with at all. Device was already considering the save at that stage. It will be BCG answering back after the first round picked up for 100 Thieves. Yes, Magus with 2. Simple will join him for a frag there as well. This time their clutch comes out on top, and they go 3-1. Yeah, Money's going to be in a pretty dire spot now as well.
Gizmy almost did enough, but they just kept it evenly trading, and you give them enough room like that in an afterplant when you don't have kits, it's almost impossible to win. I don't know if that's a pet peeve or not, but it's one of those situations where they're sort of half in, half out because, like you said, Henry, they're sort of considering the save already very heavily before even committing to the retake.
Well then, suggest we won't be seeing much investment here. A Device AWP. But these are the sort of rounds he knows he can step up in. In his heyday, you'd expect him to win these ones. Device on the AWP, teammates and some upgraded pistols. Him actively looking for picks. Can it be enough this time? Patrolling towards middle right now. No AWP on the T side to note. They will have the advantage in terms of those long-range duels. They can pop that smoke over. When I say that, they don't have an HE grenade. Molotov out. What's the next move here? Just taking vision away for the CTs right now. Ooh, did he see Gizmy there? Well, no, but he still gets him fully blind.
Blind spray. Fortune favoring Magus there. This Gizmy will drop. Boy's up close, but he's only got a USP, but he's actually flashing towards the fight. That is, beautiful. Boy and Sarah, the youngsters combine well. And AK recovered. Let's kind of make this a bit interesting. AK and an AWP. I'm not going to count out 100 Thieves just yet.
I feel like that's such an underutilized flashbang. Usually it's the T's that are throwing util through that window, not the other way around.
True. So B splits coming through for BCG. Where is the Device AWP? It's currently in towards camera. Comes down to Poi here. Poi Wonder looking to step up, getting a couple of kills now. Really coming to life with this AK-47. Is it going to be enough? Perhaps. He's given Device enough runway here to work with in the 2v2 with his AWP. No kits available. Rain will join him on the 5-7. Bomb planted, and both players near the E-box right now.
It's going to be another half in, half out, I think, because Rain has no armor in a 5-7. But he's just waiting for his frag. Device, it holds initiative. He's still crawling forward. He hits the tag. 64 health split on both players of here on BCG. Now Rain starts to make his move. He's loud on his approach. AK recovered as well. And they know that they're playing to fight, but they just simply cannot connect and finish the job. It's Magus that gets both. A hat-trick of frags for the in-game leader of BCG.
He was posted as well. After he gets that first tag, he was posted, but he quick switches at the worst possible time. And again, you've kind of touched on it. This half in, half out, and these retakes are killing them. We just need a little bit more conviction, and let's actually give this a go, or let's not.
Close rounds. Scary one there for BCG, but continuing with their winning ways here on the third and final map. Tactical timeout. I think that's because Device can't buy the AWP. He's down to an MP9, in fact. So we'll have M4s otherwise. We've got a kit as well for Poi. Utility's not too bad. We'll see if they want to bring in a little bit more of an aggressive play here with the MP9 and try and take some territory early. We discussed it in the pre-game, the smoking steps, pushing down canals, pressure from A main as well. There's lots of CT aggressive options available. This iteration of Anubis.
Few updates as well.
Oh, hit me.
In a circle of beating Hotu 13-3, so that's gone to as a sider.
Oh, no.
So that's gone map 3, and Ascend have crushed one win 13-3 on Ancient. Spellen's just put up a career map high.
Oh, my.
Of a 2.66 rating in the Big 26.
It's made to be.
Spellen in the Big 26. 2.66 rating. So that's also gone to the sider as well. point. He'll find the first rain. Getting aggressive, looking for two behind it, but Mazzilio, while blind, recovering, will deliver. Gives me there quick to bring the numbers comfortably back in favor for 100 Thieves. So off the back of the pause, they've ramped up the pace, and it's worked for them, leaving Electronic and Majors with it all to do. 1 minute 20 in a 2 versus 4.
As you would expect, you know, you highlighted, Henry, just the idea of, listen, things that have not been working by sitting on bomb sites, just be aggressive. There are options. They go for the more standard, you know, aggressive canals control is something that is so disruptive. I don't think there's any team that has solved how to deal with that as a team.
Probably the perfect time to call for it, right? Because you haven't got the device Zorb to sit back and hold those tight angles, and you've got an MP9 in his hands. Might as well get stuck in and see if you can cause some chaos here, and they certainly did. Gives me looking to close things out here. That's around guaranteed at this stage. 45 seconds remaining for Magisk. M4 in hand, about half HP, full utility belt, but you'd think there's almost no chance. But look at the cash here for BCG. Even after finding a great amount of rounds here, the rounds have been relatively close. Major should be dealt with momentarily here. Almost had zero chance. Surrounded, and it will be Device to close things out there. Second on the board. Bear in mind, very T-sided map here. You only need 3 or 4 rounds on the CT side to have enough to work with.
Yeah, for sure. Really good kind of positive signs as well. Gizmy's looking so confident. He wants to take fights. He wants to fly into them, and he's leading the way at the moment. Device can once again come alive a little bit. It was, again, a bit of a slow start, but a second kill there, and he can start to rekindle that flame a bit alongside Poi, who he knows loves this map. It's where things do become kind of interesting. Still looking for Senzu from map number 1. We haven't found him for a while. He's 1 and 5 at the moment. And it is a 4 spy for BCG, and they might actually just go a bit pacey themselves towards B. In come the flashes, in come the mollies, and up close is Syrah. Make that a second for him. Simple does get a consolation, maybe a second out as well, but Poi, lovely shot. He looks for more, and he gets a lot of damage off, but it's not enough. Major's going to 1 versus 2, but on the cross, Gizmy's there. And that'll shut down that move towards that B side. The pacey idea isn't bad, but in the end, the firepower overwhelms.
I don't know how I feel about it when they're going for his aggressive burst into the site and the bomb's been left behind. Even if they did take the site, it would have been very awkward. It was still over by the T steps, just like the entrance to be. So nobody went to pick up that thing.
Yeah.
They also just didn't clear for Syrah in the corner.
Didn't seem like there was that much pressure being applied to the defenders here. You're looking at the frags in their POV. No one's blind. No one's having to move or be pressured by any utility. So a little underwhelming there from BCG. That was their 4 spy. Now we're down to the full eco. The MP9's out of Device once again, chomping at the bit to get some of these eco kills.
Yeah, there's money to be made here.
Yeah.
Some serious cash.
So he's going to get baited in by Rain. He'll take the initial contact, peel off the angle, and set up Device.
F flashes. They don't use them. They just try and barrel through with numbers, and Rain will sweep up.
Oh.
He's loving it. Tapping away, and in the end, on the reload. Beautiful for Rain. A 4K for him. There was money to be made there for the MP9, but gets traded immediately. Round is all that matters.
They had 2 flashes. Magisk had 1. I think
True.
Simple had the other. I just thought they'd use 1, at least. No bother. About $400 down the drain. They knew this wasn't a round that had any high hopes.
Tied game. This is pretty massive for 100 Thieves. Bear in mind, on Nuke, we thought they were done for. We thought they were eliminated. A 1v3 clutch from Gizmy. The new in-game leader kept them in it, and now recovering the deficit here on Anubis. Speaking of Gizmy, great play there. Finds 1, drops off, and somehow gets away with it as well. Keeps his life and falls back towards E-Box. Excellent work.
Yeah, because of that stair smoke as well, he can't be traded dropping down. The Device will be dropped. Simple will find one of his own. Syrah gets that molly down, the incendiary, which they are going to respect. They don't push through. Rain's left isolated on A, but he's pushed main and see nobody there. So he can sort of focus his attention back towards the side if he wants, and the spam isn't bad on towards Senzu.
They're bringing that reinforcements. They know that A feels the weakest, and that camera is just open runway here for BCG, so it's all on Rain just to hold on to this main position, because his teammates are coming from CT spawn.
Great molly. That'll split him up as well, but Poi's going to win his fight. That's huge. Look some more behind it. Rain will deliver from main. Poi getting a few. Beautiful 3-piece for the youngster. Up to double digits now. 10 and 5. And it's 100 Thieves who are going to take the lead after a less than adequate start. They're now alive and kicking.
This is huge. The fact you're in the lead now on the CT side. We were talking about the idea of 3 rounds being enough when they were 4-1 down. And here we are. Looking like they're in full control. Bomb planted and loss bonus accumulating for BCG. Maybe a tactical timeout required. And all great work from Gizmi. The awareness, like you said, smoke down towards T-steps. Knew he'd be safe. Can actually get back in towards the safety of the bomb site there. And Porte really starting to step up now and show us some of that skill. The reason why they picked him up. Having some serious impact now. And there is the timeout. Taz calls it. Marty actually not as promising as I thought.
Yeah.
2,900 on the loss bonus.
I also just don't think you'll see BCG do another A attack like that where it's just a heavy camera. You see just how strong it is where someone just holds onto main on that CT side. They come from camera, but they're not going to use that as a solid after plant position. It doesn't feel safe. You get pincered from both sides as they come out from beach house. And when Rain activates just in the chaos, BCG just feel totally boxed in. It is far from comfortable.
Well, let's see what they can bring. Round number 10 here. Simple all in with the Hero AK. Fast in towards A main. Damage through the smoke. No one coming out on top just yet. Bombs there as well. 3 players. On the T side towards A main. It's Simple who's going to be taking these challenges.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, please. Simple is going down. Device will find him. It's Porte, though, lighting them up. He steals the show, looking for a triple kill now. And maybe biting off more than they can chew. Senzu being quiet for a while now.
Ooh, hang on. Electronic, he's pushed B before and got it for free. And this time, it's the same result. Molly down to cut rotations. They've got the B site.
Oh.
Electronics here with that salvage door.
Okay.
Rain on full, 2 versus 2.
All right.
And this is now doable. They're going to double stack E-Box. With that being said, this is a difficult retake for 100 Thieves. Syrah and Gizmi have got to lock in it, but they've got full belt to util more or less to work with. But they're coming in splits, so they're not going to be able to play off each other properly. And BCG are just going to buy time. They're not playing contact. They're not playing for information. They're inviting the fight in and hoping they can isolate. And they might just Gizmi. He does walk in towards the AWP for half a second, but Electronic will hit the shot. You don't see him all too often on it, but when you do, he is able to light it up. Syrah, the nade's a nice idea, but the molly doesn't go deep enough. And even though he gets the kills, it will not matter. Round 1 here by the T side, and Syrah will fall just as that cherry on top.
Yeah, you won't be too mad that all 5 players go down. You entered the round with 1 Hero AK that wasn't really required, a CZ and a few Tech 9s, and an Electronic. Of all the players to save the day with the AWP, it looked like it was done here, but like I said, they maybe outstay their welcome, allowing Senzu to find that sort of impact with a double kill. Electronic closes things down. They buy just enough time to deny the clutch from Syrah here. Didn't have the time to defuse last couple of rounds.
Electronic was just hitting quick flicks. That's not what we would categorize him with typically.
Love to see it.
Bit of a gut punch here for 100 Thieves. I mean, they've still got money in the back coffers, but one more round like that, and we're at the end of the half, and you might have to have a couple compromises. Rain hasn't got a built-up economy. Look at this gap they found. Just immediately contact, crawling through middle. Flash in the camera. Gizmi will deploy the smoke, but Electronic's ahead of it, and Gizmi's nade doesn't slow them down. In fact, they line up almost for Gizmi to get a double, but a simple trade will have to do. Rain still in control of A main once again, but BCG have the site in a 4-on-4.
Heaven Plant is so strong here as well. They know it's a possibility. Rain's already done this once before. Why wouldn't he be there again? But this time they do actually have presence to come in behind as Mazzinio's waiting for that moment, trying to cut rotations. A double play through camera. 1 through Heaven, 1 through main, and Simple. Oh, he gets the second on the edge of that smoke.
Hello.
Tracks the tracers, and Poi will fall. Syrah, Device, they want nothing to do with this now, and Syrah, even fortunate to get out of there, with only a slight tag, but a consolation kill is all he'll get. He's not going to give it a look in. And it will be BCG taking back the lead and doing it well.
Turns out all they needed was to get that up to sing on this T side, and it wasn't even theirs to begin with. Electronics stealing that off the corpses of 100 Thieves. Got his double, and now Simple does what Simple does. Also a double for himself in the after plant.
The things were looking a little bit rough for BCG, but a bit of magic with the pistols. Some simple heroics on this A splits. The AWP lighting them up on the retake. Second shot was divine. And it will be them confirming 6 on the board here, but Money's absolutely fine. This has already been a great half, all things considered, for 100 Thieves. We're getting aggressive. Device taking matters into his own hands here, looking for the opening pick if possible. Setting up the angle. Teammate Syrup flashed off though. Do they peel off this? Do they maintain the control? These are the questions. Over the boost. How long can you justify holding this for?
Especially considering Senzu is starting to get up close towards E-Box.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's nobody there to cover them doing this boost inside of main. They break it down though. Oh, Magus, that's gonna suck.
Lovely from Gizmy.
Just totally undressed in window.
Three towards B. Re-smoke as well towards E-Box to slow down this roll. And now Majors, who has the call from the grave, what decision does he make here? They've got no real information to work off, no real space to work off. You can have all the water you want. It's similar to what we say with Nuke Ramp. It's not a sight.
Final round here. There'll be no saving this time. They have to do it about the in-game leader as well. B-split looking very likely indeed. Prime opportunity for Device to step up with the orb, but the flashbang gets him off the angle. Can he recover? First mid shot comes through. Syrup only good for 1 towards E-Box. But maintaining the man advantage. And Zinio, he's trying to fight one back, but it looks like we might be done here. It's going to take something remarkable, and it's not going to happen. Simple. He really will have to roll back the years here. 15 seconds, 3 versus 1. It's not going to happen. Boy, fantastic showing from him. Great recovery in general from 100 Thieves. They were 4-1 down, and they managed to actually have a pretty stellar first half in the end, considering on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, BCG kind of get lucky with the rounds that they get away with. That electronic round probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
And it could have been a more dominant CT display instead. But yeah, sometimes all you need is a lifeline. We learned that in the last map at the very end of it.
Little update for you guys as well. We've got a few more teams who are locked in to the round of 8. Sashi took down Betclick 2-0, so they were the second team after Fnatic. And Big as well have beaten Gen 1 on home soil, I guess, for the organization, 13-4. So they were playing Sashi in that round of 8 game, that qualification game.
The other side of the bracket right now, I think 1W are playing as well, right? They will
yes.
Be, who are they playing against?
Map 3 now going against Ascend. Ascend destroyed the Map 2, spelling career high rating.
Yeah, that's cool. Right.
The unction really showing up here at the quals. You love to see it. But yeah, should be really interesting. But that top side of the bracket is nearly done as well. K27 are currently 11-5 up against Eyeballers in Map 2. They already won Map 1 as well. So they're on the brink of a game against Fnatic for qualification. So at the moment, it's looking like we're going to have 2 of Sashi, Big, Fnatic, and K27 booking their spot to the EWC main event.
You're telling me the old school players are enjoying the open qualifier?
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
All we need to do is get Henry back on there, and then we're starting to cook.
Dude.
What happened to 4 Kings?
I retired in 2011, imagine that. Before CSGO really came out.
Your time is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it.
Bring him back.
The open land tour is open.
I've heard you've been grinding. You've been getting ready for a stage like this.
I mean, yeah, just dropped 2300 elo on Faceit. I think I might be ready, yeah.
He's back. He's ready. Season 9 is scared of a Henry G performance.
Compared to some of the other open qualifier teams, you might actually be overqualified.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, true.
Good point.
There was a couple of 11 lines kicking around, so...
Well, technical pause. Just a note, like, we haven't really had many of these at this tournament so far, considering the scale, the ambition of this open land qualifier. 64 teams, and yeah, we have not really had any tech issues at all. No severe ones, at least.
32 teams playing simultaneously, and then not only that, today we've got all of these and Rocket League going on as well, so...
Yeah.
Big
a lot of moving parts here, and we're absolutely nailing it.
Yeah.
Huge game here. Probably the game of the day. This is the one we were really hoping for, and it has delivered, I would say. 100 Thieves versus BCG. It's had some high-octane moments, some heartbreak, some tragedy, some great clutches. And now on the third and final map, not much separating these two teams at all. Unclear who will be taking it. It's wide open.
The thing is, there's so much name brand value we have in Counter-Strike. Whether or not you're a huge fan of the team or just the player, each of these squads has 2-3 pieces that you can look at, regardless of which generation you come from.
even the coaches can get behind.
Yes.
I grew up watching the coaches.
It's so easy to support a team when you can just levy nostalgia or just simply have hopes for the future.
So, 6-6. Nothing separating them. We didn't have it any other way. And aggressive from Senzu and Simple. USPs in hand. Senzu in no man's land as well. Needs to be very careful. Can't afford to get caught off here. Flashbang doesn't actually hit the mark at all. No one's flying towards A main. This is quite messy. But still, they will recover. I don't know how, but they've managed to get the first 2 kills.
You compare that to BCG's pistol. The flash hit, they get into the bomb site, but somehow similar result for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. Round not done. I will say that, but they still have 2 smokes, a Molotov and a flash. It would take a historic blunder to give this one up, boys.
It feels very reminiscent of an Inferno round where they just pause after they get these early picks and they know that there's going to be some kind of re-aggression, but they use a lot of their util and they're going to be actually moving the other way, hoping to catch Simple inside of Connector. Electronic can swing out for main as well, and so he'll catch him on the backstab, but Device gets the trade, but they don't know about this extra man in main, and so it's just completely gone wrong here for 100 Thieves. A 5-on-3 that is squandered. Magisk just has to simply run away, back away so that Rain can't get an isolated fight. Simple's there as reinforcements. On his low health, though, he dies in the crossfire. And so Magisk crawls out, but he simply will not falter.
Okay.
How? What is happening in that round?
They don't mess rounds like that up.
What is happening in that round?
You kind of put it together perfectly as well. The fact they get that huge advantage and they kind of sit there and wait, and it's to their demise. You think a 5-on-3 of all that utility was a done deal, locked in, and somehow, some way, Simple battling tooth and nail by himself at range, fends them off, somehow gets in the man advantage. At 2 versus 1, that are able to close out as well. That is an absolute robbery of a round. And no plant as well somehow. After all that, you get a 5-on-3 of all the util. You execute on a side, you somehow don't even get a plant.
That lack of conviction, actually, when in that 5 vs 3 is sort of what kills them. That pause and allowing the reset to come through allows the re-aggression.
Just take your man advantage, I would say
hang
at that
on.
point.
Senzu's got 2. He just pushed through B.
Okay, he's had enough. He's fully sending him.
They pressed the attack on both sides. I mean, they were pushing aggressively for middle, and then they didn't see anything. B gets contact first. They wanted to stress out 100 Thieves. They know they shouldn't have lost that pistol.
Oh, yeah, dude. Absolutely, they should not be losing that. That's like a red-faced moment. You're feeling kind of embarrassed after that one.
It's just rare you buy so much util and none of it actually does anything for you.
Oh, good reaction from Majors. He was on that left-hand side, pretty tunnel visioned in, but he'll flick on towards Rain.
They're fired up now. They needed one of those rounds to go in their favor, considering they probably should have already knocked out 100 Thieves on Nuke.
Yeah.
It's kind of round they love to steal away. Keeping decent numbers up here. Bear in mind, this is the eco. They didn't force buy because they didn't get a bomb down somehow in the pistol. So we go 8-6. Guns were coming out next round. Begs the question, though. The BCG want to keep hammering it home with the aggression. Get stuck in. Shut down any intentions on the T side.
Yeah, it's maybe the criticism we could levy as well to 100 Thieves on the way they started their CT side is, you know, we talk a lot about how the reduction in total rounds for CS means you can't condition your opponent as easily.
Yeah.
Jumping straight into some aggressive moves on CT is a great way to mitigate that absence of extra rounds.
Fast away towards middle.
Oh, how did he lose that? So much damage dealt, but not enough. Electronic 180, head on a swivel, and somehow finds to kill him towards Gizmy. Yes, he's low, but he looks for more and he finds it. Electronic, 2 huge kills in towards mid to make up for the slight blunder of Simple. And the numbers taken now by BCG early in this round.
Yeah, they are setting the tone here. That was looking so promising for 100 Thieves. You take down Simple quickly, courtesy of your in-game leader, but it's Electronic. Of all the players that finds that nice double, Senzu, he's not backing down. He wants intel, and he wants it now. Calls the B main is clear. They'll smoke off E-Box, but it's a terrible smoke. That's okay, but he gets in front of it. I don't think they'll be anticipating Device to be so quick behind it, though.
No, he's actually got a great room here. Look at this, because they're pulling away.
Yeah.
Senzu's pushed B main, and because of that, they've gifted the site for free. As long as they don't plant for B main, they're actually chilling. There's a worry, though, that they might. Senzu. This round really feels like it hinges on him. Smoke down. Senzu doesn't move just yet, but Poi will. And he'll catch Magisk in transition to bring it back into a 3 versus 3. One flash for Device to work with, one smoke on the flip side for Senzu, and no kit for this CT side. And this double stack, the elevation here is going to be really difficult for Mazinho to overcover. But there's the first.
Good damage.
Oh, Device going to get another of his own. That's surely got to be it. Rain is reeling, so Device has got to try and buy as much time. They've got to play off each other as well. Do not allow Electronic the opportunity to isolate. And they've played the clock well. Electronic may get his kill, but it will not be enough. Another round, but this time it's for the T side that goes down to the wire.
That actually could have gotten really scary. Rain came through the smoke on his low health to try and give some support to his teammate, and just that's actually the way you lose the round most likely, is if Electronic somehow finds that kill and just simply spams the smoke.
It was looking so good there. They had full control. They had all that information with Senzu out towards B main. They throw the smoke down towards E-Box, and they kind of treated it like a force field. It was unlucky with the timing, like a great read from Device to actually find that space, but I don't think there's any real reason to completely vacate the site and leave one player towards B main. You had the manpower, maybe overcooking, and they're going to try the same aggressive mid play once again. 100 Thieves, that is. Simple to defend, but Molotov off the angle. Lots of space taken very early on here. Smoke down towards camera pretty much nullifies Simple. He knows it as well. I'll have to reconsider his options.
Yeah,
big round in terms of the finances.
It 100% as well forces Electronic to have to pick up the slack through Temple. I think there was a possibility that he just simply bunkered into that B bomb site, or maybe even reinforced A, but now he's holding back in CT spawn. So it's a 2-1-2 split here in the BCG defense.
The molly down towards camera and a flash into main. Simple. First line of the fence from up on high. Molly back sight as well. So Simple does need to support Mzinho here. He's so blind. And that's where the orb can find its shot. And Gil will get the rotation over as well. So 2 here to defend, but they cannot deny. Numbers being punched in and a re-smoke towards heaven as well. Gizmi trying to be this insurance policy to cover the rotation. And actually, even just going for 1 kill here and staying alive would be huge. And they're spending a lot of time clearing him. Now a known quantity as well. And he'll lose a swinging CZ. Will find Gizmi. Numbers go the way of the CT, but only briefly, because Sira's here. But then he falls himself to Magus. Time is ticking on this.
Senzu has a kit.
Rain and Device have got to roll it back here, but they cannot do it. Fine margins, like you mentioned, there's a kid in play. And BCG going to put up a 9th.
If Senzu doesn't get that kill in middle, the round is done.
Yeah.
They don't have the kit. They lose it out towards mid doors. There's no way they can go back to recover it. And just the fact that there's so many great after-plant positions for 100 Thieves, that should not have been BCG's round. But Senzu just meticulously clearing Gizmi's lurk out is what wins them this round.
Yeah, you're dead on. Such an important factor of the round. Magus getting a triple as well. Simple on the kit. A dream retake on the CT side as well. We said that was a huge round in terms of finances, and you can see the ramifications on screen now. They have Rain Galil at this stage, but averaging $2,000. You can't go all in. I don't think you can justify it. The loss bonus just isn't there. So what's the call? What's the play? Timeout will be taken, and the chips are down.
I think this is always the problem as well with a team of 100 Thieves caliber, is that you've got great pieces, but do you have a superstar that's ready to punch up in these types of moments? You can look at down the line on the BCG roster, and even if you're not the most confident in someone like Electronic, for example, he can still have some of those miracle moments.
Yeah. He's looked more impactful this map as well.
Yeah.
He's
as the series has gone on, actually.
Yeah. This tournament, he's had some real quiet moments, but while it's not lighting up the server, there's a lot of impact there. I mean, just think back to that AWP clutch as well.
Yeah.
He scooped it up from E-Box.
Just a couple of important frags. That's all he needs. That flare, that poise. 100 Thieves will have to dig deep to find it.
Yeah. We look for poise, and we look towards Poi. 16 and 11, and they might be about to pop through this A-main smoke. Yes, they are. Mzinho forced back, but how well will he deal with the pressure? Nade in front as well as he looks to fight behind it. One of his own as well, which they can avoid with relative ease. And with the util thrown their way, they cancel the initial look at it, but it might be a second pump as they slow things down.
The problem is, Neo, they've got no util at this point. Four players about Kevlar. Like, what do you do? How do you breach the bomb site? That was your opportunity, and all the chaos and pandemonium to go through and try and trade out the kills. Well handled by BCG to fend them off, and now you've left them with very little options. They will have to acquiesce and make their way in towards A, but surely no way they can pull this one off. Simple. He'll open things up. Device of the P250 is getting a bit awkward now. 3 kills on entry. You don't need any util, apparently. They've got the man advantage as here comes the retake from Aegis, but the bomb's already planted.
Good smoke and good find from Gizmy as well.
Unreal.
With that recovered AWP, just when it looked like the chips were down for 100 Thieves, they might be about to steal away a round that never felt like it should have happened. It's all on Senzu.
It shouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Categorically.
And
Up against
it.
P250s. Glocks, a Deagle, no Kevlar, by the way, and 1 Hero Galil.
It was just, they just swarmed them. You call that the 5-body problem?
The double pump is really good.
Dude, Mzinho, compared to his performance in Inferno, what has happened? He has fell off the edge of a cliff here.
And same for Senzu.
Yeah, true.
Both of them. Last map they were missing. This one, it's the same again.
Like that's on him. Like he's up there on the front lines. He had plenty of opportunities to fall back. He chose to stay at the fountain position and did not deliver the goods.
To be honest, in terms of consistency throughout this series so far, Megas has been the guy.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that's another round that slips by the wayside. So much heartbreak, so much tragedy here. It's a stressful environment, a noisy environment as well. Grouping up as 5 players, catching them off guard, even with 3 CTs lying in wait. It's not like they were out of position. They were there, ready and waiting.
1 Galil.
Look at this decision, by the way.
Pistols.
They're force buying around that saved AK.
Oh my.
They lost a round.
Now we're getting somewhere.
So
yeah, is this the tilt factor now starting to creep in? This is an incredibly bold call to make for BCG. You lose this.
They could get locked out.
Yeah, you lose the lead, and if anything, probably give it over towards 100 Thieves before you can respond with a full buy of your own.
It's so strange how many times this series and this map even, just one round, just one twist, where when we least expect it, shifts that paradigm.
Well, wouldn't have it any other way. This is what it's all about.
Oh, hang on. There's a lot of bodies here. This could be a bloodbath up close. The swing of the pistol for the first. But as the Vitex U gets that shot off and delivers, he's got to get out. And he does just about, but not before. Simple gets one of his own, and same for Senzu. And Simple backside, needing something miraculous. Witty catch as Simple turns around and he finds Syrah. And that was all on device, 2 of which on that flip side are so low. Simple and Mzinho, 1 foot in the grave, but it's Simple who swings for a quad kill, and the big man himself steps up to deliver in a moment where they needed a hero.
Oh my god. We speculated about whether it was the right decision there with the force buy. Simple certainly seems to think so. They steal the round away this time. Chaos once again in towards middle. Simple, you think he was done with that spray. It felt too labored to actually recover, but then he ends up getting 4 kills, takes down Device, and finds double digits for BCG. Final tactical timeout now. Backs to the wall once again. 100 Thieves, they do have a buy, but not a great one. 2 players enter the round with 2 pistols, a couple of AKs. Gizmy deciding how he wants to operate with this one. He has $2,600 as he go for a MAC-10, a Galil. He hasn't purchased armor yet, so it might have to be a pistol as well.
But that's why I was highlighting that superstardom. You know, Simple goes in his bag to get them back into this game.
Dude, when he missed the first 10 bullets in the spray, I thought,
know.
Okay, he's cooked. But what a recovery.
Little did we know it was the signature Simple shake and bake.
Yeah, exactly that.
Well, what a decision as well to be like, trust me, like let me full buy in towards this one. Give me the rifle. Let me cook.
For all we know, we could be right about it being tilt, but sometimes you don't want to make Simple angry.
Block the smoke.
They missed unforced error.
It's landed at the mid door somehow still.
Okay, you check that out. Actually somehow useful.
Teamwork makes the dream work in a weird way.
This is a very important round, lads. They are in hot water.
It's a similar buy on the flip side, though, isn't it?
Oh, dude, it actually like
that's what I'm saying.
It's essentially mirrored.
What?
Let's see if they can match it and go blow for blow with the force buys. A lot of utility as well for 100 Thieves to work with.
Damn. This round could decide their fate. 100 Thieves, that is. Money busted on the CT side as well. That's why they've gone for this force. They know if they can steal another one away, and let's be honest, it might and probably will happen considering what we've seen so far here in Anubis. No one can really dig their heels in. Lots of pistol victories, lots of Glock victories. Looking for 11 rounds. Simple. Prime and ready. Great smoke.
Yeah. Last time 100 Thieves got around as well, it was this kind of play. It was a pop and an overwhelm towards the A site, and they're going to go for it once again. Simple. He threads the needle between two on that missed shot, and the drive-by will find Zinio. They're stepping up the pace as Rain is getting a forward foot in towards this site. They've taken a C4, punched in place, and the numbers advantage post-plant for 100 Thieves now. This is a difficult retake, and Rain wants to get aggressive. It's risky. He dives around the corner into the not-so. Arms of Senzu, and they line up. 2 versus 1. It's all on Magus. The madman in the middle has to come alive here. We've called upon him plenty of times, but they are not giving him anything. No contact. And Poi waits, poised for the fight. Major score fall. 100 Thieves bite back, and back-to-back force buys. What a game.
They've noted the weakness on the map. Mzinho is getting 0 output there, again against pistols. He gets no damage done, pushed off. Simple missing the shot as well. I say miss. He had a smoke on his screen as well, but it's Mzinho. Like, I think he's trying to do too much. I think he knows he's having a bad game, and he's trying to get in positions where he's going to find multiple kills instead of playing the crossfires, playing for the round. One flashbang shut him down. Great play from 100 Thieves, don't get me wrong, but Mzinho, he can't hold on to this A bomb site for love nor money.
How can anyone put a stop to 4 spies around 1 gun? That's been the secret sauce these past few rounds, and no one can deal with it. Somehow, when you have the least, you somehow have the most to give.
Well, as much of as 100 Thieves have probably figured out the weakness, it feels like so of BCG. Quad Slack and 8. Giving Zinio all the support he needs. And Simple, who's been playing out through B, is here as well.
Oh, he might need another 4K.
Yeah, you're very right.
And he may not get a chance to play if Meg is stuck around inside of Con.
I'm nervy. They are testing.
Surely Gizmy goes hunting.
Yeah, he has to.
He's got a Mac 10.
It's now the 3rd smoke they've seen towards A main. They've got to figure out something here, and you can actually see why they cancel immediately. Don't love this Deagle spam by Majors. It leaves me worried.
Yeah, I mean, if they just had someone ready for a flash or something. They're actually investigating his bomb site.
The clock, sub 30 seconds. They're going to make a move.
Could be a master call.
Rain's going in first. Bomb on his back. He's got the support. Siren Device will join him. Majors, we need something ridiculous, and he's not going to get it. He'll fall flat, and the red carpet rolled out towards that B site. Nothing really you can do here, and it might actually get kind of expensive as Gizmy is sticking around for the hunt.
They didn't even really need Gizmy to go hunting in the end. A vibes read. There was so little information around the map, aside from the fact that middle was completely under Gizmy's control and that he had heard and seen nothing. Holding to this rifle, not going to be a possibility. No. Mzinho's behind him.
You can get it, though.
Yeah, he can nab it, but they're actually going to keep rounding the corner. Rain gets dropped. Another play around there as well. It's Device on the Tech 9, so he doesn't get overwhelmed by the Mzinho swing. Yikes. A tying 10th round here for 100 Thieves. They've won back-to-back rounds.
They finally have broken through. And that should mean the money is in tatters for BCG here. Sarah opening things up. Nice work towards E-Box. Gives me watching the extremities here. And the hunt was on, making sure they take nothing into the following round here. Great work. Mzinho's first kill he's had in about 7 rounds. Almost means nothing. And they have to take the eco here. There's no 2 ways about it. 5-7 at the top end. P250s elsewhere. And 10-10. A moment's respite here. They know they're up against the eco. Just need to putt this one in. Are we live? No.
I'm feeling no.
Okay. Well, you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Do or die time for 2 of the favorites here at the last chance qualifier. Quite frankly, it should have been done after Nuke.
Yeah.
BCG should have closed things out there. A 1v3 against Gizmy. They couldn't hold on. They challenged him too much. They let him into the round. And here we are. It's been absolute chaos here. So many pistol victories. So many hero rifles stepping up and delivering each and every time. And now 100 Thieves have broken the finances of BCG. It's 10-10. They're on the T side as well, bear in mind as well. This is the perfect opportunity for the reverse sweep of the series.
It was just the fact that Inferno was kind of an open and shut case.
Yep.
For Nuke to fall away, and then now this calamity of rounds we've had. You know, we get to decider games, it's very frequent we'll say, this is as close as it's been. But this is as close as it's been. It has not been as back and forth as this throughout any of the maps we've played so far. Been runs, streaks, some momentum being pulled, but the fact that 100 Thieves have just narrowly grabbed 2 rounds straight, yeah, it's hard to come up with a case here for BCG, aside from that star power.
Little update for you as well on some of these games that are going on alongside ours. There was what was looking like a dominant second map from K27. They were 11-4 up. They've choked it. It's now in overtime. mibr.los are leading in overtime as well, 14-13. So that might be going to a decider. Outside of that, Phantom GG Haar's gone to a decider as well, third map. And Hotu, your boys, are 8-5 up against In a Circle on map number 3.
Let's get it.
And currently 5-all, Ascend 1 win on map number 3 as well. There's an upset on the cards there. If Ascend take that, that'd be a huge upset.
It would be big.
So then, boys, as mentioned, finances broken. BCG were looking very strong here on the CT side. But that A-bomb site getting weaker and weaker as the game goes on. Good flashbang. A chance here, but they flashed themselves, I believe. They managed to get one.
Hang on.
Oh, good effort from Aegis. Couldn't quite find the conversion there. That was the one chance they had to do something with this round. They get a kill, but that's about it. Simple will tuck himself in towards E-box.
It's unfortunate for Aegis because he spots the AWP barrel, so he's kind of focused on when's this AWP going to move. Doesn't expect the rifle to just come swinging round. It's not impossible, just highly improbable. But with Syrah and Gizmi both low, you scoop up a gun, and with the wildness that we've seen in this game, I'm never going to discount anything.
Some simple magic would be required. He's got the 5-7.
Just no armor, that's the one thing.
His partner in crime, Electronic, but they are so far away. I think this one is done, unfortunately for you. So,
you want to believe, but
100 Thieves find themselves an open A-bomb site here, no problem. Still making sure they don't give anything away. There's been too many nightmare rounds on both sides of the server today.
Hard not to be suspicious.
Yeah.
Don't take anything for granted.
It's simply
every
too
round
quiet.
is up for debate.
You always just feel like you're being watched somehow. And that's all the other players that sit around you in the LAN hall. Simple only man that stands. 5-7, 20 kills as well. There was a time where, you know, he was sat at, what, 13? Really has had these hero moments in these back and forth rounds. Doesn't have a kit, so he's really just trying to threaten them that he's going to jump on the defuse. Have to keep them around close enough and might be able to get that bomb explosion to do some damage, but it only connects on one player from 100 Thieves, so those low health bars didn't matter.
yeah, and Porte says live, so he doesn't really care. In the grand scheme of things, nice idea. Just trying to get a little bit proactive in a round which you don't have a lot to bring to the table. Yeah, make it a little bit expensive, but it goes the way that we expect. As 100 Thieves inch closer and closer. 2 away now, 1 ahead of BCG. And let's be frank, guys, we look towards this round now. It kind of feels like it is for all the marbles.
This is the game.
This is it. This is all chips in the middle of the felt. You lose this, BCG, your money's broken with 100 Thieves on 12.
And it's not exactly like a strong buy right now either. They've got the M4, sure, but there's no kits there. Lacking some incendiaries. You can see 4 players without helmets. So this is still a compromised round, to say the very least here.
Yet have we learned nothing from compromised rounds, I suppose?
Yeah, that's a good point.
This round might not go great, but somehow, some way...
Some could argue that BCG are favoured here.
Let's see whether they can hold on to this A-bomb site. Will they be tested there once again? Here we go then. Aggressive play from BCG, taking matters into their own hands here. Smoke down towards the T-steps. Electronic patrolling towards the Rugs position as well. 3 CTs here. Actually going to be boosting up in towards middle.
It's lucky that there's actually nobody lurking close, because they missed the jump the first time over.
Yeah, looks like a B execution might be on the cards here. 1 minute 20. Rotating through T-spawn, however. Poi will go join Rain.
A B exec with no water presence is quite risky, though.
just that they do it when they still have the smoke up at the stairs. So they do all that pathing, but ultimately it's a relatively standard setup, and they're still going to be flying somewhat blind. Simple pushing through the canals, and just past that smoke just gives them another sightline in because the A players are starting to make a move.
Gaining presence. Well, into mid as the molly will come down. No one there, but they're not nibbling.
They know it's B.
Yeah, Nate will come over, land right at the feet of Device, and soften them up quite significantly.
Here we go.
35 seconds, they've got to pop in towards this site. Syrah looks like he might be first contact. The molly forces Electronic off that angle, and the AWP cannot convert on the cross. But they're still trying to brute force their way through, and Util is keeping them at bay momentarily. But Syrah, he's first in. That's bomb spilled forward as well, and reload off. Oh, we're alive and kicking as Senzu will deliver, and Simple will close the door. They shut down. And just when it felt like it was there for 100 Thieves, they leave it too late.
Man, oh man.
With all the successes they've had working the map and playing things out, getting a lurker into the red room, splitting things up and dividing the attention of BCG, they just stick true to a simple execute. This is one of those moments that feels like this could be the stage getting to the call.
Well, BCG rising from the ashes here on the CT side. It's 11-11, make a wish, 100 Thieves. There's 3 AK-47s now available on the defense. Simple has the AWP as well. Absolutely everything they need after a very clean and successful round prior. Towards middle we go once again. Electronic to be tested, fully flashed off, and he's back up from Simple, but he's Molotov off the angle. He's going to do very well now. Electronic to get more than one here. Surrounded, Simple will back him up. It's Syrah to strike first blood. Senzu goes down, and a 4-on-4 ensues. Magisk hunting for intel, looking for a backstab through the canals here. Can he catch them as they make their way back towards the T-steps or Ruggs position?
He just can't afford to get caught. Not himself. Yeah, he just sees the gun barrel of a player at Ruggs and gets his attention turned around. Device, the timing is perfect in middle. And so it becomes a 4-on-2 in favor of 100 Thieves. Just pick a site.
Yeah, don't wait 40 seconds.
Just go as a group.
Just choose somewhere to go. One smoke and flash over and get in there.
But they're picking the bomb site with Simple on it.
Oh no.
Can he once again be the Undertaker?
Don't overcook, lads. It's the golden rule here.
Just got to play together. He's got an AWP. And he
MZDO.
can't shoot in quick succession. Or can he? Oh no, MZDO. I show is Simple. Oh, he can't quite find the third. But he might have done his job here. Gizmy, bomb on his back, 25 seconds. He's making the run. He's making the move over towards A, and a foot race in which he'll win. But a 1 versus 1 against Mzinho, who has struggled all the way throughout this map, and arguably this series, now might be his time to save face. 39 points of HP as Gizmy will take the elevated angle. He's looking the wrong way. Mzinho's come through main. But he's going to play standoffish. He's going to give them the control, give them the sight. And Mzinho does not have a kit to work with. And Gizmy is really going searching for information. But so is Mzinho, trying to figure out where he is. He's making this move, and he might just walk straight in towards the crosshair. The 1 versus 1, which Gizmy wins. It's another round won by the IGL, which might just put them in the casket.
It felt like they were cooked once again there. The 4-on-2, they go into Simple. He starts hitting absolutely everything. He thought they'd fumbled it once more, but no. Who steps up in yet another clutch? It's the British in-game leader, Gizmy, finding them series points.
What more must he do? What more does Simple have to do that Gizmy can't just somehow deal with?
Dude, look what it's done to them as well. Simple's down to the UMP. Famous for Magisk. One more round will do it. The reverse sweep in the series here. Does it all come crashing down here? Do we get overtime once again? Somehow, some way. Does Simple have anything left in the tank? Mzinho definitely doesn't. Seemed like he fell off after the second map. Senzu not far behind him as well.
They're sort of postured to go for a burst play with Simple on this UMP. Electronic is floating around the edge of camera with all the nades now bursting over towards middle. It might be time to go.
Simple, going to be forced back with that molly. But he'll play behind it. He sticks up close. He wants to fight.
Oh, surely not. This can't be the way he manages to get another round in their favor. The rain, really diligent clear of the key angles there. Finds Simple a man advantage. 4 more kills will do it to eliminate BCG here from the qualifier. Mzinho Does pull one back, but it doesn't feel like enough. Rain with the hat trick. Surely this is where they close things out.
Has to be now. 2 versus 4. Majors Senzu. We have highlighted this duo so many times, but they have to bail them out of a dark situation, and it might not happen. Here's Porte for 2 as they deliver 13-11 to eliminate BCG from EWC contention. What a series.
Hairline margins. That is exactly what they stood upon just to get into this position. They should have been eliminated. We could talk about this loss for BCG as them simply failing to convert that nuke that got away from them, and to think it happens to them again on this Anubis. Nobody could have stabilized their economy. BCG should have been the ones that did it, but they break through on a round where it's just a Galil and pistols.
And
yes, and Glocks of all things.
Dude, unbelievable series. We said this one would be a banger. It delivered on all fronts. The amount of clutches, overtimes, and head-to-head duels that went down there, and just the storyline as well. Kicking things off in Inferno, the Mongolian pair going absolutely ham. And that first map, you think they've set the tone for the series. They won't be picking their foot off the gas, but they completely fell off here, boys. It has to be said.
Yeah. And I'll say it, I never doubted 100 Thieves for a second.
That's what I thought. I thought you might say that. Yeah.
What a game, though. We kind of came in towards this game saying it might be a final unto itself, and that's exactly what it felt like. What a result there for 100 Thieves.
Just to be clear, they're not through to the main event yet.
Exactly.
It feels like they are, but they've got another game to go. But still, in terms of entertainment value, it doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, exactly that. And even the next game could be really interesting. It's one winner Ascend, who are both looking like heavy hitters of this tournament. Ascend are coming out of nowhere. One winner already scary in themselves. This is a really, really cool next matchup. But how do you kind of get rid of all the adrenaline from this, reset, and then have to do it again for your 3rd game in a row after a barn burner like that? It's tough.
The come down is going to be heavy, but it's also just the idea of, you might have to battle even harder in that next game as well. Because I could imagine, whether it's 1W or it's Ascend, the game is going to be scrappy.
Oh, yeah.
Who would have thought, though, the hero, time and time again, Gizmy, taking over the in-game leading position for players like Rain, players like Device. He's coming in and having to step up and call for those guys, but he's the one clutching. He's the one saving them each and every time. Crazy output in the clutches. Sure, some of the rounds they were a little bit indecisive and maybe gave up some of the advantages, but still, he gets it done, and he's very influential in the comeback of the series, and it looked like they were down and out after the first map.
Yeah, I love his confidence as well going in towards map 2 and 3, kind of in a way calling around himself. He was taking a lot of early engagements, being the difference maker, and then also clutching on top of that. Jack Franz Breckelson, what a boy.
Yeah, I mean, you could see it in the way that he calls, sometimes the arrogance to just keep pummeling the same bomb site. Like, how many times you need to learn this lesson? Don't go B against Magus and Senzu. But even with that arrogance to it, that's part of what makes this team so exciting to watch as well, is that you have dedicated soldier-type players like Rain, like Poi, like Syrah. You have Device that can have these moments as well, where he springs in and comes in and delivers a clutch. Maybe not in this series, but that's what we want to see more out of this team, because the depth and talent is clearly there.
Yeah.
Just having an all-in commitment sometimes, it might look a little silly, but it can really hit hard.
Yeah, and heartbreak now as well for BCG.
Yeah,
not
let's
the
just
way
talk about that
they
right
want to
now.
start this season, right? This, in a way, we kind of came in towards the first game of this tournament talking about, actually, for BCG, it's not only about qualifying to the main event, it's sort of a necessity, but it's qualifying cleanly, and they've done that.
Just considering the amount of investment now, not just in this particular lineup, the previous iterations of it as well. So much money that's being burnt as they try and bring in big name after big name, and it's just not happening for them. This felt like an absolute necessity. You're right. They had to make it to the main event if they wanted to be in that conversation with the major this year. Same kind of story for 100 Thieves, to be honest with you. Like, it was a must-win for both teams, and it felt like BCG. The problem is, it's not like it was it was close, we got unlucky. You kind of threw a lot of rounds there. Like, the fact you lost so many clutches, you overpeaked in that key one against Gizmy, should have been their series, and unfortunately we say goodbye. Before we go, though, let's just talk about Simple. I asked you the question before this series, is he back? I think after that performance, he's getting pretty damn close.
I'd argue that this is what you want out of him, right?
Yeah.
We even made a thing right at the start of the tournament. When we covered them, we said we want 20 kills out of Simple. He's doing that and some in nearly every map as well. Simple's back to, maybe not obviously his best, because his best is the best of all time, but he's back to the level that we want to see out from him, where he is a top level AWPer, incredibly clutch, incredibly solid and reliable. It's just a case of actually the parts around him who fall short, especially the ones that we expected to be all right, like your Senzus, like your Mzenios, who really struggle.
He just needs the pressure. Like, in those high pressure moments, that seems to be where he thrives the most.
Focus. He has to have something on the line, you know? Either way, boys, what a series. It's going to be difficult to top that. But we have got on the stream next, we're doing Fnatic versus K27. We've got about 10 minutes until that game. Initial thoughts, boys, before we go to break on this one?
I'm going K27.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah?
They're just a team that are just perennially in this circuit in that way, and so it'll be a great level up for them.
Well, we will try and maintain the energy, the hype, as we continue to find our 4 teams here at EWC Last Chance Qualifier. We'll take a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with K27 and Fnatic.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Very warm welcome back to EWC LCQ. Today, boys, we started off with 32 teams. Now we're down to just 8. And before we get into it, I've just got one question for you. Are you not entertained? What a roaring success this open qualifier has been so far.
I hope we get to keep this for a long time to come. Like, this has generally been such a cool tournament to be a part of. And the fact that at every single stage, upsets and results that we just really never expected to even fathom coming into a tournament like this. And we are down to, well, for us, the last game.
What an amazing previous game we had as well, Trav.
Oh, I mean, absolutely stunning. I mean, the back and forth there was crazy. I really thought BCG had it. Gizmy appeared, of course. We know the Lord and Savior of UK Counter-Strike, baby. Honestly,
this desk is a big fan of him, isn't it?
Obviously, well, look, 4 UK casters, what do you expect?
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, incredibly entertaining. And it's sad to see BCG go because I really thought they were on good enough form to make the entire main event. But 100 Thieves now maybe are in pole position.
I spoke to the boys. They came and said hello afterwards. And I was like congratulating them and like basically like felt like I was saying, oh, you've made it to the tournament. They realized, no, we've got one more game. And I was like, yep, good point. You actually do have to do that all over again. And trying to reset yourself after such an intense best of 3, going to be really difficult. Either way, boys, we're going to get into this game here. K27 versus Fnatic. Trav, what are your initial thoughts on this matchup? What do you think we're going to see here today?
Kind of a must qualify for Fnatic because their name value, of course, has plummeted in recent times. They've gone through some changes that are pretty fascinating. Of course, full Ukrainian team now. They brought in Ken from NIP. They brought in Maze from Spirit Academy. One of the more higher rated prospects that has kind of come after the Donk and Kyosuke eras of Spirit Academy. So I think a really interesting one to see how he performs in such a high pressure environment like this. Now, of course, it's the stream game as well. I believe we've got the bracket we can look at to kind of see where we have got to and how we've got here, of course, as well. Incredibly fascinating games we've got, of course, across all portions of this bracket. Sashi versus Big for the main event. Hotu waiting for either one of Phantom or GG How for that main event as well. And of course, we've just seen 100 Thieves now waiting for 1W or Ascent.
The Hotu boys were getting loud after that victory. I wasn't familiar with their game, but they look like a hot prospect. Maybe they can make it all the way through. Phantom versus GG How as well. That's going to be an exciting finish. We'll see who comes out on top there. We're covering, of course, K27 and Fnatic. What about Sashi versus Big? Sashi seemed like a bit of a surprise package at this tournament.
They're a team that at one point were actually a real big kind of organization as a whole, really, within kind of the tier 2. And then they, similar to Fnatic, have lost a bit of the name value, but it's been a really good tournament from them. They look very, very solid, but Big are a different beast, right? They, for me, are the clear favorites in towards that game. And at this level as well, Big normally clean house.
All right, then, let's get into this one. We talked about Fnatic. Now, what can you tell me about K27?
I love this team. I've been singing the praises of this side from the start of the year, and they've really become essentially one of the titans within tier 2. Arguably, you say tier 1.5 as well. Already had a bit of STL LAN experience, but there's so much talent on this team. In their previous series, it was Quinky who was absolutely farming, but you look at individuals, I think in particular at the start of the year, I always do like my top 5 players to watch. 2 of my top 5 were from this team, which was Cashlid and Zido. They're both unbelievably talented. Cashlid, for me, I think he's destined for tier 1 at some point, but Zido, he always was good, and I now think he's even picking up that form a little bit higher. I think if teams are looking for a really active rifler who's going to take a lot of space, that's the guy I'm looking towards. So those 2, they're destined to either make it to tier 1 with this team or get bought out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I think Casado is definitely one of those players that is worth talking about in terms of consistency. For the highs, I've seen so much much of that from Quinky. Quinky's been so damn solid as well. Cashid, I completely agree with. Of course, you've got some kind of a bit more experience with X5 as the in-game leader, our favourite Steam Guard code, of course, and Clax being brought in from Sangal. Some really good, solid names there from the Tier 2 space that have kind of lasted a very, very long time. But I agree with Cashid. He started incredibly strong on the op in this team. Everyone's saying, oh, he's farming, he's going to make it. Had a little bit of an off period. It was more of a 1.05, 1.02 rated AWP for a while. Now he's starting to ramp up again. Now they're playing more of these local LAN tournaments. They're getting some success as well. They reached the final of one of the stake events recently where they lost 3-0 to Heroic in the end. But still, making that progress has been great to see. And arguably, I think, not even maybe that much of an argument in general, they're probably favourites against Fnatic here.
Okay, that was my next question. How do these two teams match up? So they're the favourites against Fnatic. Fnatic, I haven't been following their journey closely, but it has been like quite a turbulent one in terms of like trying to keep old pieces, bringing in these Ukrainians, and then all of a sudden like it's gone a full Ukrainian squad, and from what I can see, the results haven't been amazing.
No, I mean, they really tumbled down the ranking. There was a period where they're like around like 70th in the world. It was looking really, really dicey. They have actually climbed back up recently. Some of the results have been pretty good, but I've not been sold on this lineup. I've not been sold on this team. There's some nice parts. You know, Jambo was always quite an exciting player that we had throughout the Tier 2. And same for someone like Jacasmo, right? I think obviously he got a bit of a hard run of things joining this team because he joined in place of a bit of a fan favorite in Cypher, and it was seemingly out of nowhere just prior to the major. Cypher missed out on the major, and it was obviously that really hurt, I think, the public rep of Fnatic. And they've done an okay job of getting back into an okay position, but I'm still not sold on them. For me, K27, heavy favorites. I think there's a much higher skill ceiling and a much higher floor as well.
However, it does deserve to be said, Fnatic did beat Heroic to get here, which is a very, very good win.
Good point.
Absolutely their best win with this roster yet. And Jacasmo put in an incredible map to get them over the line on map 2. I think it was 34 in regulation on Inferno. So yeah, I mean, there's definite quality here, and you can't look by and just dismiss the synergy of, you know, Fear, Jambo, and Jacasmo and how much good work they've done historically. Just the fact they've been kind of, you know, not relevant for a while, unfortunately, with the changes they've had to make and of course bringing in new pieces. But Ken and Maze, I think for now the direction is good.
Lads, I'll just mention this one final time. Round of 8 here. Winner of this series makes it to the main event. I don't think many people would have these two teams in the conversation at the start of the tournament, considering some of the titans we had in the qualifier. We've said goodbye to some of the big boys here, most notably Heroic, Liquid, and now it's going to be BCG removed as well. Now one of the underdogs will make it through. It's an exciting opportunity. As I said earlier in the tournament, I think a life-changing opportunity for some orgs and some of the players here in terms of VRS and opportunities in the future, and the $2 million prize pool available at EWC main event.
Yeah, the ramifications of actually qualifying for the EWC main event is massive, especially for both of these two sides. The aspiration is getting to a major. K27 just missed out by the finals match. They were basically, I think, in EU, they were one place below qualifying to the major in that last run of things, where on the flip side, Fnatic, they were a ways off, but are getting back into contention.
And here we go. We're getting underway in a huge match between Fnatic and K27 to qualify for the main event. This one should be an absolute banger. Lots on the line. Huge pressure, of course, for both as well.
Yeah.
And we start off on Ancient. This is the pick of Fnatic. Both teams play this map to a pretty acceptable level, though. And to be fair, the Veto's in a very good position for both these two teams. They're comfortable on Ancient, Mirage, which is map 2, K27's pick, and a possible decider of Cash.
Let's be honest, it's kind of handshakes across the board when you look at this Veto, and that's sort of exactly what we want to see here. We want to see these sides actually brawl it out, and it starts well for Jambo. X5 will lose his head. He was looking in via Red Room. They take mid control, and a molly towards Donut really seems to set the precedent that they're heading towards this A site. There's a bit of presence here. Clax and Cashlid to try and keep them at bay with the help of Zito. They bring it back into a 4 versus 4. Bomb will be planted as they set things up, and for now, K27 are going to give them the site. They're waiting for all the numbers to set up.
Yeah, with Cashlid having the kit, they can just take that little bit of extra time and wait for the picks. And Cashlid will get one, but that's that kit on the floor now. Will need to be retrieved, I think, for a chance at this retake. Clax will be the one to pick it up. Ken from that brokey position. He's got a teammate to his left, and that main position covered as well. But Kazado gets a lovely one onto Fear, and now lots of pressure on Ken and Maze trying to hold on. The two new boys of Fnatic. There's one, but that bomb is already defused. I mentioned the importance of that defuse kit, and it will be the difference.
You know what they say, Trav? Don't be a loser, buy a diffuser. And that's exactly why. It's a really actually nice, I mean, don't get me wrong, ballsy call, right? You know, to stick while in the thick of these fights as well. But great setup there when it was even down into that 3 versus 3 of just, let's just get on this. We know we can actually cover him on the defuse. He can slightly tuck around that corner. And credit to K27, it feels like it may be a bit of a rogue decision to actually give them the site, but they know they're going to be better off playing that 2-2 split numbers game and back to individuals. We're going quick here. We're going pacey. Quinky going to self-flash himself round the corner. And alongside Zito doing a great job of shutting out B-side. Wow, Jacasmo. He gets a consolation, but that is all it will be. What a way to shut down the force.
Yeah, that was a full force, and it has a couple of rifles in play as well there. K27 looking very comfortable on that one. And yeah, I think for Fnatic in this game, as we go into the full eco, it deserves to be mentioned that I just really need to see a great Jambo performance here. Yes. I've been an enjoyer of his for however long. People have argued that maybe he's kind of wasted a couple of years of his career on Fnatic, considering it's been a downward trajectory for the team. But you know what? I've seen him do incredible work on the AWP, and especially the rifle even, just brute forcing rounds with the rifle on Ancient in particular. So keep an eye out for that, considering it's not even their map pick. They do play a hell of a lot of Ancient.
Well, sort of loads to know by here. We've got a few upgraded pistols, and one of them is already dead to rights. New boy on the block, though, of Maze and Jacasmo. Kills a piece. Hang on a second. Numbers favor the T side. This could get a little funky.
Ooh, tight angle for Casado there. Almost getting caught by Jacasmo. It's a good grab from Maze, and that keeps them in a 3v2. X5, making out in the smoke with Fear, and Fear realizes it. That's perfect, but hang on, Cashlid's still here. Could be a lineup. It is a lineup, and now he's got a chance against Maze. Maze will fake the footstep on the runaway, but Cashlid is reliable. Fnatic had a chance. It's ripped away by the AWPer of K27.
That's why I highlight him, and I always will. Cashlid has always been so impressive for me, and it's moments like that. Bomb at his feet, and he steps up in a huge way. What a 1 versus 3, but the talking point still should be, it never should have got there.
Yeah.
It was a, 3 deagles, minimal investment, and some really, really incredible shots here by Fnatic, showing, yes, that this map maybe hasn't started the way they would like it to. They are still a very, very scary team. So, back into the buy. Jambo with his favorite AWP, same for Casher, who starts off this round, now at 14 points of HP, peppered down.
Yeah, a little bit rough. The last time I really paid attention to a Fnatic game on Ancient was only about a month or so ago. They played Hotu in ESL Challenger League, and they beat them 13-0.
Yes, I did see that.
Which is not a result we expected at the time, considering Fnatic were brand new. That was a result that helped them in a grand final of an ECL series, by the way, to get through to the regional finals, have a chance to play for Pro League later on in the season.
Yeah, and kind of following the steps of 1W as well, right? Because they did that the previous season.
Yep.
They beat Nemesis 3-2 in the ECL final, of the EU finals, qualifying, of course, for the upcoming Pro League. This is one of 2 lands for them, and they, of course, have booked their spot forward to that playoff game. But back to the action at hand, it's back into the 3 versus 3, but briefly, Jambo, quick flicker to find as X5 will lose his life, but so will Clax. It's all on Zito. He sung his praises. He actually has just slipped the net for a tad. There's a timing to work with here, but there's also a cross being held by Maze, who will nail the shot. His second kill of the round, and a nice one to find for Fnatic.
Yeah.
What a way to start your gun round, too.
Maze seems to really be growing in confidence day by day with this team. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of people won't have known who this guy is. When Fnatic picked him up, they're probably thinking, really? We want a name value player. What we've lost Crims. What are we going to do? We've lost all our franchise players, I guess you could call them, over the years now.
Yeah.
But Maze, from going, of course, Spirit Academy, Prodigy, only 17 years of age. First couple of games, a little bit rough. Bit by bit, he's been improving, and especially in open qualifier, land territory, an environment like this, it's just huge for him to get more experience, more confidence, and if he starts well here, then K27 could be in a bit of bother.
And in a way as well, maybe slightly to be expected. It was a step up.
Yeah.
As much as Fnatic are struggling, they were at a higher level than that Academy side in the teams they were playing against. Diving.
Okay, fair.
Mac 10 by Fear. Khan will get a double. X5 and Zito caught and saved for catching as well. Lovely work. Is it going to be flawless? You're damn right it is, Can't. Brilliant round from him. Just to make sure that that lesser buy isn't that scary.
Yeah, very, very nice. The reliability of what I've seen from K27 online has usually been very, very solid, and that is why we consider them the favourites going into this one. Not just the fact they've got this, core of youngsters that's been so good, Casido, Quinky, and Cashlid. It's the experience of X5. People might say that you could possibly upgrade him to get that next level up from maybe a Tier 2 team to a competitive Tier 1.5 playing constant Tier 1 events. But yeah, I think there's got special names here, which is why Fnatic have got their...
What a nade.
That is a great nade. Fnatic will have some trouble, but not in this round. Ken will manage to get himself a couple, and Fear and Jacasmo figure it out as well, surviving. And one of the main things that's been a conversation point for this Fnatic roster has been the individual level of Fear. Like, you've got great players around him. I know he's the in-game leader, but often he was dropping, 0.8s, 0.7s on the reg, and that's just a little bit too low. And if he can just be that little bit extra support, I think he had a great play to secure the game over Heroic earlier. I'll keep an eye on the HLTV kill feed. I saw he got 3 kills and an after plant to close that with Jacasmo. There's any contribution like that will make a big difference.
Especially considering when Fear, I think, kind of burst onto the scene a little bit, he was known as a fragging IGL. Kind of in a similar vein to what we see out of somebody like Gizmi, right? Who's putting a lot of numbers, he's taking a lot of forward control, and he's backing himself. But it felt like he lost a lot of that, maybe individual confidence in a way. X5 pushed the elbow smoke. Down he goes.
It's a half buy still, so they're taking gambles on a round like this.
They're heading towards a couple of players here to meet them, one of which being Klax in this MP9. Up close. The difficult angle to multi-kill from, though. Generally, you do get forced off it, right? I was going to say the individuals. How has he got away alive? It's only briefly as Fear once again loves a little fly in Mach 10. He'll get a double.
Ooh, a tag from the Jambo Orb, and Quinky should be forced away by that molly now. I don't think that'll hurt too much. I mean, Casido is up very quickly on the big flank here. And I'm not sure not sure he's ready for that angle, but I tell a lie. He was absolutely ready. Thought he could have been pre-fired, but he was not. And a great hold to finish it off. Fnatic are very much in the map now. We have got all our games confirmed.
I was just about to say, have you seen the big result? They're 11-1 up in the half to kickstart map number 1.
Incredible.
So they might be having a bit of a speed run through. GG How are through as well after a 13-6 in map number 3. They're going to be playing off against Hotu, who...
That's such a crazy game.
I know, yeah, for a qualification.
All the qualification teams we thought maybe would be there. We looked at our Liquids, we looked at our BCGs, we looked at maybe name value of OG, we looked at VP, but then they got reverse swept by Sashi as well. Yeah. And of course, no Heroic either.
Even like some of the sleeper teams like Gen 1, I think their recent form was quite nice as well, but they got dispatched by Big. NRG, another team as well, that probably should have done a little bit better.
True.
There's been a lot that have crumbled, but which is what makes the beauty of open quals.
Exactly. You could argue the only big name left really is Big, funnily enough. They're the team that kind of most recently played at a major, obviously, and shown decent form.
And Big, I think, who for me at least deserve to be at that main event. I really like this new look Big. They've had a lot of time of being a bit of an underwhelming team, I think, in the grand scheme of things, but
yeah.
The new look Big is good. There's a lot to like there.
They are now 12-1 up, so they're smashing Sashi on map 1. GG How and Hotu will be starting soon, as will 1W versus 100 Thieves, and that's going to be a fascinating game, that one.
Fear on these opening kills, man. That is the second time in a row with a double opener, and the third round in a row with an opening kill.
Mac 10 or rifle, doesn't matter.
Yeah, let him cook.
Incredible work. And this is what he does. Like, he's so willing to brute force and take first point in any given situation. That is why sometimes his numbers won't be as good, because he always goes in first.
But I also say as well, this is what we knew Fear as when Fear broke into the scene. Again, this is how we saw him. Very similar to what we kind of get out of Gizmi, who is a guy who is happy to fly into fights. But I think there was a weird time when he got brought, especially in towards his Fnatic team, and they had a revolving door of players. He just never felt maybe confident in himself. And I know it's a bit of a running meme with Fnatic of Fear and Friends is what Fnatic is now. Yeah. But if anything, Fear and Friends actually leads him to be confident because he's around friends, around people that he's grown up playing Counter-Strike with, and he can have the confidence for and the knowledge and the knowing that these guys are going to back him no matter what he puts forward. So a really, really nice start. 5-3 on their map pick. They're forcing out an early timeout from K27, who do look flustered since the guns are coming to play. It's kind of been one-way traffic.
And look, it's only 5-3. It's only been that sort of 4 or 5 rounds in a row. But look at the money of Fnatic. They've barely taken taken any losses in the rounds they've won. They've got quintuple digits on 3 players already.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. 13k across Chikazmo and Khan, Jambo on 10.
They're rolling
yeah, they're flush for cash for a while, whereas the same cannot be said for K27 on the flip side. Orp will come back in. There'll be a bit of residual cash around this buy, but not enough to probably reinvest in towards the next one if this one is to fall flats like the previous ones have.
Yeah, again, Fear feeling confident in going for these opening fights, and it's making a huge difference right now. K27 need to find a way to disrupt now. Don't forget, Cashlid won that 1v3 earlier on. Haven't really seen much else from the entire team since then, has to be said. Fnatic have just gotten control of bomb sites very early and have been happy to sit with that. And that's why K27 try and fight a little bit deeper into middle there.
Really slowing down the pace. I think, Fnatic have done a good job of sort of conditioning these quicker starts to the round. They like to look for early control, take an early fight, and make life a little bit uncomfortable for K27, and then decide where they want to go. They don't always commit immediately. This time they slow it down, but in doing so, it has given K27 quite a lot of map control. The fact that X5 can play out through Shellfit all alone is pretty huge.
Yeah, the thing is because they just don't know about what Fnatic are doing, because they're all pretty much in T-spawn, they haven't even taken lane yet. K27 are searching for information. They've already pushed through A. That is Clax going all the way through, as you can see, clearing diligently, bit by bit, back round toward bottom middle. So Fnatic might be able to have that lane position, might be able to walk their way up the ramp, might be able to get into Jagged Cave, but 40 seconds, I mean, time is ticking, and there's just no real control.
Yeah, Xedo's got to go here, because Clax is now taking shelf control. You don't have to worry about rotations. Xedo's got to make a move, and it's Fear again on another opener. I'm going to keep an eye on that stat towards the end of this map. He has been so integral in creating space. Bomb is going to go down just about as Fear survives by the skin of his teeth, but not for much longer. The spam by Quinky is good. Back into a 4 versus 4. And there's a couple of kids to work with.
Yeah, they're going to give this one a proper go, I'm sure, but Jambo is trained on the line. Jiggle is not going to work for Casido. It's free for Jambo. Almost getting caught on the cross on the save attempt here as well. Quinky will just about get across, and K27 are out of there. Another round for Fnatic. Another round where they're going to keep a majority of their players alive as well. This is a really solid T side at the moment. And of course, I mentioned that they play this map a hell of a lot. It is, I believe, their pick. Yes, it is. And yeah, they've just got a very good record on both sides of the map. On T side, 55.1% they win rounds they win. CT 61.7. They played it against some really solid opposition on LAN recently as well. Mentioned the 13-0 win against Hotu online. And of course, some of those Ws date back to when they had a slightly different roster, but in general, lately, it's either lose 13-2 to Medisport at that Stake Pulse event, or don't lose more than 10 rounds against anyone.
Yeah, I think that Metasport one is a little bit of an anomaly as well.
Yeah,
real rogue result out of nowhere. For a side who has been kind of underwhelming, and were actually a bit underwhelming at this tournament, so early util towards elbow. Maze will get out. Oh, it's laboured. I mean, he gets the kill, sure, but it's really laboured. And Fear's trying to slip the net through the smoke, but he won't be given the luxury. A couple come through for K27 after what has looked like a really shaky CT side since the guns have come into play for Fnatic. Finally an advantage to work with.
Asmo trying to creep back in. X5, of course, has gotten control of Jag again. And he'll get past that smoke to peek further into middle and shelf, but he's not going to see much other than needing to fight Casado. Is he going to clear it? Well, Ken's going to clear it as he advances. And I'm not sure he's going to know or see on the death cam that Jacasmo had pushed that far forward. So there's a chance he can get into Red Room. Ken now realizes that though and is giving it a glance. Oh, good catch from Ken in the end though. X5 will drop. Huge move, and there he is, finding Quinky as well on the wall bang. All of a sudden, again, it feels comfortable for Fnatic. Cashlid's all alone, nowhere near the action. And this is 7 in a row, I believe, no?
Yeah, it is. What a run of things. This is really what we wanted to see from Fnatic. All you can do for Cashlid is save. His stars aren't really stepping up at the moment. Xedo, Binky, Cashlid, they've been okay, but it's not enough. Where the flip side is a different story. A lot of people having their moments, in particular Fear on the openings, and Ken, in terms of the consistency, he's looking great. And when he got picked up by NIP, that's what they were looking for. They were looking for this Ken here, who's so confident, that ability to multi-frag, and such a difficult player to deal with.
Ken might die to the bomb, but that will be the least of their worries. We've got some players maxing out on 16 grand now. This is domination from Fnatic in the first half. The only thing keeping K27 in the game at all is that first 3 rounds, that pistol and conversion.
Yeah. Without that,
and the cashed clutch.
Yeah, they're kind of non-existent without it. Second time out taken, I don't even think it's a bad decision. I think with what we're seeing, especially just because of how Ancient plays out, burning your timeouts in this first half, especially with how poor things are looking, is an absolute necessity. Really, really rough run of things. Just update as well on that big game. We were kind of joking about, 12-1 looked like it was going to be over in a flash. Sashi, 4 on the bounce. A little bit dominant as well. There might still be life left in the old dog just yet.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm going to be fascinated in, because the Hotu versus GG How game, like there'll be loads of people who might be watching this tournament saying, oh, it's not NRG, oh, it's not Liquid, oh, it's not Heroic, I don't really care. This is an insane opportunity for the likes of a team like GG How, right? Because players from all walks of life, all around the world, Satanito, North Macedonia, Mini from Lebanon, Synopsy from Kosovo, Bibu from Iraq, and Asamas from Palestine. Like, these guys have come together. And who would have thought that congregation of players would look this good? And of course, they've been relevant in some LANs they've played. And when they are playing on LAN and not dealing with high ping playing online, this is what they can show. They're 1 BO3 away from a huge main event.
Yeah, exactly that. I caught them on LAN out for the Asian Champions League last year, and I loved what I saw from them. I did actually also catch them in Mongolia from SNMatic. They looked a little weak there, but it was a bit of a rough event, I think, as a whole. There's a lot of tech issues and whatnot, so I'm not going to blame them too much, but...
Oh, Cashlid.
He's so lucky to be out. He's also so lucky not to take any... Well, okay, let's just say damage from the Utah, but I speak too soon. It's Ken, who will find 1 on 2 as well. As he taps away, Clack through that box. It's all slotting into place, isn't it? And it might just be even more damning. 2 left. X5 and Quinky, and I mean, there's really nothing they can do. You kind of just got to save it.
They're getting completely run over at the moment. This is unbelievable. Cashlid is going to be very disappointed with himself that he didn't hit that opening shot when they were running in through a main. That is one that he should be hitting every day of the week. And that's what I'm kind of mentioning about Cashlid. He can just be a little bit off. We like him. We know the quality he has. But sometimes one important shot missed like that just changes the face of the entire round, and Ken's up to 16-4 now. Fnatic surviving through these incredible runs from individuals over the course of today. That Jacasmo 34 kill in red game against Heroic, eliminating Heroic earlier on today. Of course, every team that gets through to the final qualifying match has had to play 3 BO3s. So it's a tiring day for everyone, but the individuals are still showing up for Fnatic.
What a wild world it would be if Fnatic make it to the main event. I think a lot of people, probably ourselves included, wouldn't have even put them in like the dark horses to make it to the main event compared to, if you had to pick like a top 4 dark horses,
eyeballers.
Me, yeah, I would have gone, 1W, K27 to be honest.
Yeah.
Hotu's a great example. So if you think the big 4 who should be making it, Liquid, BCC Game, who we've already lost, right?
Yeah.
And then Heroic big, we also lost Heroic too. So we've only got 1 of really the big hitters.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, if we're talking the next 4, the dark horses, NRG maybe in that conversation as well.
Oh, Quinky is making a chance maybe for his team, but that just gets snuffed out in an instant. It was a lovely second kill. X5 has got the play. Jacasmo is trampling back through CT or through into CT spawn, and X5 will have a freebie. Oh, maybe not as free as I'd hoped. He's got a kit, but the thing is, of course, it being the final round of the half, you've got to give this one a go. Smoke, Incendiary, and Flash, and there's one onto Ken. That is the raid boss dealt with, and now Fear, the captain of Fnatic. He wants 9 on T-side for his team, and he only needs to hit 1 bullet to make it happen. X5 has no choice, really, but to just wait out this smoke and maybe push through it on a different timing. And yeah, you kind of hope that he gets a chance to use this utility, but Fear is so close, main, and he obviously X5 thinking he's donut, it's going to mean nothing goes right for him. Fear closes it. Incredible half from Fnatic. That is 9 in a row.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. And Fear and Khan take a bow. What a performance from them. Khan was so reliable in so many instances, but Fear, the confidence in not only his calling, but also just his individual play, taking so much space and essentially being a bit of a battering ram. In a lot of cases, he's not even really meant to get away with even one. He's meant to be a bit of a human flashbang to make an information play off what he sees entering in towards the site. But he was getting a kill, and in a lot of instances, a couple of kills as well, which completely kept K27 in the dirt. It's a really good map. So far out from Fnatic. And if they can transfer that in towards now, what you'd argue is the more favorable CT side. There's lots to like. It starts well. It's Khan. It's Maze. And now Jambo and Jacasmo. Fair, just one for him, and we get the team ace to surely seal the deal basically on this map.
Incredible.
Jacasmo's holding with the dualies. And that range as well. Fear might actually be able to join with the team ace. No, it's Khan with his second. 19-5. 10-3. Wow. I mean, I'm awestruck by what I'm seeing in Fnatic. This is, I'll hold my hands up. I've been a bit of a hater of this side because it has been really underwhelming. Yeah. This is incredibly impressive.
I know. And look, the thing as well is what's really cool is you have kind of the two teams that were coming up in separate eras in the Ukrainian scene, of course. You had the Passion UA core, which made waves for however long. You had then TNL, which turned into Inner Circle, that Ken was on. Ken then went to NIP, was a little bit up and down, roles weren't really fitting him. Now look what he's doing for Fnatic. That extra bit of quality he's got is so evident. And Maze coming in from that Spirit Academy, who knows? Maybe that is going to be a bit of a master stroke in time as well. It's not like he's was a star that was promised, like a Donk from a Spirit Academy era with Zontix and Artfrost, like a Kiyosake from the second coming of that Spirit Academy roster. It's a totally different time. But still, look, 17 years of age, and he's showing that he's not overawed by the occasion in a big open land qualifier like this at all.
Yeah. Just as it feels like this map is probably on the brink of being closed out. Big have also done that in their first, 13-5. They took map number 1. And they are now one map away from booking their spot in towards the EWC main event and being that first team to do so. And the rate at which Fnatic are going, they'll be joining them very swiftly. It's Maze again to open things up, and he is so confident to fight through mid. And how can you blame anybody on Fnatic for being confident at the moment? Ships in the night, they're walking into each other. It's Quinky who reacts quick enough. Cashlid find Jacasmo just peering down ramp, an overextension, which is punished.
Yeah, finally, a bit of resistance. But look at Maze. He's creeping up. Casido is found and again recovered back into a 3v3. K27 have space, and they need to realize they have that quickly because Fnatic are already getting themselves in on that rotation speedily. Maze going for the fight. Lovely spray down on Cashlin. In comes Ken as well. 1-for-1s all over the place. Quinky with 3 kills in the round. Looking for a quad kill. Jambo is not ready for it, but Quinky is. That is a lifeline for K27, and Quinky delivers it.
First round in ages as well.
Yeah. 11 in a row, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we sat here and spoke about success after K27. And at this late stage in this map, it feels like the question really remains is, can they even do anything to get back into this? Can they actually use that as a catalyst to somehow come back alive? We mentioned it plenty of times as the guns have been in play. There's only been one team really, and it's been a rough run of things. The one positive on top of the round being won is they've broken that economy over towards Fnatic. But there's bodies here. This could be really awkward, but they clear the first and probably the only real main hurdle of that MP9 quite well.
Yeah, should be fine now. Out comes Jambo, but X5 will deal with him comfortably. And, well, the comeback trail can begin here. It is a long way back. I guess they'll be thinking to themselves, look, if Fnatic can get 11 in a row, so can we. We don't even need that many either to get to the finish line.
Some good money made there as well for the MAC-10.
Yeah.
It's good for stability of the finances. Something actually that K27 really struggled with in that first half. Had so many instances where they were in this rinse and repeat cycle of full buy-in, don't find anything, eco rinse and repeat, and that's obviously where this scoreline scaled to this very lopsided stage that we're at.
The quality that I've seen from K27 in all the online events is something that has been slightly missing in this game. I mean, Quinky's been all right, but Casado's been quite quiet. Wasn't it one of the things where you need to get Valvina, of course, a Quantum Bellator Fire fame from back in the day, on the mic in the coach slot for K27, just to kind of calm them down a little bit. Even if they lose the opening map here, it's not the end of the world. They have Mirage to come, even if it's a map both teams are solid on. Anyway, Fnatic, they're also struggling in this one too. Jambo taking damage to the Molotov, will miss the kill on the boost, and then Quinky deals him through the smoke. It's a good recovery from Jacasmo, but still a 3v4, and the bomb can be planted.
Yeah, this round already looks like a write-off a little bit, right? Because of how non-contactual the post-spawn is. Not giving up anything. And that's the right way to play it. Do not give an opportunity for Fnatic to bite their way back in. Play the numbers. You've got the advantage in this 4 versus 3. They're so deeply ingrained too. You can already see the soft save, now full save, coming forward. So K27 up to a 6th. And slowly but surely starting to open the door to that narrative of a bit of a recovery. Nice shot from Jacasmo. It's nothing more than a consolation, but it's nice for the mechanics.
It's something we say very often, and sometimes we sound like a broken record about it, but it is important. In a game like this, you don't want to be blown out of the water in map 1. If you're going to lose, at least make it a contest. I know it's been a long day, and maybe fatigue in this scenario could come into play, but they're not going to want to go down with a whimper. They need to show something, even if it does go out in a blaze of fire in the end. Good kills from Quinky here. That's just good damage and realization of the angles once that boost kill was attempted by Jambo. Didn't get it over the line. And of course, with the save, it's still a dangerous buy for K27 to deal with here. 11-6 Fnatic. Need that 1 to get to map point. Maze looking to fight for it, but takes quite a lot of damage to that molly, with, of course, a sound cue from that as well. And X5, the captain for the team, is taking matters into his own hands. 3 quick kills. Getting his KD back to 13-13, and maybe that magic number of 13 will be a bit far away from Fnatic now.
Magical cursed, I think, is the question with the number 13, but this is looking really good. They have stepped it up. They found a second win here after being got punched early, but he's tag on towards Jambo. He behind it as well in case he plays close, but he's relinquished that control. He wants nothing to do with it. The last thing they want is to lose this AWP, but they have no real financial stability at all. They know they cannot afford, I mean, even to drop any of these guns. At least with an M4 and an AWP saved and a bit of leftover finances, they know they can buy back in to a degree, and I think it probably is the right call. You've got a bit of space to work with in terms of this round differential, which I think force buying would allow you to just keep the pressure on, but on the C side, K27 look like a different beast.
They're still slightly interested, you can see, and Jacasmo does go for a wide swing, thinking if he can get 1 kill. Jambo's still got a kit. Maybe he can get back into the action. Maybe there was an opportunity, but not anymore. And here we go. The gap is closing. And K27 are not going to be going down easily. They played too many of these long days in online Counter-Strike to be put off by a poor start on the 3rd Beer 3 of the day. It's very rare you play 3 Beer 3s in one day. In online, it can happen if there are clashes. Yeah. On LAN, barely ever. Yeah.
If anything, though, that's the benefit of a lot of these tier 2 teams, that they are used to the longer days because they've really stacked these online tournaments. We've had it so often where they're playing, you know, at least 2 games back-to-back with basically minimal break across 2 different tournaments, if not even those cases of 3. The AWP will be saved. That's a silver lining. It's starting to crumble and maybe get into that position of where we can start entertaining that narrative of the comeback. You never want to say it too early, but 11-7, it is sort of in reach and distance. You've got a low-ish buyout here around that orb. You've got 1 more M4, an MP9, and a couple of upgraded pistols to support it. But by all metrics, they should go the way of K27. That's 11-8. That then puts them back in towards a gun run. You lose that, before we know it, we actually are basically at a tie game.
Yeah, this is always the risk, though. Against rounds like this, they're just very trip-uppable. Not a term that's really used, I would say, but I've created one.
We saw it a lot in towards our previous series.
We did indeed.
The amount of force buys that were converted.
That was a crazy game. Jambo looking to go aggressive for it, but can't even get a shot off, actually. Quinky will get that one in the end, and Casado just deletes Jacasmo. Fear can only find 1, and you can just tell that K27 are ramping up significantly here. Maze on the site, M4A4 would love to be able to get a big spray down, but Cashlid will deal with him with ease. No damage done. And Ken's MP9 is about to be watched by X5. He may get taken down, but there's no chance of winning the round. He just wants the AK to get out of there.
Yeah. They've taken a while. But this K27 side now look really confident. You can just see that sort of decisiveness in their decisions, right? Where it's this core made out of spawn, they take that early control. The mid-rounding, I think, is excellent at the moment. I think X5's doing a really, really good job of orchestrating this team, playing the way that he wants them to, and actually just making life uncomfortable for Fnatic.
Yeah.
One of the issues that we saw in towards that first half was that Fnatic kind of got away with everything. They could take what map control they wanted, take what fights they wanted, and go untraded. Now it's anything but 7-8, 3-round game. And even despite Clax being MIA right now, it doesn't actually matter. The rest of the team are making up the slack.
And that's something that we've not even not seen before, because if you remember, they had to play that recent stake ranked LAN, K27, and Clax didn't have his visa sorted, so they had to play with Shalfie.
Yeah.
And they made the grand final with Shalfie. Yeah. So, and I'm sure, Shalfie, quality player to have as a stand-in, don't get me wrong.
He's a bit of a mercenary for hire, isn't he, at the moment, Shalfie? he dots around a lot of teams, but he's always, like, mechanically so reliable.
It is, and that's why probably one of the main reasons they still made that run to the final. But yeah, Clax has always been a player for me that he's never, this might sound mean, but stay with me, he's never ever been remarkable.
Oh, that's mean, mate.
He's never ever been remarkable. He's been just the epitome of a reliable player that doesn't pop off but usually does his job.
Yeah, he's like a fairly solid left back. Just does his job. Just gotta lock it in like
an Andy Robertson.
Yeah, Andy. Well, that's my goat. Don't start talking. We're talking about goat left backs right now. But all like in the NBA, like a role player. He's there to do his job. Set picks, set screens.
Indeed. All right, Fnatic have another full purchase coming in here with that Jambo Orb. Utility is going to become limited pretty quickly, though. 8 cheese, they've got 3 of them, but Resmoke's 3 as well. It will get whittled down. If Quinky breaks the further point of that ramp smoke, could prove to be a bit of an issue. Casido's not ready for Jambo to be here, and Jambo's been roaming everywhere, which is the epitome of a good AWPer, keeping himself unpredictable. And finding the arm of Casido is really important. Finding a start for Fnatic in one of these rounds.
It's a tough shot to hit as well. He's really given no room for error. No margin to miss there, and he does well. And I like it the way they've approached it as well. Fnatic, you found that opening kill, and you just take a step back. You just wait. You don't need to overextend. The last thing you want to do here is give up this numbers advantage.
Yeah, playing it pretty normally at the moment. Of course, with the damage on X5 as well, it's going to feel very difficult. That needs to be really nice onto Quinky as well. Putting him down to 49 tags, Clax a little bit as well, just to a little bit more insult to injury. They're going to flash fear in, actually, but it doesn't affect Quinky at all. And suddenly the volley is causing Fnatic lots of issues. Kazmo down to 15, Ken down to 49. That is a huge bit of utility that might just get K27 in with a slight chance to take the site. They're body blocking as well when they're trying to fall away from the flash. It's all falling apart here for Fnatic. Jambo gets one back, and that volley's very good, though.
Oh my God.
Ken will burn Clax out into the open and into the grave in the end, but Maze will catch Quinky just about. The flank works perfectly. It took a while. We can hear the yells in the background from Fnatic, and Maze will go up to 16 to get his team to 12.
That move by X5 is insane, by the way. He just flies through the smoke, and he gets a kill, but if you actually had a little bit more numbers to work with, it's a really, really cool move. But unfortunately, as he makes that move and gets his kill, the rest of his team just drop around him. So it's one of those things in hindsight that doesn't look that impressive. If they had just stayed alive for a second more, that X5 move gained a lot of info for him to call off, but what a retake from Fnatic after really struggling and slipping. 11-3 up, remember. Now find map point on their map pick. 12-8. K27, 4 on the bounce required flawlessly. And that's just to take it to OT. And it starts off with nade damage to come through on towards their captain.
X5 already tagged down low, and Jambo is quick enough. Really important little recovery into this map from Jambo. Back up to 11 kills, and impactful ones at that as well. Clax, deep molly into red, but Ken is ahead of that to go for the fight now, but the pre-fire's a little bit off. They're going to need fear from Jag, and he will get his one. Resmoke on the angle to give him some space and maybe an upgrade to grab.
Look at this, by the way. Maze, he's on the other side of the smoke.
Here we go again.
They've walked past each other. They have to have realised. Yes. He does. So Maze will get that kill. All trained. We've sung the praises. Oh! What in God's name is that from Jambo? Are you kidding me? How as he closed it like that, Jambo, how many times have we said that this youngster can hit some shots? And what a way to seal the deal. He does it in style as he shuts down K27 and Fnatic. It may have taken a couple of extra moments, but they take their map pick, and wow, now this opens up this series.
Oh, that's the Jambo you want to see. That was absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the first one, sure. To follow up with the second as well, incredible. I said he was warming up toward the end of the map. How about that? That is the Jambo we know and love from all of the big events he played with Passion UA, all the times he's carried Fnatic through the doldrums of Tier 3 games in their grind, the grind in online Counter-Strike. If they make a big event in EWC, that would just be a massive achievement for them.
Yeah, what a way to start, though. What a crazy map. Very, very different to the previous series. That was super one-sided to start. Fnatic were absolutely flying away with things, but what a resurgence on K27. However, it just comes a little too late. If they had put up even a couple more rounds in that first half, we could have had a very, very close ending towards this map, but they just had too much work to do. It's not a bad effort. They made a really nice run, 5 rounds on the bounce themselves, where things are looking okay, but they'll know it. They left it way too late to come alive. However, good signs is they are now alive, and they're going towards their map pick, which you'd hope in towards a map like Mirage, they're going to have, at least the fundamentals look pretty good. They're getting enough of the stars now alive. It's only really Clax that's missing.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm very hopeful for, and we've always said we love the pieces of this K27 team. The one thing that does worry me is that I've seen with my own eyes some K27 mishaps on Mirage lately.
Yikes.
In the Star Series qualifier, I covered them. I think they were playing Infinite, who are at this qualifier as well.
Not anymore, rest in peace. Dead now, of course.
Unfortunately, they were 9-3 up on both maps, and on Mirage, it was a T-side 9-3, and they lost both. So I've seen them choke some big leads. This one wasn't a choke. This was them just getting completely rolled in the first half from Fnatic. So, look, I'm a little bit concerned. We know Fnatic play Mirage very well as well. So, look, I think Fnatic are just looking more clued in right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-0, but, you know, I've seen these games. Consistency is so hard for teams at this level, and we've seen that over the course for the supposed favourites in this qualifier. So it would not surprise me at all to see this one go to Cash, but Fnatic are in a great place right now.
I will say I would love this to go to Cash as well, not only because it's most likely our final map that we're going to cover, right, but because I think Cash is a map which we don't see enough of at the moment, and these are two teams that are incorporating in towards their pool, and you know, we've not had that many opportunities to cover it, and I think Cash for me is still really exciting. We're not really seeing it played, not only like the Tier 2 and Tier 1 level that much, but even like Facets and Pugs and Premiers and stuff, it's the least played. So I want to see Cash really kind of start to shine a little bit. You know, everyone has been calling for this map to come back into play, and now we're not even really seeing it, even though it is an option. So I would love to see if we can get a Cash coming in towards this one, but I think you've touched on a very, very valid point that Fnatic are very, very good at this Mirage. They've won 8 out of the last 10 on this map, which is, I mean, it's a scary prospect, especially if K27, again, if they start slow, they're in a lot of trouble because this Fnatic side, they snowball so well.
Come on, production, show us this Jambo flick one more time to send us off.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see it.
It's coming, isn't it? Come on, give it to us.
Here it is.
Gorgeous. The close there from Jambo is probably one of the best closes to a map I've seen in a while. That was beautiful. And yeah, of course, Fnatic in a fantastic position now. Of course, incredibly reputable, well-known organization who have been in the doldrums of the Tier 3 online Counter-Strike for so long, being one map away from a huge big event, a huge S-tier event of Esports World Cup. Think of the VRS points they're going to get as well. Yeah. Huge difference for their season if they're able to win one more map here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this actually maybe lets them have a push for the major as well. I mean, they need consistency, maybe even a couple of wins at the main event, but let's see if they can make it there first. For now, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we've got map number 2. It's Mirage up next. It's K27's pick. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you there.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to what potentially might be the final map here of the EWC LCQ, at least for this game. As we're heading in towards map number 2, and Fnatic have started this series really well. They've taken their map pick, Ancient out the way. We now got Mirage up next, but it is the pick of K27. The only thing that worries us, Trav, Fnatic like this map.
Yeah, they do indeed. I have a very good record on the CT side in particular on this map. But one thing that I think is important to mention is that they've only really played it once ever since they've made a couple of their changes. It's not been one that they've played massively.
Sure.
3 months ago, sure, a great run in a row against some very lower ranked teams.
Right.
This is by far their biggest test on the map, name value wise, in any of these recent 10 games they've played. So, yeah, I'm still confident K27 will show something here, but what we saw from Fnatic on that map 1, that 9-round streak for it to start the first half, I mean, that was just fantastic from 3-0 behind. Every single piece worked so well. Ken was unbelievable. Jambo was hitting flicks all over the place at the end of the game as well.
Yeah.
We see more of that on Mirage than we know the result we're going to get.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, man, they've just got the individuals who are shining, right? Obviously, you touched on it with Khan, but I was so impressed with Fear at the start. Like, you know, for pardon the pun, I may say, but he was fearless in the way that he approached his Counter-Strike. He was calling a lot around himself, happy to take a lot of opening duels and create a lot of space for Fnatic. And K27 just couldn't deal with the pace behind a lot of these rounds from Fnatic. And the worry is into a map like Mirage, you can do exactly the same thing. They can play very aggressive in both the T and the CT side, and the hope is that we get to see that from them. So, yeah, I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Fnatic. I'm more than happy to hold my hands up and say I've been very critical of this side, and especially this iteration of this roster, but what I've seen thus far today, this is impressive. This is a team that actually can start to climb back up the ranks and actually enter in towards that conversation of positive VRS and maybe even, you know, major contention.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think also for K27, now it is their pick, and the reason for that is just the comfort on the map they have, right?
Yes,
Might mention that Fnatic have played it very well, but level of opposition maybe not as impressive. Look at who K27 have played on the map. They played the brand new Aurora team, beat them in the Star Series qualifier. They played teams like NIP on LAN. They've beaten Wildcard on LAN. They've beaten Echo on LAN. They played VP as well, with 2 different iterations of their team, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definite quality here for K27. It's just about the experience. And look, even though Fnatic have very young players on their team these days, of course, in Maze, who's only 17, added from Spirit Academy, the core have just plenty more experience playing at big events for the last couple of years when they were with Passion UA. So, yeah, I'm going to take Fnatic, but I am still... Part of my brain is expecting Cash to appear later on tonight.
Yes, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I kind of have that feeling as well. I think a lot of it comes down to just how confident K27 looked to start. My assumption, of course, they're my picks, that they'll be starting on that C side. I really want them to set a tone here. I want them to come out the gates and really kind of prove that the start of map number 1 is nothing to be of what we expect here on towards Mirage. Take early control, show that the individuals can really shine, because they started to come alive at the tail end of Ancient. It was just that problem of, by that point, too little, too late. It was an annoying spot for them as well, because you kind of make that argument. If they had got even like 2 more rounds in the first half, we could have had an overtime there. We could have had a much closer game. So they know they're their own worst enemies. They've got to find a way to make this even from the get-go to give themselves any sort of opportunity. So we'll see with how this one pans out, but I'm looking towards this map number 2 is think potentially a stopgap, like you said. I think cash might be required.
Yeah, as I say, like part of me still feels like that is likely. The other 3 games, of course, we've got running. All the qualification games are currently being played. We've whittled it down to our 8 left. Sashi versus Big, we're going into map 2 over there. Big are 13-5 already, getting that first map on the board for them. Looking to try and close their spot at EWC. GG How and Hotu, pretty close game in map 1 getting underway there. Hotu is 6-4 up as it stands. And in our final game at the bottom of the bracket, of course, that bracket section of death we dubbed it as.
Yeah.
BCG going down to 100 Thieves earlier means that 100 Thieves playing against 1W, and 100 Thieves have won the first half 8-4 over there. So it would be an incredible event for 100 Thieves to attend if they're able to get that win over the line.
Not only that, it's on Ancient, which is 1W's map pick as well, just to make it all the more sweeter. And let's see who's popping off. We've got Poi flying a little bit, 15 kills, 3 deaths.
Okay.
118 ADR. Gizmy's looking good as well. He's had an absolutely electric tournament.
Gizmy's the 3rd highest rated player in the entire tournament, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Currently with Grix is top with 1.7 after 9 maps, which is also stunning, by the way.
Yeah, we haven't actually caught that big team.
No, we caught them once, but they're holding up there under the bargain.
He's cooking.
Ken will also cook well at the beginning of Mirage, because he then will go down, and with 2 bullets left in that USP, he doesn't just click Quinky, he clicks X5 as well. That is gorgeous. Ken is started where he left off from map 1.
Wow, that's exactly what we wanted. And now this is sure a nigh on impossible round to be had here. Fear going to make sure that Klax will fall flat, and Kasha with his bomb on his back. No way in hell. 1 versus 5. I mean, they're a little bit low, right? But that flank was brewing. It's not even needed. Fear will see it off. But yeah, that is really, really well played. And kind of the worst possible way to start off here for K27 off the back of ramping up towards the tail end of map number 1. You start well in map number 2, and we can start to believe about Cash, but they just get shut out immediately. And no bomb plant 2. Do you even want to risk the force buy? No bomb plant, no kills? I don't know.
I know. I think full eco would be usually the option, and that's exactly what they're going to go for. Seeing how Fear, conducts himself over all the time I've watched him play, not just in Fnatic, but in Passion UA as well. He's always very animated, always very excitable in good and bad ways. I think it is both helped and hindered teams in the past. I think right now he's got the perfect group of players around him. Not just the core that he knows so well in Jacasmo and Jambo, but Ken was always a bit of a more of a fiery character as well, of course, on NIP. Remember some desk smashes. I think it was with that actually in a circle at that Pro League that one time.
Yep. I think that was Carson actually.
Yeah,
pretty sure I was.
Yeah. I think he broke his mouse, right, which was a big storyline at that game. But yeah, I think right now they balance off each other really well, because there's a calm nature on one half of the team and a fiery nature on the other, and that balance is looking really good. And look, they've only, as I said, they've managed to win that ESL Challenger League online tournament by beating Hotu 13-0 in that final. They got through to that regional final, have a chance to play for Pro League later in the year. Progress is definitely being made very, very early on with this team, and considering the results that other Fnatic rosters have had in time gone by, this might be the more promising start we've seen, especially if they're able to get this game over the line.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Really nice round here, really easy against this slightly nothing buy. Just got to make sure that you dispatch of it easily, and they do. So 2-0 start for Fnatic. You inch closer and closer to the main event with every passing round. Look over towards Palace. Perfectly timed as well, actually, as Jambo was just about to face a bit of pressure from both Palace and Ramp. Break on the smoke, 2 have crossed is the only issue. And actually, one's already got all the way towards CT. So bomb will be planted. This does look pretty good already. Xedo is lucky to stay alive, and he'll drop an 8 of his own, and then he gets spammed.
Okay,
that'll now go in favor.
That'll activate the retake for sure. Oh my goodness, no bullets left on Fear, and he's diving in for something crazy. Will get taken out, but Jambo gets one more. They needed that from Cashlid, and he will manage to hit it. Now it's all down to the push back in from Jambo, and he may have picked up that kit, and he's got a smoke as well, but how do you get both these 2 fights going your way on 39 HP? Seems very unlikely, and Cashlid with the rifle. 2 very, very nice kills from him to get K27 on the board early.
He's looked a lot better with the rifle than he has with the AWP as well.
Yeah.
It might be worthwhile, especially on the T side of Mirage, just keep out the AK as much as he can. I think he's one of those players who is so mechanically sharp. He can make it sing, and we see it there. Bit of a crazy round. Very nearly a knife as well, but Quinky is that double that really sets them into place. That Cashwood shot onto stairs was pretty electric too. So first gun round, first win. Exactly what we want to see now for K27. If there's to be any belief, it's going their way. They're going to go quick towards A once again. This time, stairs smoke as well as Kazma tries to play up close by it. He's got the supporter can, break on the smoke, but a flash perfectly timed. And again, CT control taken quickly. I love how proactive K27 are in the post bomb.
And we've seen that a lot more from them already than we did on map 1, put simply.
Yeah.
That nade will just about grab Jacasmo and move him from the round, but Ken's able to find that trade on Quinky, so retake is on. Again, kit available on Fear. They can just dive it onto that defuse at some point. There's a chance, but Casino is not going to be removed. It's a beautiful shot on Ken, and now X5 also pushing the smoke here from Fear. That could create some havoc, but he's making some noise now, and he'll be seen easily by Casado. This is the Casado we want to see. Big 3K from him. Maze and Jambo will be forced away, and won't even be allowed to get away as Cashdid taps down through the connector. And we're back even at 2 apiece.
Yeah, these last 2 gun rounds have actually been really, really dominant. Actually, this is some pretty sumptuous A executes. The level that we want to see out from K27 that was maybe missing for the vast majority of map number 1. And now getting it here, and of course that will break the finances of Fnatic. So lesser by, K27 should be taking a lead, and I should be able to ever so slightly build some proper foundations on this T side. Yeah, good signs.
Yeah,
one upgraded pistol for Maze, and that's it.
And the issue is for Fnatic as well, is look, I understand there's a lot of games here against lower ranked teams. We know them, but maybe some of the viewers wouldn't know them, so I'll name check them. We've got Harvu, Falcons Force, Ormond, Mego Short. That's not a team that's named after me. Lavked, Minken's Finest, and Aim Club. Like, some of these are on land, some of these are online. This is not very high tier opposition, and they're beating them easily, which is what you need to see. But that skews the numbers that I'm looking at here. They've got a 72.2% win rate on their CT side. That is incredibly high. Only 45.2 on T. So, look, if they don't get a good number on CT here, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think you're right. Eagle, Maze in the right spot.
Shot
on the crosshair, the right place as well. What a lovely find from him, but it's all for naught. As Casino and Quinky will combine well, 2 kills apiece, leaving it all on the shoulders. The man who really stepped up in their previous match, but this is surely an absolute non-starter. Might do some damage with the nade. Won't even. And it'll eventually fall. Quinky, 3 kills to his name. Nice round. Got to make sure you dispatch those without actually breaking that much of a sweat. A couple of constellation kills, sure, but grand scheme of things, you don't really care.
Did you by any chance see the Belchanok 4K with the Dig earlier?
I didn't, no, but I've heard so much about it.
Yeah. That was the game that pretty much got 1W up and running against Liquid in that 3rd map. They lost the pistol. Belchanok has 1 Deagle. They've got Glocks around him. It's a full eco, and he 1-digs 4 in middle.
Yeah, that happened.
It was insane.
As I got into the taxi to get here, as I got into my Uber, and I get in the Uber, and then I see on Twitter, it was like, what was that from Belchanok? I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I was just watching. I was just saying hello to the bloke as I was getting in, so I turned my phone off, so I'm not ignoring him.
Yeah, fair enough. X5 was already pretty far advanced up connector, and that will catch Maze. Of course, it's only a deco again, really, here for Fnatic. VK27 getting up to 4, you'd imagine, but hang on. Jacasmo found 1. Jambo got one with the USP in the meantime as well. Ken making this one interesting. There's an AK recovered on both now, but the nade is huge. Doesn't just remove Ken, it tags Jambo down as well. And look, we know how good Jambo is, but look at the posturing of Klax and Cashton right now. They're just not budging. They're holding each other's hand, and they'll take it over the line.
Small window there that he lines them up, but thankfully, not to be. That nade, beautiful. Like you said, not only the kill, but it's just how much damage it does as well. And you play together. It's a little close for comfort, more expensive than K27 would have liked it. But another one of those where it'll be forgotten to time because all you care about is the round being won. The tactical time are taken by Fnatic. And I think it is sort of safe to say a bit of a necessity in a way. They need to really try and recover things. They don't look nearly as sharp as they did on Towards Ancients, but also a perfect time to check in on our other games. So map number 2, See, Sashi and Big is underway. Sashi are 3-1 up early. So we'll see. Right, taking against on Inferno as well. GG how Hotu is still in that first map, and it's 8-7 Hotu there, so a very, very close game. And 100 Thieves, after putting up, I think it was an 8-4 half we were saying, they are now 8-10. 10 being for 100 Thieves. So there's been a bit of a recovery from one win.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating game. Again, it's very similar to the BCG game in a way. There's just so many known names in that matchup.
Is it still Nafany leading the way? I think he was at the halfway.
Nafany's got 16 right now.
Yeah, he was the only one really shining.
It's so insane, isn't it? I mean, look, I'm not going to blow my own trumpet on that one, but I did say before they even played the game on stream that Nafany's looking great individually lately, and somehow he's done so much good work every single game I've seen from him.
Well, every time I cast the TD guy, I said Nafany is and can be a real numbers guy for this team. And
here he goes with Fnatic,
we've got some carnage coming through. It's very quickly into a 3 versus 2. Numbers favour Fnatic here off the back of their timeout, but this is a round that has to be converted. With a minute left, Quinky and Kashid have got to find a way into success. The question is, as they go quiet, do they commit back in towards A? Do they try and pull away and reset towards B? They've got plenty of time to do either.
Yeah, Fnatic are also doing a similar reset. They've all gone back through CT spawn and going to get a couple of players back toward B. Maze will jump through while he's got time and maybe put himself in a corner. Be a bit easier to deal with. Yeah, you can hear them all trampling toward him as well, so it should be all good as imagined. In fact, the fact that 2 players are rotated around and Cash is missing his shot means that Maze will get both in the end. Good job from him.
It's a great read from Fear, actually, as well.
It is.
Send 2 over that direction.
Yeah, I was actually very, very comfortable in the end. We went a little bit too quiet on ramp. It was a bit too obvious for K27 that they were going back toward B. Good moves as well from Fnatic here, just not getting overwhelmed too much. They got their one, they played a bit of time. Only nades really chasing them out of the round. That fire burning out one, but didn't really make a huge difference. Read it well. And now K27 are also on a pretty low buy in terms of what they've got left. If they lose this one and don't save anything, Fnatic could get back into the lead very quickly. But for now, we've got one final full buy. Incendiary fails top middle, so those boxes won't be burnt.
Quite a start. But a lot of aggression in the early portions around. This time, respect being shown towards each other, but makes sense when you consider this to be just on the verge of what we would consider a swing round, where it's a bit of a 2-for-1 special. You win this, you break the economy as well. The only thing that changes that is if either K27 get a bomb on or Fnatic save rifles, but...
Oh, look at this. Oh, I was waiting for it. I was waiting
the one who's
for
walked
it.
away with that as well. Jambo is tunnel visioning on towards that angle, and he walks right into it, and he just falls asleep. And X5 will find Maze on the edge of that smoke. Cash is going huge, and this is why we sing this kid's praises. He's 9-3 now, and he is taking this round by storm.
Oh, that is incredible work from Cashlid. Back on maybe more favoured ground for him on Mirage. And that shot toward Jambo, I saw him creeping into that angle, and I was thinking, oh, here we go. Here's the Orpa duel. An Orpa that we've known has been great at this level for years, versus one that's only really been known to be great at this level for 1 year. And the round off the back of the Cashlid opening goes perfectly. Clax will close out the final 2. All 5 alive for K27. And Fnatic are now in a little bit of bother. Here it is from the third-person POV almost, and then from Cashlid's POV.
Can't believe he's won that. I honestly think Jambo's got to be looking at his mini-map or something. Like, he falls asleep for a key moment. His reaction was way too slow.
Yeah, it's only, 0.2 of a second or whatever, but it's enough.
Yeah.
That's the Formula 1 levels of margin that sometimes make the difference in Counter-Strike.
It's shocking as well, considering how good some of the shots were in towards that previous map, even the start of this map as well. But that AWP is given back over towards him. It's just the fact that the buy around it is rough. So that's what we're saying, why we call that a swing round. Breaks the econ. Low buy in towards the next. And Jambo really has to go huge here. There's already one cross towards top mid. There's a player in towards lower as well. And a third, may I say, in towards top mid. So you got a lot of angles to fight from, and his first opportunity he misses.
We'll re-smoke bottom con off the back of that miss, and of course, it's not just the fact he's missed, it's the fact that he's alerted K27 as to where that AWP is. He'll shift his way back through window and get boosted up in that ladder run position. But that molly in the end does get put out by the smoke. And Jambo, still fighting from that position after he was boosted up. That's very bold, but you have to be bold in a round like this. And he's done very well to get one and slip away. Of course, now there's many gaps for K27 to exploit, though. And Fear, well, the first gap has been plugged. That's a great one from Fear, just removing Clax like he's not there. And now Quinky will have to try and take space on B.
And here he will. Molotov perfectly placed, but you'd argue actually a little bit too slow. It's given them a bit of a chance to fight through door, and they do well. Maze and Khan kills a piece, and Cashlet is what they've got left. A 1 versus 5. And it's safe to say, with sub 10 seconds, this one ain't happening. What a round to steal away from Fnatic. They had no right to win this.
They did not, and it all starts from a Jambo opening pick. The idea, of course, after you take your shot bottom connector, you don't want to just stay there. It's too predictable. You want to move. You want to be mobile. He goes back, boosted up into the window position, and then up into the top of ladder room, and almost got removed by that molly. We see that setup for that position. X5, when I've watched K27 on Mirage, which I have quite a lot in every tier of Counter-Strike, he always lines up that molly in a certain way. Whether the smoke's on window or not, he knows where to throw the molly.
Yeah.
But it hits Jambo, it gets put out by the smoke, it's a bit too early, and Jambo's able to get the opening pick, which really sets up Fnatic.
They need to break open the smokes as well on both sides. The spam, there's so much. Can't believe Maze actually doesn't come away the successor of the two. He leaves Cashlet reeling. Down he falls. They'll reset, move back towards A. All 5 in this direction.
Once again, X5 G7V, our good friend who said, just call me X5, no problem.
And, we've had confirmation it was quite literally, he thought the Steam Authenticator code was kind of cool. And he was like, you know what, I'll go with that. And he made our lives a misery for the last 3 years.
Yeah, we thought it was Zagev for however long.
Yeah,
but apparently
people told me that was what it was.
But apparently not. Anyway, Jambo, what have we got? That's a lovely pick over the top of the molly and the smoke. Damage as well from Jakazma on the spam through that jungle position. That jungle cross smoke. X5 is still waiting on with that deagle, but
nice
Nade will tag him down to 42. Really nice. It's still a 4v4 though. Fnatic have kits on Ken and Fear, but it really matters now as to what timing they push back in. As you can see, K27 again wanted to go for a bit more of an aggressive play towards CT, but now they're being forced back away. They might need Casado, and once again he'll deliver. Oh, Fear will drop as well. How many times has Casado from that position done great work? Good kill from Jakazma, but Cashlet holds on, and Jambo, he may have kit smoke, and he may find Cashlet! Oh, it's a gorgeous tap on X5, but there is no time to defuse the bomb. Where can you hide now with a new bomb explosion? I think he's fine there. Yes, he is.
When you actually tuck over towards like the normal CT angle, you take way more damage than you used to, but then when you tuck there, you take way less than you did prior.
It's just like opposite there, isn't it?
Yeah, hence why he double checked. He's like, oh yeah, God, new radius now, but really, really nice post bomb there. Kido in particular does so well, especially after this shot. You feel like they start ramping their way forward, but Kido sort of ahead on a swivel. Does excellently. It's still made expensive with those nice couple of shots at the end, but does it really matter? Probably not. Quick move, my X5. Off towards short, he'll push that top mid smoke.
Zado versus Ken in that position, top connector. Flash will come through, but Zado doesn't react to Ken's position. AK will be switched to immediately, and Ken almost transfers up. Never an easy thing to do, transferring down or up. He gets a lot of damage onto Clax. Jambo still waiting in position as well. The bomb will be taken back away through ramp. These to check T-Spawn, the possibility of a flank. It'll do K27 no right now. The A-bomb site is pretty much open. They've only got to smoke off jungle and it would be fine. X5 is hearing a lot of this information. Now he could make a play here. Is Maze going to be ready for him to be up con this quickly? And now maybe not expecting it. Oh,
that's a big kill.
That is really nice. And he'll close it out on Clax as well. I thought for a second the timing in which X5 was creeping up could have caught him off guard. Did not.
Very close. Very, very close. But in the end, not to be. And Fnatic are still clawing on. You'd sort of make the argument still that you want a little bit more at the CT side. You actually want to lead at the half, to be completely honest. But
yeah,
it's not all doom and gloom just yet. Considering, Trav, as well, what we saw in towards that previous map, it was all about the T side for Fnatic as well. It was all about Can looking good on the multi-kills, Fear on the opening kills as well.
Final round of the first half of the second map. Can Fnatic get back to evens? Look at the buy, of course, that K27 have as well. That's a lovely reaction from Maze. He's looking sharp with it, tapping away, bursting away. And I know it's pistols,
go on, youngster.
But that is what the new boy was brought in to do. Great work. Maybe we have a new star on our hands. Who knows? Who knows what he could do if they qualify for EWC and he puts on a performance and gets a couple of Ws to try and get his team back up the ranks again.
Yeah.
Klax and Cashlid are kind of have no say in this one as Cashlid does something ridiculous with the Tech 9. Damage is good, to be fair, considering he's low, but there's Ken. I mean, it should be 6-6.
You're right. And it is. Jambo will see it off, and he does it in style with the Deagle. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, for Fnatic. You do generally look towards taking a lead, though, I think, on a CT side, but all things considered, you're kind of happy that you've actually been able to ramp up towards that tail end, and you're hoping that you can use that now as a catalyst in towards what was a really good T-Ton and an Ancient, and you can replicate in the same vein here in towards Mirage. And this pistol is vitally important now as well. If Fnatic are the ones to find it, they can already start to get a better breathing room. Worth mentioning as well, Trav, we've had a couple of results sort of trickle in.
Go on.
You know, Hotu took that first map, 13-7. I had a bit of celebrations as well, but 13-7 over GG Hao. So a good start for Hotu, who are now 1 map away from the main event as well, which is huge for them. We'll come back to that conversation in a second, because there was a little early move towards B. Cash has made a move towards mid, and he's getting that information. Doesn't take a tag, but he'll fall away and respect it. Also as well, 100 Thieves 1 win. From 100 Thieves being 8-4 at the half, it's now gone to round number 24.
Ooh.
It is 12-11.
Spicy over that.
And I'm pretty sure, just checking now, okay, I was gonna say money is bad, but actually they're okay. They've got a full buy. AKs across the board. So could be interesting.
You want to watch that one? I think our good man Flop is co-streaming it.
X5, nice start. Can't or lose his head. Feeling a little indecisive here, Fnatic, which is sort of shocking compared to what we're used to on map number 1.
Yeah, and very important for X5 after a slow half for him to start off this pistol. Casado, top connector, smoke will block off that for now, and that's all utility used for Fnatic on the pistol. Cashlid is going to work his way back in now. Good flick down to Maze, and now body blocking in the smoke. Easy for Casado. No chance for Jambo, and Fizz goes down just like that. That is a very comfortable pistol for K27.
That is stellar. That really is stellar. Some super nice shots being hit there. And maybe, just maybe, Trav, dreams of Cash might be answered with that decider. Of course, that looms.
Yeah, it might even be a third map in the other one of the other qualifying matches we have as well. Sashi
right?
versus Big. Sashi is 7-3 up right now, would you believe? They're showing really good form with that team, because I think they were definitely one of the more significant underdogs. They weren't even a dark horse, really, coming into this for me. So if they're able to take Big to map 3 in the qualifying match, then fair play to them.
Especially because I consider Big to be able to qualify for the main event without breaking a sweat. Speaking of not breaking a sweat, actually, what a middle. Can't get a consolation, who cares? What a lovely two-piece from Xido and Quinky with 3. Nice and easy. Make sure that is, for the most part, inexpensive and not that much of a problem.
As you were saying, Hotu did win the first map against GG Hao. Of course, some very known names on that roster from days gone by. Mo is the coach, of course.
How did my King Norby
Major winner with Gambit, and King Norby.
What's he got for me?
Let's have a look at the match page for you. I've got you right now.
I know his previous series had a couple of struggling maps.
Look at that. The only person streaming it is Freddy. I'll go.
Big up.
He went 9-15, but it's fine. They won the map.
God damn it. Norby. Just want to sing his praises, but if he makes it to the main event,
that's the job
I
done.
can claim it, exactly.
Exactly. Here comes Clax, important gun round coming in here for Fnatic. They've already got quite a lot of progress onto the A-bomb site, actually. And Jacasmo will find Casado, but in comes Clax from Cez. As I said, always very reliable, a very sort of player that does tend to go 9 and 9 like he's going right now. He gets you the kills that he should get, and maybe sometimes a bit more as well. Quinky from CT, quick on the rotation, but Ken is ready for that. Big spam coming through, and he comes back dropping in. There's the more I was talking about. What a transfer. It's all down to Captain Fear, and look at this. He was flanking, lurking on the other side of the map. Bomb dropped on A. Cassidy is already worried about this possibility. You could see him glancing at this and just slips away into connector, but Fish still see him, and there's the kill. 1v1, X5, captain on captain action here. Counterpart v counterpart in a huge round for Fnatic. X5 can afford to play time because he's got a smoking kit still. Bomb will be picked up, Peak will come through now, and Fear's not ready for it. X5 will get it done.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And the thing is, really, Fear had nothing to go off there. He takes a gamble by peeking around, but he should at least be doing it with the gun out. Just as a bit of like a panic shot, if anything, really. But I think the fact that he goes around with a C4 in hands just leaves him completely dead to rights. Even if he managed to slightly tuck himself around that corner, would have taken him a second to cock the gun to be ready for the fight. He would have been dead either way.
Yeah, and if Clax only gets 1 from his drop into sandwich,
yeah. Let's be frank here,
different.
Trav. That was an accident. He did not mean that. That was an accident. But hey, a little bit of luck goes a long way, and there's some nice breathing room here. 9-6. 3 rounds ahead now, 4 rounds away. K27, that idea of pushing it towards the side of a cash is really on the cards here.
Is this fairy tale for 1W really going to be happening? They've pulled it back to overtime, and they're now 13-12 up in OT as well.
No way.
After all the effort that 100 Thieves put in to get that win over BCG, if they were to fall to 1W, that would be crazy.
And also probably the fact as well that on top of that, they've played 1 less map than 1 win today.
Yeah.
And they had a longer break in between maps as well to sort of rest and recuperate than 1 win as well, because their game finished a good like 10 to 15 minutes earlier.
The buy for Fnatic here is a half, but it's always a dangerous half, and you've got those tech 9s, and Ken will get the opening onto Clax. It's a good spam from Casado, but he's down to 3 HP off the back of that, and the bomb can be planted. Maze wants to fight CT, but there's plenty more where that came from. Right-click flash, they might double swing this one. They know Casado probably is coming in from this position, considering they've tagged him up, and look at Jambo.
Stay here.
If Jambo does stay here, it's very possible, and he catches X5 off. He's pulled out the M4. He's managing to grab that in time, and Maze gets both of them, would you believe? Not just the low HP Casado, also Quinky, and Fnatic are not going away on Mirage.
That's the kind of round they needed as well. That's the confidence booster that they'll get. And Fear makes sure there's nothing saved, nothing gained. That is exactly the kind of round that Fnatic required to be able to bounce back into this. That's the kind of round as well that can be used as a springboard. We always talk about, you know, trying not to get these flash in the pan moments, trying to use it as a catalyst. That's the one that might give them a bit of fortune headed forward. Wow, what a one to get. Still a fair road for recovery.
Yeah.
Fine round number 17. You break them on your K27. You're then 1 round game in it at 9-8. But on top of that, probably to a point where, because there's broken economy, you should be getting it 9 apiece. I'm not going to discount this. Fnatic, it may have taken them a little while to slightly come alive here on this T side, but round number 17 feels like it's massively important.
Yeah, if they can just void this full force, that gets them back to 9-9 quite possibly. Clacks around default, cleared by Maze nicely. Maze had a great map 1, and he's showing a bit more here. Why Fnatic chose to pick him up. And with the bomb planted, sure, damage done. They're going to give this a little bit of a look. Busy with the flank possibility, but it's cleared by Jacasmo gorgeously. And that will force him away. And as I said, Maze had a great map 1, going 17 and 13, 1.25 rating. Ken, 23 and 10, map 1, 1.9 rating. And if Maze keeps it up, they could really get themselves back into this one. They'll save the M4, MP9, and Deagle and have another go in the following round.
I will say, though, that there's quite a bold decision to be made here. Do we actually try and force around what we saved with the MP9 and the M4 and try and really bolster it up and take that risk? Or do you half buy this, which I think, for me, is a smart call. Keep around 2K and then be able to buy again in towards the next. If they force buy in, massively risky. Not only the risk of this game being tied up, but actually you losing the lead this late in towards the game and in towards the series where you're already a map down.
It's
I wouldn't mind a pause here, to be honest. Just take a moment to talk.
It is squeaky bum time in the qualifier. All the qualifying matches going on.
How massive is that Tech 9 round as well in the one prior? How it's flipped the script. I'm so glad they've not gone for the buy here. Just kept hold of what they've got. Got a couple of upgraded pistols to work with around the M4 and the MP9, but
yeah,
that's fine. And
that's why Casado's taking a little bit more of a aggressive line, just trying to make something happen. He's buying anyway next round, so may as well take
the M4, right?
Yeah, exactly. May as well take a gamble with it. Here will deploy all his util on what looks to be a pretty bog standard A execute. And sure, they are going into 3 players, but it's 3 players who only have pistols. In comes Jacasmo. They do love their jumping Mac 10s, Fnatic, don't they?
It's true. Beer did it so many times. Jacasmo, he is printing cash here with his Mac 10. He is making so much money looking forward. Just got to avoid the flames, but this round's a write-off. And honestly, for Casino and X5, you can't just save once again, especially Casino. Maybe X5, if you know you're going to be buying in towards an upgrade in the next round, you could stick around to see if you get an upgrade, but is it even worth it? Probably not. Keep hold of your half armor.
Yeah, this is the side of Mirage that Fnatic have struggled on historically. Much lower percentage win rate than their CT side by one of the more significant margins I've seen. 70-odd compared to 40-odd.
Yeah.
So it's important for them to keep themselves in contention. The full buy will be coming through for K27 in this following round. Again, all 5 players live is an important factor. Just to remember how much money Fnatic printed in that first half of Ancient. They only won 5 rounds in a row, from 3-0 down to get to 5-3. They made it 9 in the end, and I think actually made it 11 total. But in those 5 rounds, they were already up 3 players up to around 13 grand. They were very good at just bolstering that money in the round wins.
Very true. 9 all. X5 will keep hold of his MP9. Full belt utility. Jambo with that. Oh, he's in trouble. And so is Maze. Both going to get caught by a re-aggression from K27. That's what we want to see, though. This confidence that it felt like they'd lost. He's from Jacasmo. He could have at least a couple completely for free. They're surely not going to expect this.
I like this, but as you can see, he's trying to decide what he wants to do. Does he go down the ladder silently, or does he look for more?
Oh my God.
And maybe more is perfect. That is a beautiful second on Cashton, but the thing is, Zado is still in a great position
and the bomb.
To find fear, and that bomb is now in Casado's possession. They're going to need Ken on that full rotation through spawn to help out, but as you can see, Casado's already considering it. Smoke will give him more time to play with as well. That bomb is now totally protected. And even though Jacasmo is looking clean with it again, this is looking very difficult from here.
Great angle to play from as well. Playing behind his own smoke. And just waiting. Still, this smoke will fade way before the end of this round. His leg spotted. Whoa, that's a terrible time to turn away. That could not have got worse for Khan, unfortunately. And Jacasmo, well, now we ask for an ace clutch from him. On the Holly down, it's going to force him in towards the fight. He might die to the flames, but it actually will be Casino. What a round from him, what a push. And a core from X5 as well to aggress ramp like that.
Yeah, it's worked perfectly. And that'll stall a little bit of the Fnatic momentum. Jacasmo almost making a superb play happen. Second headshot on jungle was glorious. So replay of it right here. The immediate reface, perfect crosshair placement. And imagine if he'd seen Ken, the legs of Casado walking down ramp, but it's a big moment from Casado, up to 17 now as the player we wanted to see perform this evening. Big gun round coming through. Cashlid up to 15 himself, got that AWP back out. Jambo's got his 10-9. Possibility of a cash decider to come. We've already had one of those today, and that was a very entertaining one with 1W in Liquid. Maze is already through. Next to the molly and the smoke under that balcony, but he takes one tag to it. I wonder if the stairs player would have heard that. You'd have probably assumed so. Klax is not peeking from CT either.
I think the fact that they're not peeking it makes me feel like they, did know about him. Cashley is actually going to nail a second. What a shot. Slim angle to work with there on towards Jacasmo, but he nails the shot, and with that, probably the round is toe as well. Khan and Jambo, who were at times kind of the heroes of that previous map, but an impossibility of finding this round for them. And in the end, it's flawless by K27. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from pushing us towards this decider. And you have to say, with what we've seen on towards Mirage, it's absolutely deserved. They have been the better side out and out.
Long day at the Long Day Factory over here. We could have 3 BO3s in a day for a lot of these teams, and some of them, of course, going to three maps. Fnatic were, sure, got a 2-0 versus Heroic, but that was a grind on map 2, which went down to the wire. It's the stress and the mental exertion that will come back to bite you when you're having to do 3 games in one day.
I'm going to sleep well tonight after these 2.
Yes, indeed. After a few drinks, obviously.
Oh, of course. Goes without saying.
This is one that Fnatic have to win.
Look at this, though.
I love
a lot
this.
of presence towards B, but information gather. The big thing is the AWP can actually stay. Cashid can be that quick rotation because once Casino pushes up here, they don't see anything. There's no one here. So as long as they can buy a bit of time towards A, this flank can really activate. But they've got to get the rotations over now because it's a slightly undermanned site for the moment, but it might not matter because Fear's the first to fall.
Yeah, it's a good kill from Klax again. I told you just how reliable these odd kills here and there that Klax gets just relaxes his team. Not, as I say, the most lights-out player in the world. Jumper's making a lot of noise. Hang on, and yeah, goes a little bit too deep on it. Casado with a great kill. Lovely jiggle to fake out Mazay as well. They're going to need Ken. Clean on the first, but not the second. Easy trade from Quinky, and Casado is still causing Mazay so many issues. But look at the HP on X5 and Klax now. This is very winnable for Mazay. And now he's looking to try and take a deal. Doesn't know which way to look first. Doesn't know who to kill first. But there goes Casado. X5, defuse kit. He's holding this one. They need 1 bullet to kill him. Surely Mazay finds it. And he does. The new boy on the block on Fnatic is making it happen.
Wow, what a round to get as well. How has he got that? That first shot, playing up towards Apex, is massive. The second as well, shouldn't get it on the 180, should be traded immediately, and they leave X5, the low player, all alone. Mate does so well. And that round could really change things. K27, that should have been map point. The fact that it's now a 1-round game, this door is still wide open for that Fnatic 2-0. Huge round. Swing round as well, technically. There is not a lot of residual cash for either of these 2 sides. With this, and it could be a 2-for-1 special, but it's Cashlet. We'll open up proceedings. Chakasmo, caught early.
It's the duo you mentioned, Nao. Casado and Cashlid doing so much of the hard work on K27. Oh, an unfortunate unscope on the timing there for Cashlid.
Great flash.
But he's got Ken pinned in the corner in connector. He's going to move forward, though. He's going to fight forward on this one, and that's a big miss. Hang on, hang on. Mazay's showing up again, and Ken will trade it easily. All of a sudden, you mentioned the 2-for-1 special. Here we go. 3v1. Quinky shouldn't be winning this, and Fnatic will get to 11 at a really good time for them.
They're their own worst enemies. They overfight. There's no need there for Casher to go looking with the orb. He finds his first. You take the numbers advantage. Yes, you spot a second, but you're flashed and mollied off that angle.
Yeah.
You just got to wait.
Maybe he's a little bit concerned about getting peeked from Palace and not really trusting how his teammates are holding other positions, but we hear the yell of Ken behind us confirming that round for Fnatic. 11-all. No one saves on K27. Worst possible time for their money to be broken.
Yeah. Right. At the end, potentially, of this, they just overfight. And a flurry of frags come through so quickly for Fnatic. It's such a poor decision there, but it's so costly. They take their time out.
Their first one.
Their first one as well, especially with how many key moments they could have called one. And we even called them to do it a couple of times already, and they didn't.
Look at that money. Pots and pans.
Yeah.
They'll be dangerous pots and pans, don't get me wrong. 5-7s will have to be respected, but...
Do you actually buy here, right? A lot of teams don't like playing for overtime. They would rather risk it, but I don't know if I love that idea. We've had quite a few force buys converted today.
We have.
Some wild rounds, but it's not meant to be that consistent.
I've seen Fnatic be susceptible to many of them in all their online grind they've had to go through to try and become a relevant roster again.
Okay, low buy is what they're opting for. I think this is the right call for me. I don't think it's worthwhile coming in towards this with like majority pistols, bit of armor, bit of utility, maybe an MP9 if you're lucky. I'd rather try and play for 12 or with at least a full buy. and do something slightly gimmicky here, maybe, like this. However, X5, shoulder spotted, and Conch going to play the respect. He knows that he can play range.
Yeah, exactly. Just backing away immediately. I do respect that highly. They just want no fumbles when they know they've got a match
Very
point
smart.
possibility on the plate in front of them. They're going to eat it up, and we'll be one away from making the main event. Not one of the teams we thought maybe had a chance there. So the bracket wasn't like it was the section of death that we've been talking about with all these big names. Good kill from Casado, but it's not the bomb, and B's open.
So it's out there. Give us an upgrade at least. Maybe.
Honestly, keeping that into the following round will be very helpful to make sure they confirm full util.
Yeah, exactly that. Even with loss bonus as well. I'm trying to see whether they could monetarily chance that on AWP here. The only thing is he doesn't have armor, so I think it's safe to probably assume no. And actually, Jacasmo's got other ideas. He catches Kashid reloading as well, just to make matters all the more worse. That M4 not only dropped, but then recovered by Jacasmo. He had a Galil. And it goes from bad to worse. Map and series EWC main event qualification point for Fnatic. Now at 12. And they dispatch of that low buy really, really effectively, making sure that it never even stood a chance. And look at this. Even with a save in the prior, they still need an MP9 to get a buyout here.
Yeah, 100 Thieves a map away. They managed to grind out map 1 versus 1W in overtime, 16-14 after being 10-4 in front. Hotu also a map away, and maybe Fnatic are only 3 kills away. Are they going to make this happen? The biggest moment for this lineup and for the Fnatic organization in such a long time. They need big events like these, and the gauntlet they've had to go through to qualify. The heroic win was superb. K27 came in today for me, the slight favourites for sure.
Same here.
They've played just much better opposition recently and shown they can beat them.
You're absolutely right. There is 3 players remaining for K27 to keep this dream alive. And a minute on the clock as Fnatic look like they want to move towards A. There's 2 players here, but at the same time, the youngster of Maze, not shy on confidence, playing well above his years, as he's going alone towards B. Spots nothing. He's trying to draw attention here, and he might just do exactly that. But can he draw over numbers is the question. Ring around the roses, they play around the pillar, and now X5 going to follow him towards A. If you're going to flank, I've got you. He's waiting.
Oh, I like
He's waiting for them to draw the numbers. And look at that. They activate at the same time. Clackton and X5 get kills apiece. And now, with 25 seconds, they've got to make a decision. Where do we go? If it is towards A, Cashlid's there to catch them.
Oh,
this is falling apart. How have Fnatic let this round slip away? A 5 versus 3 and a flank that works against them.
I can't believe it. Clacks from short. Look at the time on the clock, 10 seconds.
No,
There's
it's not.
no way they're getting the bomb planted now. This one is going all the way back to overtime. You can see the cogs turning in the Fnatic brains in these situations. They had one player further forward on B, didn't work. Then they had a player far forward on A. That didn't work either. Time was too low, and K27 will recover a 3v5 to take it to overtime.
I cannot believe they've squandered that. That is an insane round to let go. Wow. If that ends up being costly, that's a round that keeps you up at night.
Indeed.
So well played from K27. I actually can't sing their praises high enough. That is ridiculous how well they played that. The fact that it gets simultaneous kills in towards top mid TV room and the flanking player of Maze on towards B.
Oh.
That is brilliant. And then on top of that, then Kashta gets a kill on towards A to stop that rotation. This is ridiculous.
I've got to give the credit to X5 there, right? I mean, it's the delay on killing Maze.
Yes, yeah.
Firstly, it doesn't just waste time off the clock. It wastes time off of the rotation that was attempted originally toward B.
Because
go on.
I was gonna say, if he gets that kill immediately, right?
Yeah.
They are still in ramp. So they're like,
Yes.
we're not going there then, because Maze is dead. But what he does is he waits, and they all go to TV room, and then he kills them. They've got 28 seconds on the clock, and they're like, oh, shit, where do we go? Like,
Yeah, that is like a massive spanner in the works for Fnatic to deal with, and they couldn't find a way through it. Fair play to K27. Extras late, don't forget we had one kill came through on the cross 2 TV as well.
Yeah.
Just to lower those numbers and make it even more awkward for Fnatic. And now, how do you put that out of their mind? They were so damn close.
that
Now
can
they
be one
have
of
to
the
do it all
most
over again.
influential rounds we see all day. That is ridiculous. So well played from K27. They were knocking on death's door. And now they've been extended a lifeline. But what can they do to build upon it? It's going to be a quick move towards B here.
What's
the
the
AWP
change up?
flash off the angle. Same for Quinky as well, as he's under a lot of pressure, but swing around that pillar. He'll find the first. Khan going to get 2 for 1, which is exactly what you want from him entering in towards the site. But a smoke down by Quinky. They'll just push through it. They don't care. Numbers favor Fnatic, and they are frustrated how that previous round went. They've gone aggressive.
What a ballsy call to rush B like that. I know it's got util, but at the same time, Jambo, that's that fair play to him. He's realised that Klax is coming. Big damage, but yeah, still, they're going to go for the swap and get the AWP over to Klax. Cashed it on the rifle. Oh, it's dangerous from Jacasmo. Crossing the angle. Go cross back, though. I like that. And they can be lined up. That could do big damage. It doesn't land the kill, but it does chip them down ever further. Fear's got a great angle. He has to get this frag, but he doesn't. No. It's all under Jacasmo. And now you'd imagine if he just doesn't peek, hides, plays time, there's no way it can be won by Klax. But maybe he's got time. Yes, he does. I think it's going to be really close.
I think he's got it.
He's got it with ease.
What are we doing?
Fnatic, how have we lost that?
Oh my God, how have you let that round slip? What are you doing? Why have you peeked? Why
Just
have you fought?
Forever.
You literally could hear him running from short. Why have you fought? Stay back, pillar, and you win that round by virtue of the clock, but you've gifted it over. And Klax, who we critiqued on map number 1, but we spoke about how he gets the important kills at times. What a time for him to step up, and what a flick as well from his POV.
And it's not even just that. It's the fact that Jambo just dry faces short for kind of no reason. He could have played back in the corner near Get Right and went for the fight when he knew that rotator was coming through. That's where it spiraled.
That's nerves. That's inexperience.
100%.
And it's killed them. I cannot believe they've lost that.
That's 2 in a row, mate. That's 2 in a row that have just been completely thrown into havoc.
Yeah. Honestly, you kind of got to say, 2 of the biggest blunders I've seen so far this tournament as well.
Yeah.
And they're back-to-back rounds. Wow. And I thought initially the core was really good towards B. It's very kind of rogue in a way, but it was kind of the perfect thing you needed.
The fact they even got onto the site and got it planted, I was very happy with that.
Yeah, can't double entry. They get the spacing towards short as well, but man, killer.
Flash is a bit mistimed on ramp. It does throw a bit of havoc into the ranks again here, and it will be another brawl into the A-bomb site. But Klax gets his 1. Casado will find Maze as well. Fear is convinced that Quinky's around that smoking catwalk. He'd be absolutely right, but it's a tough duel to win. Quinky, that's an insane shot from Fear. Quinky will drop, and Ken's doing it again. Surely not this time, Fnatic. This has to be 13-13.
If you lose this round, I'm getting on stage. I'm having a conversation. we're talking right
Getting past that security guard now.
They're
in.
actually sat like right in front of us. So.
Yeah, they are.
But no, this one, unlosable. And Jambo makes sure of it this time. Whoa, sigh of relief after the last 2 they've lost. But still a long way to go. 13 apiece. What a map we're getting here, though. And very different to like the overtimes and the maps we've gone towards the previous series. This is chaotic. But I think, Khan, his double is massive. Fear, that kill on towards short is so important. All play their individual shine. But let's see. AWP left in spawn here for Fnatic. So maybe tempted by the double AWP at one point, but they don't opt for it. Ashley, speaking of AWPs, this is an insane decision, and it works. Alongside Xeno, they're going to get the opening double. They push mid, and they go unpunished.
Crazy. What a change up in a round like this. I do wonder, K27, if they had lost both rounds in overtime, whether they would have made a move like that. The fact that they guaranteed a 2-1 either which way.
What a move.
And that's a nice shot from Klax.
Also, a smart thing from Klax as well. He fakes that drop down on towards under Palace. He then goes straight back up the ladder, but quietly. And then when the molly comes down, he drops a smoke. Yeah. So, they're like, oh, he's under there. And he wasn't ever. He was waiting for the fight, waiting for the swing.
Jambo's already been considered by Cashlid as well. 2v5. Oh, flick from Jambo. Some of the shots being hit by Fnatic in overtime are really sharp.
It makes you beg the question, how are they in a 13-hole position? How have they not won this?
Yeah, it's all the nerves and the altar plant positions that have caught them. Fear should get caught by the Palace player. It's a good move in toward that position from Klax. Smoke on the site, but Fear will try and plant in it. And to be fair, that nade almost removes Casado. There's a glimmer of hope here for Fnatic in this round. Jambo's got a far forward position. If Fear can just creep out, all of a sudden, This one has a glimmer of an opportunity, but Jambo will still be in the open to Palace, and that's a really good move from Clax. Now it's a huge play in by Fear. There is one, almost a second. Of course, Casado was low from earlier. So as I said, there was a very, very small opportunity. I give him 0.0001% on that maybe. And in the end, K27 will hit the 2-1 in overtime. Will the 2-1 breed another 2-1? That's usually what we see.
Yeah. Wow. What a wild game we're getting here. And you know what, Trev? While we've got a little intermission, actually, I want to check how our other results are going. I was keeping eyes trained on that 100 Thieves game.
I closed my tablet and everything because I thought the game was over.
And I can tell you as well, 100 Thieves, after squandering that lead at the half, they have taken map number 1, 16-14. So fine margins for them. And it was Ciro with a pretty good performance. Porte as well, who looked nice and sharp. 21 and 24 kills respectively for them. Nafany, on the flip side, kind of decent map. Well, it's map number 1 W's pick. No, it's gone the way of 100 Thieves. Outside of that as well, Sashi have taken map number 2.
Oh,
so that's gone to a decider.
Imagine if Big get caught by Sashi. Sashi have already reverse swept VP. Imagine if they do the same to Big.
I know. How ridiculous would that be?
What a qualification that could be for them. They've had a couple of ones in their history. And they've been a wild card qualification team from nowhere.
Do you know what as well? I can say it now that they've won it, but I caught Hunden after map number 1. And he said, yeah, my pick didn't go well, but up next is Inferno, and I feel really confident, actually. And, you know, sometimes people are like, nah, of course, they're not going to say, I'm really scared, actually. But the way he sort of had it, there was a bit of conviction there. He was like, no, I feel really good, actually, about Inferno.
Yeah, secondary AWP here, getting caught a little bit. Down to 46 HP, and Maze caught from short as well. Casado, it's a great kill. And Fear, what have you really got on this AWP? This is not really his primary weapon. He does get one, but they're body blocking a bit, trying to get back into the side. Jacasmo may find one, but Ken's the one to drop, and there's the clear from Cashlid. K27 are going to get themselves up to 15. You'd think.
Yeah, surely. They're not going to make the same mistakes that Fnatic have. For this, you're just playing a little bit non-contactual. Do not give them anything. They're keeping an eye trained on apartments. They're not really giving a fight over towards short, and they are just playing the clock. It's the right way to approach this. Do not give over anything. Play that time because you know your setup is good. It's Casino, it's Cashlid who close out that round as K27 find themselves on map point on their map pick. And Cash is now really looming, this map 3 decider. And with 2 rounds to close it for K27, it feels like we deserve to go to Cash.
Oh, Fnatic. You had this entire qualification in the palm of your hands, and I'm afraid you're only going to have yourselves to blame.
If they lose this series, one of the worst sleepless nights they're going to have.
I know. And it's such a shame as well, because we've been more impressed by them than we've ever seen in at least recent history. Incredible. All right, opening pick for Cashlid, 26 on the board for him. He has been fantastic. One of my criticisms for him was that, amazing start. That's why he was our GOAT from the Tier 2 prospects on the AWP at that sort of level.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a drop-off, but he's back now.
Him and Casino have been so good, but another guy I want to shout out, Trav, and it's someone that we've mentioned a few times throughout the series. Look at Clax, man.
Yeah.
It's just, it may not be lightning in terms of like the KD, but the consistency and the impact of his kills, and just like that, for example, and it's Cashlid one more of his own. It looks like it is curtains here on map number 2, as Mirage looks like it's about to be set in stone for K27, and so damn deservedly at that as well. Cashlid and Casino, the 2 stars combined to close, and K27 have pushed us now to a map number 3 decider. Trav, it's a best-of-1 brawl on Cash to see who's going to qualify to the main event.
Oh, I can't believe it. We'll remember earlier for quite a long time, I think, what Gizmy did for 100 Thieves to clutch and recover that game over BCG. Look, this time, while that was a clutch, and you can argue all clutches have mistakes in them somewhere, there were big mistakes for Fnatic when they had qualification right in front of them. Jambo overpeaking short on that 1 round, and then, of course, the follow-up overpeak when Jack Asmo could have just hid forever, wasted the clock down, gave an opportunity to even get that kill and get that bomb defused. Oh my goodness, I can't quite believe we're going to Cash, but we are.
Yeah, let's be honest, it is two of the ugliest rounds I've seen so far this tournament, right? It really is such massive implications behind it as well. And it opens the door now for K27. You know, head towards that cash. It's a map which both of these teams have been playing, but only to small amounts. And there's really not been enough time to properly integrate in towards the pool. So it's not going to be the cleanest. It's going to be quite puggy. And the worrying thing is, look who's alive now. Casino and Cashlid both are farming. I'm really worried for Fnatic now. And not only because you got the superstars from K27 flying, I'm also worried because surely for Fnatic, that is going to be in the back of your mind, the squandered rounds, the squandered map. If anything, you're going to be very, very tilted, and you've got 10 to 15 minutes to try and, in some way, actually recover from this mentally. Yeah. It's not easy.
This is where they're going to need all of what Fear, Jacasmo, and Jambo have got in their tank. Probably majority Fear and Independent the coach, just to calm them down and say, boys, we're the better team. We've proved it over the course of the entire series. We just threw it away. If we just lock in, and we will have a great chance of still having opportunities on cash to close it out. Of course, as we said, they both play it a little bit to varying degrees of success. Actually, K27 currently unbeaten on the map, but only in those 4 games. So maybe you can't read too much into it. The Fnatic, they have had great results, but again, it's against so much lower tier of opposition. So it's just impossible to read how this final map decider is going to go, especially in this pressure cooker in Paris.
Yes, exactly that. And you know, when you look at it, for me, the really interesting thing comes with, you look at someone like a Fnatic for them, who they've played it once this tournament, but K27 have played it twice, and they've won both of them. And against some pretty stellar opposition. You know, you just said about how for Fnatic, it's not been the greatest of teams they've been dispatching. You know, there's a domestic opponent at this tournament, sure, 30-3, but look at K27's wins at this tournament. Sinners and Sword, no easy feat to take down both of them, 30-10, 13-9. Prior to that as well, NIP and 3D Max, 2 Tier 1.5 teams, not even Tier 2. So they are dispatching good teams. All 4 wins they've got are very, very decent teams, which same can't be said really for the likes of a Fnatic. A lot of them are the more, if anything, Tier 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing for K27 is they're also one of the very few teams that will occasionally pick into it if the veto gives them an opportunity.
Yeah.
So look, as I said, it's not like they've got mass reps on it. It's only 4, but it's 4 very good ones.
Yes.
So that is the main factor. And Fnatic, of course, are going to have so much going through their head right now. Fear's going to be thinking the worst, but he's not going to be put off. He knows he's got responsibility to recover the mental for his team and get this one over the line when they had it in the palm of their hand.
Yeah, it's a tough 10-minute break or so in between the maps, but we're going to have to find out. Like we said, it's basically a best-of-1 brawl to decide who goes to the EWC main event. We are heading to Cash, the new map in the pool. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you after the break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by Play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dying embers here of EWC LCQ. We have one map remaining on the mainstream here, and boys, I had to jump back on. Seeing Fnatic fumble those many rounds, it was tilting me.
Yeah, I cannot believe that. They're two of the worst rounds I've seen fumbled with the level of stakes that we've got here. I cannot believe how they squandered regulation and how they started overtime, and now they've opened the door here. We were just touching on it. Cash is a map which K27 have played twice already this tournament, beating Sorensen as two very handy teams, and prior to that as well, NIP and 3D Max. I mean, they are really decent on this map, it seems, for the few times they've played it.
Who have been the standout players so far, Trav?
Casado and Cashlid. Nao picked the map beforehand. I was hopeful of Quinky as well, and I think that Livosh indeed has been. They've been playing very, very well, especially map 2. And Cashlid was the main man in many different situations. Look, for Fnatic, I think we've seen flashes of them being able to match that and surpass what we've seen from K27. I need to see more from Jambo. We saw him end map 1 superbly. Jakazma, of course, had that incredible performance to get one over Heroic and get into this position with 34 kills in regulation. They're going to need to put the nightmares out of their mind right now, reset, and show some of that form again.
I think you caught it though, Neo. That was just classic stage nerves though, right? Those clutches, especially that one on the B bomb side. There's like 10 seconds left on the bomb. He's nowhere near it. He's got an AWP. All you have to do is hide.
And stand still.
It's a lot of expressions I want to use to describe it, but
take your hands off the mouse and keyboard and you win the round. It's the fact that he didn't is why he lost it. You can hear him running in short. You know he's nowhere near.
The thing is, on his team as well, I'm like low-key tilted after the map and so, bro, like we actually had that. All you had to do is go AFK.
Yes, yeah.
They'd be in the hotel by now.
Yeah, literally.
Exactly that. So
well, it's what it's all about. We know the tension is high. The pressure is mounting each and every map that goes by. We've seen a lot of big teams, big names crash out of the tournament. Fnatic might be another organization that was so close yet so far.
Yeah, it is a crazy, crazy game that we're getting here. The fact that we go down towards this cash, but also it's kind of, they're one of the few tier 2 teams that are really trying to accept this map into the pool for them, which is a really good sign. Of course, got the knife round, which is always pretty important.
That was another reason I came back as well. You know, I saw Cash was on the menu. Let's go. I need some reps on this. Let's see what they've got in store. I love seeing how the meta develops.
Yeah. And it's tier 2 teams who really develop the meta, really.
Exactly.
Because they play it way more often than the tier 1 teams will. And the tier 1 teams then adopt it and sort of approve on what the tier 2 teams develop.
Yeah, I think FaZe are leading the way with like tier 1 meta right now, but I'm sure we're going to see some interesting vibes.
It's got 1v2 it.
There it is. Okay, Fnatic.
Got 4 kills. Big up, Jambo.
A lovely little knife victory there, and the final map here. Last chance saloon. We really mean it this time. One more map to go. A best of 1 here on Cash. Fnatic licking their wounds, trying to find some form. And K27 firing on all cylinders after a huge reverse sweep on Mirage.
Yes, for all the marbles. And look, we've spoken about how Fnatic have young players and nerves need to be calmed. Look, it's the same for K27. I mean, these guys don't have as much name value. We think the favourites for this entire BA3 when we came into it, which I think is totally fair.
Yeah.
But at the same time, look, they're also young. They've also got a wonderful opportunity ahead of themselves here. So you just never know how it's going to go. Here we go. Pistol run underway. Looks like a big B contact ready to go. Jambo, Ken, will go down first. Clax will run him down. Look at the retreat from Fnatic. Jambo already back to the site. Jakazmo back in towards CT. Damage is through, but in comes the smoke. They've blocked off CT easily, and Cashlid will find Jambo with ease. They should be able to overrun B, and it should be all good, you'd think.
That is a wild approach. They had all that utility, and they just run it and throw it on the fly. They don't have any set lineups. They take the jewels, hit their shots, and they're using the utility for the post plan, which is very, very off meta. But it does seem to be working. K27 absolutely running away with this one. Not really much you can do there up in the heavens apart from saying a prayer.
What a util set. That might be a knife here, to be honest. Oh,
hello.
That's great for the card.
Left click as well.
We'll close it, yeah, with the left click. Just really rub salt in the wounds. What a start for K27. A lovely kind of idea of a round, but it's essentially just like play full contact, play full confidence.
Yeah.
And the drive-bys that come through, the first flash that comes in, it does more damage to the T side than it does the CT side, but they still barrel in. They then get a heaven molly and a smoke down too, and before you know it, Fnatic on the back foot.
Oh, demoralizing little knife there as well. Not what they needed. Will there be a force fight? Absolutely not. Fnatic take the full eco. I guess, boys, we'll take this opportunity just to check in with the 100 Thieves, perhaps. Trav, what you got for me?
Well, they managed to get map 1 done in the end, 16-14.
Yeah.
They were 10-4 up. 1W pulled it all the way back, but now 100 Thieves are looking a little bit more comfortable. 6-3 up in map 2. Maybe.
It's their pick as well.
Exactly. They're nearly halfway there to making the main event, and what is, of course, the kind of bracket portion of death we've been referring it to all day.
One of the few big names who actually made it to the main tournament.
Yeah.
If they make it, of course.
Yeah.
And a big name as well. That, I mean, look, we still said that it's not one that's really made mass progress up the scene yet. Sure, an incredible start to the year, beating Falcons. Everyone was shouting about that, deservedly so. But again, it's an online result. Making EWC main event will be huge for them. Sashi have won the pistol and the conversion. On their third map versus Big. If Big lose that one, that would be a massive upset as well. And GG How are just grinding their way through against Hotu right now. Hotu are a map up, but GG How 9-8 in map 2. We've still got, I mean, this game might be the one that finishes first, would you believe?
Wow.
Somehow, Quinky. Perfect spam. And Chakasmo will lose his head. Of course, it is a low buy, but it's nice to get those consolation kills, good for the money, but also try and make it, I was about to say inexpensive, but actually can't. We'll get his, and same for Maze. They won't amount to all too much, you assume. There is an AK there, hang on. Nade at his feet, he could still catch a head, and he does with the final bullet. So they've made it a little bit more expensive than it probably should have been. But all things considered, and all that really matters is still the round 1.
Yeah, absolutely true. This is where the game gets interesting now. 2-0. Looking quite nice, looking quite comfortable here on the T side. And it gets a few more on the board this sort of round, though. Got some Galils, Mac 10s in the mix. We'll see whether they want to set the tone with a nice pacey round. A lot of teams favor this mid area. It's normally the #1 objective. And they're going to be running right through the initial utility as well. Maze is going to be in a compromised position. He's back up from highway here, courtesy of Jambo.
Yeah, it's already a bit of pressure for Maze. He's already worried about a player advancing from the sort of grid position as well. And there's Quinky. Oh, he's going in straight for it. It's a lovely kill on Ken. Opens up the B-bomb site. Incendiary toward heaven. They need Maze from the vent to drop down and make something happen. But look at the angle Klax is holding. He's not fully committing. He's waiting for that proper drop down. And with the bomb planted already, Fnatic, the retake has to be done.
This is a really good smoke. A lot of teams start to incorporate it. It trickles down here from heaven.
Gives you a gap.
It's a very nice one to work with. It allows you to push that right-hand side, but also out towards the left too. But they're going to hold that. He's going to try and sneak on by. He will get caught in transition. And now Klax is using that smoke against him. It might just work. Jambo, Maze though, kills a piece. And it's all on Quinky in a 1 versus 2. He's got to isolate here. He's playing up close to Molly. Kind of works against the CT side. And it might just work against them. They've got to get on it with the kit. It's going to be incredibly close, but I think they've missed it. Their own Molotov might just squander it. They just get it by the finest of margins. That would have been maybe even more of a blunder than the previous 2 rounds in Mirage.
That's got to be one of the biggest sighs of relief ever.
Oh my God.
You almost Molotov yourself out of the bomb. You had what, like half a second, if that? If that. Oh my goodness. Incredible. Well, they win the round. No harm, no foul. That's a catchphrase of the day. Awful little finish to it, but they get the defuse in. We'll take it, and it's going to be the first on the board for Fnatic here. Going straight for the mid boost, though. CT seem to be ready for a boost of their own. Double kill the AK-47, straight in towards events, and now we've got a 5-on-3.
Yeah, that was that 4K on the dig we saw from Belchanok earlier when he got that boosting player on the sandbags.
Yeah, that's right.
And Ken, this time, it's a CT that comes out on top. Lovely double spray down to the boost players, and maybe Fnatic have gotten control back by the skin of their teeth in the previous round. If they're able to find this one, it's money broken on K27.
So the 5-on-3 ensues, but we've seen plenty of these fall apart today, especially. See whether Fnatic can hold on to this one. Max will sort of play it towards MBK. Jambo goes down. High pressure situation now. It's the MP9. painted into a corner. Needs backup from Highway desperately.
He is alive here. The molly ticked at his feet, but he just about finds a gap. They don't come forward. Down goes Clax, but it isn't to the HE. It is too calm. But speaking of HEs, want to find Cashlid. This is all falling apart. Fnatic, 3 staying alive, get a second on the board. And now, actually, this map, in the early stages, opens up again.
Well done to Fnatic holding on there. Sure, they're the 5-on-3, but it did get a little bit dicey. See whether they can fend off the eco now. Lovely little boost coming through. Ready and waiting, popping open the extinguished smoke towards the boost position as well. Pretty comfortable in the end. And like we said, an eco up next. PT-15's Glocks, no Kevlar. And they'll go for the same boost. This is very meta right now. Allows you to get in a prime position. You don't get wall banged on your way towards the vent if you want to use it.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? Those paper-thin windows around that garage position. So many nerdy lineups that are just pretty punishing, even toward that white box area as well. Just holding there, minding your own business with the AWP, and all of a sudden you'll get killed through a wall. It can happen. P250 of X5 had crept out there, but Fair will remove him with the MP9 from mid-range, but awkward for him. He's definitely getting caught betwixt in between here. He'll get run down by the Glock. And look at this flank up Highway, by the way. Quinky could have something. They're not really looking at it at the moment. No, not to Glocks, boys. Not to Glocks. Mazay will get one. Jacasmo holds on, though, and eventually Mazay gets that spray. But again, damage is significant. Glock is all they've got left. Double headshot on Cashlin. But the Ken grenade comes in. How is that so close?
Oh, my God. That was nearly a really bad round to lose.
They are putting on quite the show, Fnatic, aren't they? Man, oh man. This one's going to age them. Such a stressful experience. Cortisol levels off the charts right now.
Some hairlines are going to be running back off of this one. That is going to take it out. It's going to take its toll.
Might be time for a buzz cut.
Dude.
Yeah. Oh, my.
That one was rough. But, again, they win the round. That's all that really matters.
All that matters, yeah. Get it over the line.
Fast
player, gotta go huge. They don't boost this round as well, and with that, X5 and Cedo will match the tempo a little bit. X5 might just try and peek this. He goes before that flash, which is pretty ineffective on towards Fear, was already in front of it. He himself just spotted the leg off Cedo, and he'll find him as well, and the molly will flush out this player of Cashlid. This is looking good for Fnatic. 3 versus 2.
Oh, Jacasmo, don't walk this smoke. You're going to walk the smoke. Oh, it's a free kill back. 2v2 recovered. And there's so much noise being made by Quinky in main. They just have no idea that Fear's on the corner of the site, but it's a guaranteed trade with him being low HP. And now Jambo versus Clax in this 1v1. It will be a drawn-out 1v1 as well. Jambo is holding that position in main because I believe that bomb, yes it is. It is on the ground directly in front of him. How does Clax, with no util, find a way to avoid just getting plucked by Jambo?
He's got a minute. That's the one thing he's got going for him here. He's got time.
Does he go around the world? I don't think he has time for that particular maneuver.
You'd have to go quick through mid.
Yeah.
But then you make noise probably for him who's playing deep A main.
But at least he is sowing seeds of doubt into the minds of Jambo here.
He's fighting forward, Jambo. He's got a full...
that's what they needed, the smoke. I was going to say, should he look for Utah on the side?
They've got a full... But Jambo's got a full kit of utility. And look, Clax is coming up Highway now, and Jambo's not really in a very good position anymore. Is he just going to peek back turn? There's no way he creeps forward on that one. Clax gets gifted a headshot and a recovery.
I think he was worried about the around the world play, and he got too worried about it.
But Jambo had utility. He could have blocked it off.
Molly, 2 flashes, uses none of it. He doesn't want to give away his position, but
I guess
in hindsight, he should have just to play.
I still prefer smoking. If you're worried about the flank that much, just use your smoke.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Tough round to let slip, and it's been one of many for Fnatic.
Fear. It's trying to say, boys, just relax.
Early time out here by K27. They're not comfortable with what they've seen thus far. And the buy's not exactly going to be great either.
If they don't qualify today, they might disband. This has been too much.
Full tilt, yeah.
This game, good try, lads. This ain't for us.
Yeah. I'll catch you on the server and play a new team.
It was all going so swimmingly as well. I mean, these moves made were great. I just don't know why Jacasmo had to push through that smoke to try and take control back on the side. I know they didn't know Clax was there, but it's a risk you just don't need to take.
Crazy work on this force buy, though. They've gone for double AWP setup with 2 players on pistol. Surely that's not the most efficient way to approach this one.
We can get one more M4 out here.
All right, let's see what they can do with it. Love to be proven wrong. As one of the pistols removed. Definitely had a bit more to offer than the double snipers, because you can just be smoked, mollied out of key positions, and then Yeah, that could be all she wrote for him.
That
Very
is true.
important round.
I mean, there is a world in which K27 just will not expect a buy like this in the month of Sunday. So maybe that could catch them off guard.
We have Jacasmo in towards B alone. We have Klax on the T side exploring options towards middle, showing a bit of presence there. Molly down the vents. And it looks like a B finish here. And if it is the B execution, this Orb's going to have a tough time holding the wall from the door.
Moving forward as well.
They
That's
love
the worst
moving,
part.
don't they?
If he moves forward into the flash, it's going to be awkward. He does get the first pick, and somehow he's still alive, but he will always get run down by that back 10, and there goes Maze as well.
That second flash by Kasia, by the way, is absolutely perfect. Both of them get caught by it. The first one's okay, but he'd actually turned from it, the guy in towards headshot. That second one that comes in, they don't expect it. They are so blind, and that's the round with it. Jumbo will save his AWP. I don't know if there's anything that Khan can really pick up to upgrade, so it's a bold choice, as you kind of mentioned, Henry, and it's not paid off. And it's allowed K27 not only the lead, but they should be able to extend it off the back of this because there's no money left in the back pocket.
Well, we could see the bickering ensuing in the previous round as well. Tilted and a questionable decision there. Like, I get it. The double AWP setup, you have one either side of the map. The pistols do back them up, but Cash can be such an execution-heavy base map as well. And, yeah, it doesn't really work out. The single AWP does get a bit of backup towards B, but the flashbangs, as you mentioned, absolutely spot on. Mac 10 picking up the majority of the kills there. They will save the AWP at least, but maybe time for another timeout here. We'll see.
Terrorists win.
Oh, Fnatic. So many opportunities. They should be in the hotel right now thinking about how to spend their day of rest before they play the main event. As it is, they could still be heading out.
Oh, everyone's so
there it is on the replay.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Because Maze turned from the first.
This is looking good. K27 look ready to go here on the T side of Cash. Done their homework.
They've taken
the preparation.
Big scalps already in their flawless run. 4 for 4 they are, and quite a few of them actually were pretty one-sidedly at that. 2 at this event. So it's obviously one that they're really trying to integrate in towards the pool for them.
100 Thieves are 2 rounds away from the main event as it stands.
They are first team, right?
11-5 up. They would be the first team indeed because GG Harrow on the edge of taking it to map 3 versus Hotu.
Because I'm seeing Glaive essentially knee-side around the stage up there. He's loving life, whatever he just saw. Glaive was loving whatever just happened.
Sashi also 6-2 up on Big on map 3. And if they're able to reverse sweep Big after reverse sweeping VP earlier in the day, I'm telling you right now, that would be one of the underdog runs. And look, we talk about these underdog runs. There's nothing more legit than this open qualifier, LAN open qualifier, if they're able to make it through. So
yeah, it's best of 3s all the way. You don't have the excuse of best of 1s that people love to lean on.
Well, this one could still fall apart. It will be the first kill, though. K27 will equalize things here in a 4-on-4. Bear in mind, it is an eco with the save 5-7. And the AWP. Looks like there's a freebie here. Don't overcommit to it, though.
It's an AWP around that corner. Be careful. Yep.
Overcommitted to it. Could it be the eco victory? Could it finally happen? A bit of fortune for Fnatic.
Oh, that's a shot that Jambo would have loved to hit, and that could have made a big difference. But X5 just gifts him the follow-up, to be fair. And all of a sudden, now Jambo can put full focus onto a big tag. But it is a miss overall, and will go down. But look at Ken. He went his up on the flank, making noise for some reason. But there's 8 seconds on the clock. Maybe that's why. They want to try and deny that bomb plant. They're not going to be able to. It will be punched in. But look at the HP. 17 and 23 HP. This is impossible to hold on to when you're this damn low. Quinky, if you win this, I will be shocked. No armor on either 2 of these final 2 Fnatic players, it has to be said. The FAMAS could still chew them up. Oh, big damage on Fear. Not another one! Quickie! How have you pulled that off? Fnatic, how do you keep fumbling these rounds?
How do you keep losing? They're gifts, presents, and you keep letting them slip through your fingers.
What?
I cannot believe they've let another one go.
Another howler as well.
Yeah.
Like, you think finally somebody working in their favor, worked so hard to get multiple picks, huge man advantage. Low HP on the last 2 players, a 3v1 with just the FAMAS to work with, and he absolutely nails it.
And Quinky was the reason they got to this game. He put up an insane performance in their previous series. And that's the talent we can see. Trav, you highlighted him, right? I mean, he's somebody who can really step up, and what a time for it.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the type of players that, Paravision, for example, have been picking up. This guy will be on many, many teams' radars.
Yes.
He won't be making the move yet. I think K27 is a great project for him to be a part of. But I'm telling you right now, Quinky, keep an eye. Remember the name. That is incredible. The fan has of all things as well.
It's stacked, right? If we fast forward a couple of years, the expectation is that Quinky, Casido, Cashed are all regulars in Tier 1. They're way too talented. If anything, they're ways to not playing lands time in, time out. But this K27 project looks like it's destined for consistent lands with how good they are. And look at this push as well, Clax. Okay. It felt like it had a chance. Cashed would at least trade onto Maze. And they know there's another in there because it's fair who got the kill.
The money's still good. Bear in mind that was an eco for Fnatic. Sure, it's horrifying what happened, but still was an eco. They need to hold it together here. It's happened now. Move on. Easier said than done, and it keeps happening throughout the series, and it feels like you should be out of here already.
I will say, if Fnatic are able somehow, good pick from Cashed. I mean, Jambo, I'm not sure why he gave it up like that. But if they're able to win this game somehow, then you know what? It'll be the most miraculous recovery ever mentally, I feel like, with the amount of rounds they've lost. And Jambo going down there, it feels like unnecessary push. It was a 4v4. Did they need information at that point? I don't think so.
It'll be execution there, but it's all a ruse, boys. You can see it's a complete fake, and they've done this a few times. CTs are biting down on it. One player towards Highway. The last line of defense is going to be Fear. I don't know how he recovers this one. He would have to hit some stellar shots with the AK-47. He's got no idea. They're already out. Down he goes. I say that. And finally, a bit of fortune landing in favor of Fnatic. A chance now. A lifeline as Fear gets a second.
Hang on a second. But with Fear being low, he needs support and needs it quick. This is kind of a raw 1v2 on the site.
Not again.
And he spotted both of them. Up close, Fear will fall for free. He knows the car player, and he gets clothesline by Casido. They've gifted it back over again. Carr left in a 1 versus 2 now, and he is nowhere near this. He surely has nothing to do with this. It's a Molotov. It's the only utility he's got. And with no money left in the back pocket, another round gifted over. Sure, the silver lining is you save and all, but who cares?
Oh, mate, they just keep getting so tantalizingly close. That seemed like a miracle, a gift almost. Fear was getting shot in the back. He 180s it, gets a double, 8 HP.
Unreal.
And then it all falls apart once again.
Got some positive news to distract us from the
Okay, nothing to do with this, I'm guessing.
Yes, definitely not. 100 Thieves, first team to qualify.
Good for them.
They've just seen it over the line. I saw the handshakes come through, and good for them. They
arguably shouldn't even be here anymore after the nuke situation.
True.
It gives me 1v3 to keep them in the tournament and get them to the main event.
Enough, he got a 1 versus 2 to get them up to map point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, he went 18 to 10. The map's not over, so maybe he even got more kills in the final round in terms of the HLTV scoreboard catching up, obviously. But look, Gizmi is genuinely going to be one of the top-rated players in this LCQ. Absolutely unbelievable. If you look at the numbers already, only Grix and Doc are currently ahead of him. And
Doc's out, and Grix is about to be out. So honestly, at this rate, Gizmi might actually walk away as like the MVP of this qualifier.
Well, looking at this one, it's another full investment, of course. As you mentioned there, they saved the AWP, and they've actually got an opening pick with that. Another man advantage here. That doesn't seem to really matter at all when Fnatic are on the server. Boosting here, they always seem to overplay the hand. That's something I'm noticing. We'll see whether that's going to be the case here. It's actually a nice little play. I think they've timed it well. Depends whether you want to commit to it now. Do you drop down and try and go for the backstab? Now you just get out of there.
Yes.
Job done.
Play together.
Yeah.
Just play the numbers game.
Can't give this one up.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll make it through the half.
Matte can stay there if he wants to, as long as he doesn't peek. That's okay. But here's Casado again. He's got some control. That smoke is really weird on top of the heaven position. He's got a line, and here we go again. Ken Fear will go down. Jambo with the AWP has not got a line towards
SMG.
See you next round, son. What a shot from Casado. Jacasmo and Maze, 2v3. It's happening again.
At what point do we do exclamation mark FFW in chat? This is ridiculous. Casido, his 3rd kill of the round. And all they have to do is basically play time here. Nade to further soften it up. It's Casido with a quad kill. What a round. This youngster continues to shine and smiles all around. And actually, not even that. X5's getting loud. Too damn right, son. Talk your talk. You deserve it.
Somehow don't look that tilted. Which you've got to applaud at this point. My God.
I've got a few friends who are Fnatic fans.
Might not be after this, man.
I don't want to see their faces after this one.
Oh, God.
Jersey's going to be burnt after this one. This
Maybe.
is a rough look at things.
Oh, I can't believe this is happening again and again. And sure, look, some of the rounds are definitely more losable and winnable than others, but still, at the same time, it's the fact that they've gotten themselves into these rounds every single time.
Well, there's another 5-on-3, but to be fair, stroke of genius there. That's smoke.
Yes.
With that tiny little puff at the top to get you up there and look around the corner and you can't be seen from truck. That is actually super sick. Yeah.
A little cloud.
Also, that shot from Casino on towards truck is ridiculous as well. Out-aiming the AWP at range.
Desperate times call for desperate measure. Here comes the auto shotty. Let's get stuck in, boys. This is it. Mid control granted. You can see they're really feeling themselves now. K27 could do no wrong.
What a flash. What a flash, actually. No, with the shotgun.
Shotgun. I think the shotgun does well here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Does it get overlooked?
No,
it does. Wow. X5. What a clearance. Leading by example of the IGL as he swings forward. And with a molly in towards deep vent, that cuts off Maze's rotation. Again, that's another round. That's 8 now for K27. Because surely, with how little money you've got in the back pocket, you do not want to give this one a look in.
It's insane. Really. It's insane thinking about it, how Fnatic could have won this half 8-4.
It's insane how we're even on cash.
Insane.
Oh, this has been one of the games of all time, but I wouldn't say the cleanest.
It would have been such a great storyline for Fnatic. Look, it's not over, don't get me wrong. But it would have been such a great storyline for them if they're able to qualify with a new team. Ken, of course, has experience. He played very good on NIP and played, I think, even better on Fnatic. Maze has shown great level. And to be fair, Maze, it's never been his fault at any point over these 3 maps, by the way. He's been playing very, very well as the 17-year-old youngster coming in from Spirit Academy. But I tell you what, I mean, they had it in the palm of their hands.
Yeah.
K27, what a win this would be for them. They have been pounding away at these local tournaments, these local lands, to try and raise their VRS, whether they're in their home country of Russia or playing some in Barcelona, for example, at those stake-ranked events. Made the final against Heroic, did lose in the BO5 in the end, but that got them critical VRS points. It put them up the rank a little bit more. This will only help that.
Okay, then, looking for the knockout blow here in the first half. Weapons available here for the CT side. Good nade indeed. It's Jambo on the scouts, just to note. We have got a saved AK and 3 M4s otherwise. Spam attempts coming through, so no early mid-take here coming in from K27. Waiting to see if there's any CT aggression coming through. Might be here with Fear. Confirms that A main is clear. Nice little utility set there.
Or maybe now they know there's someone in A main as they trade spams.
Jambo trained on Squeaky. Door open and head removed. A lovely shot on the scout. That's something to work with. They need this fourth. They need it desperately after what has gone before. 8-4 is, it's still a workable half, would you believe? Just the path and the way the half has gone is what makes us feel like it's so demoralizing. Good opening pick at least. Fear still got control of A main as well. Bomb is walking back toward A and they are looking to try and re-push through that Squeaky position. Cashlid is there with his AWP, thinking that maybe they can set him up to face that highway area. With 3 players there. I think I'm not sure how ready they actually are for the burst through. Bear on the high ground. Clax, Cashlid, all together, and Jambo, to be fair to him, will get a second on the scout. It's a really nice kill as well.
Right, boys.
5v2. We can't lose a 5v2.
They can.
We can't lose
No,
this,
no. Come on now.
Trust me, they can.
Come on now. Casado and Clax, 2v4. They're trying to walk their way through.
Oh my God, no.
Boys. Boys.
Why are you surprised?
Should I just turn away? Should I just not cast this round anymore? Casado and Clax can still do this. We've seen what has happened over the course of this half.
There we
Finally,
go!
Ken and Maze will close one. And the crazy thing is, it's an 8-4 half for K27. It could have been 8-4 to Fnatic.
Absolutely true. Fair play to them, and fair play to Jambo as well with that scout. It's very difficult to remain in the game focused when these disastrous rounds keep occurring time and time again, but you know what has happened now. Managed to pick up that last round in a convincing manner. Hopefully you can win the pistol. Got to keep yourself locked in. Exciting last round there. Still anyone's game, don't get me wrong. Just the way they've given up some of these rounds. It's so heartbreaking for them, for us, everyone around the world supporting the team. And it almost happened again.
Yeah.
It felt like there was a moment there it could have fully collapsed. We'll move into a very important pistol round here. We had a pretty much straight up B rush in the first half. We'll see what Fnatic will bring to the table. Boosting a player up towards middle, watching for that CT aggression. 2 players ready towards B main. Jambo's going to challenge, and well, challenge map.
I don't love that challenge.
Yeah, the dry peek into the corner.
Oh my goodness. Jackasmo is trying desperately to pick up the utility on the ground. He almost gets caught by X5 as well.
He needs to play contact here now, really, for K27. Wait for Fnatic to show face. They've got the numbers advantage, utilize it.
Yeah, I mean, the utility for Fear is still great. They got him alive with Smoke, Molly, Flash.
It's a great
and look
angle
at
by
X5. It's one of my favorite positions, actually. It's one of the least pre-fired angles on the B-bomb site. And on a pistol round, you never see it employed. Usually you see it when you've got a fully automatic weapon on a gun round. Jackasmo will tap down Klax though, but there's that X5 position. There's Quinky as well. He'll drop down, he'll play time, he'll bait in Quinky, and there is a goosh back in return, but they can just stay locked in at the back of the site. They do not need to swing. They can even swing together if they want to. It's one of 2 options, and in comes a rotation as well from Casado.
Don't mind this. Going to try and at least get a bomb plant out of it. 4-on-2. It has been heard though, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, definitely now. So, Versailles will try and do what he can. Hold off the rotation. If you get 1 kill, maybe there's a chance of the clutch. There it is. That's the kill. Is there a second available to him? PD50 having to do some serious work now. Running out of bullets, so down he goes. He did enough. He bought the time.
Yeah.
Now, you got to lock in, Fit. There is a real world you can win this. No Kevlar to know, and he has to get aggressive. He needs to isolate some duels. There's the first, and good idea, good attempt. At least get the bomb plant, boys.
Yeah, bomb plant, couple of kills, you can buy back in towards the next round, and something we touch on a lot, that arguably the force buys are more important than the pistols anyway. We'll have a force buy to work with if they want, and I think they should go for it. I think it's worth the risk. Now, at a 9-4 down, you have to be trying to take that little gamble. I don't think it's worth waiting for the full buy.
When you're 9-4 behind as well.
Yeah,
you just got to do it.
Yeah. Do or die time here in the last chance qualifier. Absolute heartbreak over and over again for Fnatic, not just on this map if you're just joining us. Mirage as well was an absolute nightmare. But it will be the force buy. 1 player will have to go about Kevlar. If you see an AK, that will be Fear this time. Hoping Mosaic can step up, find them an opening kill, hopefully close things out. And they'll spread out across the map, but the bomb is heading towards the door. 2 players there. Looks like we've got Fear as a utility player. Oh, speaking of boost, what is this?
He's managed to make it into the corner.
Pretty cool, you can do that silently. Didn't know that was available.
Yeah, definitely could get overlooked as well. And it's also one of those positions, now that he's up there, the molly doesn't affect him. The common one that's thrown to clear out that copy.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
There's a couple little gimmicks, like that previous round with the pistol where you're playing up on the site itself. The reason why it's so strong is none of the flashbangs affect you. The ones that come from behind on towards the site do nothing, and the common one in front, you're also blocked by that big pipe. So these small little gimmicks, you can really tell they've been worked well by K27. They spent a lot of time limit testing this map.
Fear totally sacrificed himself in this round to pretty much buy utility and use utility only. It sets them up for the bomb plant. It's a good opportunity for more. But in comes Casado, 2 on the flank already, and X5 finding Jambo means it's so difficult now for Maze and Ken. Maze, the new boy.
Come on, Maze.
This is not going to happen, is it?
Oh, there's a chance. There's a chance.
I believe in you, my son. Let's see if we can get some magic happen here. You've lost so many rounds that you've been in control of. Maybe you can get 1 back and try and even up that mini scoreline. The flash is unreal from Quinky. Ken is not going to get a 1v4 with the Tech 9. The utility from K27 this map has been so nice,
That is as good of a flashbang as you literally can get. It's perfect. And I'll add to my point that I was building in this round. K27 have spent so much time limit testing this map. Look at the gimmicks and look at the bits of utility and the things that we don't see really. They have spent hundreds of hours already making sure this map is ready for them, and this is why they're 100% win rate.
There's a reason why they've picked into it a little bit. There's a reason they're one of the teams that if the veto at least shows you the possibility of it and it works out for you, against certain teams that don't love cash too much, they do like to pick into it. And sure, it's only 4 times they've played it since it's been introduced into the pool, but as you mentioned now, as we both mentioned, it's who they've played. It's very reputable teams they've beaten on the map. They're unbeaten at the moment in 4. And maybe it's going to stay that way.
Hey, I'll call it. They legitimately could be one of the best teams on cash in the world at the moment. Since no one's really playing it that much. We've seen a couple of teams at the tier 1 integrate in towards their map pool, but these guys are playing it regularly and really well.
Yeah, FaZe is an example that Henry mentioned. I've seen Dendelay, the new name for Sharks, play it a little bit and play it quite well as well. But yeah, Look at Jambo.
Good space.
He's having to make a move, and I don't blame him when they're 4-10 behind, but Cash is holding on. He's got help from Clax and Cazado as well. Maze with a lovely follow-up, however, and that will allow an A-bomb plant.
All right, well.
They slow it right down here as well. K27, they're going to wait. The numbers to group up, and just keep an eye on X5 as well on that flank. He's going quiet about it, and he does have a kit in his back pocket, same for Casido. So they can take the time and the wait, and Fnatic goes searching, flashing towards main. No reaction as well, no information. They're now going to start moving. That was a really important fight. That does not go well for Fear, and that's where that flank through main comes forward. But X5 will lose his head, and so will Quinky. It's now all on Casido and Jacasmo. That is a huge three-piece.
Really needed that.
Yeah.
Just to raise the morale
You
here.
don't say.
Get your head back in the game. You're believing a bit more now. That felt like that round was on a knife's edge. Jacasmo going absolutely nuclear with the M4A1S. Super crispy with it. Looked like it was going to fall apart once more. Multiple backstabs coming through. Poor challenge from the forklift area as well, but rock solid from Jacasmo.
Yeah. We've reached a point now where it's pure mental and endurance.
Yeah.
It's the third BO3 of the day for these teams.
That's a really good point.
And the
We
third
should
map
reiterate
as well.
that. There's going to be mistakes and you're on your third best of 3.
Yeah.
9 maps deep. Like, fatigue is an absolute factor.
You talked about the gimmicks. This is such
is
a
a great
sick one. Oh, they're ready for it! See ya!
Maze's been checking out those tutorials.
Oh my god.
Oh,
No way he's ready for that.
that is so sick, actually, for Maze.
It's still good information gained. He spotted at least 3, if not even the 4th there, but you've lost your head for it.
Yeah. Still in the game, Fnatic. That's one thing they can talk about. By the way, we're hearing some big noise behind us right now.
They've won it.
Sashi were 7-5 up, by the way, on map 3. I believe they've just lost 13-7.
They have Big
around
on
about
their
that
feet
level.
and they're hugging.
Yeah, so I think Big are our second team to qualify for the Esports World Cup.
No one can be mad about that, can
No, that's the correct result.
Yeah.
Absolutely deserved. They're
Everyone
really
loves
cool
a bit
team.
of Big.
Yeah,
They've been
and I
working
think-
really hard as well, and the organization deserves a bit of love. They really have stuck with CS all this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it deserves to be mentioned, Grix has absolutely farmed this LCQ, by the way. Map 3 went 22-8, 23-8 maybe. Have we got a clutch that Grix got? I'm just looking at the HLTV scoreboard roll through. Okay, maybe it was a 13-8 instead rather than a 13-7. But Grix is the top-rated player for this LCQ. He's going 23-9 as I look at it. And before that third map began, he's got a 1.54 over 10 maps. He's been loving it.
He's taking it from my goat gives me, but I'll allow it, because Grix is another one of the tier 2 goats that we have highlighted time and time again.
So, anyone who's not aware, hasn't been listening to the whole show, that's 2 slots now given over. We have 4 in total, 1 from this game, and then the last one will be between Hotu and GG How, I believe,
Correct.
right?
Yes, which is on to map 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100 Thieves and Big are confirmed, and that's 2 great names for the main event.
We should say as well, we've got Yumi down on the show floor grabbing interviews and stuff. They're pre-recorded, so we will hear from them and present them their keys after this match.
Full eco. Fnatic maybe finally will have something to go. Oh, well, the run boosters failed. Look where they are on the map, by the way.
It's like watching me and my mates and my MM stack.
They're hunkered down at the back of spawn. They do not want to lose the USPs. Jacasmo, or lose guns to USPs, I should say. And Jacasmo will get himself 3.
The run boost of dreams there.
Yeah.
All right, now they're starting to get into this one. Disastrous first half. But as you mentioned, Trav, they should have been up 8-4 themselves. Like, they were getting in winning situations. They're just crumbling under the pressure and the fatigue, I would say, as you mentioned. That could be a 9th map of the day.
Yeah, and for teams like K27, it's rare, don't get me wrong, but when they were coming up, they would have maybe played 3 BO3s a day online.
Yes.
In certain situations when there have been some clashes and stuff like
but
that.
it wouldn't as emotionally straining as this
Not
situation.
in person.
Yes.
Never on LAN.
Yeah, at least when you're at home, your feet up, Mummy's bringing you your lunch, you're sipping on certain beverages, everything's chill. Very different environment here with everything on the line.
All right, Fnatic. You've got back within 3. This is the gun round that will make me believe in the slight comeback, I think. If they're able to get back to 8-10.
I'm kind of believing already.
Yeah, maybe. No AWP in play, actually, for both teams here. Jambo, Cashlid, neither will go for it for now. And it could be afforded for Fnatic. It has to be said. They've got money to drop that over to Jambo. They choose to keep what they've got for now. Utility will be used by Fear again. We've seen this play once or twice already with that utility set. There's a little cloud that's on the top of that little heaven railing. It can block off a little bit more positions, but it is a bit of a fake. They're walking the bomb over back to B. Quinky in position. He's got X5 right next to him, playing from that headshot angle. And the incendiary, it could be pretty well timed, but no, he wants to go for the fight instead, and now we'll use it. Dink up on Jacazmo. Is that the cue to go for Fnatic? Surely it is, but they're a little bit stalled in, a little bit snookered by this utility. The mid-site smoke is a bit awkward, but there could be a push through from Fear. He gets himself one, and they are overrunning the bomb site nicely. Good time as well. No rush for the bomb plant. Maze will get his 1-2. And that will mean Klax and Cashlid have to fall away.
We saw it in map number 1, but Fnatic looked way better on the T side when they're the ones setting the tempo, and we're seeing it again here. K27 do not like it when they're not the ones who are, I guess, controlling the pace behind these rounds. When they sit back a little bit, I think that's when we kind of see their worst Counter-Strike. I'd like to see K27 get a bit more proactive, a bit more aggressive, take control. We saw some of the gimmicks that were kind of coming out. There were, again, nice ideas by Fnatic, like this boosting towards mid to fight up and towards...
Yeah.
Well, boost, technically. And then even the counter boost that will come through to try and take some control. We're not really seeing as much of that from K27. They're sitting back, they're inviting in these fights, and they're just being overwhelmed by numbers.
Yeah, right now, the rounds that Fnatic lost earlier are not in their mind at all. They're fully locked in, they're back in the map. 10-8 behind. Again, a bit of a lower purchase, perhaps. Sure, we're going to have a couple of M4s in play with the save. It's not going to be like the easiest buy in the world to get by, because there's going to be some danger. I think this timeout is really to make a decision on what they want to do with their money, and they are investing a little bit more, maybe.
Maybe not full buy, but down to 2K. So it could be scary. We saw Fnatic win an important round. Jambo got a 2-piece with the Scout on a lesser buy, so definitely not out of the realms of possibility. I just want to see something a bit more aggressive from K27 on these CT rounds. Take a bit of map control, try and force them back a little bit. When they sit back, sight like this, they just get so flustered.
Well, slowly but surely, Fnatic coming back to life here on cash. Money weak once again for the CT forces. Didn't fully invest into this one.
For Ken, good position. X5 will move forward, check a bit in middle. Molly will force Casado to fight as well, but if you do that, you might be burnt a little bit. He gets one and gets away scot-free.
It's important, actually. Getting out of there alive and basically unscathed, too, resets this round into that 4 versus 4. And now the decision to be made for Fnatic. Where do we actually go with this? With the boost position they've got and the current lead, it is looking towards, hey, but it's whether they commit to it. They've got over a minute to cancel and reset if they need to.
Jambo does have the AWP this time.
I like this.
He gets his kill. There we go.
Good clear. Really nice clear. I'll probably speed up Fnatic a little bit. What can Cashlid do on his scout? Oh, tag missed. That's the one he needed to hit. And that's a little bit ugly, I'm afraid. Oh, dear. He's missed every single shot. Unfortunate. 10-9.
Just like me, for real. You just say the 2 M4s here. It was, like we said, a sort of half-buy investment.
Yes.
It wasn't a commit, so you don't need to put too much onus on towards this. Save 2 M4s, use them towards the next, but it's a 1-round game, so, you know,
Dude, they are so back.
Yeah, they actually are. What was it, 10-4 now?
Yeah.
And it's this run back coming forward. I'm worried.
They are locked in. They were finding plenty of winning situations in that first half, just couldn't convert them. Like we said, it's been a very long day. Fatigue setting in. Your mental's cooked. And now they are running it back. Finding what little is left in the tank. 2 M4 saved, as Naya mentioned. Oh, risky to go with these fights, but it looks like he gets away with it. Fnatic started to believe. You can see the body language shifting on that side of the server.
It's changed a lot to K27 as well. They were looking loose and loving life, and now actually they're all sat up in the chairs a little bit. It's that classic meme when you're playing FIFA and you sit forward and when you go 1-0 down. They're kind of locked in a little bit now. So, 1-round game. Here's that full buy back in. Cashlid, who's been uncharacteristically quiet here. A double AWP with X5.
That is a change-up. I haven't seen X5 AWP much, it has to be said. Casado will try and go for his fight and then realise, they could be fighting their way out of that smoke. Maybe not smart of me to continue to fight that one. He'll jump back through the connector position, rotate back to A. Ken's got a lot of progress up highway, and it looks like they do want to go for the fight in towards main. Lovely pick up from Jambo. That is not an easy one to hit when it's sort of a micro flick like that. Could have only been a leg shot, and maybe Cashin gets the kill instead. As it is, it's the other way around, and Casado's going to need to fight. He does fight. He's got Clax there with him, but Clax will miss, and Casado does get caught from Jacasmo behind him. Quinky and X5 are probably fighting away already. They've given up the A-bomb site, and guess what? Would you believe it? It's going to be 10-10.
I can't.
Oh, hang on. I mean, they are coming up back a little bit closer again. They're just thinking if they can find one kill with utility and defuse kits, maybe we give it a bit of a glance. A is incredibly retakeable. I would argue now, Cash is back in the pool, probably the most retakeable bomb site other than A on Ancient.
This should be impossible. Just don't peek. Now, we've already seen them squander that once before, so I don't eat my words, but no, I think it's that time 6. They know it wasn't really a possibility. They were just hoping that Fnatic gift them a freebie, and that puts it into a 2 versus 2, maybe resets things a little bit. They might have been tempted, but no. Next 5, Quinky. Now will save. And even despite Casado getting a couple, it's not enough. 10 all. What a
ran it right back. You love to see it, honestly. A team, it looked like they were mentally done, bickering, throwing rounds away, tired, of course. It's been a long, long day. First match kicked off at 11 o'clock this morning. We are just hitting quarter past 8, indeed.
Yeah, not many breaks between games either for them, right? It's pretty much
25 minutes, I think.
With a running schedule, you got to just scarf your food down as quickly as possible and go straight back in again.
Very true, Trav. Very true indeed. X5, AWP, and finally, an opening kill here for K27. Needed that, it felt like. They've got a double orb set up as well here. And it's working out very nicely indeed.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Great read. Quiet. There we go.
That's surely enough to maintain their lead here.
This is one of those rounds for Fnatic when they've made their progress back from 10-4. It's one of those where it kind of happens a lot once you finally get the relief of getting back to an even game. You take a deep breath, take your foot off the gas, and you get rounds like that where they're just peeking ops dry for kind of no reason. When they could have maybe gone for a proper setup play. It's not the end of the world. It's going to be 11-10 K27, but Fnatic have all the money.
That would actually be honestly, the most Fnatic thing to happen is they finally pull it back to 10-0 and then just lose 13-10 after all that hard work. But K27, after a long stint of losing, will bounce back and respond with one of their own. Keep that lead. 2 away now from booking their spot in the main stage, but it still feels generally like momentum is favorable towards Fnatic, even despite them being around down.
Touching distance now. A27 maintained the lead. Nice healthy buy this time. AK in the ranks as well. Double orb setup remains. And number 22, AWP looking to peek in towards B storage once again. Going for that mid control. Great flashbangs from the CTs here. No swings just yet. Player towards the sandbags. Extinguishes the Molotov. Oh. A lot of damage for his troubles here.
What a set up on Ken. That's really clean. I don't know how he's not dead yet, Casado.
What a shot that was.
You animal. He might get a little bit more behind this because, for all they know, he escaped towards Con, but he's actually stood tall in towards sandbags.
Jambo holding for that little bit of help that's starting to come through from Quinky. And there's the leg seen by Jambo. But hang on. Manze's been caught by all the utility under Ven. Jambo's going to have to make a move, and he realizes that. He drops straight down, looking to try and take the fight. Look, they are trying to creep into B off the back of this, but guess what? X5 is still there with his secondary AWP.
Money shot right there.
And he's
high
holding
pressure.
on totally fine.
He's repositioned too. Gonna have to try and clear him out. He's posted on the angle. Jambo, not an easy shot to hit, and he walks straight in towards his demise. Down he falls, and it's all on the shoulders of the captain. The IGL has to lead, and he can't. Quinky will net the shot. They go back-to-back. 12-10, 1 round away from the main event.
Yeah, this double AWP really has resuscitated them on the CT side. Looking very, very good towards this B bomb side. That kill especially, though, towards the boost position. My, oh my. You don't see many like that. Great hold. X5 just playing very disciplined CS, didn't overcommit to any angles, gave himself the advantage in every single duel there. And now 1 round away. Thing is, after that streak of rounds, Fnatic have tons of cash. But they do need 2 in a row here. Money not such a factor anymore. This comes down to the next couple of rounds where we go to overtime. Tactical timeout, last one used by Fnatic here.
Yeah, and this is where we look at factors externally, pressure and fatigue of this environment, of this stage, and the ramifications of a win or a loss. Round number 23. And since he's picked it up, X5 is looking sharp as with that orb. Don't see him too often on it, but maybe we should see a little bit more.
We need to give him a lot of credit for that. The captain said to his squad, don't worry, boys, I've got you. I'm picking up a secondary orb, and he's made a huge difference at the end of this game.
Yeah, oh, look at this.
Boost into the vent for Quinky as well. Could this be where the dream ends for Fnatic? They had it in the palm of their hand. Noise being heard as well by Jambo, working his way through middle. Quinky's not going to overpeak until a flash maybe comes through, but he's going to look for it now, and it's a perfect timing to look for it.
Here we go.
There goes Jambo. And Fnatic again, maybe feel like they need to make some pressure on toward B, at least somewhere quickly.
I think they know about 2 through A. There was 2 different sets of utility there. Fnatic's going to get up, but he'll lose his head. That's actually a taste of his own medicine. He got the guy from Sunroom earlier, and he gets caught jumping up. mibr.los start to crumble. There's 3 remaining. Jacasmo, Fear, and Khan, a trio who have worked together so often, have to find a way to pull this round back in their favor. And it looks like the B site is going to be where they want to finish. Khan, that's a nice find. X5 now has the call from the grave. Now they're starting to ramp up the pressure, and actually the spamming towards headshots, not a bad idea, but the flash misses, the bombs dropped and spilled forward. And now they start to try and capitalize. Jacasmo is so low, so Khan goes searching. And it all goes quiet as well. They're trying to get lost.
Yeah. Quinky used that smoke on sight and delayed so much time. And look at Cash, he's got them locked in. There's no way Fnatic can get out here.
They're not peeking. They're not giving them anything. This is the right way to play it. Don't give them any peeks because they're going to walk into you. The last mana Khan is a known quantity. And surely get to right he is. K27 close out the map in this series. And they book their spot into the main event. And look what it means to this side. And you've got to say, after the fumbled rounds that we've seen throughout this series, Deserve and X5 is letting them know.
No love lost between these two teams. What a series, guys. That one really had it all. And you got... Oh, dude. Ooh. Oh, damn. We had some Argy-Bargy and COD earlier. I don't know if you saw that clip.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, this one looks a bit personal, but still, what a great series. Emotional one for sure. Like we said, commiserations to Fnatic because, yeah, this was a long day, guys. I know we were having some fun with the fumble clutches and stuff like that, but it's a really high-pressure situation. Never really been done before. You do 3 best of 3s in a day. They went the whole distance, and they had it in the palm of their hand. They were so tantalizingly close. It falls apart for them. My heart bleeds for Fnatic. Like, they really have been working hard, and it's a really frustrating way. Oh my goodness, there are chairs flying around.
Oh no.
Well, look, to be fair, I don't blame them. I really, considering some of the rounds we've seen, I really don't blame them in any way, shape, or form, honestly. Because, as I said, they could have been 8-4 up at the half. They really could have. It could have been a complete opposite.
Put it this way, something tells me the handshakes might not happen.
Yeah, I think I'm right.
I think it's probably safe for everyone involved.
Let's move on.
Especially because they're behind us as well.
Don't think we need one.
Yeah, I think it's the best. But it is worth talking about as well. And maybe probably where some of the frustrations come from. Fnatic shouldn't have even gone to map number 3. They should have closed out in regulation on map number 2.
So true, dude.
How many mistakes? I mean, if you think about it, there was 5 horrifically squandered rounds there from Fnatic, which, and I said it earlier, kind of a bit tongue-in-cheek on Mirage, but they're the kind of rounds that keep you up at night.
The thing is as well, the fact they had the comeback on Cash there as well, that's going to be the most gutting way to lose it. Like, you already accepted, like, after the first half, we fumbled so many rounds, but then you had that streak, 6 in a row, got up to 12-10, you're like, okay, we can do this, we actually got it. And then it all falls apart. So, understandably frustrated there. It hurts.
I think I say it jokingly, but it is the most Fnatic thing to happen. You get 10-all.
I'm trying to be careful now. I didn't realize it'd be that intense afterwards.
And then you just lose. But, I mean, I think it is sort of where we're at right now. I mean, K27 were the favourites coming in towards this series. And it's a good effort by Fnatic. But they know, looking back at this series, they were their own worst enemy.
It's a shame as well because, as I say, they'll look back on it and say it's an opportunity that's gone a begging. They've had a decent run, genuinely, Fnatic. Beat Heroic, of course. Jacasmo went crazy in that second map against Heroic to get them into this round of 8, give them a chance to maybe make it through. But I mean, right now I'm looking behind me and I'm seeing heads in hands, I'm afraid, still, even like a good minute or two after the game's ended. And you know what? I can't blame them. This was a massive opportunity that's gone a begging, but I've got to give credit to K27. They never gave up. They might have been presented with opportunities, don't get me wrong, but the quality of that core, Cashlid, Casado, Quinky, the secondary AWP decision from X5, that made such a huge decision at the end of the game, and it made a huge difference too.
And even not go Clax, right? Very underwhelming map number 1, but map number 2, he stepped up, and it was integral to some of the rounds that they won. So this is a team that, for us who have been involved in the Tier 2 for a while, we have been huge fans of. We have sung the praises of these individuals, of these players, for just how good they can be. And actually, we've said it kind of time and time again, a lot of these guys, at least like 3 of this team, feel like they deserve it of playing regular Tier 1 Counter-Strike. And I think with performances like this, and the ability to sort of dig deep and find a second wind and find yourself back in towards games when you're on the brink of death, that is the difference between an upper echelon Tier 2, Tier 1.5 side and a team that maybe deserves a little bit higher.
Indeed, and of course they keep their 100% cash record intact as well.
5 and they've scalped 5 big teams.
Dude, their cash is really, really good.
I like the flashes in particular. Yes. Like the layered ones, that one on Forklift was a stunner, wasn't it? Like to deny
and they had so many little nice moves as well,
gimmicks.
like so many tricks I wasn't even aware of. I watched a lot of YouTube content about cash. There's so many little moves and ideas that I didn't even know were possible. So yeah, they really have been grinding. Impressive to watch. It's a deserved victory. And yeah, just a long day. It's got to feel so good on one side of the server and so heartbreaking on the other. Damn, I'm glad we're not doing losers interviews.
Oh yeah, man, I think it would be a rough one. I think heartbreaking is probably the best way you could possibly put it. I mean, I cannot imagine. I've been sort of saying it a bit tongue-in-cheek, but like how you actually sleep after that, because you know it was within your grasp and you let it slip.
Let's look to the other game, Trav. Oh, we haven't got the. You got access to it?
We've got GG How.
Map number 3. I don't know what was going on, but it took like 40 minutes to start.
Yeah, I know. So they haven't finished map 3 yet.
I can have a look.
Have a little look.
Yeah, they have just started. It's 3-1 Hotu to start on towards map number 3.
Hotu definitely favourites for that, but you know, I think the GG How underdog run, I'm really on board with that at the moment. I think that'd be a great story.
Too. I do think GG How have a nice little Dust 2 up there.
They do. I've seen mini masterclasses on Dust 2.
Okay, boys, question for you here. What's been the biggest disappointment for you out of the big teams? Would it go to Heroic, BCG, Liquid?
I'd argue Liquid. Liquid should have made it through all the way. I think BCG, you can maybe make, I mean, I guess you can make it with Liquid as well, the argument of like, kind of like they're integrating new players.
Yeah.
But for Liquid, I mean, they should be good enough to be invited to the main event.
I mean, it's unfortunate with the way the bracket was drawn. Like, they didn't get the bracket that would have been ideal, but at this stage, if you want to play the main event, you have to be taking down teams in the last chance qualifier, right? That's just the way it goes. I think, though, we are ready to hand over the first ECW keys. Are you ready for that?
I am.
Okay, here we go. We can talk over this, lads. So we've got the interview coming up, but this is 100 Thieves. There's Jackson, our product manager, and the EWC keys given into main events. This is huge for 100 Thieves, right? The fact from the organization POV, they've been building this squad from the ground up. Very difficult journey in terms of VRS to even qualify for tournaments. Had some interesting results, a few lineup changes, but this is looking very promising since they had the addition of Gizmi.
Yeah, their rise was so quick, right? First tournament they played, they managed to beat NIP. And there was rusty edges, but the fact they were able to get great wins already early on in the team was a really good sign that the core at least was going well. And now, of course, bringing Gizmi in, relieving Rain of his in-game leader duties, I think that has just helped them tenfold. And look, sure, Gizmi farmed a level 10 Faceit team to get like a 3.0 rating or whatever, but he's one of the top rated players of the qualifier, and he did that against quality teams as well. Did the clutch against BCG, that's kept them in contention.
Multiple of them.
And it's got them into the main event, and there you go. A beautiful signed key there to keep the hold of.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to 100 Thieves. Shout out to Gizmi especially. A great performance in general. Hopefully they can keep it going and take some scouts in the main event as well. That would be absolutely excellent.
Don't mind. I'm just going to grab you, Jack. If you guys could just shuffle over so that we could do a little bit of an interview. Listen, Gizmi, you are the talk of the town. You come into the team, you have high expectations put on you, you're working with some really strong players, but you are somehow playing like a man possessed in this tournament. How do you feel, and how do you feel about qualifying and leading your team to victory?
Yeah, obviously feels really good. It was a really big target for us, so very happy with that. Like, I think I'm playing a bit better because it feels like home, you know, Epic LAN, the whole setup. Like, I'm feeling very activated right here, so got some nice clutches. But yeah, anyway, the team played super good. We've been working very hard in practice, and it's shown here.
Did you feel as though you could do no wrong when you won a clutch against Simple and Magisk to keep you guys in the tournament? Because that should have maybe been your exit, but you've gone much further than that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt good. It was a good clutch. Played in the chaos, which is always good at these environments, especially with some of the drums that were going on in the background. I mean, they were abusing it themselves. I think they did some like early A play like 4 times in a row, and we were getting punished by it a lot of because it was so chaotic. So yeah.
So while it reminds you of home, are you looking forward to a more controlled environment as you go forward into the main stage?
Yeah, of course. It'll be really fun playing a Tier 1 event again. Yeah, obviously we've got some very storied players here, so they're going to be super confident, and we'll be helping the younger guys as well to hopefully deliver a really good performance. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, thank you so much for your time, and congratulations once again on making it to the main stage.
Thank you.
He's a very wise young man. That gives me his name.
He is. We love him.
Yeah.
There's so much to love as well because
I love the. Sorry, the shout out Epic Land was pretty funny. That's what I was saying.
Exactly. But I was going to say, he's kind of spot on, though, because it does kind of remind us a little bit of the Epic Lands with not only the noise around, but also on top of that as well, the standing up, the shouting. It is very something that he's grown up with. I mean, Gizmy's been an integral part of like the UK sort of grassroots circuit for such a long time. His rise now to stardom, it's been quite quick. Not even that long ago, he was playing Epic Lands and dominating at them as well.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and with that Monty team, just remember the pieces he had around him. He had pieces that basically lots of people were just saying were washed. Afro was terrible in Fnatic. Of course, Bemis was out of the scene for so long. That Monty project, how he managed to raise that level of those players and the resurgence they all had was a hugely notable. And yeah, now he's got these great players around him. I think sky's the limit.
It's cool he mentioned as well that the fact that they are not abusing but aware of the fact that there are a lot of fast rounds, in this sort of environment, and you do need someone to play the Epic Land to understand how to control that and understand the potential risks there as well. So it's great to know they'll be moving on to a more traditional environment now. They've made it to the main event in terms of the VRS points available and a chance to get a huge prize pool as well. $2 million for the main event as well. So yeah, shout out to 100 Thieves and Graham Pitt as well. We know he's been cooking away, building this roster and trying to get the most
Sean
VRS
Gez
points possible. And Sean Gez, GM in FPS, I think. So that's awesome for them. Really happy to see this team do well. Like, how can you be a hater for 100 Thieves at this point? Like, so many good personalities, story players, and for now, I think we're going to jump into the Hotu game.
Oh, okay.
I think that's
right. That's deep into map 3. I think I just checked as the interview was ending. It was like 4-1 to Hotu. So,
how about that? Hello, we're straight in. We're straight in for it. And of course, for those of the uninitiated, GG How, a team with players from basically all around the planet. You've got Mini from Lebanon, you've got Bibu from Iraq, you've got Synopsy from Kosovo, Osama's from Palestine, and Tatsunito from North Macedonia. And guess what? Usually when they play online, the ping is an issue. Playing on LAN, look, they're looking fantastic here. And Hotu are an excellent team. You've got Norbert involved here, you've got Frontales on the AWP, and in this round he's trying to hold on to these retaking CTs and what is a low buy round. Mini's going to find one, I think, with Dewushka last alive, coming in from VP Prodigy. Dewushka, he will get taken down. Dewushka, of course, has been playing quite a lot in Tier 3 and has been improving a lot, but in this round, GG How are up to 5.
Yeah, this is a map in which I've seen some really, you can't touch on it. Mini has a lot of kind of favorability on towards this map. I've seen some really good performances from him.
There was
GG How love this map in particular because they're just a pugging team. They want to fight. They love a LAN environment as well. You can't touch the online environment is tough for them, but yeah, they're a really, really cool team. I like these guys. I spent a lot of time with them out in China last year, and they're just super lovely. So I'm glad to see them do really well. And also kind of for Synopsy as well, to sort of revitalize his career after the sort of death of B&E and that sort of roster.
And as well, right, I think the main thing, like, firstly, Mini, I know what you mean about the Dust 2 games. There was one game I covered where 30-node ecstatic when they were relevant back in a Star Series qualifier, I believe. The run they've had, they beat Dendelay, the Sharks team. They are a good team. They're like top 30 VRS. They beat Phantom as well, known players on that roster. If they beat Hotu as well, I would argue that's one of the tougher runs.
Yeah, it's true. No one really expected them to make it this far, even. If they're able to qualify, they've got to be probably the most unlikely team, in a sense, compared to what we've seen.
Synopsy is the in-game leader for GG How. I believe Cadio is the in-game leader for Hotu.
Yes.
Bibu.
But Norbert does a lot of the mid-rounding.
He does, yeah. He's we love a bit of Norbert.
He's kind of the captain, as much as, like, they listen to Cadio. It is, Norbert is...
We love a bit of Norbert content.
Exactly, my king.
Mizu course, has also been a long-term servant of this Hotu project. He's pretty much been here since day one. The first ever Hotu project he was a part of was 4 completely separate players. And he's been a constant and a consistent constant as well in terms of his ability. Tatsunito will hold on to Kadia, working his way up short. Good work from him, of course, of Apex fame and Blue Jays back in the day. And that North Macedonian roster.
That's of course. Sort of notorious in a way, wasn't it? When they beat Eternal Fire.
It was the Eternal Fire win.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
On Dust 2, funny enough. That was actually the big one that sort of sprung that whole team to fame. I'm trying to think who else. We had Aid Kit was playing on that team, I'm pretty sure at the time.
Yeah, we had, is it Danny?
Yeah.
That did Dan won. Yeah. There was one more. Right.
Kixan, wasn't it?
I probably would have been Kixan, honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
And they're in the lead right now, and they're looking the better of the two teams, it has to be said. What a moment this would be for them. We mentioned Dust 2 is a map that both play, but, you know, GG How, even though they do love playing it, they just haven't won many recently. So if they're able to take one of Hotu's favoured maps away from them, that would be truly stunning. Of course, both on win streaks to get here. Hotu beat Inner Circle and 9, and Gen 1, deserves to be said. Not an easy run, but they're not there. GG How will be a tough test.
It's low buy as well in this round for Hotu, so expectations that GG How should be getting a 7th, guaranteeing that lead on the CT side. Swing and a miss from Dushka. Castanito a little late, but he'll get it nonetheless. The transfer isn't quite there for Bibu, and actually, Cadio going to find a really important kill to start running through mids, and Nopsy head on a swivel as he snaps back, leaving it all on Frontales, who will get an important kill that allows him a plant.
Yeah, he's planting on the corner of the site. It's a very open plant on the little ledge there. And Frontales, great with the AWP. That is his primary weapon, but great with the rifle as well. Mini, he's heard trampling in. Immediate headshot. Beautiful from Frontales. Can Asamus find this trade?
Oh!
No, he cannot. Okay, Frontales, there it is. And the AWP for free to pick up as well. That is a kickstart Hotu might have needed.
What a round that was. What a clutch.
Wow.
I like the way you noted the plant as well, allowing him to get to Expo, the big box real quickly at that stage as well, setting himself up nicely. This was a difficult round for them to pick up as well. Finding the AK-47. It looked like the CTs had done enough, but Frontales, ice cold in the 2 versus 1.
Look, it might be pronounced Frontales. I don't know for certain. I've never interviewed him, but Frontales just sounds cooler.
Rolls off the tongue better.
Frontales.
Wow. What a round to pick up there.
Especially considering the buy.
Yeah, Tech 9s. CT's looking to respond here, trying to find a bit of intel in towards the upper B tunnels. Trying to block that into B smoke. It's actually done a very good job there off your head, son.
It's a big gap, yeah.
Up there in the back post. Peter Crouch, yes.
So, if you're just joining us, this is the final game of the last chance qualifier. Final map. 3 out of 4 teams have been found. GG How or Hotu.
The last team.
Absolute last team. Last chance and last map.
Good work from Norbert. One of the things I've seen when I've been covering Hotu recently in some big qualifiers is how good he's been in anchor positions. But you know what? A lot of credit does deserve to go to Dewushka as well. This is really his biggest tournament of his career, without a shadow of a doubt. He is a more unknown prospect coming in from originally the VP Academy team. Played in Incilio for a while in Tier 3. Even played on that Bebop mix for a very long period of time in those Tier 3 games in CCT.
Qualifier demons, Bebop. I remember. They were the fear of a lot of teams. Oh my god, Frontales. He's actually very lucky to stay alive. Not that this round really feels like it has legs behind it. 2 versus 5, they feel tempted to give this one a look in, which kind of feels baffling. It doesn't really... Yeah, I'm going to say, you know, they're just flying towards the fights to try and see it off in the 2 versus 5. They couldn't get anything out of it. And, well, with that being said, an even half here as well.
We're no closer to figuring out our final team, and it's so crazy, isn't it? Just looking at the list of teams that are getting close and who have already qualified. In the playoffs, we kind of got everyone we wanted. We've got our bigs, we got our liquids, our heroics, the BCG, the OG, the 100 Thieves. At the moment, the list of teams that have qualified, K27, 100 Thieves, Big, and now one of GG How or Hotu. I would say 2 expected, 1 dark horse, and 1 relative underdog, I think.
Yeah, 1 polar bear in Arlington right here. Like, this is definitely a bit more of a rogue one compared to some of the other teams present, but this is the beauty of open qualifiers. You can make a good run, and it can, as Henry, we've been sort of building up this whole time, it can change your life and your career.
Definitely can. This level of play at EWC is absolutely massive. The prize pool, the BRS points, really can change a lot.
They've got a plant here, GG Hal. Samus will hop away. Having the best of maps, unfortunately. This would be a crazy 3v4 to win to really get them started in the second half. Bibu takes a goosh, but it's a fake goosh, really. It only takes a little bit of damage. And Samus on the hop-up, he finds the second headshot. I mentioned he could activate. Kadeo, the captain, now needs to deliver, but Bibu will get it over the line, and the boys are getting loud.
That's big. That's a huge round. And Samus, you are so lucky. What a shot for him to hit in the air. What a round to convert. 3 versus 4 as he touched on. And man, that'll open things up for GG Hal. I've, again, caught this GG Hal side a lot, especially on LAN out in China. And Henry, they were present with us in Mongolia as well.
That's true, yeah. Different lineup then.
Yeah, underperformed a bit as well. Yeah, they had a Boros.
Boros was there. Yeah. I remember that. I think he turned up with no kit, no hardware or suitcase, and he had to buy gear when he was there.
And
somehow that sounds like Boris to me.
Yeah, no, it does, right?
I forgot his name now as well. Who was Higella that team? He used to play for OG, bit of a legend from that region as well. Oh, I was going to know. Issa. There
That's
we
it.
go. Issa
Yeah,
was Higelling. Yeah.
Good shout, Trav.
Yeah, I'm glad my brain still works this late into the evening.
Mine is fried.
Not many of them are.
Mine is fried.
Everyone is fried. So, all right. Looking like a clean conversion here in round number 2. Nothing to really write home about. This was the eco. Presumably
we had as well.
Clean sweep here.
Easy for Satsunito.
Lovely money in the back pocket. That's just what you want. An inexpensive round, but on the flip side as well, a good sort of cash grab with the Mac 10s. And no one falls, which is just the cherry on top as well, 8-6. But yeah, what I was touching on with this GG Hal side, having caught them a couple of times on LAN, their T sides where they do their best work. Despite maybe like statistically online, it might look the other way. They just love swinging. They love fighting. They love using the LAN environment to their advantage. And they were sort of, you know, grown up in the LAN cafe environment. Yeah. And that's where they do their best work. And that's what slightly worries me about Hotu. This gun round falls flat. GG Hal on a bonus bike and really start pulling away.
Yeah. Satsunito, without a doubt, the player with the most probably name value on this team alongside Synopsy. You know, Synopsy obviously from B&E, and Satsunito with multiple different projects in Tier 3, Tier 2. Made a big move with Apex, of course, but a lot with them. Played for BCG for a little while as well. Mizu trying to hold on. Oh, it's a lovely bit of help from Dewushka. And they bounce off each other's contact very nicely. Synopsy and Mini now don't really have much to do because Norbert is pushed all the way through. And guess what? He won't overstep. He'll get his one. He'll fall away. And Mini is left trying to fight all in his lonesome through middle. Looks like the hit back here from Hotu will be immediate.
They're not giving him anything as well. They're waiting for Mizu to take first contact while Norbert sets up that move. Attention drawn. Immediate playoff contact. 1 round game. 3 staying alive as well to make sure that bonus buy isn't that expensive.
Kind of sad now to see the whole area empty. Just 2 teams remaining.
Yeah.
We've lost that energy.
Earlier we had Rocket League as well. So Rocket League kind of padded the numbers when it's even like less teams, but they're also finished too.
Yeah, we've whittled it all down now from what was
2 teams remain.
64 teams. We've got 2 left on stage. What is it? A crazy event we've got here. Probably one of the most unique events of the calendar year. Maybe at least the entirety of CS2.
I'm almost certain it will come back after what a roaring success.
Oh yeah, I mean,
it's been so much fun.
I'm gonna make more posts about this as the days go on after the event. But just a shout out to all the admins, everyone involved with the stage setup, everything that you can just think of. Every unsung hero behind the scenes has done a sterling job here.
Totally true. Just leaves us with one last thing to do here. Close out Dust 2. Unclear who will be taking the last key into the main event here at EWC. CT's fighting back after losing the pistol. Got themselves an AK in their ranks. Rotale's back on the AWP. Watching towards middle. Just to note, the bombs in B tunnels here, so B split looking very likely, especially with the kill through the smoke towards the back platform. Hate to see that. That hurts. So yeah, you're almost certainly going to continue with the B split here. It's down to Mini though. If he gets taken down by the AWP, the round is back on.
Whoever peaks first dies here from the 2 AWPers. both holding for each other. It's just about playing
Contact
patience.
play. Here we go.
Dwushka in position. Oh, he'd have loved that second. Would have made a big difference, but Satsunito does well to pile his way through for that trade, as you say. And unless Frontales goes for a crazy move, which I doubt, unless the utility gets a kill, it's just not going to happen. And look at Mini, he's still set up in mid to wait for that fallback. And now they realize what's going on. Hotu know, with the B-bomb site lost, they're going to have to fall away, keep the 2 M4s, keep the util as well, it has to be said. Diffuse kits and AWP. GG How are going to be up to 9. What a story it would be for these boys if they're able to qualify. Like I kind of said that this is more of the underdog match here.
Yeah.
I would like to say is Norbert. Hang on.
Oh, hello.
He's got one freebie here. I'll get back to my point in a moment. Could get 2 players off the clock. He'll go down. That's decent damage. He'll take that.
True. Medic's expensive.
But yeah, I will say I think I've done Hotu a little bit of a disservice. I think they deserve to be in the dark horse category rather than an underdog category. GG How are definitely a wild one.
Could you guys give me a little bit of lore behind Hotu? Has it been a team that's been around for a while?
They played in Pro League, I think.
Yeah.
I would say for Hotu generally, it was kind of like the kind of core around this team.
I do remember the Pro League. Now they had a pretty cool run there, didn't they? Took a big scout. That's right.
It was just like a tier 2 team that we would cast a lot in like a lot of the online tournaments. But then they made some kind of striking
when they actually have a chance at going to a LAN, they actually
and they brought Norbert in towards this team, and of course, not to mention the coach behind them, a legend Mo, right? So they've got a lot of sort of experience there, but they're a really cool team, and I think it feels like really since Norbert's joined this roster, they've gained a lot of like notability, but they've always been a really scary team. They're just on the precipice of being like a top-end tier 2, tier 1.5 team.
Yeah.
But
I'll get back to my point in a moment because I think we've got a bit of a round on our hands here with Dwushka with this AK. He hasn't got armor, but he's picked up that kit. And GG How across onto the site safely. That kill from Mini should assist it, but look at Mizu. Look at Mizu flanking in from long with the 5-7. It's going to be checked by Synopsy, but not properly. He runs back. That causes Mizu to stall. And Frontales can still make a move with that up, without a shadow of a doubt. But he'll go down. Now the 5-7 has to do it all. Open in the middle of the ramp for Mini, and he'll get the headshot nicely. And yeah, just more good work from GG How. Hotu recently, we mentioned some of their results, right? They played the Star Series qualifier. The only reason they didn't qualify with that main Star Series event is because they met Aurora in the final game. They beat Astralis and Heroic in that qualifier to get close to making the main event.
they play great Counter-Strike, especially on LAN. Obviously, they're slightly hindered by ping online in a very similar way to GG How, but yeah, they play some really nice CS when they get going. GG How, though, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. What a story it would be for GG How.
Would be stunning. As I said, it's players as well that just haven't really had a chance to play big events. Sure, you mentioned some of the ones in Asia. It's kind of the only region they can kind of access it maybe a little bit easier. And look, this is a wonderful chance for them. Players that have, some of them been journeymen, and some of them have been held back by, of course, where they're from. That's not their fault. It would be something special if they're able to make it. They're 3 ahead and 3 away right now.
I've got some funny memories with GG How as a team as well. I remember when I was flying out to join Henry in Mongolia from China at a 6-hour minibus ride with the whole team, and I sat on the floor the whole way with Boros. So I had Asamas to my left.
What a time that is.
I had Mini to my right, I had Isra in front of me, and Boros, we were feet tangled. So we were sitting on the floor of this minibus. It was great.
What a cursed event that was.
Cadio from the ramp is trying to make this one not a cursed round for his team, and he will manage to find Bibu. And Frontales took Tatsunito in the meantime. It's a great shot for Mini, however, almost it's that flick. The Mini versus Frontales duel is going crazy right now. Synopsy and Asamas 2v3. Asamas is going to move his way forward, but it's a great clear from Cadio. Now Synopsy, the captain, has to do it all by himself. Frontales has got the op. This is not an angle that's easy.
The bullets.
Out of bullet. He has to go to the Glock, but the USP will get it done. Only just Hotu will cling on.
My, oh my, Frontales stepping up once again, 16 and 9 now. And that's a very different round if he has maybe 5 more bullets left in the AK-47. He'll have more than enough time to get that final kill. That's so unfortunate. Tantalizingly close. We've said that a lot today. To reiterate, if you're just joining us here, like these guys have played 3 best-of-3s today. To qualify the main event, you have to win 3 in a row. Mental fatigue, stress, everything compounding at this stage.
Yeah, and it deserves to be said as well for GG How. It's not even like they've had much of a break. It was a 2-1 versus Dendelay and a 2-1 versus Phantom.
So they're on 9. This is map 9.
This is map 9, baby.
Dude, it is a 9-mapper. Wow.
If ever there's a team I said could probably handle it, though, it might be GG How.
Yeah.
But
yeah. They're grinders.
At least Hotu won 2-0 against 9.
Yes.
They had a little break. But then they did have a 3-mapper against Inner Circle, which I think had an overtime in there as well, right? Oh, no, it had a 13-10 and a 13-11.
There you go. I think everyone involved in the product right now is on their last legs. I'm trying to move around every single given second because my legs are dead.
Moment, yeah. All of us running on fumes.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're here for the love of the game, baby. And what is an insane LCQ. We might be nearing the end of it now.
Oh, missed little smoke there. See if it comes back to horn them. They're actually going for a B execution with those things here. We have got Asamus towards top mid. Blocked off by the util, though. Might reconsider their options. Oh, very aware. Frontales just locked in right now. Can do no wrong. This is the full investment, by the way. So, see whether the Deagles, the Galils, can work this one out. Many on the Desert Eagle. 3 players in towards lower. What have they got left? A couple of smokes, a few flashes, a Molotov. No real map control to speak of as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue.
Has to be that B split, I suppose. Mizu like baited in like this. I don't think they check it.
Yeah, Jarushka's doing a good job of just taking the attention away at the moment. The resmoke is going to be really nice. And Mizu plays right behind this one. He could be going straight towards it. I remember a Stewie 2K play like this back in the day.
Yeah, right.
Darushka will help out in the end. That was a 6K.
Yeah,
Stewie,
I was commentating that. And I said,
remember.
Stewie 6K.
Yeah, I remember. I can hear your roar like it was yesterday, mate.
Oh, that was a while ago, huh?
Yeah.
Different times.
Mini all alone.
1-round game and flawlessly done by Hotu.
They won't go away easily, will Hotu.
Big round to pick up. That should tie things up at this stage. That was a full investment there. No bomb plan. Really well played. Well read. Getting those sound cues on the utility being deployed. Get yourself up to the smoke. Beautifully done. Cleaned up by Norbert there. Yeah, almost certainly going to be 10-10 here. Nothing purchased into round number 20.
And talking about pressure and fatigue over the course of the day, I mean, we mentioned it for Fnatic and K27 because they're, it's a young team, both sides, and different sort of storylines and paths for those two rosters. For GG How, I mean, there are seldom opportunities like this for them. Very, very seldom, and very few than to make such a huge event like this. Playing against some of the best teams in the world. Can you imagine GG How versus Vitality in the first round? Sign me up for that. That would be quality. Frontales.
Mindy's going to show Zywoo how to play Dust too, I'll tell you that.
It should be an easy clear up here, and it is. Frontales finds himself 3 in the end, up to 20 and 9. 10-10 will be inbound.
This game going the distance after the marathon that we've had as well. Still feels like a lot of life in it, but as it gets tied up, you'd assume quite a bit of momentum favorable for Hotu at the moment, just because they've got way more cash to fall back on. So much pressure on this buy coming out for GG How. You let this one slip and actually allows really Hotu to make a run for map point.
Tactical timeout, second one used by GG How here. These two teams have been neck and neck pretty much throughout this series. Finished the first half 6-6, and it's been trading blows.
Yeah.
Worth mentioning as well for GG How, I think it sort of went under the radar for a while, but they're coached by Mither.
Yeah.
Right, so, and it's quite a good guy to have in terms of experience. I think that was something that GG How always needed. They've got the individuals. They're mechanically sharp enough. They just needed
a bit of experience.
Yeah, exactly.
A calming presence.
Yeah.
They've always been quite an erratic team, I would say.
It reminds me, honestly, about when Devilwalk went to B&E.
Yeah.
In
Okay,
the
that's-
same way.
yeah, nice.
I think it's a very, very comparative kind of coach pickup, right? Because they obviously all had the mechanics already. They just needed a bit more depth in terms of their calling. And, funny enough, of course, Synopsy is part of both of them.
Yeah, there you go. And of course, it's same for both sides in a way, right? I mean, for Hotu, having Mo in the coach role, of course, as well. He is a major winner. Noahs will remember that overpass versus Astralis, where he schooled Device and overpass at the PGL Krakow Major, which, of course, kind of broke that streak of wins for Astralis. Got Gambit to the finish line, beating Immortals in that grand final, getting Zeus and Doja and Hobbit and the boys their major. Now coaching this Hotu project.
Technical pause.
Not like this, not now.
Yeah, so it's getting late. These boys have been on the server all day. Let's try and get this sorted as quickly as possible. We're going to have more ceremonies after this as well. We already gave 100 Thieves their keys, their EWC entry to the main event. And yeah, we're doing that, of course, with the other lads as well. Will it be GG How or Hotu? That is the question, though. We're all tied up. Technical pause for now. Long old day as they enter map number 9.
Yeah,
and
we've reached bathroom break on the desk as well.
Understandable. It's been a long one here.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Okay, here we go then.
10-10, business end. Again, tech pause resolved very quickly, it has to be said. That wasn't a bad one at all.
Boosting in towards lower. AWP. Momentum on the Hotu side of the server, has to be said. GG How reinvesting into this one. Not a great buy. Mini's down to a little. No orb available, which can be quite detrimental on Dust too. Frontales playing on a bit of a clinic so far. 20-9.
Yep. Anyone's qualification from here. Norbert has been incredibly solid in all these anchor positions, and I like this. It's the spam of the smoke with the M4A4. Maybe moving in dry is a bit more unadvised, though. And Samus will punish him. Only is Samus' 5th kill of the game, it has to be said. One of the things that I think I sort of associate with Samus is that maybe he's not the best player in the world in terms of like consistent numbers, but he can get you critical kills in critical moments where necessary, and that could be a very important opening.
See whether this is going to be enough for them. Who will take the lead next? It's unclear. Back and forth we go, but it will be GG How finding the man advantage. 4 versus 2. Bibu in towards CT spawn as well. Surely that's it. I don't see an access point here. You're better off saving the AK-47s. Mizu doesn't seem to think so, though. Down he goes. Had a look around CT spawn. Bibu from way downtown doing some damage, getting the information. And it's going to be the 11th round on the board. A very successful one there from GG How as well. Now they do have the AWP. Yeah. AKs across the board. But the money's still very strong for Hotu. Looking to hold on to an AK here, if possible. Spotted and will be hunted here.
He does have money, but of course, even if he dies, he can't rebuy that AK.
Yep.
No, he definitely can't. So they can rebuy in here, Hotu, but it'll be GG How back in the lead at 11-10, as you can see. Synopsy giving his mate, Samus, a bit of a pat on the shoulder there. Rough game, but as I said, doesn't matter if you're going 4-15 or whatever over the course of a match. If you get one important kill in an important moment that gets your team the win, you can just say, boys, I've done my job. I've got you over the line. And they're just 2 away now. What would be a magical qualification for them. It's like they're already posturing very quickly in toward tunnels. Mizu on the line, trying to get Mini set up as well. They're going to walk forward, I think, here through the volley. Oh, the fact they've gone 2 for 1 is really nice. Look at the damage that Bibu and Satsunito took.
Yeah, dude, they completely lined up for the M4 there. They were lucky to get away with that one, but this looks like series point trap. I think we might have made it. They have to say the money's going to be busted if they go for any sort of retake. They just have to turtle up now and hold on to the AWP and the M4s. They've got a plethora of utilities, so even though the money's low, they need to save everything they can. They cannot justify going for this one at all. And off they go. Great stuff. GG How. Get away with murder there, has to be said. All lined up. Could have gone either way. But it will be the AKs prevailing after taking a boatload of damage.
I'm back.
Oh, you're so back. So, if you missed it, they're 1 round away.
Yeah.
From being the last team to qualify. The EWC main event starting in a couple of days.
You
can hear them shouting behind us as well. They know how close they are.
And the beauty of an empty land hall is we can really hear them.
Indeed. We see some great progress from Hotu in Tier 3, Tier 2 Counter-Strike recently. They've beaten some quality teams. They've beaten the likes of a Heroic, beaten Astralis, did fall to Aurora in the end in that qualification for Star Series. But this would be a bit of a failure on their part, I think, knowing the draw they got in the end, knowing it was GG How. They would have felt like they were the favourites here. Not the case, maybe. GG How will make a crazy run happen. And this is it. What's a call for GG How in this moment to get the qualification over the line?
Sure, Molly. Number towards Shaw. Kept it nice and slow to start. Overextensions, no freebies gifted over, but there might be one here from Thales. Boosted with the orb, Bibu. An easy kill to proceed with a numbers advantage for the CT side, trying to stay alive on the cross. Norbert can't quite convert in his attempts, and with that, it might just cost Calio his life. And it will. He now has to call from the grave. This will change things, but Norbert will make up for it. At range, finds Synopsy, who also himself now has to call.
Oh my word. They got an afterplant. This is the opportunity you want. I know it might be a 3v4, but getting an afterplant in this position, you'll know you have an opportunity to get this one over the line. Lovely shot from Mini. Is this it? Norbert will find Asamus. Mini needs more, though. This is not an easy angle with that orb. Only a pixel to aim at. He's down to 37 HP. It's a great tag, but he is baiting in Satsunito. Can Satsunito be the hero here? They're not looking for him whatsoever. How long does he wait before he peeks Norbert? 3, 2, 1. Oh, but can he get the defuse in time? He cannot. Oh my word, just in the nick of time. You can see Norbert hand on his head, only just gets us to round 24.
That swing by Darushka, by the way, saves the round for them. Him basically just being cannon fodder to die, draws the crosshair off. Satsunito denying the defuse, and that late in towards the timer. My God, is that close, but we go to the full 24, 12-11.
Aye, aye, aye.
If we weren't tired enough.
Well, it doesn't get much closer than that. One frag away. Milliseconds again on the defuse. Felt like they did enough there when they got towards that A bomb site. That wasn't meant to be. Do we go overtime again, boys? We've had so many today. Long spawn. One of the staples of Dust 2. Not many maps are spawn dependent. Dropping a lot of utility here. They've made the call. They're just going to fully send it. CT's already dropping back towards a car. Going to have to reclaim territory here. They're feeling like an actual long take will be coming through, and I can confirm it will be. All 5 members of GG How preparing themselves for the A take. Can't waste too much time here. You don't know if the backstabs are coming through. CTs will be starved of information. They'll go hunting for it now. Defensive CT smoke actually misses there. Huge gap.
Mini can just stay posted. He doesn't really need to move. His whole job is holding for that swing on towards backside.
There's still a lot of utility though. You can see Hotu are juggling it in CT spawn at the moment, but it looks like GG How, and fair play to them. It's what I kind of suggest in moments like this. They're going to keep it simple. Norbert flashed in, but it's another big kill from Asamus. Frontales is in the open here and doesn't want to go for the full committal on that fight. They're trying to make their way up the ramp. The Incendiary doesn't block off the entirety of that ramp. Kadeo only gets one. Look at the move from Satsunito. He's got himself one. There's Asamus as well, and look at Frontales. He's pinned in CT. Bomb plot will come through, 4v2. The only thing that Frontales and Mizu have left is a reroute towards short.
You got 2 flashes and 1 kit. It's basically all on Frontales here.
It really is.
He's a masterful map, right? But this is surely such a big ask in a 2 versus 4. Do they have anything left in the tank to try and recover this? With this map looking like it's on its last legs. In comes that first flash. A laboured spray as well, missed opportunity, but Mizu makes up for it. Bibu drops, so does Mini. They've got to play the clock though, and they do. Asamus open this round that he might just close it. Frontales as Deagle misses, and that is time gone. GG How, 13-11, are our 4th and final team to qualify to the EWC main event, and what a result, and what it means you can see to this side.
Incredible.
So unlikely, so few people would have predicted them. What a story.
And look at Hotu. You can totally understand their feelings right now because they would have seen their draw. They would have seen it was GG How. They would have got thank their lucky stars maybe that is a draw that favors them. But would you believe it? GG How have made it.
Yeah, what a run as well. The last team to make it through. Third map. 9th map of the day as well. They hold their nerve. They get it over the line. It wasn't clean, but my God, it was entertaining. A great underdog story here. And I can't wait to see what they can do in the main event, boys.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, it's a fantastic story for these guys. I mean, of course, here's the handshakes.
The governor behind them.
Peaky Blinders extra myth.
Yeah, Peaky Blinders extra. Look,
even Tommy Shelby.
There are so many moves that this team has made over the years. Of course, they're from all 5 different nations as well. Like, we see them play online, but it's difficult for them to play online because of ping difference sometimes. Then they get a chance on LAN, they often improve, and they so seldom get opportunities at big main events like this. As you mentioned, they've played big events in Asia, big high prize pool lands, but they don't have all the best players in the world.
The regional
EWC,
events.
exactly,
Yeah.
EWC does, and this is a huge step for them.
I like the fact you mentioned the LAN Cafe Demons as well. I feel like that's perfect. Like, this is the perfect environment for them, and the fact they managed to grind all the way through. I'm sure they're no strangers to playing a lot of maps in a day of CS. Like, they probably got online grinding all the time. 9 maps here, all right down to the wire. And yeah, it's a huge relief for the squad. And I wasn't aware that Mytha was their coach now as well. That's pretty cool to see him back.
And it really feels like he's added a lot towards the team because they always had a ceiling above them. Even like last year at the Asian Champions League, which basically was the EWC qualifier for the region, they fell flat in the main event. They were really good when it was in the closed qualifier stage, but when it came against some of the big guns like your FlyQuest of the world, your Tylus, they really couldn't level up against them. But now we're seeing it here. This Hotu's had a no joke. We've seen the amount of teams they scalped recently. That's a really impressive result.
Trav, how much of a disappointment for Hotu is this? You said they're the favourites coming into this one. How much of the favourites were they?
As I said before, there's a difference in like where I'd rank these two teams. I would say Hotu, one of those dark horses. GG How are a big underdog.
Yep.
And Hotu, with the results they've been able to get online, with the progress they've made in qualifiers, beating the likes of Heroic, beating the likes of Astralis, I've seen the quality this team possesses, and they have played big events before. They've played the Pro Leagues. They've played some of these, IEMs they've had a chance at. And look, this is one that's got away, and they know it as well. Because look, another one of their runs that they were trying to make the Cologne Major, they failed in. They played so many of those local tournaments in Portugal, as an example. I think like at least 3 of them.
Even a few domestically as well.
Even domestically as well. They even played like a LAN in Kazakhstan just to get any points they could possibly get. And that was one they could just farm local teams basically. They didn't make Cologne. This was a big event for them in the run, not just toward EWC but to Singapore as well, and they failed, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and it's that kind of the beauty, I think, really, when you see GG How as a whole. Like, they are LAN demons. They don't thrive in online, spaces because they need the pressure of a stage. They need the environment around them. They want to be sitting next to each other because I think they seep off each other's energy. And I've touched this a few points with this team. It's also a blessing and a curse. And I think it's very, very similar to use the example of B&E here, right? For B&E, when things were going bad, things went really bad because they would all kind of sort of go into a bit of a rut, but when things go well, when they get fired up, when they get ramped up and they're next to each other getting loud and getting proud, that's where they do their best work. And it's why pickups like Synopsy, I think, was such a fantastic addition towards this team. He knows what kind of squad they are. They're plucky underdogs who are mechanically unbelievably skilled, but they don't really thrive when they don't have the pressure. And now here they are.
So we have found our 4 teams, lads. It's all over. How are you feeling?
It's quite sad. It's been such a cool event to be a part of. You really so rarely get it. And, for me, like one of my first ever events I ever worked was an Epic Land. So it is really like
a bit nostalgic.
It is nostalgic in a way. And, I've done so many Insomnias as well, another UK CS. And this actually really does remind me of an Insomnia in that way, where it is like the LAN hall. And yeah, I mean, it's been a great event, and I hope it's the first of many.
Well, we should give out some more keys, I reckon. So just to reiterate, we've got 100 Thieves already given them their key. We've got Big, K27, and now GG How. Like you said, 2 names we probably expected to be there. Some huge disappointments along the way, but yeah, the fact we've got K27, GG How, this is what it's all about. We wanted to see some underdogs make it through, right?
It's the beauty of it. And now the question is, what can they do in the main event? Obviously, they're going to be massive underdogs there, but just imagine what it would mean for not only his team in terms of themselves, but what it actually means to the VRS if they can actually get wins.
Let's hand Big their EWC keys. We're allowed to talk over this, boys. It's all right. We're going to wait till Yumi comes in. There's Jackson again, product manager.
And there is the highest rated player in the LCQ, I'm pretty sure. If you don't count Doc, I think he got eliminated
early. Doesn't matter.
I'm pretty sure Grix is the main man in the entire LCQ. And of course, Big, they had a decent run in Cologne. Maybe they would have loved to have made the stage, sure, in their home event. But look, they've come back after their little bit of a break. I think they played XC Pro League, but they didn't really play much after that. Didn't grind anything online. Kept their VRS intact. They've come here, and they've held up their end of the bargain.
Yeah, and this team has made some really good roster moves as well to sort of continue pushing into this international variation of Big, and Blame and Grix have been fantastic.
It seemed necessity, right? They had to make these changes. They had to start doing something with the organization. Tabson's career felt like it was being thrown away, then 8 years now into this squad, and now they're actually reaping the benefits, actually getting some good results, making it to the majors again, and now the main event at EWC.
And I also love that we've kind of got a bit of a bounce back from somebody like a Favin, right? I think Favin was forgotten about so many times, but I really think he offers a lot.
Let's hear from the boys down on the show floor. We've got Yumi there, who will be interviewing, I assume, Tabson at this stage.
So we have a big qualifying through to EWC, and in the main stage of the tournament. Grix, you were unbelievable, it seemed, for this qualifier. You didn't necessarily always have to play the toughest teams, but what do you think has clicked for you coming into this LAN?
I don't know, actually. I mean, we just prepared good, and I think we deserve it in the way how we communicate, how we played, and as well we came, it's the start of the season, we came, everyone after vacation, we were reflexed, we refreshed fully, and we just want to grind. We want to play constantly tier 1 events all the time, and this is our goal for this event. That's why we just want to grab this opportunity.
You had one map where you dropped and you didn't seem to really click in that game. Is there anybody, or is there anything about that game that you thought went wrong for you, or is it just something that the team experienced?
I think I just was a little bit out of energy, because it was the 6th map of the day, without any breaks and so on. But after this, we just went outside. Guys as well, they hyped me up, and we refreshed. I mean, I refreshed, and we just continued to play.
Well, I can only hope that you keep your form and that the team feels as good as they do in this stage, in the next. Is there anybody that you're interested in playing against, whether that's like an NIP or an M80 in that next stage? Do you think you should really punish them?
I just understand that I want to play against the best teams in the world, and for me, it doesn't matter against whom we're gonna play. Will we face Vitality, Falcons, or someone lower level? I just want to play against everyone and win every game.
Well, you're proving yourself at the moment, so I can only hope that continues. Congratulations again. Hope you have a really good time in the next stage. Cheers.
As I said earlier, difficult to be a hater of Big. Such friendly characters, they grind hard, they're really working at it, and the organization as well. Stuck with CS for so long at this point. Sure, they tried to make the German approach to it work, didn't quite work out for them in that sense, but the fact they're finding success now, like I said, attending the majors once more, and now EWC main event, it warms your heart.
Yeah, I think for me, now picked up on Favin. For me, he's one of the most underrated riflers in what is quite a long career at this point.
Yeah.
He's always getting the dirty kills, the ones in the mid round, the clawback rounds, and I think he's been such an important factor for the resurgence. Obviously, Blame F being the main one, but I like picking up on the players that maybe aren't spoken about as much, and Favin for me is one of those guys.
I think, essentially what he does is he does the dirty work, and you need somebody to get down in the mud and bare knuckle brawl, and that's what he's beautiful at. I think he's so good at anchoring, he's so reliable. On the T sides, the supporting elements being great, and I'm glad that he has had this revitalization in his career, because he deserves to be at these top events. And I think so many times he was used as a scapegoat for teams that weren't doing well. They would just get rid of him first, and then the teams would get worse afterwards because they don't realize how good he actually is.
And he had lots of illnesses as well. He was in and out of Big so many times due to illness or a sickness or some kind of reason, and finally they've got something that's worked and they're stuck with it.
2 more keys to go, boys, but let's have a look at the bracket for now. Let's see how we got there, and it's been a great tournament. A lot of Counter-Strike. It's difficult to keep track of. We've only been showing one game at a time, of course, in the mainstream. Let's have a look, though. Oh, the one, the Fnatic one, I forgot about that. That's the most.
How
That was
can
most
you forget about that?
That was the most heartbreaking one.
Fnatic won't be forgetting about that for about
I
next
know,
month, I
dude.
think.
Such a shame.
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
Trying not to be a hater of them at all. Like we said, it's such a long day, and they were playing such great CS throughout the tournament. They're looking like they were going to make it. Probably should have made it on the second map of Mirage as well. Real commiserations to them. Like that's a tough loss.
Yeah, it really is. And you look at some of these teams who kind of dropped out. I thought, you know, where you get BCG right at the start of the day, they were, when we kind of started them off on the stream, we were saying, right, BCG, the expectation is make it all the way and do it cleanly at that. And they got the hardest out of the bracket, and then they fell short.
Trav, a team I wasn't really familiar with, K27 coming into this one. You always were singing their praises. They made it all the way through. Surprise for you, or you thought low-key they could always do it?
Slight surprise, but I will say is that they were definitely one of those dark horses for me.
Okay.
They've got the ability. They've played some of these, tier 1.5 teams on LAN before. They've looked really good, and the core that we've been singing the praises of, Casado and Quinky on the rifles, Cashled on the AWP. These are the guys that have been coming up and really making waves in the tier 2 space for like a good little while now. Cashled had his little period of excellence, then his little period of fall off. Now he's back to a very stable level again, and the rifles he's got around him, whether it's Clax or whether they've had to have Shalfie stand in, it shows when they've even had to use standards due to visa issues, they're still looking decent. The core is the main thing that is looking solid right now. I think X5 as a captain, I think he was really an in-game leader back when he played for K23. Funnily enough, now he's on a team called K27, and he's looking great as the captain.
Yeah, let's be gloat a lot as well. Like I said, I started the year, I put a top 5 out of like players to watch for this year. My Casado and Cashed were, I think they were 2 and 3. I think I had them. So I think I put male number 1.
There you go.
But yeah, Cashed and Casado were a part of that, and I'm really glad to see them go into a tier 1 environment now.
Well, a team I wasn't super familiar with. I'd love to learn more. Congratulations on making it to the main event, boys. Let's hear from you, Meet, down on the show floor.
So we have K27 qualifying through into the main stage of the EWC. You had a pretty rough road, it felt like, within this qualifier, especially when you got into the round of 32. You have been with the team for over 2 years now, but this version of the roster is the most successful so far. Why do you think that is?
I think we had a lot of experience, like play in the previous matchups, so all of us, our core is playing for so long, and we got a lot of chances to qualify at some tournaments like PGL Astana we did, and so we have transfer clocks, and we played not long time because we had a substitute on the previous tournament, and I don't know why is this successful, but I'm just believing in ourselves. And I'm trying my best, and so we did it.
Well, were there any positive, big, good takeaways from this stage of the tournament? Long days, 3 best of 3s. The atmosphere is a bit crazy. There's a lot of noises and things. Did you guys learn anything about this type of environment? Because this is not exactly typical for this type of tournament.
Yeah, I know. We played on the Moscow LAN 4 best of 3s in a row. And we won the tournament. So when we played today, it was not something new. We know how to play a lot of best of 3s and a lot of best of 5s as well. So we have I think only our team has experience in the so long matchups, so long matches, and I don't know.
Well, you've made it into the main stage of the tournament. The best teams in the world are there. Is there anybody in particular you're looking forward to getting a chance at?
I don't think about this team. It's Counter-Strike. Everyone can beat everyone. Maybe not Vitality, but I don't know. So we have the experience on the Tier 1 tournament on the PGL Astana. It was so bad, actually. But yes.
So you're not out for revenge. You just want to play your games as they come. Okay, well, thank you so much. Congratulations on qualifying. I hope that things go well for you in the next stage. Thank you.
Well. Yeah, great showing. Real Cinderella story here for K27. Congratulations to making it the main event. Whether they can cause a dent there is yet to be seen, but they seem like a well-rounded, skilled roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the main things as well is like, when it comes to the Nodwin games we've done when K27 were really coming through, Nodwin is a tournament that has interviews for like all the online Swiss stages. So you get to like hear a bit more from the players you wouldn't normally hear from in that sort of tier of Counter-Strike. Their English was always pretty decent. And you can kind of see that in the interview. Great interview there, has to be said.
And he wasn't
Good
being
insight.
nonchalant, which I liked. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Actually, he was engaged and giving good answers, which is quite rare at this point.
Nonchalantism, death of passion. I love when, you actually, they know how big of an opportunity this is for them. So I'm really glad to see it, man. They're a really cool team. I think kind of what you're touching on as well is that when we talk about these players potentially having the chance to move on in their careers or climb the ranks and whatever, they can go to kind of any team.
Let's touch on some of the unsung heroes here, ones that didn't make it through. Eyeballers. Didn't get to catch any of their games. What were your expectations coming into this with the new roster and with Crims in the ranks?
I always thought they could make it to playoffs and that they should be making it towards playoffs. It's just about how far they could go forward. But it's kind of unfortunate in a sense that they met K27. I feel like, there's a world in which you put them against sort of the likes of like a Sashi and Apogee, Gen 1 potentially. They could have actually gone a little bit further in towards those quarters, but it's the luck of the draw and the luck wasn't against them. They got 2-0. But I think it's still a cool team. It's nice to see JW and Crim still kicking it.
Do you think Eyeballers have a bright future, Trav?
I think they do. I mean, they've already shown this
in the context of the team they have. We're not expecting them to win majors, but like as a tier 2 team, to cause some upsets, right?
Their expectation for me would be to qualify for a couple of tier 1 events over the course of the final part of the year, right? And I think they're on track for that. I'm really liking what I've seen from that squad, and of course, we had an opportunity maybe there for the storyline of JW and Crims playing against Fnatic, but K27 killed that dream and in the end qualified for the whole thing. So I want to point out Sashi, by the way.
Yeah, let's do it.
They're a team for me that have not really shown as much as some other teams in Tier 3, Tier 2, as some of the others we've got on the list in front of us here. The fact they came back from one map down to beat VP, beat Apogee 2-0, then almost beat Big. They were 7-5 up at half before Big came roaring back. Look, I think that's a very good underdog run from Sashi, and for me, they should be the team that is the most proud of their run of the teams that didn't qualify.
Should Heroic be proud of their run?
Absolutely not. A stinking performance to get first rounded in the round of 16. But, credit to where it is due for Fnatic. I mean, let's be honest, Fnatic should have qualified, right?
Yeah.
That is the talking point. So, for Heroic, it's a weird position. I don't know what's next for this team, but it's obviously it's not good enough. This is a team that have been for a long, long time in Tier 1 events and a pretty storied organization, right? They should be there, and this team isn't clicking.
But they're rebuilding the roster. That's what Heroic does, right? Trav, they're always like finding new players, selling off the big names, and then coming back like 6 months later to be relevant.
I know, that's the thing. Unfortunately, I'll say unfortunately because it's a prediction of mine that maybe is going down the Swanee at the moment. But look, I thought with those changes they made, bringing Martinezza in, and by the way, I will say Martinezza had a fantastic series against Fnatic in vain, and Brolin, it seemed like the most obvious calls for me to be the two moves that would propel Heroic from being top of maybe tier 1.5, always around that sort of area, to be consistently tier 1 and maybe competing and getting some Ws against some of the top teams. Obviously, it's still relatively new, so the age-old adage, I'll give them time. But look, I think it's very disappointing. They should have been one of the 4, and they know it. I was sitting down in front of the players a little while earlier while I was waiting to get back on the cast while Mimi was still on the desk, and I got to see when they lost. And yeah, I mean, look, it's never nice losing, but you can tell that was not one they're enjoying.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look actually at Heroic, I think it's the thing you've touched on. Give this team like 3 months. I think they do become really interesting. They would have liked to have gone through here and now to kind of kickstart this new roster with a really bright light around it. But yeah, I don't know. It can be tilting. I think for them, there's a lot to learn from this tournament as well. And in some of the ways in which we saw them lose against Fnatic, it is not the prettiest. So they'll be annoyed. But like you mentioned, give them time. I think 2 to 3 months, this becomes a really interesting team. Those are really good pickups. I can't even critique the roster as a whole because I really do think it might be a bit of a revitalization again for individuals like Brolin and Martinez, who sort of fell out of favor in a way with the public and with the top end of the scene.
Yeah, I think only Susp for me is a player that I can hope to see step up a little bit more in the roles he played. I'm not expecting him to be lights out because the roles aren't easy. Lots of B anchorage and stuff like that, but a little bit more from him and that maybe will make a little bit of a difference.
We've talked about the teams, the ones that made it through, the ones that didn't. I want to talk about one individual player here who's really made a name for himself, I think, in Tier 1 the last year or so. That's going to be Gizmi. The performance he put out there today, not only as a player, but as an in-game leader as well, it's worth commending and bringing him up. I just wanted to get into maybe a bit of the history, where he came from. We all know he played for Monty before, but were we able to go a bit back further than that, where he was?
I mean, Gizmi was there my first ever LAN that I worked.
Yeah, okay, I've got the right guys in the desk here. Let's go.
I've known sort of him and whatnot. I remember even, funny enough, my first ever LAN that I played at Epic LAN, he was sitting next to me, in the team next to me. Weren't in the same group as us, but they ended up making a really good run. I think they actually only lost to Smoothie's team, I want to say, in that event.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, we'll turn up and just win. But yeah, I mean, the story about Gizmi is really cool because you kind of look back, I mean, like a year and a half ago, he wasn't even IGL. He only picked up the IGL mantra because that team sort of fell apart. STY made a move away from Monty, and he sort of did it out of desperation. And I remember I spoke to him back then, and he was like, I'm just going to help out the team. I think this is probably only temporary. I'll see what happens. And then, fast forward a few more months, the IGLing is going well, and he was like, yeah, I quite like it. I feel like I'm actually able to really help this team. And he's gone from being somebody who picked it out of like necessity to help his team because they went for a big roster shuffle to actually now one of the most promising young IGLs, if not even the most promising young IGL that we've got in Counter-Strike at the moment, with such a bright future.
Bragging in-game leaders, are they back?
I hope so. I mean, Nafany's back.
Yeah, true.
Didn't qualify,
That's a good
but look,
shout-out.
he had a wonderful tournament. And yeah, I think one of the main things for me is just seeing how good he can be under pressure, Gizmi, as well. Like, we've seen it doesn't seem to really phase him. The clutches were incredible. Those are the things that saved 100 Thieves Bacon. And clearly, the fact they've qualified shows that Gizmi, a player who obviously doesn't have the name value of the likes of a Rain or a Device, they trust him off the rip, right? And it deserves to be said, mentioning the Monty thing.
Yeah.
When Gizmi was flying up through the ranks with Monty and they were doing really, really well, they won the CCT Global Finals. That was like an instigator for them, a local LAN in Portugal. To win an event in person, beat NIP a couple of times, and so much of this has been during Gizmi's studies.
Oh yeah, so it's worth mentioning that
he's still at uni, isn't he?
He's deferred his final year.
Okay, right.
So he's currently. I spoke to him a couple of times about this. I was like, he deferred it when the Monty stuff started kicking up, and then obviously now his career is propelled massively. I made a joke with him about 6 months ago, like, when are you going to finish it? He's like, I don't know, man. Like, at this point, like, it might not even get finished because he's deferred that final year, waiting for, like, he was assuming
do we know what he's studying?
Oh, he did tell me. I want to say it was business management, but I can't remember. It was something along those lines. I feel like he told me one time, but it was sort of in one ear, out the other.
I feel like he's got a very bright future ahead of him. I can tell you, university can be a bit of a waste of time. I would say focus on something. You've already got the contract. The money's already coming through the door.
I'm just saying right now, I was homeschooled by my parents, and I went to school, and I went to college, and I went to uni, and I'm standing here. I'm not doing too bad, am I?
Yeah. I went to uni, and I'm not
I went to uni. I tell you, I went to go play CS. I was like, my parents telling me to get a job, so I was just like, you know what? They can't argue with me going to university.
What did you study, Henry?
I studied digital media.
Oh,
but
you're kind of in the right space.
Kind of, yeah. But it was in 2007, before the internet really took off. So it was kind of like just doing a basic photo shoot.
Everyone was skeptical back then. This internet lark isn't going to catch on.
And I kind of smurfed it as well because I was already doing like loads of animation stuff and like Flash, if you guys know what that is.
Oh yeah.
I was doing like Flash games and movies, and I had like a library of like 30 of them I created. I just submitted that as my coursework. I'd already made it before uni.
Brilliant.
And I was playing CS professionally. Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah.
Don't do that. If you are uni, study. It's probably costing you or your parents all the money. So don't take my advice. I also had a TV contract as a Counter-Strike player. So there was a reason I wasn't really trying too hard.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey man, in 2007, I was joining Club Penguin and playing mini-clip games. So there you go.
Where is Club Penguin these days? Is it EWC? Have they got a tournament here?
Get Kart Surfer on EWC stage right now.
Card Jutsu.
Card Jitsu.
Yeah.
Oh mate,
get that back.
Don't even get me started.
I'd go band for band.
Don't even get me started on Club Penguin Card Jitsu.
2007. What was I doing? I don't know, like eating sand. I was like 7 years old. Barely functioning, really.
Dude, yeah, well, that's why it all began for me. Like, my first ever LAN like this in this sort of hall was in 2005, if you can believe that.
Wow.
And I got dropped off. I was 16 years old, dropped off my parents. First ever Source tournament. It's 128 teams. And yeah, I was telling Nate about this. I was at Ice Series at 122. I was in Newbury Racecourse.
Oh, wow. Okay,
yeah.
The previous venue as well.
Yeah. Really rolling back the years here. The first picks. We won the whole thing. I won the first 6 iSeries and Source, we smashed it. Like, I was the king back then. That was me in my prime.
Is that the name? Is it London Mint, was it?
No. This is way before.
Way before that.
No, that was when I was at university. That's what I was referencing with the TV contract. London Mint was when I was playing in the Championship Gaming Series. You know we're struggling at the time when I'm bringing this story up. That was when I was on a TV show for DirecTV, and we played in like 2 different seasons, and that's what they were paying us a pretty good salary to live in America, doing a TV show on Counter-Strike. It was like a reality TV show. They had like Dead or Alive, they had Project Gotham Racing, Counter-Strike, FIFA, and you'd all turn up to a studio and play in those different games. If the Counter-Strike team won, you had X amount of points, and it was kind of similar to Club Championships here, maybe way before its time.
Yeah, it was kind of ahead of the schedule. That's pretty sick, actually.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And whereabouts in America?
LA.
Oh, it's not
of
a bad
course.
place to be.
Yeah.
When you were what, like 18, 19?
I was 18 the first season, 19 the second season. I'll just tell you, I was making like $4,000 a month as an 18-year-old.
Oh, you love that. You go back to uni, you'd be like, boys, 3 drinks on me, like.
Okay, well, enough of that nonsense. We actually have got a chance to talk about the final key. GG How. Trav, just give us a bit of lore here. What do you think about this team?
I just think it's kind of incredible, right? I mean, you got 5 players here from totally different walks of life. You got a player from players that you just don't even see the flag on HLTV that often. Iraq, Lebanon, Palestine. You got Satsanito from North Macedonia and Synopsy from Kosovo. It's such a crazy story. Well, these 5 players have come together and they can just be this decent on LAN. We mentioned their online struggles, sure, with maybe ping differences and stuff like that. But you know what? They do play a little bit better on LAN, and they've proved it here in what is a very, very difficult qualifier. What an incredible main event for them. And honestly, we mentioned they've played some local events, like the Hero Esports Champions League that you mentioned. I think they made the final there, which is one of the main things that have propped their VRS up and has kept them getting invites over the course of the next couple of months. But look, this will definitely prop them up even further. And if they get even 1 win at the main event, then you never know. It's going to be something special.
Well, it's final time here. The last team through the EWC main event. Let's throw down to Yumi on the show floor and hear from GG How.
So GG How make it through to the main stage here at EWC 2026. Our last team to qualify. A long day, Mini, I have to say. You guys played 9 maps in total, 3 best of 3s, all back to back to back. Which one was the toughest game of the day for you?
To be honest, I think Hot 200%. It was the toughest. Like other, we had less pressure, but here we know we could qualify and we are just giving it 2000%.
You have been with the team for the longest amount of time. You have traveled the world playing in Middle Eastern qualifiers, Asian qualifiers, trying to get these opportunities. How big of an experience is this for you now that you've made it again? This is your second time at the Esports World Cup, but you had to qualify the hardest way.
Yes. To be honest, this time was like much harder than the last time. Last time it was much easier. Here we like the environment, we like the tournament, and we are very happy because we qualified from Europe, and it's the hardest.
Yeah, you guys have been grinding the different iterations, all the chopping and changing. How does the dynamic feel for this team? I mean, you guys really dug deep today to find success.
I mean, to be honest, we always believe in ourselves. All of us, know we are good. We can make anything. If we focus, we give it all. We do our best. We can always make good results.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations once again. I hope things go well for you in the next stage of the tournament. EWC, all of our close qualifier, or last chance qualifier, has come to an end. And GG How are our last team to make it through.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Great interview as well. Thank you, Yumi. Smashed it with those. And there's our 4 teams, and the keys have been handed out. It's all done. What are the closing thoughts, boys?
What a story, what an event. We kind of touched on it coming into the first couple of days, but we don't see events like this very often anymore, and it's been such a pleasure to be a part of, and I really do hope this is the first of many. What a joy to have this. A 64 team, on LAN, in an environment that is sort of really feels like a throwback. It's been a pleasure to be a part of.
You've enjoyed yourself, Trav?
Absolutely, mate. I mean, this is one I'll remember for a while. Great company as well, if I may say so. Really appreciate the time, lads. And also, I hope it instigates more in the future, because honestly, huge props to all the admins, all the unsung heroes behind the scenes, because this was not easy to put on, and it was genuinely pretty smooth.
We made it, lads. Good job. Thank you for watching. The main event starts in a few days. Get some rest. It's been a long time. It's been a lot of Counter-Strike to follow, and I hope you enjoyed the show. And thank you so much for joining me, lads. It's been an excellent time with you. And for now, we'll leave you with the commercials, the ads, the credits, and we'll see you next time.